Life can surprise you at any moment. Bo had lived an ordinary 29 years until one day, something truly unexpected happened. Three handsome men appeared before her. The first one wore a white tracksuit and had a smiling, boyish face. He looked like the cheerful, sunny type. The second one was dressed in black casual clothes, with sharp, sculpted features and tightly pressed lips. He was clearly the cool, serious type. The third one wore a long purple silk robe, his hair tied with a jade crown. His shiny black hair flowed softly down his back, and he carried an air of elegance. He was the classic, refined type. The three stood in a line before her, 6 dark eyes fixed intently on her face. Unless someone preferred women, few could resist such a sight. Bo was an ordinary woman. She couldn't resist. Her cheeks turned pink as she secretly thought, could it be that the legendary moment of being surrounded by handsome men has finally come to me? Of course, it would have been perfect if not for a few strange details. For example, there was no ground beneath her feet, no blue sky above, no trees, flowers, or buildings around. Just endless emptiness, with only the 3 men and her in it. Trying to recall what happened, she remembered she had been sleeping at home not long ago. Maybe this was a dream. That would make sense. 3 handsome men surrounding her? Definitely a dream. But the dream felt far too real. To be cautious, Bo steadied her heartbeat and politely asked, "Excuse me, am I dreaming right now?" The sunny man grinned. "No, you're not. Your body has already passed away."
What?
Bo almost fainted. How could this be? She wasn't old yet. Sure, she was 29, single, and hadn't achieved much, but she still believed her best days were ahead. So this had to be a dream. Yes, definitely a dream. Thinking that, Bo calmed down. If it was a dream, then anything was possible. More handsome men, strange places, whatever. It was her dream after all. She could even be a great beauty. Imagining herself with the face of a fairy she'd seen online recently, she lifted her chin gracefully and asked, "Then, gentlemen, may I ask what brings you here?" The sunny man replied, "I am the administrator of the reincarnation department from the Eastern Divine Continent. White Wuchang, number 27.
He pointed to his side.
"This is my partner, Black Wuchang, number 27. The cool-looking man gave Bo a slight nod. The cheerful man continued, "Bo, female, from Earth, physically died on July 4th, 2010, at 5 p.m. According to the normal process, you should have entered reincarnation immediately. However, because your soul and lifespan were affected by a remnant soul from the Bijaliza dimension, no. 27 Black and White Wuchang, and the administrator of that dimension will now discuss your compensation with you." The old-fashioned words confused Bo. "Slow down, what are you talking about?" The cheerful man cleared his throat. "Simply put, first, you're dead. Second, you weren't supposed to die yet. Third, your soul got tangled with another one, which caused your early death." The cool man added, "Fourth, that other soul came from another dimension and is incomplete. Fifth, you can now make a reasonable request for compensation." As soon as he finished, 6 dark, gem-like eyes focused on her face, waiting for her answer. Bo muttered, "This dream actually makes sense." The cheerful man politely stepped forward. "Please cooperate with us and state your request." Bo thought for a moment. Since all 3 of them were unusually handsome, she decided to play along with the dream. After all, she couldn't wake up anyway. What kinds of compensation are there? And what counts as reasonable?
Well,
the cheerful man quickly took out a scroll and tossed it into the air. It floated and unfolded by itself. "Please look here. This contains detailed explanations. I've already set it to simplified Chinese." The huge scroll hung in the air, covered with flowing lines of text like a river. Bo's eyes blurred. She shouted, "Stop." The text froze instantly. She stared at the cheerful man and said firmly, "Explain it out loud." The cheerful man's smile stiffened.
"Well,
technically, we can't refuse a reasonable request. But that's a lot of work." His eyes darted around. Actually, there are only a few common types of compensation, things like wealth, beauty, wisdom, or love. You can take a look. He made a few gestures, and the scroll flashed to a new page. Qin Bo shook her head. I want to know all the types and limits. Inside, she felt a bit proud. Serves them right for trying to fool her. The handsome guy's voice was pleasant to hear, just like listening to the radio. What a nice dream this was. The cheerful, handsome man looked troubled. The cool, handsome man frowned and said, I'll tell you a rule of the universe that will benefit you greatly in the future. In return, stop bothering us and just make your request, all right?
Qin Bo pouted.
Why should I agree? I'm not in a hurry. The cool man's expression turned serious. This rule is the great law of the universe. If you remember and understand it, you'll benefit endlessly. Such a good deal? Qin Bo thought for a moment. It was just a dream anyway, so there was nothing to lose. She nodded. All right, I agree. The cool man said solemnly, the rule is equivalent exchange. Qin Bo waited for a while, then asked in surprise, that's it? The cool man nodded. We agreed I'd only tell you one rule. Qin Bo immediately lost her composure. So, what if they were handsome? Did that mean they could mess with her? She rushed forward, ready to grab his collar. The cheerful man quickly stopped her. It really is a great law of the universe. We're not lying to you.
Qin Bo laughed angrily.
Equivalent exchange? Everyone on Earth knows that. The cheerful man smiled brightly. But not everyone truly understands it. Think about it. Why are you here? Because I'm dreaming. The cheerful man shook his head. Because your body has died. Qin Bo was speechless. Fine, because my body has died. The cheerful man continued. After death, most souls go directly into reincarnation. Only in special cases do the guardians of souls intervene. Qin Bo replied, so I'm a special case. Because I was entangled by some spirit from another world, I died early. The cheerful man patiently explained, it was a remnant soul from the Beiju Luzhou dimension. According to the law of equivalent exchange, since your lifespan was shortened, you must receive compensation. And since this loss was caused by our mistake, by that same law, he pointed to the classical-looking handsome man who was standing stiffly like a statue, and the administrator of the Beiju Luzhou dimension, must compensate you together. Qin Bo was frustrated. That sounds like a workplace accident and compensation policy. What does that have to do with equivalent exchange? Your understanding of Chinese is terrible. The cheerful man replied kindly, your language is too limited, so we had to choose the closest term we could find. Or maybe there's no such thing as a free lunch? You reap what you sow. Don't take small advantages, or you'll pay more later. What goes around comes around. Qin Bo broke down. Enough, enough. I give up, I'll make my request. 6 dark, gem-like eyes focused on her face for the 3rd time.
Well.
Qin Bo thought about her dream. I want a carefree job like yours, a nice appearance, and friendly companions. The 3 handsome men fell silent. After a long pause, the cheerful one spoke. To have a carefree life like ours, you must first cultivate immortality. Once you succeed, your appearance will reflect your heart. The purer your heart, the more beautiful you'll look. As for friendly companions, that depends on your own effort.
He paused.
So, in the end, you must cultivate immortality. The cold one said, in the early stage of a civilization, resources are rich and cultivation is easier. But as civilization develops, the environment is damaged and spiritual energy fades, making cultivation very difficult. In our world, there are no new civilizations now, so your chances of success are almost 0.
Qin Bo sighed.
I know cultivation depends on fate. If it doesn't work, that's fine. I just want to live freely and happily. Then, the classical-looking man, who had been silent like a statue, finally spoke. If you truly wish to cultivate, there is still a way. The other 2 turned to him in surprise. The classical man continued slowly, the fragment of soul within you was born in a new civilization in our world. If you merge with it, you can go there to cultivate. The spiritual energy there is abundant. The black and white man looked uneasy, but said nothing. Qin Bo remembered the idea of equal exchange and asked, What will happen if I merge with the soul fragment? The cheerful man quickly replied, merging souls is dangerous. If your will isn't strong or your spirit isn't powerful, you could lose yourself and become someone else. Your soul might scatter and disappear. The cold man added stiffly, from what we know, that soul fragment belonged to a cultivator with great power. The classical man smiled. Most of her power was lost when she crossed worlds, and the soul is incomplete. If you strengthen your own spirit, there's still some hope. Qin Bo fell silent. Even though she had been taught to believe only in science, deep down, the thought of her soul disappearing felt deeply wrong and frightening. Is this really a dream? She thought for a moment and asked, if I ask for some kind of reward, like money or beauty, how would you give it to me? The cheerful young man sighed in relief. We'll send you to be reborn. Your situation is special, involving 2 different worlds, so your reward can be greater. Qin Bo looked into his eyes and asked seriously, reborn? Does that mean I'll forget everything from this life, including now? Yes, he replied. That's the rule. Every soul that goes through reincarnation must follow it. Qin Bo spoke softly. Then what's the difference between that and becoming someone else? The young man thought for a moment. In essence, you're still the same soul. It's just that your outer form will be different. Qin Bo gave a faint, mocking smile. Then how is that different from disappearing completely? I must have had a past life too, but now I'm only Qin Bo. Even if I'm reborn into a life of wealth and beauty, that person won't be me. If it's not me, what does any reward matter? The young man sighed. To keep your memories, you must step outside the cycle of reincarnation. But to do that, you must cultivate your spirit.
Qin Bo smiled brightly.
Then teach me how to train my soul. I don't want to lose who I am. I have to try. The young man gave her one last piece of advice. Always remember your belief. That's what keeps you from losing yourself. Qin Bo had to admit that this might not be a dream after all, because it was far too long and kept unfolding. The place she was in was said to be the boundary between worlds, a place that belonged to no one and was full of danger. The 3 young men warned her to stay inside the barrier they had set up because the outside world was unsafe. The cheerful young man gave her a set of spiritual cultivation techniques. It was said to be complete, allowing one to train all the way to ascension. However, she could only see the next stage after mastering the current one. The entire method was imprinted on her soul, and unless her spirit was destroyed, it would never be lost. Very advanced and very secure. For now, her most important task was to stabilize her soul, because time was limited and the barrier would not last forever. Qin Bo sat cross-legged in a lotus position. Since she was in a spiritual form, her body had no physical limits. If she wanted, she could even curl herself into a ball. Back then, to follow the trend, she practiced yoga for a while. She vaguely remembered her teacher saying that the lotus position was the most balanced and stable posture, very helpful for the flow of life energy in the body. So she sat in the lotus position, closed her eyes, focused her mind, and tried to see a small pearl-colored sphere in front of her. Yes, when she closed her eyes and concentrated, she could see a small round ball like a pearl, glowing softly and floating before her. This was the technique the sunny young man had taught her. Qin Bo had been watching it for a long time, but it hadn't changed at all. She thought of what he said before leaving. Cultivation needs both fate and talent. She sighed. Was she really hopeless at this? She didn't know how much time had passed. Her eyes felt almost crossed from staring, yet there was still no progress. Inside the barrier, there was no day or night, no voices, and no entertainment. Bored, she began using yoga breathing to adjust her breath, just to have something to do. She expanded her diaphragm, if she still had one in this state, took a deep breath down to her abdomen, held it, then slowly exhaled from her belly to her chest and throat. Then she paused for a moment before starting again. After several rounds, Qin Bo grew tired and drifted into sleep. When she woke up, she felt no discomfort and was still sitting in the lotus position, probably because she was now in a spiritual form. In this empty barrier, she found a way to pass the time. At first, her mind would wander, but as time went on, she got used to the cycle of practice, sleep, wake, practice. The pearl sphere was completely ignored. She didn't know how long it had been. She only knew that her breathing and pauses had become much longer, far beyond what a normal human could do. Just as she was about to fall asleep again, countless points of light suddenly appeared around her. They surrounded her, entered her body, and slowly disappeared. When they were all gone, Chinbo felt no more fatigue. Her whole being felt light and refreshed. The feeling was wonderful. She enjoyed it for a while, then began breathing again. Sure enough, when she grew tired once more, the lights returned, this time even more of them, dancing and merging into her. Chinbo realized she had become addicted to this feeling and began to practice with even greater focus. When the glowing light disappeared inside her again, Chinbo noticed the air around her start to ripple. She opened her eyes and saw 3 handsome men she hadn't seen in a long time, all standing before her with dark, serious faces. How could you absorb the chaotic energy of this space to cleanse your soul? Do you know that a bunch of monsters outside are waiting to devour you? Said the cheerful-looking man anxiously. They're already attacking the barrier. If we had come a little later, there wouldn't even be a trace of you left. Cleanse my soul? Chinbo looked wronged. I stared at that glowing orb for a long time but couldn't find any technique, so I just practiced breathing on my own. You stared at it for a long time? The cheerful man looked puzzled. You didn't go inside? Go inside?
How?
It's such a tiny ball, and I can only see it when I close my eyes. Chinbo was confused. Was he losing his mind? The cheerful man sighed in frustration. You're not human anymore. You're in a soul state now. You just need to imagine going inside, and you'll see the technique. I've never seen anyone this clueless. Chinbo covered her ears. Then what should I do now? The 3 men exchanged strange looks. The cold-looking one finally spoke. Your soul has been cleansed by the chaotic energy. Congratulations, you can now travel to any world to train.
Oh.
Then I don't need to risk merging with that broken soul anymore.
Chinbo said happily.
That's right, said the elegant man. And during the process, that broken soul was also nourished. It won't conflict with you anymore. If this method works so well, why didn't you tell me before? Chinbo asked cheerfully. The cheerful man gave her a strange look. Do you think it's that easy? You were just lucky. For beginners, the success rate of cleansing with chaotic energy is extremely low, almost 0. Even if someone succeeds, they're usually devoured by the monsters drawn to the energy. You're lucky we arrived before the stronger ones did. Yeah, we just happened to be free and came to check on your progress, said the cold man with a sigh. Your luck is truly extraordinary. Only then did Chinbo feel a bit scared. You guys are unbelievable. You knew I was a beginner, yet you didn't tell me any of this. No wonder I couldn't see the technique. The 3 handsome men fell silent. The cheerful one took out a crystal, clear and shining, about the size of an egg. Thanks to you, we defeated many monsters outside. Their crystals contain a lot of spiritual energy and cultivation power. Take this as your reward for helping us attract them, and also as my apology for being careless. With a wave of his hand, the crystal entered Chinbo's body. Absorb it slowly. Don't rush. Keeping your foundation stable is the most important thing. Chinbo smiled and thanked him. Then the cheerful man and the cold one both spoke seriously. The compensation from the Eastern Divine Continent has been completed. We wish you good luck. The cheerful man added with a grin. Young lady, when your cultivation succeeds, come visit us sometime. The cold man said calmly, now that you understand the rule of equal exchange, let me remind you of another rule of the universe.
Chinbo listened carefully.
Never lie, unless you are ready to face the consequences. Chinbo thanked them again. Now that she was also a cultivator, she understood that both men were giving her valuable advice. Even if she didn't fully understand, it was best to remember it. May I ask for your help? The elegant man suddenly spoke. Please help this remaining soul to be reborn, and try to make her as complete as possible. You may ask for any reward you wish. Chinbo looked at the other 2 men. The cold one asked for her, what kind of cultivator was this soul? The elegant man replied, a human cultivator, trained in a proper method. She was a woman who was drawn into a dimensional rift while saving someone. Who did she save? The elegant man paused.
She saved me.
Everyone fell silent. After a long moment, the cheerful man spoke. So this is your karma. You originally hoped that after merging souls, she would replace Qinbo, didn't you? Qinbo was startled. The elegant man remained calm. Yes, but it was only a suggestion. I didn't force it or interfere. I didn't break any rules. The cheerful man snorted. But you were gambling, and the odds were in your favor. The elegant man nodded. True, but I lost. Miss Qin's luck is simply extraordinary.
Qinbo hesitated.
Can't the remaining soul be reborn? The cheerful man said with disdain. It can, as long as it's not too damaged. But as you said, that would be another version of her. Not the same one who saved him. The words were a bit confusing, but Qinbo understood. After a moment of silence, she said, actually, when I was so tired that I fell asleep while meditating, I vaguely saw her. She never tried to take advantage of me when I was weak. It was because she knew she wasn't alone that she didn't break down in this closed barrier. That was fate. She smiled. I agree. The cold and handsome man frowned. One person cultivates, two people share the result. It will be slow. The elegant man smiled with joy. That's fine. I promise that in your future path of cultivation, I will do everything I can to help you. Are you satisfied with that reward? Qinbo looked at her own companion, and they both nodded. She said, I accept. The sunny man and the cold man said together, we are witnesses. The contract was formed. As soon as Qinbo stepped out of the barrier, she was stunned by the sight before her. The ground was covered with layers of monster corpses, each one enormous. Elephants were nothing compared to these creatures. Many were even taller. Tigers were nothing either. There were plenty with sharper teeth. And their fierce faces looked even more terrifying than anything from a fantasy world.
Qinbo trembled.
Were all these trying to eat me? The sunny man glanced at her. You smell too good. Just then, the distant howls of beasts echoed. Not good. The elegant man shouted. The scent is too strong. More big ones are coming. Let's go.
Scent?
What scent? Before Qinbo could react, a strong wind swept past her, and suddenly, she was flying through the air. The scenery around her changed rapidly until only streaks of color flashed by. She heard someone say beside her, get ready. The world spun wildly, and she felt as if she were being twisted around. Fortunately, it soon stopped. Feeling dizzy, Qinbo gagged for a while. Then someone said, adjust your breathing, it'll help. She looked up and saw that only the elegant man was beside her. Without thinking, she sat down and began to steady her breath. After a long while, she finally felt better. When she opened her eyes, she realized she was sitting on a pile of clouds. That made no sense. Weren't clouds made of gas? The elegant man clearly knew what she was thinking. I used a spell to make them solid. You don't have a physical body right now. Qinbo was speechless. No physical body. She had almost forgotten that she was now a spirit. The elegant man continued, you're quite lucky. There happens to be a suitable one. I'll send you to be reborn now. After saying that, he waved his sleeve.
Wait.
Qinbo shouted quickly. If I'm reborn, won't I lose my memory? You'll start practicing a cultivation method once you enter, and your memory will stay. With that short reply, the world spun, and everything went dark. In such a hurry to be reborn. Qinbo complained, then sighed. Well, it really was a rush. Looking around, he saw nothing but darkness. Hearing the steady thump of a heartbeat, he guessed he must be inside his mother's womb, though he didn't know how many months had passed. The most important thing now was to start cultivating and keep his memory. Qinbo closed his eyes, at least in his imagination, and focused. A small pearl-colored light sphere appeared again. He imagined himself as a line, trying to enter it. Sure enough, the light sphere rushed toward him, and a flash of light followed. Rows of simplified Chinese characters floated in the air, cultivation methods. With a thought, he could even turn lines and pages. Perfect. Following the step-by-step instructions, the method only described how to cultivate up to the illumination stage. The rest was missing. The main text explained that cultivation was divided into 11 realms: illumination, enlightenment, fusion, heart movement, spirit silence, nascent soul, divine division, unity, tribulation crossing, great completion, and ascension. Except for ascension, each realm had early, middle, and late stages. Qin Bo memorized the method, exited the light sphere, and began to cultivate peacefully. Whenever he grew tired, a crystal the size of an egg would appear, releasing tiny star-like lights around him. When the lights faded, his fatigue disappeared. It felt just like cultivating inside a protective barrier, and he quickly adapted. Meanwhile, the image of that mysterious woman became clearer in his mind. In the darkness, time seemed to lose meaning. Qin Bo didn't know when he had grown arms and legs, or when the surroundings began to shift. A strong pressure started pushing him toward a bright place. Realizing he was about to be born, he used all his strength to move in that direction. After a final push, his head touched the air. "The head is out," someone said, and a pair of hands pulled him out completely. With a soft cry, Qin Bo announced his arrival to the world, then fell asleep from exhaustion. When he woke again, his body had been cleaned, and he was lying in a pile of soft blankets. From the feel of the fabric, it seemed quite fine. Clearly, he had been born into a well-off family. Qin Bo made the most of her time to practice cultivation. Now that she had a body, she could guide spiritual energy through her meridians. After the previous misunderstanding, the handsome man in the light sphere added a new section to the cultivation guide titled Beginner's Roadmap. A baby's life was mostly about eating and sleeping, so Qin Bo had plenty of free time. Since she had so much time, she didn't want to waste it. Wasting time was shameful. Naturally, she continued to cultivate day and night. Time passed, and after long, intense practice, Miss Qin finally noticed something strange. For one, she had never seen her parents. When she was born, she had fallen asleep from exhaustion before even seeing her mother, and she hadn't thought much of it then, assuming there would be time later. But now, that hope seemed slim. Also, her first meal wasn't milk but rice porridge. While that avoided some awkwardness, it was far less nutritious. Other than the old woman who fed her, no one ever appeared before Qin Bo, nor did anyone carry her out of the room. The old woman never spoke to her either. Still, Qin Bo's easygoing nature helped her accept this strange baby life calmly, focusing all her energy on cultivation. Recently, Qin Bo noticed that the egg-sized crystal she had been using was nearly depleted, and her cultivation was reaching a bottleneck. Once she broke through, she would reach the Xian Zhao stage. The thought made her both excited and nervous. That night, Qin Bo met the elegant man again in her dream. As soon as he appeared, he handed her a crystal the size of a goose egg. What a kind person! Qin Bo gratefully accepted it, her heart full of joy, and thanked him repeatedly. The man asked, "You're about to break through, aren't you?" "Yes, yes." Qin Bo nodded eagerly, like a pecking chick. He said, "Relying only on crystals isn't enough. Your body needs proper nourishment. You should find a way to eat better food."
Qin Bo pouted.
"They only give me a tiny bit of food every day. What can I do?" The man fell silent. Qin Bo then asked, "Why am I locked in this room? Where are my parents? Why haven't I seen them?" The man replied, "Your mother wanted to give birth to a boy so your father would acknowledge her. But you were a girl, and she was disappointed. Since you've been so quiet and focused on cultivation, everyone thinks you're slow-minded. So, it turned out she was an illegitimate child after all." Qin Bo felt frustrated, but quickly caught the last sentence. "A slow child? Why do you say I'm a slow child?" The elegant man replied, "When a baby is born, they cry when hungry, or when their diaper is wet or dirty. But you hardly cried at all. If someone fed you, you ate. If not, you just slept. Even when your clothes were dirty, you didn't fuss." Qin Bo protested. "I did call out twice, but no one paid attention." The man said, "A normal baby cries loudly until they're tired." Qin Bo felt guilty. Back then, she had avoided the mess and gone into her inner world to practice. The man continued, after about a month, a baby's vision develops. Their eyes follow movement, and they smile when someone plays with them. But your eyes were dull, and you often stared blankly. Chinbo said, well, the surroundings weren't that interesting, so I just thought about my own things. The man said, when babies start teething, they drool and bite their fingers or hard objects. You didn't do that either. Chinbo replied, that's not very clean. The man said, most importantly, you never rolled over, sat up, crawled, cried, or laughed. I think calling a 2.5-year-old who can't walk or talk a slow child is a fair judgment. 2.5 years old. Chinbo was shocked. I thought I was just born. The man said, haven't you heard the saying, in the mountains, there is no sense of time? When you're cultivating, time passes quickly. Chinbo was speechless. The man added, anyway, don't slow down now. You're close to a breakthrough, and that's what matters most. Since everyone thinks you're slow, it actually makes things easier. Chinbo asked weakly, when can I go back to normal? The man said, it's best to wait until after your breakthrough. You'll know what to do then. After he left, Chinbo held a crystal the size of a goose egg and comforted herself. At least now I have someone powerful watching over me. After his advice, Chinbo began to train her body. First, she learned to crawl. It took her 2 minutes. The bed wasn't high, so she rolled off and crawled toward the door. It was slightly open, and a gentle push made it swing wide. As she crawled out, bright sunlight hit her eyes. She closed them, lifted her face, and let the light wash over her. It felt like she hadn't felt sunlight in 100 years. She had almost forgotten what it was like. The soft wind brushed her face, carrying the faint scent of grass. A sturdy old tree stood tall in the courtyard, its thick branches and lush leaves shading most of a yard. From the treetop came the faint chirping of birds. What a beautiful tree! It must be hundreds of years old. On Earth, you'd rarely see one like this unless you were deep in a primeval forest. This truly was a wonderful world. Chinbo could feel the vibrant energy flowing from the old tree, which made her heart stir. After glancing around to make sure no one was watching, she started to climb the tree. Unfortunately, her body, and used to exercise for 2 years, couldn't handle such a challenge, and she failed as expected. Just as she was about to try again, she suddenly heard footsteps in the distance. Though her body was weak, her senses were still sharp from years of training. The person was still far away, but Chinbo didn't want anyone to notice her strange behavior, so she quickly returned to her room, closed the door, and lay still on the bed. The footsteps came closer, and the door opened. The elderly woman who usually brought her meals entered. She walked to the bedside, gently helped Chinbo sit up, and guided her to a small chamber pot in the corner. Afterward, she tidied up the room while Chinbo blushed with embarrassment. In the past, she had been too focused on cultivation to care, but now that she was aware of her situation, it felt awkward. She quickly finished, made a small sound to get the woman's attention, and the woman came over, helped her clean up, dressed her properly, and laid her back on the bed. After cleaning the room, the woman brought in food, fed Chinbo, and then left. Over the next few days, Chinbo observed the routine. Every morning, the elderly woman came to help her get dressed and used the chamber pot, then fed her breakfast before leaving. At noon, she returned to help again and served lunch. In the evening, it was the same, helping her, feeding her dinner, then washing her face and feet before bed. Every 3 days, she gave Chinbo a bath, and every 2 days, she cleaned the room. It really felt like being cared for, like a helpless child. Chinbo didn't plan to let anyone notice her changes because her top priority was to break through to the next stage of cultivation. She didn't know how long it would take, so she decided to wait until her condition stabilized before doing anything else. Strength was what mattered most. Physical training couldn't be delayed. According to the beginner's guide, inner cultivation and physical training supported each other. Unless one reached the stage of complete transformation, the body could hold back progress, even preventing advancement entirely. So, whenever no one was around, Chinbo trained her body diligently. She quickly learned to walk and then began stretching her body using yoga poses she remembered. Her 2.5-year-old body was very flexible, and even advanced movements were easy for her. Chinbo also noticed that after exercising, her training became more effective. After some time adjusting, Chinbo felt that her body had reached its best condition, so she decided to find a quiet place to make a breakthrough. She didn't know how long it would take and didn't want to scare anyone, so she chose the old tree as her spot. The climate on this continent was mild, and the trees stayed green all year round. The area around the old tree was full of life energy, which Chinbo liked very much. It was also well hidden, and the branches were too high and thin for an adult to climb, so no one would expect a child, who couldn't even walk properly, to get up there. As for climbing, Chinbo had already practiced several times and knew the way well. Finding a hidden spot among the leaves, Chinbo sat down and began her breakthrough. The thick leaves covered her figure, while a small blue-tailed bird chirped happily nearby, flying around her. After an unknown amount of time, Chinbo opened her eyes. The life energy around the old tree was now visible to the naked eye, and she could even hear the sound of things growing. She had entered a new stage of cultivation, a whole new world. The blue-tailed bird flew to her shoulder, chirping non-stop. Chinbo smiled and said, "Here to absorb some energy too? You sure know how to take advantage." The bird hopped into her palm, chirped twice, rubbed its head against her hand, then flapped its wings and flew away. Stretching lazily, Chinbo prepared to climb down. Suddenly, she felt a strange tremor in her heart as the air around her shifted. Startled, she carefully parted the branches and looked outside. Several people in gray-blue clothes had entered the courtyard. A heavy pressure filled the air, carrying a faint metallic scent. Chinbo felt uneasy and slightly sick. Then another person walked in. His presence was fierce, his eyes sharp, and the air around him thick with tension. Chinbo's heart tightened. She held her breath, relaxed her body, and hid deeper among the leaves. The newcomer's gaze slowly swept across the courtyard. When it reached her hiding place, it paused for a moment.
Chinbo froze.
Suddenly, the blue-tailed bird burst out of the leaves with a flutter. The man glanced at it, then turned and left the courtyard with his group. As the air calmed, Chinbo let out a long breath. She had no idea how long she had been training, but it seemed that something serious had happened while she was away. The situation outside was unclear, so she couldn't reveal herself. Fortunately, it was the time of energy renewal, so going hungry for 2 days wasn't a problem. Chinbo sat quietly in the tree, waiting. From afar came faint screams, and the wind carried the metallic scent of blood. She didn't move, just sat silently. 3 days later, the little bird with blue tail feathers flew back, chirping excitedly. Its cheerful mood was obvious. Chinbo asked, "Is it safe now?" The bird chirped again. Feeling its relaxed tone, Chinbo concluded that it was safe outside. She followed the bird down the tree and walked out of the courtyard gate. It was her first time leaving the small yard, and she felt a mix of emotions as she looked around. The place was a large courtyard-style residence, now silent and seemingly deserted. Following the bird, Chinbo reached a section of the surrounding wall. The bird flew up to the top and chirped at her. She looked around, found a tree near the wall, and climbed it. Grabbing a branch, she swung herself up and landed on the wall. Thanks to her regular exercise, she didn't fall, though her stomach hit the wall painfully. She waited for the pain to fade before moving forward. After walking a bit, she saw a tree growing outside the wall. The bird perched on a branch, calling to her. Chinbo reached up, it was just within reach. She grabbed a thick branch, took a deep breath, tightened her stomach, lifted her legs, and hooked the branch. Luckily, she was light, and the branch only shook slightly. She quickly climbed up, moved along the branch to the trunk, and slid down to the ground. Once on the ground, her palms burned with pain. Looking down, she saw the skin had been scraped off, and blood was seeping out. Her elbows and legs were also injured, and her clothes were torn. Worst of all, her stomach began to growl with hunger. Around her was a forest. Aside from the wall behind, there was nothing else. The instinct to survive overcame everything. Chinbo didn't dare stay still. She licked her palms and followed the bird forward. Before long, a road appeared ahead. It was wide and smooth, enough for 4 cars to drive side by side, clearly a main route. It was obvious that the place she had lived in was neither a city nor a village. She didn't know where the road led. The bird flew ahead along the road, while Chinbo walked beside the trees along the roadside. Suddenly, the bird flapped its wings and flew back, disappearing from sight. Chinbo didn't think much of it and kept walking. After a few steps, she heard movement behind her. The bird returned, chirping anxiously. Chinbo quickly hid in the roadside forest and lay low in the grass. A horse-drawn carriage rumbled closer from the distance, moving steadily along the road. Chinbo stayed low in the grass, not moving until the sound of wheels faded away. Then she crawled out and continued walking forward. The little bird flew off again, heading back the way it came. In this way, Chinbo avoided several more carriages and groups of riders. As the sky grew darker, her young body began to tire. Hungry and exhausted, she started thinking about going deeper into the forest to look for wild fruit. The little bird returned, chirping happily this time instead of sounding alarmed. Chinbo asked, "What is it?" The bird landed on the ground, called twice, then flew up to a branch and chirped toward the road behind her. Chinbo thought for a moment, then decided to wait by the roadside. After a while, 6 armed riders appeared, escorting 3 carriages. A caravan. Chinbo's eyes lit up. She quickly ran to the middle of the road and waved her hands. From a distance, the riders saw a small child suddenly appear on the road, so they slowed down. The caravan stopped in front of her. A dark-faced man, clearly the leader, jumped off his horse, walked over, crouched down, and said something in a language Chinbo couldn't understand.
Chinbo froze.
It wasn't Chinese, but she couldn't miss this chance. Anyone who would get off a horse and speak kindly to a child must be a good person. She blinked her big, innocent eyes and tried to look as friendly as possible, hoping to win his sympathy. But she forgot how messy she looked, her hair tangled with leaves, her clothes torn, her skin covered in scratches, and her face dirty. Just as she tried to smile, her stomach growled loudly. Perfect timing. Chinbo felt secretly delighted but kept a pitiful look on her face. The dark-faced man heard the sound too. He stood up, turned to the caravan, and called out something. A gentle-looking woman stepped down from one of the carriages, holding some dry food in her hands. Chinbo's eyes widened as she watched the woman approach. The woman crouched down and handed her the food. Chinbo bowed deeply to show her thanks, then took the bread with both hands and began to eat eagerly. But before she could finish her first bite, the man gently grabbed her hand and turned it over. The palm was covered in cuts and bruises. He checked her other hand. It was just as badly hurt. Wounds might look scary, but since it didn't hurt the muscles or bones, Chinbo didn't care much. She kept eating her flatbread, devouring it quickly. But to others, the scene looked quite different. The dark-faced man immediately picked her up and carried her toward the carriage, shouting orders to the rest of the group as he walked. A long-faced man nodded, spurred his horse, and galloped ahead. The gentle young woman got into the carriage and took Chinbo from him. The dark-faced man mounted his horse again, shouted loudly, and the convoy started moving once more. Inside the carriage sat another woman, a middle-aged lady. She and the young woman both tried to talk to Chinbo, but Chinbo couldn't understand a word. After thinking for a moment, she pointed to herself and said, "Chinbo." That was Mandarin Chinese from Earth. The 2 women exchanged a glance. The young woman pointed to the flatbread. Chinbo shook her head.
The woman slowly said, "Chinbo repeat it."
The woman then pointed to several objects in the carriage, and Chinbo shook her head each time, repeating the words she heard. After a few tries, the woman stopped and spoke softly with the middle-aged lady. They took out a clean cloth, poured some water from a flask, and began cleaning Chinbo's wound.
Top.
Someone knocked on the carriage window. The young woman opened it, and the dark-faced man handed her a small bottle. She opened it, poured out some green ointment, and gently spread it on Chinbo's palm. A cool feeling spread through her hand. It was medicine. Bo smiled gratefully at the man. He asked the young woman a few questions, then turned to Bo with a grin and pointed to himself.
Papa, he said. Bo froze.
Had she heard that right? That was the same word for father in Mandarin. The young woman frowned and quickly said something to him, clearly disapproving. But the man just kept smiling and pointed to his chest again.
Papa.
The young woman grew anxious and spoke even faster. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Bo's mind. On Earth, in many languages, the words for father and mother sounded similar, simple open and closed sounds that carried the warmth of family love. So Bo smiled at the man and called out loudly, "Papa." Her clear, childlike voice echoed inside the carriage. Everyone froze for a moment. Then the dark-faced man burst into hearty laughter, happily answered her, turned his horse around, and rode ahead, singing cheerfully as he went. The young woman shook her head helplessly, then continued applying medicine to Bo's hand while pointing to different objects, teaching her their names. By the time the sky darkened, the caravan finally entered a city. Bo was asleep when they arrived. She was completely exhausted. After several tense days, her nerves finally relaxed. She didn't even eat dinner. She only felt someone lift her from the carriage, carry her into a room, and place her on a bed. The rest could wait until tomorrow, she thought, as she buried her face in the soft blanket. Bo was awakened by the sound of birds. Early in the morning, a small bird with a long blue tail stood on the windowsill, chirping loudly. She opened the window, letting the bird absorb some spiritual energy while she looked around the room. It seemed to be an inn, clean, but without the warmth of home. In one corner were several boxes, probably luggage. There were 2 beds, besides her own. The other was occupied by the middle-aged woman from the carriage, still sleeping soundly. Bo noticed her eyelashes tremble. She was about to wake up. Bo waved her hand, sending the bird away, then closed the window. When she turned back, the woman was already awake and putting on her coat. After dressing, the woman took Bo's hand and opened a small door in the corner of the room. Inside was a bathroom, quite a good one by the looks of it. She walked to the bathtub and began filling it with water. Bo touched the tub. It was carved from a single block of stone. The flower-shaped spout poured out warm water. The level of craftsmanship in this world was impressive. The people here looked similar to those from Huaxia, but they were taller. Most men were over 180 centimeters and women rarely under 165. While Bo was still thinking, the woman had already finished washing up, and the tub was nearly full. With quick, practiced movements, she helped Bo out of her tattered clothes and placed her gently into the bath, washing her hair and body with care. Soon, Bo was clean, wrapped in a large towel, and brought back to the room. Bo sat obediently on a chair while the woman dried her hair with a towel. Halfway through, there was a knock at the door. The woman went to open it. It was the dark-faced man and the gentle young lady. The lady was holding a pile of clothes. They entered and spoke briefly with the woman, who answered each question. Bo had already stood up when the door opened. When the 3 turned to look at her, she smiled sweetly at the dark-faced man. "Father," she called. His face lit up with joy as he strode forward, laughing, and lifted her into his arms. Bo clutched her towel tightly, afraid it might slip. Apparently, the others didn't think the same way. The dark-faced man put Bo down, chuckled, and playfully pulled away the towel wrapped around her.
"Ah!"
Bo cried out, instinctively covering herself with her hands. The 3 people in the room burst into laughter. The gentle young woman, still smiling, helped Bo get dressed piece by piece. The middle-aged woman also came over to help. Bo looked at the dark-faced man with a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. How could you do that? That was so rude. Once she was fully dressed, the young woman helped Bo comb her hair and led her to a mirror. For the first time, Bo saw her own reflection clearly. She was wearing a pink and white dress with lace at the collar and sleeves, embroidered hems, and pink ribbons tied around her braids. Her long black hair framed a soft, rosy face with bright eyes and a small, delicate mouth.
"Wow,"
I really lucked out. What a beauty. Chinbo thought excitedly. Having connections really pays off. If this continues, I'll definitely grow up to be beautiful. Feeling pleased, Chinbo followed the three downstairs for a meal. The dark-faced man seemed very fond of Chinbo. As soon as they stepped out, he picked her up, carrying her downstairs and even to the dining table. Of course, under the gentlewoman's persuasion, he gave up the idea of holding her while eating. The young woman carefully taught Chinbo table manners, and the meal went smoothly and pleasantly. Afterward, the dark-faced man, the gentlewoman, and a tall guard took Chinbo out for a walk in the city. It was a beautiful city, full of greenery. Tall trees lined the streets, and every house had a small flower bed in front, filled with colorful plants. The houses were made of brick and stone, giving the place a fairy tale charm. The streets were lively with people. Most of the men wore one of three styles: fitted warrior outfits like the dark-faced man's, elegant long robes, or short tunics reaching the knees. The women's clothing was much more varied. Some wore flowing long dresses with wide sleeves, others wore practical mid-length dresses with trousers and boots, and some even wore women's warrior outfits. The most eye-catching were the women in long robes, similar to the men's but in more colorful designs. Chinbo noticed that these women seemed to hold higher status. As they walked, the gentlewoman kept pointing at things around them, teaching Chinbo new words. Since reaching the Xianzhao stage, Chinbo's memory had become excellent. She could remember everything she saw, and her mind was quick and sharp. She learned to speak very fast, and after visiting a few shops, she could already hold simple conversations. The four of them entered a bookstore. The young woman spoke briefly with the shopkeeper, who then brought her several books. She began flipping through them while the shopkeeper stood quietly nearby. The young woman looked through the books for a while, then seemed to make up her mind. She took out some gold coins and handed them to the shopkeeper. After taking the money, the shopkeeper glanced at Chinbo, took a book from the shelf, and handed it to her, saying a few words. Chinbo understood a few of them. It seemed to mean the book was a gift. She looked up at the young woman, who nodded slightly, so Chinbo bowed to the shopkeeper and said, "Thank you." The shopkeeper smiled and said a few more words that Chinbo couldn't understand, but judging by the big man's proud grin, it was probably praise. After that, the four of them visited a few more shops and bought some things. The big man with the dark face bought many colorful little dresses, which made Chinbo's mouth twitch in amusement. At noon, they returned to the inn for lunch. In the afternoon, the young woman taught Chinbo how to speak the local language in their room. After several days of going out in the morning and studying in the afternoon, the group finally set out again. In the carriage, Chinbo flipped through the picture book the shopkeeper had given her. It was a children's book with both pictures and words, describing the plants and animals of the continent. After leaving the previous city, the caravan passed through several others. Some they stayed in for a while, others for just one night. During the long journey, Chinbo finally learned the language of this land. The young woman continued to buy her more children's books, and Chinbo chose many that introduced the continent's environment and legends, learning some basic knowledge from them. This continent was surrounded by the sea and called the Nebulous Sea Continent. It had three major cities: the radiant capital on the central plains, the cloud-silent city in the western mountain range, and the condensed sea bay on the southeastern coast. Each city was home to one of the three greatest mages on the continent, the Grand Priests of Radiance, Cloud Silence, and Condensed Sea. They had each lived for more than 700 years. Beneath them were 6 lesser priests, making 9 in total, the most powerful in both magic and martial arts. The continent's government was a federation of cities. Each city had a chief governor and various administrative departments. Daily affairs were managed locally, while major decisions were made by the Council of Governance, the highest administrative body on the continent, made up of 72 seats representing 72 cities. There were no nations or armies here, only cities surrounded by the sea. Most people practiced magic or martial arts, not at a high level, but widely and practically. Magic was used in many aspects of daily life, making civilization advanced and life convenient. Anyone skilled in magic or martial arts could find a good profession. A good income comes with high social status, which is why mage robes and warrior uniforms have strict rank markings. The spread of magic and martial arts has made people here live long lives, just like the Golden Age from Earth's legends. Qin Bo was from Earth, and she understood that all of this was built upon the unmatched power of the three high priests. She opened a book titled A Brief History of the Continent, a children's book with colorful drawings. It said that long ago, the continent was made up of many nations. The central region was full of mountains, making travel difficult. Knowledge of magic and martial arts was held only by royalty and nobles. If a commoner's child showed great talent, they would be taken away to be trained by the state. About 700 years ago, a great war broke out across the continent, involving many nations. The fighting was fierce, and countless lives were lost. At last, the gods became angry. They sent down divine punishment. The central mountains collapsed overnight, turning into vast fertile plains. The three high priests appeared, destroyed all royal palaces, and declared, "From now on, there shall be no kingdoms on this continent." They gathered commoners into an army and built cities on the new plains to fight against the remaining royal forces. The three high priests taught magic and martial arts to the people and chose the first 7 junior priests from among them. The war lasted 50 years, during which the commoners grew stronger. At one point, the 7 most powerful nations joined together and offered peace, suggesting that the plains be given to the commoners to form a new country. But the 3 high priests refused, saying something unforgettable: "This land needs no royalty." During the war, 2 junior priests betrayed the commoners for personal gain. The high priests stripped them of all their powers and sentenced them publicly. After 50 years and 2 generations, the war finally ended. The city federation became the only governing system on the continent. The royal families of the 7 great nations turned into the 7 noble houses. The Council of Governance became the highest authority. The 3 high priests settled in 3 newly built central cities and rarely interfered in politics, leaving supervision to the junior priests. The junior priests did not handle government affairs. Instead, they oversaw education and founded many schools. The most famous of these was the Starry Sky Academy in the city of Starlight. Qin Bo closed the book. What a wonderful era! As long as the 3 high priests stood strong, this truly was a perfect, God-blessed golden age. A cup of warm water was handed to her. A gentle woman smiled kindly and said, "Have some water." "I've never seen such a hardworking child." Qin Bo thanked her and took the cup. The young woman, Qin Xiaoqian, was married to a strong man named Qin Feihu. They had 2 sons and 1 daughter, all still in school. So when Qin Feihu heard that the little girl's surname was also Qin, he was overjoyed and believed she was a lovely gift from the heavens. Qin Xiaoqian, however, worried that the child might be lost, so she registered a missing child report that night in Yalan City, where they were staying. A few days later, she received confirmation from the city's civil office that no one had reported a missing child, so she felt at ease adopting Qin Bo. The water in the magic thermos was warm and sweet. Along the way, Qin Bo's polite and gentle behavior made everyone like her. At first, she worried that her quick learning might draw suspicion, but she later learned that, thanks to the widespread use of magic and martial arts, humans had evolved to be more capable. Talented people were not rare, especially among the 7 great families. So her intelligence only brought admiration, not fear. Qin Xiaoqian also told Qin Bo about their family. The Qin family was in the spice business, with plantations and factories on the outskirts of the capital, Starshine City. To keep the business running well, they often traveled across the continent. Yalan City was known as the City of Spices. Qin Feihu was a distant relative of the Qin family. After losing his parents, he came to live with them and grew up alongside Qin Xiaoqian. Years later, when the elders of the Qin family became ill, they entrusted the family business to the 2. After confirming through magical testing that they were not closely related, they married and inherited the business. Over time, their trade flourished, and they bought a house and shop in Starshine City. They later had 3 children. Having magic truly made life easier. Qin Bo happily rested her head on Qin Xiaoqian's lap for a nap, certain that her good days had finally begun. Golden sunlight shone on the grand marble city gates, where green vines climbed thickly along the walls. A wide, clean road, large enough for 6 carriages to travel side by side, stretched ahead. Carriages and pedestrians moved busily through the streets. This was the heart of the continent, the capital, Starshine City. Qin Feihu rode up to the carriage window with a cheerful smile. "We're home." A small bird with long blue tail feathers flew into the carriage and landed on Qin Bo's shoulder.
Oh,
"It's a lucky bird. It seems to really like you," Qin Xiaoqian said in surprise. Qin Bo gently petted the bird's head. It had followed her all the way, and she felt deeply touched. Through all their travels, it had stayed by her side. It was her true companion. Qin Xiaoqian smiled happily. "We've just arrived home, and a lucky bird has come to greet us." "That's a wonderful sign." The lucky bird was already a symbol of joy here. Qin Xiaoqian placed some crumbs in her palm, and the bird, unafraid of people, flew over and pecked them clean. Qin Xiaoqian was overjoyed. The carriage turned into a back alley behind a busy street. The Qin family shop was on the main street, but their home was located here. Qin Bo got off the carriage with the others, while Qin Feihu led the men to unload goods through the back door of the shop. Qin Xiaoqian took Qin Bo home first. At the door stood 2 boys around 10 years old and a little girl. As soon as they saw Qin Xiaoqian, they ran up to her, talking all at once. "Mom, you're back. Where's Dad? Who's this little sister? Dad must be at the shop, silly." Qin Bo's head was spinning from all the noise, but Qin Xiaoqian stayed calm. She lifted the little girl and said, "This is your younger sister. You must act like a big sister now." "Little sister," the 3 children exclaimed together. Then they all started talking again. "She's my little sister. I'm the oldest, so she has to listen to me," said the girl. The tall boy quickly added, "Little sister, how old are you? Will you live with us from now on?" The sturdy boy asked bluntly, "Little sister, did Mom have you somewhere else?" The girl and the tall boy turned to glare at him. "That's silly." "Of course not." Qin Xiaoqian smiled and said, "We found this little sister on the road outside Yalan City. She has no family, so she'll live with us from now on." She pointed to the girl. "This is your oldest sister, Qin Xianyue, 12 years old." Then to the tall boy, "This is your second brother, Qin Xuanji, also 12, they're twins." Finally, she pointed to the sturdy boy, "And this is your third brother, Qin Xiankong, 10 years old." The 3 children smiled at Qin Bo and said together, "Hello, little sister." Qin Xiaoqian patted Qin Bo's head. "This is your little sister, Qin Xuanbua. We just measured her age, 3.5. Qin Bo felt a bit unhappy about the name change, but then she thought it was for her own good. After all, if she was joining the family, it made sense to share their surname. Feeling at ease, she greeted them, "Hello, big sister, second brother, third brother." The 3 children answered loudly, their small chests puffed up with pride. They eagerly took Qin Bo's hand to show her around the house. Qin Xiaoqian was pleased with their kindness. "I'll leave your little sister to you.
help her settle in."
I'll go help your father. I'll be back for dinner." The 3 little hens eagerly promised and pulled Qin Bo into the house. Inside was a hidden world, a large, beautiful garden. Several houses stood among the trees, arranged neatly and surrounded by greenery. It looked peaceful and elegant. Qin Xianyue introduced them one by one. "That's where my parents live, that's where Aji and Akong live, that's my room, and that one is for guests and meals." She then pointed to the flowers and herbs in the garden. These herbs were planted by Aji. "We all study at Starry Sky Academy. Aji studies magic, while Akong and I practice martial arts. That open space is where we train." "Xiaobo, what do you like more, magic or martial arts?" "Xiaobo, like a cartoon character." Qin Bo felt speechless. Qin Xuanji said slowly, "Of course Xiaobo should learn magic. It suits girls better." Qin Xianyue got angry. "Why can't girls practice martial arts?" Qin Xuanji replied lazily, "You can't even beat Akong." Qin Xianhua lost her temper and wanted to challenge him right away. Akong asked in confusion, "Why are you fighting?" "Whoever wins decides what Xiaobo learns." "Oh, right." Qin Xianhua came back to her senses. "Xiaobo, what do you want to learn? Magic or martial arts?" Qinbo answered honestly, "I want to learn both."
"What? Both?"
The three shouted together. Qin Xianhua reacted first. "Xiaobo, you don't understand. You can't study both magic and martial arts at the same time. You'll end up not mastering either." "That's true," Qin Xuanji agreed. "There's a saying, with talent, anyone can learn magic. With determination, anyone can master martial arts." But in reality, most people focus on one path. That's how they make faster progress. If you try both, you'll struggle with both. Qin Xiankong added, "Only a few chosen priests, blessed by the gods, can master both." Qinbo immediately asked, "Why can they do it, but we can't?" Qin Xuanji explained, when they were ordinary people, they also practiced only one. But after passing the test of the Spirit Gate and becoming chosen priests, they received the God's blessing, long life and great power. That allows them to learn the other skill more quickly. Something felt suspicious. Qinbo remembered what the handsome mentors had said about the laws of the universe. Everything has a price. There's no such thing as a free gift. What did the gods make them give in return? Qinbo's imagination ran wild, thinking of all kinds of dramatic possibilities. After all, she had the body of a young girl but the mind of an older woman, and she couldn't help but find the thought amusing. She didn't hear what the Qin siblings said afterward. Luckily, everyone thought she was just tired because she was young, so they didn't pay much attention. They simply took her to a room to rest. Originally, Qin Xianhua wanted to let Qinbo stay in her own room so she could take care of her, but Qinbo firmly refused. Since the three siblings still had to attend school and live on campus, they decided to let it go. They arranged for Qinbo to stay in a room next to theirs and reminded her of many things to be careful about. The next morning, after breakfast, the three siblings went back to school. They usually lived on campus and had only come home yesterday for a short visit. Qin Xiaoqian wanted to stay home for a few days to help Qinbo get used to the new environment, but Qinbo sweetly said she could study and learn to read by herself, so Qin Xiaoqian shouldn't worry. Besides, Qin Feihu had to work for a few days at a spice factory on the outskirts of the city, and someone needed to look after the shop. After thinking it over, Qin Xiaoqian decided to ask their neighbor, Shui Baisong, to help take care of Qinbo. Shui Baisong worked at the city administration office in Starshine capital. His wife had just given birth to a baby girl, Shui Yingying, and was staying home to care for her. Their older daughter, Shui Jingjing, was 4 years old and not yet in school. After explaining Qinbo's situation, Qin Xiaoqian left her in their care. Shui Jingjing was a cheerful and lively 4-year-old girl. Qinbo, wanting to make friends, quickly got along with her. The two soon became inseparable. Shui Jingjing had always been lonely at home without playmates, so she was overjoyed to have a new friend. She eagerly shared all her favorite toys and treasures. Her family grew many unusual plants and flowers, and she proudly said, "These are all planted by my mom. They're used to make potions. My mom is an alchemist, and her potions work the best." "What does an alchemist do?" Qinbo asked curiously. Shui Jingjing explained that all the high-quality potions sold in the city were magical ones. They were not only more effective, but could also achieve results that ordinary potions couldn't. The quality of a potion depended directly on the skill of the alchemist. A good alchemist was always in high demand. Shui Jingjing's mother, Wen Rujing, was one of them. Hearing this, Qinbo thought of alchemy and couldn't help but worry. Who knew if the cultivation method she had learned included alchemy? And even if it did, finding the right materials would still be a big problem. Still, she decided that learning something was better than nothing, so she began studying herbs with Shui Jingjing. Although Shui Jingjing was young, she knew a lot and had an excellent memory. The people of the Nebulous Sea continent truly had impressive natural abilities. After life settled down, Qinbo made a daily schedule for herself. Every morning, She got up early to practice breathing exercises in the garden, completing one full cycle of energy flow. After that, she ran around the garden. Qin Xiaoqian once asked why she liked to run so early. Qinbo replied that she wanted to be like her older siblings and learn martial arts. Qin Feihu was very upset when he heard this. He didn't want another daughter who practiced fighting. He wanted a sweet, doll-like girl who didn't need to learn martial arts or magic. So, he pretended not to see his youngest daughter running every day and secretly warned his older children not to teach her any fighting skills. Qinbo didn't mind. After running, she did some stretching, took a shower, and had breakfast. Then she carried her small backpack and went to the Shui family's house to study. She learned to read and recognize herbs with Shui Jingjing under the guidance of their teacher, Wen Rujing. At noon, she ate lunch at the Shui family's home and took a nap afterward. During nap time, Qinbo quietly used the time to practice her inner energy. After the nap came playtime, which was the hardest part of her day. She had to play with dolls and pretend games with Shui Jingjing. There was no way to avoid it. Little girls liked such things. Qinbo endured it with great patience, counting the minutes until she could go home. When Rujing praised her for always going home on time and not being greedy for play, Qinbo returned home feeling tired inside and began practicing advanced yoga in the courtyard to keep her body flexible. Before dinner, the family shop was always busy, so no one disturbed her. After dinner, she read for a while in her room. As a child, she went to bed early, combining rest with quiet meditation. At her current stage of training, she focused on stabilizing her progress and didn't push herself too hard. She let things develop naturally. Time passed quickly, and soon it was New Year. This year, the Qin family was especially lively. There were more people now. The New Year's Eve on the Xingyan continent was similar to that on Earth, with a big family feast. However, people here didn't stay up late that night because all the celebrations took place during the first 7 days of the new year. On New Year's Eve, Qin Feihu announced some news. After the holiday, the school would start enrolling new students. Qin Bo and Shui Jingjing would both attend Galaxy Primary School. Qin Xuanji immediately asked, after the new year, "My little sister will only be 4 years old. Isn't the school age 5? Qin Feihu proudly replied, after the new year, Shabo will be 4 years and 2 months old. I asked the Shui family. Her learning progress is the same as Jingjing's, so she can start school early. The school agreed, and it's good for them to have each other as company. After hearing this, everyone was satisfied and didn't ask further questions. Qin Xianhua leaned close to Qinbo's ear and whispered, Xiaobo, hurry and eat. We'll go set off fireworks later. I'm telling you, the City of Starlight is the liveliest place on the whole continent, and there are so many fun things to do. Qin Xuanji argued, the liveliest place on the continent is Minghai Bay. Qin Xianhua laughed. All right, it's Minghai Bay. But Xiaobo, our place is really fun too. You must get up early tomorrow. After dinner, the Qin family went out to set off fireworks. Because of the magic added to them, the fireworks here were even more colorful and dazzling than those on Earth, with beautiful music effects. Qinbo's favorite was a kind called falling stars. When it was lit, countless stars seemed to fall from the sky, their soft light landing gently in people's arms. It was breathtakingly beautiful. The Xingyan continent was surrounded by the sea and had a pleasant climate. Even though the new year came in winter, it was never too cold. With magical accessories that kept people warm, everyone dressed in bright, festive clothes, showing off their beauty and style. Early in the morning, Qinbo's door was kicked open by Qin Xianhua. She had been taking a nap after practicing late into the night and had just fallen back asleep when the door burst open. Qin Xianhua wore a bright red dress that reached her knees, with matching red pants, a white belt, and white boots. Her outfit was embroidered with delicate patterns, and the collar and cuffs were trimmed with soft white fur. Small bells and crystals hung from her belt, jingling as she moved. She looked full of energy and charm. What a lively little beauty! Qinbo was in a great mood and was just about to speak when the door was pushed open again. Qin Xiankong rushed in, calling, Shabo, are you up yet? Qin Xuanji followed right behind him. Qinbo's eyes lit up. two handsome boys. Qin Xuanji wore a white robe with a golden belt, faint wave-like patterns on the fabric, and golden embroidery on the cuffs. He stood tall and graceful. Qin Xiankong wore a lake blue warrior outfit with a dark blue belt and long boots, looking strong and confident. Still, no matter how handsome they were, it didn't excuse them for barging into a lady's room so early in the morning.
Chimbo pouted.
Bad brothers. You're peeking at me while I'm getting dressed. Qin Xuanji's mouth twitched. Xiaobo, you're only 4 years old. And we didn't peek at you. Qinbo turned her head away. True, they didn't peek, they just looked openly. So what if I'm 4? I'm still a girl. Seeing that she still refused to get up, Qin Xianyuan nudged Qin Xiankong. All right, you two go out first. I'll help Xiaobo get dressed. Qin Xiankong nodded. Xiaobo, hurry up. We'll wait for you in the dining room. After Qin Xianyue and the others left, she opened the wardrobe and started searching. Xiaobo, where did Mom put your new clothes? Why didn't you take them out? Qinbo sat up, wrapped in a blanket. Didn't I wear the new clothes yesterday? I left them on the chair. Without turning around, Qin Xianyue kept rummaging. Are you only going to wear one new outfit for the new year? Mom prepared 3 sets for each of us. Found it. Smiling, she pulled out a light purple dress and another one in pale green with yellow flower embroidery. Let's wear the purple one today. Qinbo looked at herself in the mirror, speechless. Why did she have to look so dreamy? The light purple dress looked like something a princess would wear, with soft white fabric wrapped around her arms and tiny pink flowers decorating the hem. Her long black hair was half tied up, the rest flowing down her back. The most frustrating part was the pair of fluffy cat ears fixed on her head. Sis, why do I have to wear cat ears? Qinbo widened her eyes, hoping to look pitiful enough for Qin Xianyue to take them off. Xiaobo, you're so adorable. Qin Xianyue exclaimed, rubbing her little sister's cheeks with shining eyes, completely ignoring her protest. Qinbo lowered her head helplessly and followed her sister out. On the way, Qin Xianyue kept pinching her cheeks, and by the time they reached the dining room, Qinbo's face was bright red.
Wow.
As soon as Qinbo appeared, everyone in the dining room gasped in admiration. So cute. Qin Feihu laughed proudly. I told you this outfit looked great. Isn't my Xiaobo adorable? He picked her up and gave her a big kiss. Qinbo quickly covered her face. It's red. It hurts. Sister pinched me. She complained. Oh, Xiaobo looks so lovely today, Qin Xiaoqin said, hugging her and kissing her twice, not listening to her at all. Qin Xiankong stood on tiptoe, reaching out. I want to kiss her too. Me too. Poor Qinbo was passed around like a little star, her face covered with kisses. Even Qin Xuanji joined in and kissed her a few times. Finally, Qin Xiaoqian shouted, if we don't eat now, we'll miss the parade. Only then did everyone sit down to eat. Because of her special condition, Qinbo's body recovered quickly. After the meal, her face was soft and fair again. Before the 6 members of the Qin family left home, Qin Xiaoqian put a warming necklace on Qinbo. The red crystal gave off gentle heat, keeping the cold wind away. Just as the Qin family stepped outside, they met the Xue family of 4. The 2 families greeted each other warmly. When Qinbo saw what Xue Jingjing was wearing, his eyes nearly popped out. Xue Jingjing was dressed in a white, fitted long dress, with a pair of fox ears on her head. Behind her, there was a small opening in the dress, and a fluffy fox tail hung down from it. Jingjing. You, Qinbo pointed at her tail, too shocked to speak. Looks nice, right? Xue Jingjing said proudly, swaying her tail from side to side. My mom made a special potion. The ears and tail are real for today. It lasts all day. Do you want to try it? And no, thank you. Qinbo shook his head quickly, looking nervous. Don't be shy. It's hard to make, but since it's New Year's Day, Mom won't mind sharing. Xue Jingjing smiled warmly. Really, no need. My clothes don't have an opening for a tail, Qinbo said, waving his hands frantically. You're right. A tail wouldn't match your outfit anyway. Xue Jingjing finally gave up, and Qinbo sighed in relief. The adults from both families laughed. Shui Baisong said, "Let's get going. Even though we reserved seats at the square, it's better to arrive early. Once the crowd gathers, it'll be hard to move." The group headed toward the square. Along the way, Qin Bo learned that on the Nebulous Sea continent, the New Year celebrations lasted 7 days. The first day was the parade, the second was the visiting day, the third was the music and dance day, the fourth was the food festival, the fifth was the carnival, the sixth was the couple's day, and the seventh was the harvest festival. Today was the first day of the new year. In the city of Starlight, a grand parade was being held. Colorful floats and performance teams entered from the East Gate, performed at Starlight Square, and then continued west through the city. Shui Baisong had reserved seats for both families, so they needed to arrive early. Starlight Square was packed with people. Tall stands had been set up on the north and south sides, already filled with spectators. A floating platform hovered in the air above the center of the square, where a host was loudly introducing the parade teams. The Qin and Shui families found their seats. Though they were a bit far from the center, their seats were high up, almost level with the floating platform. Qin Xuanji handed over a thin crystal lens. At the beginning, both the high priest and the young priest will appear. Use this to see more clearly.
Oh.
Qin Bo took the lens. On the floating stage, the host was enthusiastically introducing the government's float, the school's float, and the noble family's floats. More and more people filled the square, and the front rows of the VIP seats were almost full. Just then, a clear and bright melody began to play, and the square instantly fell silent. The host shouted excitedly, "The New Year celebration is about to begin. Everyone, please welcome the Starshine High Priest." A flash of light appeared, and 4 figures emerged on the floating platform. One of them was an elderly man with white hair and beard, dressed in a deep blue mage's robe that shimmered with tiny starlights. He was the Starshine High Priest. Thunderous cheers erupted around them as the crowd shouted in unison, "Starshine High Priest! Starshine High Priest!" The sound was deafening. Qin Bo covered her ears. It was too loud. Qin Xianyue and Qin Xiankong had already jumped up from their seats, screaming with excitement. Qin Xuanji's face was flushed as he joined in the shouting. Shui Jingjing clutched Qin Bo's arm tightly, shouting with joy. What a wild display of personal worship, Qin Bo thought. Her ears were ringing so much she could barely hear. Then a soft chant began, and the noise around her faded, as if separated by a wall. Qin Bo turned to see Wen Rujing smiling at her. "Feeling better?" "It really is noisy," she said, glancing toward the floating stage. "The high priests are the guardians of the Nebulous Sea continent. They have kept us safe from war, disease, and poverty. They taught us strength, independence, and dignity. They are our divine protectors." Indeed, the Golden Age was born under the protection of these divine beings. The 3 high priests were clearly their messengers. But Qin Bo thought of how the Golden Age had ended, with the complete extinction of that civilization, leaving no trace behind. What could have made the gods abandon them so completely? Wen Rujing smiled proudly. "You and Jingjing will definitely go to the Starry Sky Academy one day. For now, take a good look at the ones who will guide your future." Yes, what was there to worry about? Qin Bo lifted the crystal lens. At least she was living in the Golden Age, an era still blessed by the gods. When the first float entered the square, the Starshine High Priest had already left. Again, a flash of white light, and he was gone. No one seemed surprised. It must have always been this way. Qin Bo thought with a hint of irony, appearing once a year for 700 years. No wonder he leaves early. The remaining 3 lesser priests were clearly not as lucky. 2 men and 1 woman stayed quietly on the floating viewing platform to watch the performance. The first parade was the city float of Starshine Capital, prepared by the ruling center, with a magnificent lineup. Next was the Starry Sky Academy float, filled with handsome young men and women, very eye-catching. Then came floats from various folk organizations, like the Alchemist Guild, Medical Alliance, Craftsman Association, Mage Society, Adventurers Guild, and others. There were also floats from noble families. The most impressive was the Mage Society float, surrounded by colorful clouds, with music playing and flowers blooming in the air, then quickly fading away. Truly magical. The most fun was the Adventurers Guild float, crowded with strange-looking people performing difficult stunts, like a circus show. By the time the event ended, it was already afternoon. For lunch, when Rujing prepared food stored in a thermal container inside a space storage device, a small bag that can hold countless items. It contained alchemy products, which are very expensive. Qinbo was very jealous. When Rujing said hers was not that special. A good space storage device can hold as much as a house. It also looks nice with necklaces, earrings, rings, and more. But such devices are luxury items that most people cannot afford. Qinbo remembered what the beginner's guide said. Once reaching the tribulation stage, one can have a personal space. Indeed, there is always someone stronger. As night fell, fireworks lit up the sky. According to tradition, celebrations would last until late at night. The children, exhausted, went home early to rest. Tomorrow was the sightseeing day. Qin Xianyu and the others had applied and were approved to visit the Starshine Tower. They must not be late. Qinbo, going with the flow, said he was tired and went to his room after dinner to sleep. As usual, he woke up in the middle of the night. The celebration had ended, and the city was quiet. Qinbo finished his physical training in the courtyard, then climbed to the top of a big tree to look into the distance. A powerful spiritual energy emanated from the distant Starshine Tower, sweeping over the city slowly. Qinbo focused and began practicing. At the top of the tower, the high priest opened his eyes. Found it. A cheerful bird's call woke Qinbo from his dream. He had been in a great state yesterday. After running for a few laps, he entered a state of no-self for the first time. This marked that Qinbo had reached the mid-stage of rotation illumination, using meditation instead of sleep, greatly speeding up his cultivation. Feeling very happy, Qinbo climbed down the tree. He tiptoed back to his room and lay down on the bed, pretending to sleep. Sure enough, before long, Qin Xianyu came in to remind her to get up. The second day of the new year is a visiting day. On this day, people can line up to visit various government offices, the political hall, Starry Sky Academy, and other social places. All students over 10 years old can apply in advance to visit the Starry Shine Tower. The approval is given by the young priest. Each year, a different group is chosen, so everyone has a chance once in their life. The Starry Shine Tower is the home of the High Priest and has 17 floors. Visitors can see floors 1 to 10. The Cloud Silence Tower and the Sea Condensation Tower follow the same rules. This year, the Qin family's 3 siblings all managed to get their applications approved. Early in the morning, Qin Xianyu proudly and a little apologetically announced that Qinbo would go alone this morning. Because he is younger, Qin Feihu will take the 3 children to visit the Starry Shine Tower and pick them up afterward. Qin Xiaoqian needs to take care of the shop. During the new year, many customers come, and most employees are on leave to go home. For these reasons, Qinbo was sent to the Shui family. Shui Boxong is taking Shui Jingjing to visit the political hall today. Qinbo wore a long pink-green dress embroidered with yellow flowers, with a light yellow silk ribbon tied on his head. His cat ears were finally removed. Shui Jingjing changed into a rabbit costume, with long ears and red eyes. She also grabbed Qinbo's hand and put it into her pink skirt, making him touch her small tail. Qinbo looked embarrassed. She was a real bunny girl. The political hall is a half-sphere building located in the city's main park. The greenery on the Cloud Sea continent is very lush, and the entire administrative center is hidden among trees and flowers. The visit is actually to see the whole administrative center, but the political hall is the most famous part. Every year on the night of the carnival day, there is a grand costume ball here. The hall has no columns, and the hemispherical roof has many transparent skylights. Sunlight streams in and rays, casting a golden glow over the hall. Around the hall are 72 seats, arranged around a floating platform in the center. The whole hall is solemn and majestic. Qinbo held Shui Jingjing's hand to prevent her from getting lost. The number of visitors is limited. For each person who leaves, another can come in. So, Even though the line is long, the hall isn't crowded. After visiting the political hall and seeing Shui Boxong's usual workplace, Shui Jingjing was a bit tired and didn't want to walk anymore. Qin Bo also lost interest. At first, it was exciting, but after seeing it many times, it became dull. Waterbo Song found a quiet spot with few people and sat down to rest while going to buy some food. Qin Bo sat on a stone nearby. The area was quite remote, so they could only sit on stones. The benches in the rest area were already full of people. Crystal Jing leaned on Qin Bo. Dad is so careless. If Mom were here, she would have brought some snacks. Qin Bo comforted her. That's because you didn't eat enough breakfast. Actually, we could go back now. Crystal Jing pouted.
No.
I'm tired and can't walk anymore. What a spoiled girl. Qin Bo wasn't tired. After all, he was in the middle of a rotation and exercised often. This was nothing for him. A man's voice came from above them. Little sister, your bunny costume looks so cute. Qin Bo had already noticed someone approaching. But since the area was safe and the people kind, he didn't bother to pay attention. Unexpectedly, the man started talking to them. A well-dressed man, about 30 years old, was smiling at them. He bent down and asked Crystal Jing, your ears are long and your eyes are red, but why don't you have a tail? Naively, Crystal Jing answered, I do, right here. She lifted her little skirt and stuck out her small bottom. Her fluffy short tail looked like a tiny white ball, poking out of her pink underwear. She proudly said, if you don't believe me, you can touch it. The man's eyes widened, and he reached out his big hand to touch her little bottom. Before he could, Qin Bo quickly pulled Crystal Jing back and looked coldly at the man's empty hand. The man's eyes flickered, and he smiled again. You can't touch it? Maybe it's fake. It's real. Crystal Jing tried to lift her skirt again. Qin Bo almost spat blood. That was clearly a strange uncle. He grabbed her hand and pulled her behind him, facing the man, and sweetly asked, Uncle, why do you want to touch Jingjing's bottom? Qin Bo's voice was loud, startling the man. Seeing no one around, he relaxed slightly and whispered, I just wanted to see if the tail is real. Whether the tail is real or not is none of your business. You uniform-obsessed person. Qin Bo just wanted to curse. But he kept a naive smile and said, I saw it. You wanted to touch Jingjing's bottom. This time, his voice was even louder. The man finally couldn't hold back. His face changed, and he pushed Qin Bo angrily, shouting, You brat. Get lost. He quickly grabbed Shui Jinging and reached out to pull her skirt. Shui Jinging burst into loud tears, and the man quickly covered her mouth with his hand. Qin Bo took the opportunity to hold the man's thigh and bit down hard. Ah, he shouted in pain, and his thigh bled. The man pushed Shui Jinging away and lunged at Qin Bo. Qin Bo turned and ran, finally bumping into a kind police officer. The city security team responded quickly. Upon hearing the noise, they rushed to the scene. Team leader Maieruo immediately grabbed the limping, bleeding man without saying a word. The other team members helped Qin Bo and Shui Jinging and took them to the security office. At the security office, Maieruo began questioning. The man babbled nonsense, claiming Qin Bo had bitten him without reason. Shui Jinging was crying, and Qin Bo kept gagging. It was so disgusting. Qin Bo was only as tall as the man's thigh, and to attack effectively, she bit the inside of his thigh. The skin there was soft and easy to bite. Since the man was wearing little clothing, the injury was serious. But what made Qin Bo even more disgusted was that some of the man's features showed signs of excitement just moments ago. At this time, Shui Busong arrived. He firmly refused to believe what the man said. As they argued, a gentle voice interrupted them. What's all this noise about? A woman in a light purple robe stepped inside, elegant and beautiful. A master. A very skilled master. Qin Bo immediately stopped gagging. She recognized her as the only female priestess from yesterday's floating platform. Everyone bowed and said in unison, Hello, young priestess Sang Luo. After asking about the situation, Sang Luo smiled knowingly. This is easy to solve. Let's go to the scene and review what happened. The man immediately collapsed to the ground. Maieruo pulled him up and thanked Sang Luo. Thank you so much, young priestess Sang. But He kept a firm grip on the man as he led him out the door. They arrived at the scene of the incident. Shui Jinging, no longer crying from excitement, looked at Sang Luo with admiration and kept asking, "Xuanbo, am I dreaming?" Qin Bo glared at her angrily. So embarrassing. Shui Jinging didn't seem to mind and said casually, "I've heard that the priestess has a magic called time reversal. It can replay events that happened at the same place a short time ago. I never thought I'd see it today." Qin Bo was very angry. "Big sister, all of this is just embarrassing for us, okay?" In a quiet corner, the crowd had been cleared out. Security officers formed a circle, and Sang Luo began her spell. Soon, shadows covered the scene, and two figures gradually appeared, Qin Bo and Crystal Jing.
Sang Luo timed her spell perfectly.
In the shadow, Crystal Jing was complaining to Qin Bo about her father. Thanks to the magic of the little priest, everything from images to sound effects was perfect. The strange uncle appeared right on time, saying exactly the same words as before. Mia Luo immediately increased her strength. When the shadowed Crystal Jing lifted her skirt and stuck out her little bottom, everyone couldn't help but laugh. Shui Bosong's face turned pale. Finally, the scene reached its climax. The strange uncle looked fierce, and Qin Bo bravely bit him.
Wow.
"Xian Bo, you're so brave." Crystal Jing completely forgot her fear and cheered for her friend's courage. Qin Bo let out a weak groan. "Oh no, I'm so embarrassed." Because the security team was standing in a circle, several people at different angles saw the strange uncle's situation clearly. Even Sang Luo couldn't help but turn her face away, her shoulders trembling slightly. "You beast." Mia Luo kicked the man hard and took him back for questioning. Sang Luo smiled at Qin Bo and said, "Little girl, you're very brave." "Oh no, I've made a big mistake." Qin Bo pretended to look sad. "He's a bad person." "Yes. Bad people should be taught a lesson." Sang Luo's smile was obvious in her eyes. She took out 2 sparkling crystal roses. "Here to calm your nerves. I invite you to the costume ball on Carnival Day." "Really?" Crystal Jing exclaimed happily. Shui Bosong kept thanking Sang Luo, his face showing excitement that couldn't be hidden. "You're welcome." Sang Luo walked away. Crystal Jing looked at her with admiration and said firmly, "I will definitely get into the Bright Division of the Starry Sky Academy and learn from the little priest." On the 5th day of the new year, there was a big celebration. It followed the 3rd day's singing and dancing festival and the 4th day's food festival. On this day, people weren't allowed to go out without dressing up in strange costumes, and at least they had to wear masks. Of course, the more enthusiastic people went all out. Flying in the sky, running on the ground, swimming in the water, trees, flowers, mythical monsters. Everything was there. With magic mixed in, there was nothing you couldn't do, only things you couldn't imagine. On the night of the festival, there were dances everywhere on the streets. People sang and danced happily. Each city held an official costume ball. The costume ball in the City of Stars was held in the political hall. Invitations were crystal roses. The event was very social, and attending the dance in the hall was a sign of status. Because of this, the Water and Qin families had been very busy these days. When Rujing kept working on potions to give the two the best looks, Qin Xiaoqian was running around asking for help to make clothes, trying to dress them beautifully. Shui Baisong was busy teaching them social manners, and Qin Feihu also taught them some self-defense moves. Qin Xianyue and her brother kept nagging Qin Bo, jealous of her good luck. On the day of singing, dancing, and delicious food, everyone was a bit distracted. On the 5th day of the new year, Qin Xiaoqian and Qin Xianyue rushed into Qin Bo's room early in the morning.
Qin Bo weakly groaned, "Mom."
"Big sister, the dance is tonight, okay?" Recently, Qin Bo had been overwhelmed by Wen Rujing's experiments with potions, almost losing her spiritual energy. Qin Xianyue glared and said, "Do you know? Tonight, you could meet the 3 young priests. 3 young priests. You can talk to them face to face. How can you not dress up properly?" Qin Bo looked sad and said, "Big sister, have you gone crazy? Do you think a 4-year-old child has anything to dress up for? Do you think the young priests would like me? Anyway, I was still dragged up against my will." Qin Shaoqian skillfully braided many small braids into her hair and decorated them with a few fresh flowers. Then she took out a light silk fairy dress. Qin Bo was shocked, Mom. It's winter now. I'll freeze to death. Don't worry, little Bo. Qin Shaoqian took out a crystal rose, which was worn as a necklace. The magic stored in this rose will keep you warm all winter. The necklace has a constant temperature spell, so don't worry. Qin Bo had no choice but to wear the silk dress and the crystal rose. Qin Xianyue excitedly handed her a bottle of potion. This is Aunt Wen's latest brew. Drink it quickly, and let me see the effect. Qin Bo obediently drank the potion. Luckily, there were only 2 days left. When Rujing was too enthusiastic, she only mentioned wanting to dress up as a legendary flower fairy from Earth, transparent wings, light silk dress, and floral decorations. When Rujing was so excited when she heard this, saying it was a new idea. Then she spent day and night researching potions, and Qin Bo underwent countless human experiments. A warm flow surged up Qin Bo's back shoulder blades. Oh my! It still hurt so much. Qin Bo clenched her teeth as the hot stream continuously hit her back. From behind her, a pair of light, transparent butterfly-shaped wings grew out. The veins were clear, and a faint glow flickered. Qin Xianyu screamed, "Amazing! These are perfect wings." Qin Bo asked, "Has no one ever dressed like this before?" Qin Xianyu shook her head. "No, but I'm sure after tonight, it will become a new trend. Aunt Wen's formula can make a lot of money." "No, I want to pre-order a few bottles." Due to cultural differences, Qin Bo wanted to say more. Suddenly, with a bang, the door was pushed open. Qin Xiankong ran in. "Uncle Shui's family has arrived."
Wow.
"Xiao Bo, you look so beautiful today." Another shock from Earth culture. Qin Xiaoqian quickly led everyone to the main hall to greet the guests. In the hall, Shui Baisong's family was talking with Qin Feihu. From afar, Qin Bo also saw the equally dazzling Crystal Jing. Crystal Jing was shaped like a peacock, wearing a colorful feathered long dress, a feather crown on her head, and a pair of colorful wings on her back. After these 2 days of learning, Qin Bo knew that making such detailed, rich, and shimmering feathers and wings required very advanced potion-making skills. Natural peacock feathers are uneven, but Crystal Jing's outfit was definitely at the level of a peacock king. Crystal Jing also saw Qin Bo. "Xianbo, you look so beautiful today." After the wing improvements, they look much better. Qin Bo also returned the compliment. "Thank you, Jing Jing. You look very beautiful today too. You're like a peacock princess." The two children complimented each other and then greeted their parents. When Ru Jing took out a small bottle, opened it, turned it upside down, and sprinkled the contents onto Qin Bo's wings. "There, give your wings a flap and see. Can wings flap?" Qin Bo looked at Wen Ru Jing in surprise. Crystal Jing smiled. "Xianbo, don't you know? Wings are supposed to be able to fly. How can they fly if they don't flap?" Really, now Qin Bo was no longer calm. "Flying? What a concept!" Qin Xianji, who had been silent, finally spoke. "Wings that can't fly are just for looking good. Are they pretty?" Qin Bo was speechless. "I just thought they looked nice." Qin Xianyu explained to Qin Bo, "The flying potion is made so you can actually fly." A surprising event happened again. When Ruqing took out a bottle of potion and handed it to Qin Feihu. Qin Feihu tilted his head back and drank it. As Qin Bo opened her mouth wide, a pair of eagle wings appeared on her back.
Dead. Qin Bo stammered.
She suddenly realized her mind wasn't enough. What's going on now? Are wings popular this year? Qin Feihu happily patted his wings. He then said seriously to Qin Bo and Jingjing, "Listen carefully. The flying potion was originally developed for travel, adventure, outdoor work, and even war. In peaceful times, it has become more of a decoration. But no matter what, if you have wings, you must learn to fly in the air. You're young and don't have much martial skill or magic power. I don't expect you to fly for a long time, but you should learn the basic skills." Everyone went to the training ground in the yard. Qin Feihu first explained some points to watch out for, then started the first exercise, flapping wings. You can't flap your wings randomly. There should be a rhythm, direction, and curve. Different situations require different flapping methods, like turning or diving. Using crystal wings is quite complicated. Controlling airflow, changing direction, and more. After Qin Feihu demonstrated, he let her practice on her own. Then he walked over to Qin Bo and sighed deeply. Insect wings. Light and agile, able to change direction quickly during high-speed flight and stop instantly when rushing. They can stay suspended in midair for a long time. Their advantages are unmatched. But very few people can use them because they require strong magic power to support the wings and excellent martial skills to control them. You're a child, with a light body. Even Antwen's magic potion only lets you fly for a little while to play. His tone was quite regretful. Qin Bo blinked and asked, "Can I fly now?" Qin Feihu said, "Flap your wings and try to lift off, but only until the magic potion runs out. In other words, don't expect to fly for long." Qin Bo was speechless. Aren't her wings just for looking pretty? She drooped her head and flapped her wings, and a shower of sparkling light fell down. When Rujing added, "You need to watch out at all times. When the light points decrease, it means the potion is almost finished." Qin Bo looked enviously at Jingjing, who was already in the air, learning to control her wings under Qin Feihu's guidance. After thinking for a moment, she decided to go for it. She flapped her wings and took off into the air. A cool breeze brushed her face as her feet gradually lifted off the ground. Qin Bo's true energy flows within her, making her wings become more agile and strong. Steadily, she is carried high into the sky. Qin Bo feels happy and calms her mind. She slowly descends to the ground, staying quiet and calm. Qin Xianyu steps forward and asks, "Does flying feel good?" "Little Bo, you should practice your martial skills and fly with wings." "I plan to take the flying test after I turn 15. Qin Xianji sneers. "Stop dreaming. First, can you even cultivate innate true energy to take the flying test? And do you have enough money to buy practice pills?" Qin Xianyu is unhappy. "So, you think you can become a pill master like Antwen?" "I think your talent is not as good as Jingjing's." This makes Qin Xianji angry too. "Even if I'm not as good, I'm still better than you. I can't even beat my own little brother." Oh no, Qin Bo feels headache from listening to the arguing. It's embarrassing. Qin Xiao Qian kicks Qin Xian Kong over to stop the fight and says to Enru Jing, "Your two daughters are better. Why did I give birth to these troublemakers?" When Ru Jing smiles. Xian Bo is very good. Shui Bai Song looks at the situation and steps in to stop the fight. He takes a few children out to play in the street. Qin Xiao Qian and when Ru Jing go to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Qin Bo finds a corner and secretly practices. She doesn't dare fly high, just repeatedly flying up and down in the air. Night falls, and the streets are brightly lit. The celebration reaches its peak. Everywhere in the square and on the streets, people are singing and dancing happily. Luxurious carriages pass by one after another, heading toward the political center. The political center is quiet now, no longer noisy like during the day. A brightly lit road leads quietly to tonight's grand event. Only the sound of horse hooves can be heard. Qin Feihu drives his plain carriage, feeling uneasy. He's never been to the political center at night. It looks completely different from daytime. There are only two invitations, one for Qin Bo and one for Shui Jingjing, aged 4 and 5. Although they are smart and clever, they come from an ordinary family. He decides to pick them up early and take them home. In the carriage, Shui Bai Song shares the same worry. He isn't as optimistic as his wife. When Ru Jing has high talent since childhood. As a level 6 mage, everyone treats her with respect. But he only has level 2 martial skills. As an ordinary person, he has experienced many hardships. The Qin family is also an ordinary family. Qin Feihu has only managed to cultivate innate true energy, but cannot progress further. Qin Xiankong's talent is okay, but he is only 10 years old now. The twin dragons and phoenixes, however, both need constant hard practice to improve their skills. Jingjing and Xuanhua are two children whose mother said have very high magical talent. If someone notices them, Shui Song sighed again, hoping everything goes smoothly tonight. No matter how long the road, it will eventually end. The political hall, with its noble and beautiful appearance, welcomes tonight's distinguished guests. Qin Feihu parked his carriage in the corner, holding his children with Shui Buisong, and they headed toward the main door. Before reaching the door, a man approached. He looked to be about 40, dressed in a black suit. He was walking with a small boy, about 6 or 7 years old, dressed like a little tiger, with a yellow and black tail standing behind him. Your Excellency the Governor. Good evening. Shui Buisong immediately recognized the visitor. The man bowed politely. No need to be so formal, Steward Shueibua. Miss Sang, the priestess, said she invited 2 young guests tonight, and one of them is your daughter. May I ask which one? Shui Buisong quickly pulled over Jingjing. This is my daughter, Jingjing. Jingjing, this is the highest governor of the Starshine capital, Lord Lu Wenyan. Jingjing bowed. Good evening, Lord Lu. Lu Wenyan returned the bow and took the small boy beside him, saying, This is my youngest son, Lu Sanmu. He is 6 years old. Tonight, he will host the 2 young guests. Then he looked at Qin Bo. Is this the brave little girl? Qin Bo blushed and hurriedly bowed. I am Qin Xuanbua. Good evening, Lord Lu. Shui Buisong quickly introduced Qin Feihu. Then everyone exchanged bows and greetings. The 3 children had the hardest time. They not only had to bow to the adults but also greet each other. After a complicated series of greeting rituals, everyone secretly wiped their sweat. Lu Wenyan spoke up. I'll take the children tonight. After the dance, I will send them back. Shui Buisong tried to refuse, but Lu Wenyan insisted. Shui Buisong kept declining, but Lu Wenyan persisted. After some back and forth, Qin Feihu finally couldn't take it anymore. He secretly tugged Shui Buisong's sleeve. They stopped talking and exchanged a few words of gratitude, then gave some instructions to the children before leaving with peace of mind. Qin Feihu wiped the sweat from his forehead. This is so exhausting. Is this how high society is? Shui Buisong smiled. More or less. Magicians and warriors are much more relaxed, but their ranks are even stricter. He thought for a moment and decided to overlook Qin Bo's talent issue. The road ahead is still long. Lu Wenyan took the 3 children into the hall, briefly explained a few things to Lu Sanmu, and then left. As soon as he left, the atmosphere immediately became lively. Lu Sanmu was very familiar with the place. He enthusiastically led his new friends to the dining area, grabbed lots of food, and then found a quiet corner to sit down. The 3 children started eating and drinking happily.
See?
This spot is great. We can see the whole hall, but others can't easily notice us. This is my special seat. Lu Sanmu proudly showed off. Awesome. You're so clever, Qin Bo cheerfully praised. Kids need lots of encouragement. Sure enough, Lu Sanmu received admiration from the little girl and opened up completely. The dance party, I come every year. Honestly, it's not that interesting, mostly the same old faces. But there's plenty of good food. Look, this is rose syrup. You can only drink it here today. Really? Crystal Jing carefully took a sip.
Wow.
It's so tasty. Xianbo, you should try it. Qinbo also took a sip of the pink liquid. It was cool and sweet, with a nice flavor. The most amazing part was that it had a faint spiritual energy floating inside. Truly a good thing.
See?
Told you. Lu Sanmu recommended more food, but none of it had any spiritual energy. The 3 kids happily ate and drank. That night, the main hall's seating and floating platforms from the daytime had been removed. The ceiling sparkled with stars, casting colorful light, while silk drapes hanging in midair reflected a dreamy glow. The center of the hall was turned into a dance floor. The guests were all dressed in formal clothes and wearing masks. It wasn't as lively as the street outside. When guests greeted each other, they would take off their masks, and many simply held them in their hands afterward. This is so boring. It's way more fun outside, Crystal Jing said disappointedly. The novelty had worn off, and the kids' playful side took over. Exactly, Lu Sanmu agreed. Fools are the only ones who like coming here. My mom and brother went out to the street to play. If it weren't for you guys coming this year, I'd have gone too. Qinbo looked at Lu Sanmu with sympathy. Clearly, this was a social event, not a dance party for fun. Shang Luo even used this as a way to make up for something. He felt he was missing out. Feeling very bored, they just watched the people. At the door, a young man and woman entered. The woman was beautiful, and the man was handsome. They took off their masks and greeted the people they met. Those are Qianyuan Qingjiang and Qianyuan Ingjiang from the Qianyuan family, Lu Samu explained quietly. The Qianyuan family is said to be the strongest on the continent. They have countless high-level magicians and innate martial masters. Qianyuan Ingjiang smiled and greeted a confident-looking man. That's Shilin Guangqing from the Shilin family. I heard his innate energy has reached the 4th level, Lu Samu continued. The Shilin family claims to be the best in martial arts, but that's just boasting. The Xianming family simply doesn't bother to argue with them. It was clear Lu Samu didn't like the Shilin family much. The Xianming family. Qin Bo felt a sudden shock in his heart. It was the emotion of the lingering soul within him. Trying not to show it, he asked calmly, "Are they powerful?" Lu Samu spoke eagerly. "There are 7 great families. Qianyuan ranks first. The Shilin family produces many martial masters. 700 years ago, their country was known for its love of war. The Wei family is skilled in mechanisms and forging. The Fan family is good at organizing adventure groups, and their women are famous across the continent for their beauty. The Jin family specializes in intelligence and espionage, very secretive. But the most mysterious of all are the Xianming and Xiangxue families. Xianming. Xiangxue, the lingering soul grew too excited, and Qin Bo struggled to keep it under control. He silently tried to calm it down. "Sister, stay calm, stay calm." Shui Jingjing, curious, asked, "Did those 2 families come tonight?" "No," Lu Samu said, showing off his knowledge. "You all know the 7 great families were once 7 nations 700 years ago, right? One of those nations was completely destroyed in war. The Xian kingdom, however, split into 2 great families, the royal Xianming clan and the guardian Xiangxue clan. The Xianming family excelled in battle and martial arts. Their members carry the surname Xian. Only those who reach the 7th level of innate energy and become chaos martial masters can take the full name Xianming. The Xiangxue family, whose members bear the surname Xiang, practice witchcraft and magic. Likewise, only those who reach the 7th level of magical power and become special magisters can take the name Xiangxue."
Wow.
"That's so mysterious," Shui Jingjing exclaimed, eyes wide. "So there must be many powerful people." "Yes. And the most mysterious thing is this. All who bear the name Xianming are men, and all who bear the name Xiangxue are women," Lu Samu revealed. "I heard from my brother that the 2 families have intermarried for generations. Since 700 years ago, their descendants can freely choose which surname to take. The family's martial arts can only be practiced by men, and the family's magic can only be learned by women. Those who don't follow this tradition can only study the common martial arts and magic of the continent. Such mystery." Crystal Jing happily sipped her rose syrup. She enjoyed listening to this gossip very much. Lu Samu added more firewood. "They rarely marry outsiders. I heard that when they were very young, they were paired off one by one. Double cultivation. That's because they practice double cultivation," the residual soul shouted. Qin Bo kept comforting her. "Big sister, double cultivation is just double cultivation. It's not a big deal. If there's a chance, I'll take you to see it. I can get you a few if you want. For now, since I'm only 4 years old, please be quiet." Lu Samu and Crystal Jing started discussing the ranking system of the Nebula Sea continent. Martial arts start at levels 1, 2, 3, and 4, called martial masters. After level 4, breaking through to develop innate true energy, called innate martial masters. Innate true energy has 7 levels. After reaching the peak of level 7, one can break through to the chaos realm, called chaos martial masters. They can transform and gain various divine powers, like forging magic tools or flying with blades. Qin Bo thought, "Isn't this like entering the Tao through martial arts and establishing a foundation?" Magic cultivation is divided into beginner mages, with magic power levels 1 and 2, intermediate mages, levels 3 and 4, advanced mages, levels 5 and 6. Beyond that, There is also transformation, becoming a top-tier mage with levels 7 and 8, which also signifies successful foundation building. Qinbo sighed. Even such poor cultivation methods can reach foundation building. That's impressive. But unfortunately, there's no higher level after that. The Golden Core stage has few sacrifices. The Great Sacrifice should be the nascent soul stage. The continent's current state is deliberately maintained. My own cultivation method is even more special, no typical foundation or Golden Core stages. It's a completely different path. I must be more careful. I need to hide more and stay low profile. A slender finger waved in front of Qinbo, and a pleasant male voice sounded. Little sister, your wings are very beautiful. Can you fly? The speaker was a tall man dressed in a tight black formal suit. He smiled, with very lively eyes. He had a perfect figure, a deep, pleasant voice. Not handsome, but very comfortable to look at. Qinbo's heart roared loudly. Crystal Jing looked at the visitor with caution, her face guarded. What a stylish man. Qinbo, a member of the Body Association, judged that this man was not a bad person. Sure enough, Lu Sanmu greeted the visitor. Uncle Jin Cheng. I knew only you would come to this corner. Jin Cheng chuckled and squatted down. Because I like children, he gently stroked Qinbo's wings. Butterfly wings, it is still transparent. Can you fly? The wings fluttered gently, very sensitive. Jin Cheng seems afraid of disturbing something and softly says, Look, it can't wait anymore. Do you really want to try? Qinbo feels embarrassed. Why does this sound so flirtatious? Uncle, are you sure you're not teasing me? Lu Sama cheers. Xuanbua, hurry up and go. Flying with insect wings, the Jin family is second, and no one dares to be first. The Jin family. Flying? And the man in front of her. Qinbo's heart starts to itch. Jin Cheng stands up and looks at her with a smile, silent. Giving it a try, Qinbo can't resist the temptation and makes a bold decision. Clenching her teeth, she follows the tall, strange Uncle Jin Cheng out of the hall. The night sky is like deep blue velvet, dotted with shining stars. The three children follow Jin Cheng as he twists and turns to reach a quiet grassy field, almost without any lights. The glowing spots on Qinbo's wings are even more noticeable. Jin Cheng, dressed in black, almost blends into the night. Qinbo can still see a little. Crystal tightly holds Lu Sanmu's hand. For the Jin family, a pair of agile wings are our best friends. Jin Cheng's voice softly echoes in the dark. A wave of spiritual energy ripples out, and Qinbo's eyes widen in surprise. Behind Jin Cheng, two pairs of transparent cicada wings unfold. These are night cicada wings. Night cicadas are spirits of the night sky, excellent at flying silently and skillfully. They have no attack power themselves and rely entirely on flight to avoid enemies. They are the most perfect flyers under the night sky. Crystal exclaims, Wow, these are wings that can hide within the body. And they're night cicadas. You wouldn't notice them if you weren't paying attention. Jin Cheng, blending into the darkness, is definitely the most dangerous assassin. Qinbo estimates that if he deliberately suppresses his aura, even top-tier mages at the foundation building stage wouldn't be able to detect him. Jin Cheng extends his hand to Qinbo. Little sister, do you want to try? Qinbo places her hand in his palm, and Jin Cheng grips it firmly. Hold on tight. With great force, he pulls her up with a whoosh, and Qinbo rises into the air. She desperately flaps her wings. Jin Cheng's speed is very fast, and the night wind howling past makes Qinbo's ears ache. The strong airflow feels like it might tear her exposed skin. Suddenly, Jin Cheng brakes sharply, tightening his arms around her waist, and they stop midair. Look down, a warm breeze brushed past Qinbo's ear, and the adult man's strong arms held her waist tightly. The heat from his skin was clearly felt through the thin fabric of her clothes. Qinbo's face turned red instantly, and her ears felt hot. She nervously looked down. Qinbo clung tightly to Jin Cheng's neck in fear. It was too high. While looking down from above at the shining city was beautiful, falling would be dangerous. She held onto Jin Cheng with both hands and buried her face in his shoulder. Her heart was pounding wildly. Don't be afraid. People who are afraid of heights can't learn to fly, Jin Ching said, hearing Qin Bo's rapid heartbeat. His reaction was different from his nephew's. Fear comes from danger, Qin Bo argued. My wings can't support this height and weight. My safety depends on you, so I am afraid. She was joking. Back when she followed a handsome man through the clouds, she wasn't afraid. She was just a spirit then, and couldn't be hurt. Naturally, she was scared without safety guarantees. That's instinct. Jin Ching chuckled, his chest vibrating. I promise you'll be safe. Don't be afraid anymore. The shining city in the night is very beautiful. Qin Bo shook her head repeatedly. I believe your flying skills are good, but I am still afraid. Just because you say you'll guarantee, it doesn't mean I trust you. I only feel safe when I control my own strength. Leaving safety to others makes me nervous. The wizard's senses were very sharp, but the girl in his arms still couldn't relax. Jin Ching felt helpless and slowed down his flight, heading back. He asked, Are you feeling better now? Do you want to look again? No, Qin Bo firmly replied, turning her head inward. Her warm skin brushed her lips. Those lips belonged to Jin Cheng's neck. The man holding the girl shivered. He chuckled softly. Hee hee. That's very sensitive. Qin Bo couldn't quite understand her own thoughts. Acting on impulse, she stuck out her tongue and licked the young man's skin. Who? Jin Cheng suddenly sped up. In less than 5 seconds, Qin Bo felt dizzy and her feet touched the ground. The cost of teasing was heavy. Qin Bo felt lightheaded, as if she was stepping on cotton. Crystal Water hurried forward to support her. Xian Bo, what's wrong? Qin Bo gritted her teeth. You jerk. Why fly so fast? Are you trying to reincarnate? I was just teasing you a little. I'm only 4 years old. How can I be so innocent? With a mind that felt much older than her age, Qin Bo's first attempt at teasing someone of the opposite sex ended in a complete failure. To restore her image as a gentle lady, Qin Bo blinked innocently and asked, Uncle Jin, why don't you have a smell? Dad has a salty, sweaty smell. Mom smells nice and smooth. Jingjing smells sweet and soft. Why don't you have a smell? Jin Chung sighed in relief, realizing he had overthought. This child's habits are too strange. Why didn't the family say anything? He felt it was his duty to teach the little girl some basic knowledge. Little sister, girls shouldn't do that, especially biting. It's okay for Dad, Mom, older sister and younger sister, but not for others, Qin Bo playfully teased. But I didn't bite you. Jin Ching quickly responded, licking is even worse. His loud voice startled himself, and he secretly felt annoyed at his loss of composure. Qin Bo took the hint and lowered her head, saying, Oh, I understand. Jin Ching felt a bit sorry for her. Uncle is doing this for your good. You'll understand when you grow up. Suddenly, a burst of loud laughter came from the darkness. Jin Cheng, today is your turn. 3 figures appeared before everyone, laughing. Crystal Jing's eyes lit up. Sang Xiao, the priest. The only woman among them was the young priestess, Sang Luo. Lu Sanmu also revealed the identities of the 2 men, Fang Xiao, the priest, and Bai Xiao, the priest. Bai Xiao Miaojing was very striking, handsome, and graceful. His long black hair was streaked with white, and his slim waist was even thinner than a willow branch. His delicate, charming eyes were full of allure. He looked like a flashy bird. Qin Bo instinctively made a quick judgment. Suddenly, a bright idea struck him. Wait, could he really be a bird? Since practicing cultivation, Qin Bo had trusted his instincts more and more. Women are naturally emotional, and now he was even more perceptive. The more he looked, the more he thought he resembled a bird. He kept examining him from top to bottom. Bai Xiao Miaojing looked a bit uncomfortable. Little girl, you like me, don't you? It was that loud, laughing voice. Qin Bo blurted out without thinking. No, I just think you look like a bird. The 4 adults looked at each other in surprise. Bai Xiao Miaojing's expression darkened. Although I haven't hidden it intentionally, not many people know I am from the demon race. Oh no. I accidentally said it out loud. It must be that guy using some kind of charm. Qin Bo was very alarmed and felt uneasy inside. Miao Jing, you scared the little girl, Fan Qingling said, stepping in to defuse the situation. Qinbo instinctively looked over. She was like a naturally beautiful jade, with a quiet glow. As soon as she saw her, Qinbo couldn't look away. She couldn't help it. Fang Qingling was exactly her type. Modest, gentle, and refined like jade.
How?
Do you think Qingling looks like something else now? Bai Miaojing's cool voice sounded. The atmosphere grew tense. Shui Jingjing and Lu Sama didn't understand what was happening and nervously held hands. Sang Luo broke the silence with a smile. Miaojing, are you afraid someone might see her true form? That's so scary. Bai Miaojing relaxed her aura, looking at Qinbo with a half-smile. Little girl, is that really how you feel, or did someone tell you that? Qinbo suddenly understood. Bai Miaojing was worried someone might use her words against her. That made sense. Her strength and pride were clear. Bai Miaojing would never think her demon race identity was shameful. Thinking of this, Qinbo calmly raised her head. No one told me. That's just how I feel. And you should be. She hesitated. Should she say it? Bai Miaojing stepped forward, bent down, her long black and white hair hanging down. What is it? Qinbo silently whispered 2 words. Immortal crane. Haha. Bai Miaojing threw her head back and laughed loudly, joyful and bright. Her eyes sparkled. Qin Xuanbo, right? If you join the splendid branch, remember to come find me. Jin Qing took a deep breath. All right, I'll take you back to the hall. The 3 children obediently bowed to the young priests to say goodbye. Bai Miaojing suddenly said something surprising. Jin Cheng, I remember some winged clans can reproduce as early as age 4. Jin Cheng's figure flickered, and he hurried to walk faster. Qinbo cursed inwardly. You show off. Lu Wenyan was a very serious person. When he took Shui Jingjing and Qinbo to their homes, both families were still awake, hearing the noise and coming out to greet them. After polite exchanges, they said goodbye. But Lu Sanmu was reluctant to part. His older brother was much older, and his father was busy with work, so he had few friends to play with. Tonight, he met 2 interesting little girls and wished they could see each other every day. Lu Wenyan noticed his younger son's feelings and asked Shui Bo-song, Your daughter should be starting elementary school this year, right? Yes. Water by Song quickly replied, These 2 children will both attend Galaxy Elementary School this year. Lu Wenyan nodded politely and bid farewell to everyone. After the carriage left, the Qin siblings gathered around, chattering excitedly about the dance. Was it fun? Qinbo sighed. It wasn't fun at all. It was just adults in fancy clothes and masks. Boring to death. Crystal Jing mysteriously said, We saw 3 young priests. Bai Miaojing, the young priest, even said he wanted Xianbo to go to Cuilan Academy to find him. Really? Now, not only the children but also the adults were stunned. They hurried to ask more. I don't know anything. Qinbo covered his face and groaned. Let her die, he thought. As a golden core cultivator, can I be provoked? Why don't you all understand to be afraid? Crystal Jing vividly explained everything, telling the story step by step. The 4 adults looked at each other and nodded in agreement. They each took their children home. Qin Xiaoqian ordered Qin Xianyu and the others not to ask any more questions, telling her sister to rest well. She gave Qinbo some quiet space. Night deepened, and everything was silent. Qinbo left his room, took a deep breath, and began to circulate his true essence. His wings gently spread and flapped. The tiny light spots disappeared, but the air around him started to flow rapidly. His feet gradually lifted off the ground. A lucky bird emerged from the tree and flew beside Qinbo. Qinbo smiled and signaled, but he dared not speak, afraid of losing his true essence. After flying for a while and exhausting his spiritual energy, he landed and sat down to rest and recover. These wings are really just for show. They're not very convenient to use. If I want to fly, I need a good pair of wings, maybe 2 pairs? Qinbo thought of Jin Cheng's 2 pairs of cicada wings and secretly made a plan. During the 6th day of the new year, the couple's festival, and the 7th day's harvest festival, Qin and Shui's families clearly felt distracted. Even the children sensed the tense atmosphere. They were repeatedly warned not to mention what happened to Qinbo at the dance that night. The strict family tradition of the Qin family was evident. Although Qin Xianyu and the others were a bit reluctant, they could see their parents' serious expressions. In the Shui family, when Ru Jing was teaching two girls, she asked Qinbo, "Xianbo, have you thought about what kind of person you want to be in the future?" Qinbo thought for a moment and said, "I want a job I like, not too hard. Some decent income, a few colleagues I get along with, a couple of good friends, and occasional vacations." Jingjing stomped her foot. "You should say you want to become someone like the lesser priests. How can you be so unambitious?" Qinbo was confused. Unambitious? For this unambitious goal, I left my hometown and risked my life to come here. Unable to explain to Jingjing, when Ru Jing understood a bit of what was meant. Xuanbua's wish is very good. People should be practical, yes. Cultivating immortality also requires being down-to-earth. Qinbo silently added. When Ru Jing asked again, "Xuanbua, I heard you want to practice both magic and martial skills?" Qinbo said yes. When Ru Jing disapproved, "You and Jingjing both have good talent in magic. It's a pity to spend so much time on martial skills." The Starry Sky Academy's Bright Star branch accepts students who are 10 years old or older with level 2 magic or martial skills. But the Sparkling branch only admits those under 20 who have reached level 5 in magic or have trained to the 4th layer of innate energy. That's where the Real elites gather. The younger you are, the easier it is to improve. Only those who reach level 5 before 20 can become top-tier mages. Do you think you can afford to waste your time like that? Qinbo lowered her head. I still want to try, when Ru Jing sighed. If you insist, I won't say more. Remember, don't aim too high. Staying practical is most important. Qinbo thought to herself, I only dare to not practice martial skills because I am being practical. And when we have different ideas, please understand. Jingjing noticed the tense atmosphere and interrupted. Mom? Yesterday, Jin Chung had 2 pairs of wings, and they could even be stored inside his body. When Ru Jing nodded along, Jin Chung is a top-tier mage, level 7 magic. His wings are probably night cicada wings. Jin family's flying techniques are always the best on the continent. Qinbo hesitated but spoke up. Andy, I want to learn how to make insect wing potions. When Ru Jing looked at her for a while. To make potions, you first need to cultivate your magic. The level of your magic determines how effective the potion will be. A level 1 mage can only make insect wing potions that last at most 10 minutes. Qinbo's eyes lit up. She could only fly for about 10 minutes now at the early stage of Xianxiao with level 1 magic. That was enough. She said, I want to learn. When Ru Jing felt a headache again. I'll give you the list of herbs. You should gather the materials first. Qinbo took the list and thanked her. She knew when Ru Jing was angry, but there was nothing she could do. When practicing flying, the flow of true energy inside the body became much stronger, and the training effect was clearly improved. Plus, aerial skills training was a unique way to strengthen martial arts. She couldn't miss out on that. Back home, Qinbo looked at the material list on the table and felt a chill. Cultivating immortality, really, was an expensive hobby. The flying potions on the market cost between 5 and 50 gold coins. To buy all the materials she needed, she would need at least 10 gold coins. But she had no money now, and she was only 4 years old. Forget it. She decided to leave it for now. Cultivating immortality required a calm mind. Qinbo took a deep breath and carefully stored the list. The new year quickly passed. The Qin and Shui families were preparing for their children's schooling. Since that day, Qinbo hadn't asked when Ru Jing for anything else. She honestly accepted when Ru Jing's magic enlightenment training along with Shui Jingjing. On the Cloud Sea continent, practicing magic only involves a simple chant. After practicing, a few people can feel the flow of spiritual energy, which is called magic power. From then on, they need to practice daily to increase their internal magic power. When their magic power fills their body, it gradually accumulates and breaks through the meridians, allowing them to store more magic power. That's called leveling up. With enough magic power, they can cast various spells, as well as do alchemy and medicine making. A few geniuses, with talent, effort, luck, and experience, can break through the 6th level bottleneck and become top-tier mages. This is basically a successful foundation building, a qualitative leap. But without foundation building techniques, they can only strengthen their realm. This is called the 7th level of magic power. Some strong individuals, through their own exploration, have pushed their magic power to the mid-stage of foundation building, becoming so-called 8th level mages. But that's the peak. No one has reached the late stage of foundation building, let alone the golden core stage. Qinbo's own cultivation method was different from ordinary cultivation techniques. This method didn't require foundation building or forming a core. It was a completely different path, focusing mainly on cultivating the mind, what's called emotional calmness and spiritual silence. The Beginner's Guide states, there are countless ways of the Tao, but they all lead to the same goal. No matter what technique, the ultimate goal is to refine the primordial spirit and form a spiritual infant. After the spiritual infant stage, the realms are quite similar. Qinbo's situation was special. She needed to merge with her residual soul. Therefore, the handsome sunshine guy gave her this set of techniques that emphasized cultivating the primordial spirit. The benefit was that once her mind was calm, her progress in realm advancement was very fast. The downside is that the magic power is weak and the attack strength is poor. Due to emotional reasons, I can't refine and use magic tools often. I must stay calm and maintain a steady mind. However, once I reach the fusion stage, the spiritual energy from heaven and earth can reshape my body, allowing me to break free from this state. At that time, I am said to become incredibly powerful and can walk freely. Some strong individuals can even resist natural disasters on their own and succeed in ascending. Seeing this, Qinbo almost cried. Oh, heavens! Luckily, this is a world that has been tampered with. If it were a normal cultivation world, I would definitely be dead. I wouldn't even find a corpse. No wonder the cold and handsome guy hinted that I should find a strong backing. Now I have to work hard on martial arts skills. Who knows if I will encounter genuine cultivators in the future. Protecting my life is the most important. After estimating the time, Qinbo withdrew from his consciousness. Sure enough, Crystal Jing also opened her eyes, ending today's training. When Rujing was very satisfied, you've all worked hard these days. Tomorrow is the day to report to Galaxy Elementary School. Rest well tonight. Galaxy Elementary School is more like a community school. But small as it is, it has everything. Magic and martial techniques from levels 1 to 4 are all open to the public. Teachers mainly explain and guide. So, there's no obvious difference in quality among elementary schools. Of course, if you wish, after turning 10 and reaching level 2 in magic power, you can spend a lot of money to attend the Starry Sky Academy's Yingxing branch. Otherwise, you can stay here and learn all the level 1 to 4 spells. Going to school is a big event for children. Qin Xiaoqian and Qin Feihu left their business behind and both accompanied Qinbo to report. The Shui family also sent their whole family. 2-year-old Shui Yingying was carried in her mother's arms, curious as she looked around. Today, many people came to report. When Rujing suggested that they go to the Magic Power Testing Center first, where there are fewer people, the group followed the signs to a classroom. Inside, there were 2 teachers, a man and a woman, both around 40 years old. On the table in front of them was a crystal ball. A young boy was doing the test, with his parents beside him. The boy placed his hand on the crystal ball, which emitted a faint red glow. The male teacher said, "Congratulations, fire talent. Have you been enlightened before?" The boy's parents were immediately very excited. "No, we just came to try. No one in our family has ever become a mage. We didn't expect this child to." The boy's father was already choking up. The teachers, experienced and calm, quickly took out a form. "Do you want to focus on learning magic?" "Yes." "Yes." Of course. The little boy's mother tightly hugged her son, her voice trembling. The father took the form and went with the child to choose classes. Qin Feihu seemed to be moved. He remembered when Qin Xuanji was first tested for water talent. The whole family was so excited they couldn't hold back. Qin Xiaoqian quietly squeezed his hand and smiled. Little Bo wouldn't have any problems. When Rujing cleared her throat softly and smiled politely. "Excuse me, Is this the magic power testing area? The two teachers looked up when they heard her. Seeing Wen Rujing, they immediately stood up and bowed respectfully. Hello, this is indeed the magic power testing area. The male teacher introduced himself. I am Mo Lin, a level 4 mage. This is my colleague, Yi Rixin, also a level 4 mage. Wen Rujing nodded and returned a greeting. Wen Rujing, a level 6 mage. Then she turned to the children. Who wants to go first? Qinbo guessed that Wen Rujing had already tested Jingjing at home. She wisely stepped back. Jingjing, you go first. Jingjing didn't hold back either. She walked to the table, skillfully placed her hand on the crystal ball, which emitted a gentle blue glow.
예리진 액라임의 다필이. Ah,
Water talent, and her magic power is quite good. Wen Rujing looked calm. My daughter has been practicing at home for a few days. She seems okay. Qinbo almost burst out laughing but forced himself to stay calm. Jingjing proudly walked back. Xuanbo, it's your turn. Qinbo stepped forward and placed his hand on the crystal ball. Qin Feihu and Qin Xiaochen looked nervous. But the crystal ball remained still. Is the ball broken? That was Wen Rujing's first thought. But Qinbo was already panicking. He had never practiced that public incantation. He hurriedly gathered his true energy and surged it into his hand. Suddenly, the crystal ball shone brightly. Wen Rujing let out a breath. I knew it. She hadn't even finished exhaling when she held her breath again. The crystal ball emitted not red fire, blue water, green plants, white wind, or yellow earth light. Instead, it glowed with a dull, grayish light, cloudy and unclear, not transparent at all. Everyone was stunned. Mo Lin checked the crystal ball several times. It wasn't broken. He asked Qinbo to try again, but the result was the same. Yi Rixin stammered. The magic power is very strong, already reaching level 1, but this color, it's impossible to tell the affinity. How can we practice spells like this? Qinbo suddenly understood. So that was it. Different colors represent different affinities. The vital energy within the human body resonates with the energy of the universe. Some schools call this internal energy a small universe. In the broader universe, all matter is balanced and flows continuously. There is no concept of more or less. However, within the human body, this energy tends to be somewhat uneven but relatively balanced. For example, some people are afraid of cold, while others are afraid of heat. When practicing magic, this difference becomes obvious. Some have strong fire elements, others have strong water elements, and so on. If someone has two prominent elements, they are called dual attribute. If a person's internal elements are well balanced and no particular attribute stands out, they may not be able to master the common techniques. Over time, training can cause imbalance in the vital energy, which results in lower overall skill levels among mages on the continent. Qinbo's method of refining the soul, combined with the spiritual energy cleansing in a chaotic space, helps her maintain the maximum balance of her vital energy in a state of chaos. As a result, her crystal ball emits a gray light symbolizing chaos. Of course, the people in the classroom wouldn't understand this, as it's beyond their knowledge. Wen Rujing quickly decided, first, sign up and fill out the form. The form for Crystal Jing was filled out quickly. Everyone was worried about Qinbo when Rujing's idea was to choose the spell first. She planned to ask her teacher about it later. After all, Qinbo's magic power was truly at level 1. Qin Feihu was a bit worried. He still remembered the danger during the new year. Crystal Jing has water attributes and weak attack power. Qinbo didn't know if she could practice spells yet. He tentatively asked, Xiao Bo mentioned wanting to practice martial arts, right? Qinbo immediately responded, yes, I want to practice both spells and martial arts. Wen Rujing thought for a moment. Usually, people with less potential for magic tend to focus on martial arts. When their martial arts level is high, learning a few low-level spells can easily beat opponents of the same level. Some even challenge those one level higher and win. For Qinbo's current situation, practicing martial arts is a good backup. When her attributes become clear in the future, she can stop practicing martial arts. She agreed, that's fine, especially since your situation is special now. Thus, Qinbo's dual training in magic and martial arts was decided. Mo Lin and Yuri Xin understood the parents' intentions and accepted the form. That night, Qinbo went to bed early. The whole family thought she was probably upset and didn't disturb her. Qinbo, for the first time, locked her door and sat cross-legged on her bed in a lotus position. Quickly sinking into the sea of consciousness, I summoned the Beginner's Guide, found the catalog of common classics, and started searching. Book titles flashed by: Complete Meridian Encyclopedia, Acupoint Knowledge, Tao Te Ching, Explanation of Mahayana Buddhism, and so on. Qinbo's eyes dared not blink, fixed on the titles, silently praying, "May the Buddha, primordial Lord, and ancestors of China bless me."
Ah!
I found it! Qinbo excitedly stared at the large characters in front of her. Complete explanation of the Book of Changes, tears welling up. Truly close relatives, hometown people. Handsome sunshine guy and cool handsome guy, you have been so kind to me. I will thank you in person someday for your great kindness. Eagerly, she called up the full text and began reading. The opening overview. At the beginning of heaven and earth, there was chaos. Clear qi rises while turbid qi descends, transforming into yin and yang. Qinbo read it over and over. It was too long and too profound. Better to take it step by step. She quietly felt the vital energy within her dantian. Clear qi rising, turbid qi descending, clear qi rising, turbid qi descending. Gradually, the true essence inside her dantian began to flow, separating little by little. She felt a wave of discomfort, as if her internal organs were about to be crushed. She clenched her teeth and persisted, recalling the symbols. Heaven as qi, earth as koan, water as kan, mountain as jen, thunder as zhen, wind as sun, fire as li, marsh as dui. The vital energy gradually refined. Qian above, koan below, east as zhen, south as li, west as dui. North as Kansas Qian, and Dui represent the sun, Li and Jin the lesser yin, sun and lesser yin as yang. Kuan and Zhen as Taiyin, Kan and Sun as Xiaoyin, Taiyin and Xiaoyin as yin. Yin and yang intermingled to form the Taiji. She didn't know how long passed before the vital energy in her dantian finally formed a three-dimensional Taiji diagram. It flowed slowly, mutually nourishing, endlessly alive. The formation of the Taiji diagram greatly improved Qinbo's cultivation, reaching a peak of rotation, showing signs of breakthrough. It came too quickly. Qinbo resisted the temptation, calmly suppressing her cultivation, repeatedly refining and consolidating the Taiji diagram. With everything settled, she opened her eyes peacefully. As soon as she opened her eyes, she was startled to see everyone around her. The Qin family, all together, and the Shui family with 4 members. Everyone looked at her with worried eyes. Qin Xiaoqian was the first to recover and exclaimed happily, "Shabo is awake." "She's really awake." Qin Feihu hurriedly took her hand. "How do you feel? Is anything uncomfortable?" Others also came to their senses, asking questions eagerly. Qinbo was a bit confused. She carefully said, "I'm fine. I just practiced cultivation for a while and meditated a bit." After some meditation, when Rujing said angrily, "You've been like this for 3 days and nights, and your magic fluctuations are very strong. If I didn't see that you're still breathing normally, I would have woken you up. Why has it been so long? It's very worrying." Qinbo was startled and quickly explained, "I really just practiced a bit. I've been upset about not having an attribute. I thought I must have an attribute, so I entered meditation. I didn't think it took so long. Oh my. I hope this reason works." When Rujing thought for a moment and said, "I've heard before that some mages meditate for days and nights, then they advance. Do you feel any change inside your body now?" Qinbo replied, "I just feel very refreshed." When Rujing considered for a moment and said, "I was going to contact my teacher to help check your situation. But first I'll test you. If you have an attribute, it will save trouble for him." She then took out a crystal ball. Qinbo let out a big sigh of relief. Luckily, she was quick, and this continent has people who meditate for a long time. Next time, she won't be so careless. She quietly activated the Tai Chi diagram, placing her hand on the crystal ball with Sun and Kan symbols. The crystal ball emitted white and blue light, shining together beautifully. Wind and water attributes. That's wonderful. When Rujing was very excited. Everyone was thrilled and congratulated Qin Bo. Qin Xian Yu clapped happily. Qin Xian Ji's eyes showed envy, and Qin Xian Kong chuckled foolishly. Crystal Jing was shouting excitedly. The first day of school arrived. When Rujing took Qin Bo to find Mo Lin and Yi Rixin, who were the teachers responsible for magic classes. They tested Qin Bo again, confirming she had both wind and water attributes clearly. The two teachers first congratulated Qin Bo, then asked if she wanted to change her class schedule. Qin Bo insisted on keeping her original schedule because she was afraid she might lose her attributes again someday. The three mages found her idea amusing, but since she was young and insisted, they thought practicing some martial arts to strengthen her body wouldn't be bad. Once she experienced the joy of magic, she would naturally shift her focus. So they let her be. After seeing when Rujing and the others off, Mo Lin was quite upset. A few days ago, he hurriedly wrote a report about Qin Bo's special situation and submitted it to the Mage Association. Unexpectedly, Qin Bo was back to normal. He had to write another report explaining that the child who previously had no attributes was now normal, wind and water attributes, among others, and submitted it again to the Mage Association. Recently, Crystal Jing was very happy. Their good friend was tested and found to have dual attributes, so they could practice magic together. At school, they also met an old friend. It was Lu Senku, whom they met at the last dance party. As a transfer student, he also came to Galaxy Elementary School. When Qin Bo saw Lu Senku, she was surprised and then sighed. Lu asked about her, showing he was a true politician, calm and capable of handling things smoothly. Anyway, it was happy that the three friends could go to school together. The only regret was that Lu Senku was a year ahead, so they couldn't attend the same classes. In the first magic class, Yi Rixin entered the classroom. The seats were arranged in a semicircle, with the teacher in the middle. There were very few students in the magic class. Qin Bo's grade had only 6 students. Besides the fire element boy they saw on registration day, there were 2 boys and 1 girl. The group of 3 boys and 3 girls made Qin Bo very happy. Perfect balance of yin and yang. Yi Rixin first asked everyone to introduce themselves. The fire element boy was the first to stand up. My name is Hong Kaluo, 5 years old, fire attribute. The other 2 boys also introduced themselves. My name is Mi Chinfeng, 5 years old, wind attribute, and Yi Wanga, 5 years old, metal attribute. The remaining girl looked at Qin Bo and Crystal Jing, who were clearly friends, and stood up proudly, saying, My name is Shi Yaina, 5 years old. Fire attribute. Crystal Jing looked at Qin Bo with a mischievous smile and stood up. Crystal Jing, 5 years old, water attribute. Qin Bo smiled wryly and was the last to stand. Qin Xuanbo, 4 years old, dual wind and water attributes. Wow. Dual attributes. So young, isn't the minimum age for school 5? There was whispering among the students.
Quiet, Ye Rixin shouted.
Everyone quieted down. She looked serious and said, Now class begins. Follow me and memorize the incantation first. Mi Chinfeng and Shi Yaina clearly knew it. Only Hong Kaluo and Yi Wanga needed to start from the beginning. Yi Rixin asked those who knew it to meditate on their own. Only with enough magic power could they learn specific spells. She focused on teaching Hong Kaluo and Yi Wanga. In the eyes of others enviously watching, Yi Rixin approached Qin Bo and taught her a basic spell. Gentle breeze. After a short chant, a gentle wind rose from the ground, flipping the pages of the books on the table. This is a level 1 spell, not very useful. It can blow in summer. But the key is to control the rhythm of the element's flow. This is the foundation of all advanced spells, Yi Rixin explained earnestly. Then she raised her hand, and a strong wind blew up, causing everyone to hold onto their textbooks and clothes. Yi Rixin said, Intermediate mages can usually cast various basic spells without needing to worry about elements or recite incantations. That's because they understand the rules of elements well. You should practice hard. She faced everyone and said, I will check your progress anytime. When your magic energy is enough, I will teach you a level 1 spell. Everyone work hard. The boys and girls sat down and focused on meditating. Chinbo was frustrated practicing Gentle Breeze because his quiet life seemed to be gone. The society on the Xingyan High Continent has good social benefits. You can see this from the school cafeteria. It is clean and tidy, with food separated by type, and students serve themselves, similar to a buffet. But leftovers are not allowed, and food cannot be taken out. For the same tuition fee, those who eat well are the winners. Chinbo saw a tall boy at a nearby table with a mountain of food in front of him, eating quickly and greedily. That's a martial arts student. He just trained in the morning and is very hungry, Lu Samu said calmly, elegantly cutting his food. Chinbo looked silently at the knives, forks, spoons, and chopsticks on the table and asked, Samu, do you really need to use so many utensils? Lu Samu replied naturally, different foods require different utensils. I have a good appetite today. Crystal Jing got excited and said, You've trained a lot today, right? Guess what? Xuanhua has already started learning Gentle Breeze. Hurry up. Oh, Lu Samu showed interest. That's pretty fast. Unfortunately, I have a plant attribute, so I can't give you much advice. But the teachers here can teach basic spells. If you don't understand something, just ask them. Chinbo suddenly thought of a question. Sanmu, is your identity kept secret here? Lu Samu gave her a look that said, of course. Chinbo whispered, so, we need to keep a low profile and live quietly. Crystal Jing wasn't interested in this and asked, Samu, what does your class schedule look like? Lu Samu said, it's similar to yours, just with some differences in timing. The courses are the same. Spells, literature, history, geography, and self-study. When your magic reaches level 2, you can choose potion making. At level 3, alchemy. Chinbo looked at his own schedule. Why don't I have self-study classes? Lu Samu leaned over to look.
Oh.
Your dual training in magic and martial arts. Your self-study time is probably taken up by martial skills. He looked at Chinbo and said, aren't you both wind and water attributes? Why are you practicing martial skills? Chinbo felt a bit embarrassed and replied, I just want to get some exercise. Just practicing casually. Lu Samu nodded and said, that's fine. Anyway, your magic power is already ahead. But after you go home, you should meditate well and not waste all your time on martial skills. Chinbo agreed happily. From the group at mealtime, you can see the start of a small team. Mi Chunfeng, Shiryaina, and Hong Kaluo sat together, chatting happily. Yuanga ate quietly by himself. Crystal Jing snorted disdainfully. That Shiryaina thinks she's a princess, acting so proud. But she's desperately trying to flatter Mi Chunfeng. So shameless. Lu Samu looked over and continued, Mi Chunfeng is the son of Captain Mi Yaluo. He should also be practicing martial skills. Huh.
Mi Yalu.
Chinbo and Crystal Jing exchanged glances, both recalling some unpleasant past events. They instinctively decided not to try to make friends. The martial arts class combining magic and combat was in the afternoon. Chinbo unexpectedly saw Mi Chunfeng there. Surprisingly, Yuanga was also present. Of course, Chinbo's appearance surprised both young boys even more. Mi Chunfeng stepped forward to greet him. Hello, Qin Xuanhua. I didn't expect you to come practice martial skills too. Chinbo smiled politely. Yes, Dad said girls should learn some martial skills for self-defense. Wind can't always protect you. Mi Chunfeng agreed enthusiastically. Yes, my dad also said I shouldn't become a fragile mage. I have to practice martial skills. But I only need to reach level 4. Chinbo smiled sweetly. Your dad is right. Boys should be strong. My dad is a martial master. I think men who practice martial arts are the coolest. Yuanga stood nearby, without approaching to talk. He listened to Chinbo and Mi Chunfeng's conversation, his eyes brightening, wanting to say something but holding back. Chinbo's eyes flicked and asked Yuanga, right? You have a metal attribute. Using weapons will definitely give you an advantage. Mi Chunfeng also said, yes, with weapons you really have the upper hand. Yuanga finally couldn't hold back and said, my magic potential isn't very high. I plan to focus mainly on practicing martial skills. Focusing on martial skills, that's great. Qinbo clearly understood her emotional struggles and cheerfully said, "You have magic power to support you. Maybe someday you can reach the Chaos Realm and become a Chaos Warrior." Yuana finally relaxed and stammered, "You all can become top-level mages too." Mi Chenfeng was also inspired and spoke about his dreams with hope. The three quickly became friends. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of the martial arts teacher, Balt. He clearly knew Mi Chenfeng. Without much small talk, he asked the three to do some basic exercises to check their skills. Mi Chenfeng and Yuana both had good foundations, especially since Yuana was focusing on martial arts, which made him very happy. Balt made a training plan for the two boys and taught them basic boxing moves, telling them to practice hard. Qinbo waited quietly for the teacher. Balt started to feel a headache. He had heard from Morin that this young girl had very good magic talent, with wind and water attributes, and her magic power was close to a first-level mage. It was just a small accident on the reporting day, and he could change the schedule easily. But this girl refused to listen, and insisted on coming here to join the fun. Balt, a man weighing over 200 pounds, wondered how he could teach such a delicate girl. Balt frowned, and Qinbo also frowned.
Oh my...
A tall, strong man. Was he a teacher or a giant gorilla? Balt spoke seriously. Just run 10 laps around the field first. This was a serious case of gender discrimination. Qinbo knew Balt was planning to dismiss her. Without hesitation, she found a tree, climbed to the top, then slid down halfway, and with a quick jump, landed on the ground. She looked at Balt with a face full of protest. Balt was about to faint. He was the only martial arts teacher at Galaxy Elementary School, with innate true energy at level 3. Qinbo's situation was quite good for her age of 4. But the problem was he wasn't good at teaching agile and nimble techniques. Why wasn't Qinbo going to Guanghua Elementary, which specialized in light and quick martial arts? Even if it wasn't suitable, he had to teach her. Balt reluctantly found a set of light boxing moves to teach Qinbo. She had to practice them reluctantly. At Fong Qingling's desk, there were 2 reports. The dates were 4 months ago. They were about a girl named Qin Xuanbua and her magic power test. The first test showed no attributes, only gray light. The second test revealed wind and water attributes. He tapped his finger on the desk. For months ago, the Mage Association really works efficiently. Fong Qingling opened the first report and found the address of the little girl's home. Seeing that night had fallen, he stood up and left. As he stepped outside into the deep night, he saw a figure dressed in a dark blue mage's robe, with white hair and beard. He was very surprised and quickly bowed respectfully. Qingling greets the high priest. The person turned around and was the Starshine High Priest. He nodded slightly and asked, "Qingling, where are you going?" Fong Qingling didn't dare hide anything and replied, "There is a girl with special talent attributes. I plan to go see her." The Starshine High Priest said, "Is it Qin Xuanbua?" Fong Qingling was startled, but kept his expression calm.
He answered yes.
The High Priest smiled and said, "Go ahead. Her situation is a bit special. Since you found her, you will be responsible for her safety from now on." After speaking, he disappeared in a flash. Fong Qingling stood there for a moment, then a silver light flashed beneath his feet, and he soared into the night sky. At the Qin family courtyard, Qinbo was practicing. After the Tai Chi diagram formed in her dantian, she absorbed the energy of the midday sun and midnight moon every day. Fong Qingling didn't expect that the girl was still awake. He chose midnight to quietly investigate without disturbing anyone. Now he could only visit her openly. Qinbo's heart moved slightly. Today, her mind seemed a bit unsettled. She decided to stop her practice early. When she opened her eyes, she saw Fong Qingling in a flowing blue robe. Qinbo was a little flustered. She stood up and bowed, feeling nervous. "Young Master Fong." Fong Qingling smiled gently. "Weren't you meditating just now?" Qinbo's heart tightened. She couldn't read Fong Qingling's intentions. During the period of rotation, she was like a transparent glass, fragile and easily broken. Fong Qingling didn't wait for her to answer and said directly, "You were practicing just now, and you weren't using the common cultivation method on the continent. Qinbo still dared not speak. She knew her strength was weak compared to her enemies, like a fragile piece of glass or tofu, vulnerable and helpless. Seeing that she didn't respond, Fang Qingling felt a bit helpless. He wasn't going to hurt her, so why was she so afraid? He decided not to waste more time and directly asked, I want to see your situation. Very good, very good. Qinbo was furious. It was clear she was just a pawn, and he was the master. She felt like she was waiting for death. Fang Qingling didn't delay. Only by understanding her situation could he decide what to do next. The high priest only asked to protect her safety and didn't say anything else. A faint sense of awareness entered Qinbo's body. He trembled all over. Fang Qingling's consciousness was gentle, not overbearing, like someone quietly pushing open a door, just observing politely without searching aggressively. But this was inside his body. The connection between her awareness and his internal energy was more sensitive than physical touch. Qinbo felt as if he was being carefully examined, and his face flushed with embarrassment. Fang Qingling withdrew her awareness, and her ears turned slightly red. How strange! He thought she was just a special child, worried she might not understand the situation, so he used a straightforward way to check. But the clear inspection told him that inside was the consciousness of an adult. Touching a 4-year-old girl and an adult woman was completely different. Fang Qingling felt awkward. He cleared his throat and asked, Are you taking over someone's body? Qinbo, feeling both ashamed and a bit relieved, thought, luckily, Fang Qingling is honest. When she realized I was an adult, she didn't invade my consciousness. Touching the spiritual core is like a gentle poke, but entering the consciousness, would be like stripping her completely. As long as her secrets inside the consciousness, weren't exposed, Qinbo felt more at ease. Since he was an adult and had been exposed anyway, he calmly replied, No, I'm not at that level. Taking over someone's body is against the rules and dangerous, with many restrictions and risks. Usually, no cultivator would do this unless they had no other choice. Fang Qingling also relaxed, glad it wasn't a case of taking over. As an adult cultivator, she must know the rules and wouldn't lie easily. She asked again, Is it reincarnation? Qinbo thought for a moment. More or less.
Anyway, I'm legitimate.
Not from some crooked path. Fang Qingling didn't press further, as long as it was proper. Since the high priest knew about her, she focused on what she had just discovered. That diagram made of your true essence is very meaningful. Is it your cultivation method? Qinbo answered. That's a kind of idea, an explanation of everything in the world. Fang Qingling was experienced and could tell at a glance that the diagram contained great secrets. Good things were always desirable, especially a new cultivation idea she hadn't heard of before. But she wasn't sure about the relationship between this girl and the high priest, so she had to be cautious. She asked tentatively, Do you know the great high priest Xingyao? Qinbo looked puzzled. How would I know the great high priest Xingyao? Fang Qingling asked again. What about the other high priests? Qinbo shook his head.
I don't know any of them.
Besides you 3, I don't recognize any other priests. Qingling Fang fell silent. He initially thought that the person who had passed away was a reincarnation of someone he knew, still holding on to their original spirit. But now he realized that was not the case. He asked again, Then who were you before? Qinbo replied seriously, I can't tell you. Seeing Fang Qingling's expression, he added, I don't lie, and I won't hide things on purpose. You can observe and judge for yourself. But I really can't say. Fang Qingling understood. It seemed he was being restricted. Still, Qinbo was sincere, and he believed he would find out the truth eventually. Qinbo secretly felt pleased. No matter how hard he tried, Fang Qingling wouldn't figure it out. Fang Qingling brought the conversation back to the Taiji diagram. That diagram is very good. I won't take advantage of you. What do you want? That's good. No forceful taking. And he remembered to exchange equally. Qinbo's opinion of Fang Qingling improved a lot. He said, I want to practice all kinds of magic and also need a set of martial arts suitable for my training. Fang Qingling asked curiously, Aren't those things taught at your school?
Oh.
Your teachers are a bit lacking. Well, I'll arrange for you to study at the Starry Sky Academy. You can make a new request. Qinbo explained, my strength is too weak now. I can't attract attention. I need to stay low-key. That's why I want this. Fong Qingling thought for a moment. All right, I'll bring the magic and martial arts books tomorrow night. If you have questions, just ask me. He took out a crystal six-pointed star. This is a positioning star. After inputting magic power, it can be used for communication and calling for help. You must carry it with you and never take it off. Then he showed him how to use it. Qinbo took off the crystal rose from his necklace and replaced it with the six-pointed star. Fong Qingling explained, the positioning is for your safety. The Starry Sky High Priestess asked me to ensure your safety. Qinbo looked at him in surprise. Did he hear that right? The Starry Sky High Priestess asked a junior priest to protect him? Fong Qingling smiled. You don't know? That really is an order from the Starry Sky High Priestess. See you tomorrow night. Qinbo thought about it. It probably had something to do with a handsome, classical style. He decided to ask more next time he saw him. When he saw Fong Qingling was about to leave, he hurriedly called out, remember to come back after midnight. Fong Qingling soared into the sky and left. Keeping a secret alone is heavy. Sharing it with someone makes it much easier. Qinbo felt that his mind had become much clearer recently. Qingling is very trustworthy. The next evening, he brought a complete set of beginner spellbooks, not official versions, but his own notes and insights. Qinbo didn't ask for too many. She practiced each spell slowly, and when she didn't understand, she used a six-pointed star to ask Qingling. The communication function of the six-pointed star is similar to a phone. She could call when available, or leave a message if not. Every month, Qingling would come to check Qinbo's progress and ensure her safety. Because of this, Qinbo's magic advanced very quickly. Out of caution, she only practiced wind and water spells in front of others, so no one thought her progress was fast. As for martial arts, Qingling found a set of quick and agile skills to teach her. He first demonstrated himself. Getting familiar with the routines is just the basics. To use and improve them, you need to fight often. So, Qinbo fought every month. Luckily, Qingling controlled his strength so she wouldn't get hurt, but she still felt sore all over. Qinbo was frustrated and practiced fighting every day with Mi Chenfeng and Yi Wanga. They weren't as flexible as her, but they hit hard, so she would fall after few punches. On the other hand, she could hit them many times without much trouble. The martial arts Qingling taught were flexible but simple, without complicated moves. After using up her strength, Qinbo would get hit a couple of times. Qingling comforted her. True energy turns into sharp power in your palms, which works the same as innate energy. That's why simple, straightforward moves are best. Returning to basics. When your true energy gets stronger, your power naturally increases. If you use true energy, just 2 hits are enough to make those 2 boys fall. So, you're actually winning. The problem was, Qinbo was too afraid to use true energy now. She could only comfort herself. Hiding my strength is the right way. I won't bother those 2 kids. Thus, Qinbo, with slightly stronger magic but poor martial skills, blended into Galaxy Elementary School without standing out. Time flew by, and 6 years passed in the blink of an eye. Qinbo was now 10 years old. At 7, she entered the awakening stage, with magic power equivalent to a 3rd-level mage. She kept this hidden, appearing only as a 2nd-level mage. She also took potion classes. Now, at 10, she had entered the late awakening stage, with magic close to a 4th level. She mastered all spells from levels 1 to 4 and even created some new combinations based on her understanding. Her martial arts also steadily improved. Now she could counterattack twice even when Qingling was suppressing her cultivation. Crystal Jing asked Qinbo if he had no plans to go to the Starry Sky Academy for now. Last year, at age 10, he was accepted into the Bright Star branch of the Starry Sky Academy, fulfilling his long-held dream. Lu Sanmo was even a year earlier than him. Mi Chenfeng and Yi Wanga also went this year. Only Hong Kaluo, Shiryaina, and Qinbo remained in their class. The maximum age for students at Galaxy Elementary School is 12. After that, students must attend various intermediate colleges. Qinbo has decided to stay until he turns 12. Qin Xian Kong finally broke through the innate true energy level 4 at age 17 and was accepted into the sparkling branch, which surprised the Qin family. Qin Xianyu was inspired by this and left home to train martial arts in the western city of Liifeng. Qin Xianji had already left the Bright Star branch at age 15 and went to Ninghai Bay in the southeast. He only sent a letter to congratulate them and did not return. Qinbo looked at the empty Qin family home and felt a bit sad. The once lively Qin family had become so quiet in just a few years. Qin Feihu and Qin Xiaoqian no longer traveled across the continent much, spending more time at the processing factory outside the city. Qin Xian Kong also rarely came home, saying he often traveled with his teacher to practice elsewhere. After the new year, Qin Feihu and Qin Xiaoqian rarely returned, leaving their youngest daughter in the care of Wen Rujing. Qinbo did not want to stay at the Water family. Most of the time, he stayed at his own home. Wen Rujing found her teacher and sent the 8-year-old Shui Yingying to the Bright Star branch. No one remembered Qinbo's natural talent anymore. His slow progress had long dashed everyone's hopes. Though unspoken, everyone felt that a person who should have been by Miao Jing's disciple was ruined by the harmful dual cultivation of magic and martial arts. Qinbo looked at Fang Qingling standing before him, feeling deeply emotional. Everyone regretted that her foolishness had cost her the chance to become a young priestess disciple. But who knew that another young priestess had already been taught by her for 6 years? Why is it like this? Qinbo couldn't help but wonder. Fang Qingling was pleased that she could appear at Qin's house any time now. Qinbo asked vaguely, but she understood his feelings. Are you sad? Feeling that things and people have changed? Qinbo turned her head away, without speaking. Fang Qingling chuckled and turned her face. You need to understand. They are just passing visitors. Since you chose to cultivate immortality, you shouldn't treat those unequal lives as companions. Unequal lives.
Qinbo smiled bitterly.
If I didn't possess that set of cultivation techniques and some earthly ideas, and if I hadn't worked hard over these 6 years, the people in front of me probably wouldn't speak to me like this. Wen Rujing, Crystal Jing, Mi Chenfeng, Yuanga, these people, in Fang Qingling's eyes, are all unequal lives. Fang Qingling looked at Qinbo's faint smile and frowned slightly. What are you worried about? When your strength can't keep up, won't they abandon you without hesitation? Have they truly observed you? Have you thought about what would happen if your talent is truly poor and you lack strength? Qinbo sneered. Back then, the first person to abandon me was you. Fang Qingling smiled gently. That's wrong. I taught you for 6 years. If you're still so weak, I will personally deal with you. Do you think you have any way out? Qinbo clenched his teeth in hatred. Yes, since the day I started cultivating, I had no way out, only to keep getting stronger. Fang Qingling nodded with satisfaction. Good, that's the spirit. Now, let's begin today's lesson. Qinbo entered a small materials shop and handed his list to the shopkeeper. The materials for the potion class needed to be prepared by himself. The Qin couple left some gold coins for Qin Xuanji based on her standards from that year. Qinbo had been thinking about the insect wing potion for 6 years, but he still hadn't gathered all the materials. This shop was hard to find, and often sold questionable materials at low prices. The shopkeeper looked at the list and said, You're lucky today. I have 6 of these items in stock. Do you want to buy more? Qinbo nodded. 3 more copies of each. The shopkeeper smiled. Just 3? Why not buy more? Once the shop closes, you won't find these again. Qinbo sighed. Of course I want to buy more. My parents give me money monthly. If I had that much, I wouldn't need to buy these. The shopkeeper glanced outside and lowered his voice mysteriously. Do you want to make some money? Qinbo immediately became alert. Her current body was very beautiful. Could this shop be involved in selling children? Seeing Qinbo's wariness, the shopkeeper awkwardly smiled. Don't misunderstand. I don't have any dirty thoughts. I've been watching you for a while. You're quick and careful, and you buy materials for potion making. You're very alert. He paused, speaking clearly. You're a dual cultivator of magic and martial arts, right? Qinbo stared at the shopkeeper without blinking, and her true energy had already begun to flow inside her. The boss quickly waved his hand and said, "Young lady, don't be angry. I don't want to ruin my shop. How about this? I'll let the young master talk to you." He called inside. "Young master, come out and talk to her yourself. She's angry and might damage my shop." Chinbo was surprised and asked, "How do you know I might do something?" The boss smiled and said, "You don't have that much insight? Why would I open a shop if I didn't?" "Ah, I really showed my emotions. I guess I still can't stay calm." Chinbo felt a bit disappointed. Just then, a boy about 10 years old came out from inside. The boy looked nice, with bright eyes. Chinbo wasn't interested in admiring his looks. She had looked at Fong Qingling for 6 years and was immune to handsome boys. The boy was polite and said, "My name is Jinyong, 12 years old, with both martial and magical skills. Miss Qin, may I go inside and talk with you?" Chinbo asked him back, "Are you from the Jin family?" Jinyong replied, "Yes, my uncle Jin Chung. You've met Miss Qin before." Chinbo snorted and said, "Go inside and talk. Aren't you tired of talking like that?" Jinyong relaxed his tone and said, "Great. Actually, I also dislike speaking like that. But my dad says girls like boys who talk like this." I fainted. Jinyong's dad must be a playboy, probably a shy type. Chinbo thought to herself. Jinyong didn't know what Chinbo thought of his father. Happily, he went inside, closed the door, and walked to a corner of the wall. He counted a brick and recited a spell. The ground in the corner cracked open, revealing a tunnel. Jinyong said, "I'll go first. Stay close." They went down the tunnel and walked a long way until a door appeared. Jinyong reached out and pressed the door, which then opened. Inside was a large room. On the 4 walls, there were 5 doors, each with different patterns. The door they came out of had a picture of a medicinal herb. Jinyong signaled Chinbo to sit down and poured her a glass of water. Chinbo took the glass and smiled. "Pure water element." Jinyong also smiled and said, "This shows my sincerity. The Jin family only uses pure water to treat true friends and companions." Chinbo secretly praised this move. It was clever and helped win trust. Jinyong poured himself a glass of water and said, "You must have heard of the Jin family?" Chinbo answered, "Of course. The 7 great clans. Everyone on the continent knows them." Jinyong said, "The Jin family specializes in spying and stealing, everything hidden in darkness. The situation is special. That's why we train new family members differently." He took a sip of water. "All Jin family members must practice both magic and martial arts. Those without magical talent or unable to learn martial arts can only stay forever on the family land, doing logistics work or getting married." Jinyong paused here, seeming to reflect on something. Chinbo didn't interrupt, and after a moment he continued, "Practicing both magic and martial arts is a very difficult path. I think you understand this well."
Chinbo nodded.
Jinyong added, "So, there are only 2 types of Jin family members outside. One is ordinary mages or martial artists. They usually hide their other identity to protect themselves. But even so, their combined magic and martial skills are far beyond what you can imagine. The second type is like my uncle Jin Chung. He is a top-level mage with level 7 magic power and also a level 7 innate warrior. He is a true expert," Chinbo's mind was shouting. "Oh, I knew I was right. Uncle Jin Chung is definitely a master." Seeing her calm and unshocked expression, Jinyong couldn't help but admire her composure. Little did he know, Miss Qin had already imagined her Uncle Jin Chung 100 times in her mind, over and over. Jinyong continued, "To produce more elites, the Jin family has a special education system. All children practicing both magic and martial arts are educated at home until age 10. After that, they draw lots to go to different cities. The family only provides basic education costs. The rest must be earned by completing family missions. During this time, they can develop their own influence and find helpers. Using family resources costs money, but higher levels get discounts. If mistakes happen, they must fix them themselves. After age 15, they return to the family for assessment and then decide their next step." Chinbo was stunned. The Jin family's children really have a tough life, worse than hers. The Jin family follows a jungle law: the strong eat the weak, survival of the fittest. It's very harsh. It seems the reason their family has lasted over 700 years is clear. Jinyoung looked seriously at Chinbo and said, "You are the first partner I have chosen. I hope we can work together." Chinbo asked him, 2 years have passed. Haven't you found a partner yet? Why choose me? What's the benefit of working with you? Jinyoung smiled. I noticed you 2 years ago. I have observed you for 2 years using some family resources and learned your secret of dual cultivation in martial arts and magic. Your strength is very high, and you are cautious in your actions. We believe most of your skills were learned at home. Someone is secretly teaching you, but we cannot find out who. It seems even the higher-ups have been warned. Your family thinks highly of you but also sees you as mysterious. They advise me to be careful. I am quite picky, and after 2 years, I only trust you. I don't need many partners, but they must be true strong fighters. Jinyoung took a sip of water and then said, as for benefits, we split all mission rewards equally. We support each other in battle to improve our strength. I don't need to explain this, right? It's like someone gives you a pillow when you're sleepy, or a heavy rain in a drought. Chinbo was very happy inside but kept a calm face. The conditions are fair, but I don't know you well. Let's try working together first. About my background, Chinbo said meaningfully, everyone has secrets. As long as it doesn't affect our cooperation, it's fine. You are smart and won't cause unnecessary trouble, right? Jinyoung agreed. As long as it doesn't affect our work. The stronger you are, the more I benefit. So, let's have a good cooperation. Jinyoung raised his cup. Chinbo also raised his cup. Good cooperation. Jinyoung is a doer. After the terms were settled, he took out a piece of paper. This is a recent task I received. It's perfect for the two of us to do together, and the pay is quite good. Take a look. Chinbo took the paper, which read, investigate the latest maritime trade cooperation between the Shilin family and the Fan family. Reward, 50 spiritual crystal coins. 100 gold coins equal 1 spiritual crystal coin. So, 50 spiritual crystal coins are 5,000 gold coins. Chinbo, being used to being poor, couldn't help but smile. Jinyoung looked pleased at Chinbo's smile. The family takes a 20% commission. We will get only 40 spiritual crystal coins, and after deducting expenses, you will finally get about 15 coins. Chinbo was already satisfied. No greed, step by step. He asked, do you have a plan for the action? Jinyoung sat next to Chinbo, took out paper and pen, and started drawing. Here's my plan. The main persons of the Shilin and Fan families have already arrived in the Starshine capital and are currently working privately. These people are very cautious and won't discuss matters on either side's territory, so they will choose a safe middle location. The people doing the initial work have already identified Yinshui Pavilion. Our task is to sneak into Yinshui Pavilion and steal the conversation content. Chinbo has lived in the Starry City for 7 years and has heard of Yinshui Pavilion before. It is a high-end establishment that welcomes both male and female guests. How can the two children sneak in? Jinyoung looks at him with a "you're so old-fashioned" expression and says, do you know what is most important when running this kind of place? It's the supply of people, young, attractive boys and girls. At our age, they like us the most. After training for 4 or 5 years, they can be sent out. Chinbo stammers, you mean we have to go? And Jinyoung cuts him off with a sneer. Don't worry, we'll only stay for about 10 days. Nothing will happen. The owner of Yinshui Pavilion is Jin Majia. He opened his first establishment in Laifeng City when he was 18. 10 years ago, he came to Starry City and opened Yinshui Pavilion. He's the boss of this industry. He likes to gather pretty, helpless children and train them. Chinbo suddenly thinks, places like this are the most connected for information. Isn't the Jin family involved in this? Jinyoung looks a bit embarrassed. Our family doesn't do this. We only place people in such places. It's a family tradition passed down from our ancestors. Chinbo thinks of another problem. If I take on this task, I won't be able to go home for a long time. I need a reason. Jinyoung is prepared. In about 3 days, I will send someone to your school to invite you to join a research group called Blue Moon. You can then take a month off claiming to need to study a new potion. You can tell your family you're working in a lab for a month. My people will cooperate with you. Of course, there will be a fee. We will create a perfect fake scenario of you working in the lab. Bo sighs, realizing there's no other way. She looks at Yong with envy. He doesn't have so many troubles. Yong is very satisfied with today's progress. Let's stop here for now. We can discuss the details when you arrive. Back home, Bo takes out a 6-pointed star and channels her magic. She needs to tell Feng Qingling about this. What's the matter? Coincidentally, Feng Qingling is free. Bo briefly explains everything. The voice on the other end of the 6-pointed star remains silent for a moment, then responds in a calm tone. I'll come over right away. Feng Qingling is also an action-oriented person. Soon, he appeared in Bo's room. He frowned and looked at Bo. Are you really short on money? Of course. How could a divine being understand the hardships of mortal life? Bo carefully explained his costly training plan to him. Feng Qingling's brow remained tight, not relaxing. Why didn't you tell me about this before? Bo was confused. My money shortage is long-term. Do you think I should borrow money from you? Besides, if I borrow, I can't pay it back. Asking you for work? At my age, what can I do? It might also reveal our relationship. Feng Qingling was silent for a moment. Our relationship? What? Is it something to hide? Bo was about to lose his temper. Young Master Feng, if anyone finds out about us, they will be very curious. They won't dare ask you, but they might investigate me. Then my safety would be at risk. This makes your work harder. I've been taking care of you for years, and I hope you understand that. Feng Qingling looked at her for a long time, then took out a necklace from his chest. This is a chain that can hide magic fluctuations. Once activated, mages below level 8 won't notice it. You should change the one around your neck. Bo took off the 6-pointed star and replaced it with a new chain. Feng Qingling then took the 6-pointed star, and a glow flickered in his hand. After a moment, he handed it to Bo. I've added an invisibility formation. This way, no one will find you. Bo put on the necklace. A ripple shimmered, and suddenly everything was invisible. Only touch remained. He was overjoyed and quickly thanked him. Thank you. Thank you. This is wonderful. Feng Qingling's lips curled slightly. If you have any problems in the future, tell me first. Understand. Got it, Bo answered loudly. He happily touched the necklace, feeling it saved him some expenses. Feng Qingling returned to the Starry Sky Academy. In front of his barrier, he saw a playful figure. Hey, the busy person is back. Bai Miao Jing leaned casually against a tree, eyes gleaming mischievously. Is there something? Bai Miao Jing smiled faintly. You've been busy lately? Did you find a little lover? Feng Qingling's face darkened. I'm not as free as you. If there's nothing else, I'll go first. Bai Miao Jing stepped aside to block his way. Humans just like to pretend to be noble. What are you afraid of? The young master can't marry or have children. Having a little lover isn't a big deal. Someone has done this before. As long as no trouble arises, the high priest won't interfere much. Feng Qingling was very angry. Your imagination is really rich. I don't have time to argue with you. Move aside. Bai Miao Jing watched the figure enter the barrier. Could I be wrong?
Impossible.
He is usually mysterious a few days, each month. When he just returned, he looked very happy. Yes, I must be right. He's angry and embarrassed. But what kind of person could he be? Jin Yang's plan went smoothly. Bo quietly left her school and home and went to the secret room from last time. This time, she entered through the door with the potion bottles drawn on it. Jin Yang took out some bottles and jars. We need to change our appearance first. Magic and potions aren't safe. We can only use pure, natural medicines without magic power. That's the safest. We also need to cover our eyes with a thin film made from Angora fish intestines. Jin Yang explained and demonstrated how to change appearance, teaching Bo. With quick hands and clear instructions, Bo learned fast. She even tried herself and turned into a small girl who looked about 6 parts like her original self.
Jin Yang checked her carefully.
It's very good for your first try. Keep practicing. I made this potion myself. You should learn to do it too. It will save costs and help you prepare during missions.
Chinbo listened carefully.
Of course, learning more skills is always good. Jin Yong pointed to her own face. You will stay here for 4 days. Someone will teach you some tricks. From now on, this is our face. In Jin's organization, never show your real face. Their guide was a chubby middle-aged woman. But this probably wasn't her real face. She looked at the 2 young children in front of her with some displeasure. Newcomers? Your expressions are too fake. If you reveal yourselves, it could cause trouble for me. Jin Yong glared at Chinbo. Chinbo quickly hid her curiosity and looked more timid. The woman nodded. Remember, your family members all died in danger, and now I have you. She carefully told them about their tragic past. Chinbo remembered everything. The woman was an employee at an orphanage that took in children from questionable backgrounds. Chinbo and Jin Yong were her latest catch. Jin Yong also had some hidden magic tools, but they weren't as good as Chinbo's. Jin Yong was very jealous. Right now, the 2 of them were just siblings who had learned some basic fighting skills but had no magic talent. Such children weren't very valuable. She was thin and delicate-looking, which easily made people think of a place that favors children like her. The person in charge of the orphanage quickly decided where the 2 should go. They stayed at the orphanage for 3 days. During this time, Chinbo played the role of a lonely little girl. She believed she could win an Oscar for her performance. Jin Yong acted impulsive but also timid. Overall, their faces showed, I'm easy to bully, come and trick me. After 3 days, a beautiful carriage arrived at the orphanage. A man and a woman, dressed in fancy clothes and looking proud, got out. The orphanage director called a group of children to line up, as if they were animals waiting to be chosen. The man and woman looked them over carefully and soon spotted Chinbo. Her appearance was truly outstanding. Even with her modest dress, she surprised them. They exchanged a glance and, with a silent agreement, pulled her out of the line. The director was proud. He had known this girl would fetch a good price. He had also checked her background and knew she had no parents. Chinbo started crying and shouted hurriedly, Big brother! Big brother! Jin Yong rushed out of the line and shouted, Let my sister go. The man glared at him, and he lowered his voice, nervously asking, Where are you taking my sister? Chinbo grabbed Jin Yang's clothes and said, Big brother! Big brother! I'm scared! She cried loudly, Please don't take me to the brothel. Jin Yong didn't expect her to cry so hard. He hugged her tightly and shouted, Sister, it's my fault. Inside, he admired her acting skills, truly a born spy. The woman spoke up, All right, this boy looks good too. Take him along. The 2 children hugged each other and gradually stopped crying. The man and woman then chose 3 more children and agreed on a price. In the carriage, the man looked at Chinbo with a mischievous smile. Big Sister Tong, this girl looks so lively. She might even be better than the girls from the wealthy families. Big Sister Tong laughed and said, You haven't seen much. Girls from wealthy families are even stronger than her. But she's still young. With 3 parts of looks and 7 parts of dressing up, after a few years of training, she could become famous across the continent. The carriage indeed drove into Yunshui Pavilion. The place was large, built on the edge of the city, beside the Sunset Lake in the south. Pavilions and towers were beautiful and magnificent. Jin Mo Jia was a strong middle-aged man with a kind face. It is said that he is a level 4 mage. This person fully embodies the principle that appearances can be deceiving. Without mentioning his name, no one would guess he is the owner of a high-class brothel. Big Sister Tong probably has great trust from Jin Mo Jia. After a quick look at Chinbo and the other children, she handed full responsibility over to her. After a few words of scolding to Jin Yong and the other 3 children, a middle-aged woman took them away to arrange their placement. Chinbo, however, was kept alone. What's your name? Big Sister Tong lazily leaned back in her chair. Lan Xiaohua, Chinbo answered politely and quietly. This was a prearranged name. Jin Yong was called Lan Xiaoyi, which was simple and pure. Of course, Big Sister Tong had already asked for each child's name. Now she was just giving Chinbo a warning. She snorted, Do you know what kind of place this is? Bo nervously looked up at Big Sister Tong, then quickly looked down again. I don't know. Big Sister Tong was pleased with Bo's reaction. She looked good, was shy and timid, and had a gentle personality, making her easy to train. Her expression softened a little. This is a place where you can wear pretty clothes, eat delicious food, and dance and sing every day. Really? Bo's eyes lit up, then dimmed again. That can't be true. You're just trying to fool me. Why would I fool you? Big Sister Tong was in a good mood. Once you stay here for a while, you'll see for yourself. First, you need to change your name. Xiaohua sounds so ugly. Bo timidly said, My mom gave me that name and my brother said it was nice too. Big Sister Tong sneered, You silly girl. I'll make this clear today. When you arrive at Yunshui Pavilion, you'll be able to wear nice clothes and eat well. But the most important thing is to obey. Whatever I say, you must do. If I teach you something, you must learn it well, no slacking. The rest, you don't need to worry about. Tears welled up in Bo's eyes. I want to be with my brother. Big Sister Tong smiled. Your brother is also a good person. But you can't live together. Boys and girls need to learn different things. If you do well, I'll let you see your brother. But if you disobey, her tone suddenly turned stern. You'll never see him again in your life. Bo's face turned pale with fear. Big Sister Tong's tone softened again. From today on, your name is Zilan. Bo nodded blankly. Big Sister Tong called out to the door. Green Lotus. A girl in a light green dress entered, her appearance delicate and pretty. Aunt Tong called me? She asked. Sister Tong instructed her. This is the new girl, Zilan. Let her stay next door to you, and help her with some clothes. Teach her the basic things, but don't hide anything. Green Lotus covered her mouth and smiled. Of course. Don't worry, Aunt Tong. I'll remember. Bo followed Green Lotus as they turned and walked into a small courtyard. There were 8 houses inside. Green Lotus called out, Xiaoyu, come out quickly. A girl about 13 or 14 came out from the easternmost house. Why are you back so early today? Green Lotus pointed at Xiaoyu and said to Bo, This is my maid, Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, this is the new girl, Zilan. Xiaoyu bowed. Nice to meet you, Miss Zilan. Bo quickly waved his hand. No need to be formal. Green Lotus looked at Bo's waving hand and frowned. You can stay in the room next door to me. Let Xiaoyu tidy up a bit. Later, a girl will bring some clothes. Besides learning skills, it's best not to go outside. If you offend a guest, it could ruin your whole life. They entered the second room on the east side. Xiaoyu opened the window for fresh air. It was a suite, with a reception area outside and a bedroom inside. The decor was very elegant, one of the most tasteful rooms Bo had seen. Green Lotus looked around. Aunt Tong hasn't taken in anyone for years. Living alone in this courtyard feels lonely. Now I finally have a companion. Just then, someone outside called for help. Xiaoyu went to open the door and Green Lotus signaled Bo to follow. Girls who haven't finished their training are the most precious. Ordinary people wouldn't dare enter this courtyard. Outside the courtyard, a middle-aged woman and a girl about 13 or 14 stood, both looking quite ordinary. They carried a lot of items. Green Lotus smiled. It's Mother Lu. Xiaoyu, hurry and take the things. Mother Lu smiled with her eyes squinting. Miss Green Lotus, no need to be polite. This girl is Xiao Shi, sent by Sister Tong to serve Miss Zilan. These are some clothes and items for her. Green Lotus thanked her. Thank you so much. Please come in. Mother Lu placed the items in Bo's room, then told Xiao Shi to tidy up before saying goodbye. Green Lotus didn't keep her long, and had Xiaoyu see her out. Turning to Xiao Shi seriously, she said, Your girl just arrived, so you need to remind her of some things. Now, go prepare some water so your girl can take a bath and change out of this dress. The creek was about to leave, and Green Lotus turned to Bo. Zilan, after your bath, come to my room for dinner. Green Lotus finally left, and Bo took a deep breath, sinking into a chair. My goodness. She truly looks like a noble young lady from ancient times. Looking at the newly arranged decorations, it's clear that the fashionable girl is being raised like a wealthy young lady. The ancients really knew what they were doing. During dinner, Bo faced her first challenge. There were 4 dishes on the table, a big bowl of soup, and 2 sets of utensils. Green Lotus sat upright and proper. Xiao Yu and Xiao Creek stood behind them. Green Lotus first corrected Qin Bo's sitting posture. Once she was sitting correctly, she began to explain the meaning and history of the tableware, from noble times over 700 years ago to the present ritualistic customs. She demonstrated each part, and then asked Qin Bo to practice. Cold dishes, hot dishes, soup, different foods require different utensils, and each season has its own way of eating. What surprised Qin Bo most was that Green Lotus kept her handkerchief over her mouth while speaking. This was an important etiquette to prevent saliva from splashing onto the food, so she had to cover her mouth whenever she spoke. An hour later, Qin Bo left the dining table with a stomach full of cold food. Green Lotus told Xiao Creek to make sure her girl took a 20-minute walk in the courtyard before going back to rest. Qin Bo, with her martial artist stamina, completed all this, and Xiao Creek then gave her a series of skincare treatments before letting her go to bed. As Qin Bo lay down, her only thought was, I must ask Jinyang what kind of training he received. The next morning, Qin Bo was awakened by Xiao Creek. After washing up, she went to Green Lotus's room to greet her. It was a rule, new girls had to pay their respects to their mentor. Green Lotus had breakfast with Qin Bo, and she didn't talk much. After quietly finishing her meal, she left. They walked along a quiet path to another courtyard, where they met Sister Tong. Sister Tong looked at the 2 girls bowing their heads in greeting and said, Remember, I, Tong Yun, only send out the top talents from Yun Shui Pavilion, Yun Shui Xian. You both look good, but you should know that guests don't just look at your face. We are in a first-class establishment. If I find out anyone isn't serious about learning, she gave a cold glance. I'll send her to those shady places and let her have a good time. Qin Bo shivered and lowered her head even more. Sister Tong saw she had scolded enough and then spoke kindly, showing some concern. Only then did she let them go. The girls at Yunshui Pavilion, including little June, were trained separately. In the morning, they focused on talent and skills. After the teacher examined Qin Bo's natural grace, she was assigned to learn dance. Green Lotus studied piano, painting, swordsmanship, and chess. In the afternoon, they studied culture. Everyone had to write beautifully and memorize history and customs. Girls over 14 also learned a new lesson, how to charm the opposite sex and same sex. Qin Bo was already very impressed by Jean Mojia's strength. Some girls were ordinary, while others received special attention. Qin Bo was one of the latter. Because of her face, Sister Tong refused to let her slack off in her training. Qin Bo was tortured every day. After 10 difficult days, Qin Bo finally got her first half-day holiday in her small yard to meet Jinyang. This was a reward for her good progress and serious study. When Qin Bo saw Jinyang, she rushed to hug him tightly. Brother, she held him close. Hurry up. Let's finish our task and leave quickly. If we stay longer, I might really become a famous courtesan. Jinyang was surprised by Qin Bo's enthusiasm but hugged her back. Little sister, how have you been? Qin Bo cried loudly. Brother, I want to go home. Secret message. Finish the task quickly and leave early. Jinyang also cried. Little sister, I want to go home too. I think about it every night. Secret message. I'm gathering information every night. Qin Bo wiped her tears. Brother, I dream about you every night. Secret message. Come talk tonight. They talked about their recent lives. Jinyang trained with a group of young boys, focusing on sword dancing. For people shared a room, and they were evaluated every 6 months. Those with good results could move to a double room, and the best could have a single room. Compared to that, Qin Bo's place was more convenient. Time passed quickly, and Jinyang was reluctantly taken away. Qin Bo returned to her room, preparing for the night. As night fell, Qin Bo got out of bed. She went to the small stream and took out a silver needle from her hair, stabbing it into the back of the stream's neck a few times to make her fall into a deep sleep. Then she quietly entered Green Lotus's room and also gave her and her servant a few needles. Only then did she feel safe and walk back to the yard. A shadow flickered on the wall. Jinyang jumped into the yard. Qin Bo pulled him into a corner. How did it go? I'm almost suffocating here. Jinyoung smiled. Congratulations. I heard you're going to be the top courtesan. Bo clenched his teeth and said, You're still smiling. Just tell me the main issue. This place isn't completely safe. Jinyoung put away his smile and said, We have news. In 6 days, Shilin Wenyuan and Fan Kai-sui will meet at Yunshui Tower on Sunset Lake. Is the security strict? Very strict. The whole building is protected by magic. Once activated, anyone inside or touching the building will trigger an alarm. There are also restrictions in the air, so no flying over. The water underneath is filled with man-eating algae. Bo was anxious. What should we do? Jinyoung sighed. I'm worried about that too. We can deal with the algae, it's just hard to get the medicine. But the real problem is how to hide the recording crystal inside without touching the building. Bo asked, Can't we put it in beforehand? Jinyoung replied, You think I don't want to? After the banquet, the guards will check the whole building one last time, and then leave. That's when we can act. Bo thought for a moment. Can you help me get some materials? I have an idea. Really? Jinyoung was very happy. If there's a way, materials are easy. Bo explained his idea and drew some diagrams on the ground with a stick.
Jinyoung frowned.
Are you confident? Bo said. At least we should try. Do you have a better idea? Jinyoung thought for a while and agreed to try first. He took the materials list Bo had prepared. Coincidentally, Green Lotus was about to leave next year. Sister Tong was busy showing her around every part of Yunshui Pavilion. In 3 days, it was Yunshui Tower's turn. Bo, after some persuasion, got the chance to go along. Yunshui Tower was built in Sunset Lake, a complex of connected buildings with corridors linking them. Everyone arrived by boat. The railings were made of jade, and the corridors of fragrant wood. The floors of the corridors were designed to produce different sounds when stepped on. There were even special dance steps to play music while walking on the corridors. As the tinkling sounds echoed, everyone entered the tower. Bo hurried to memorize the layout. Luckily, her memory was good now, so it was easy. Green Lotus teased her for being inexperienced, always needing to see everything. Others joked that once she became a Yunshui fairy, she'd have to look at everything all the time. That night, Bo created a 3-dimensional map of Yunshui Tower and handed it to Jinyoung. She also exhausted her magic power. Jinyoung kept protecting her until dawn before leaving. The materials were ready, and they had tested the plans several times with good results. Time passed quickly amid the busy preparations. Shilin Wenyuan and Fan Saisua's meeting day is finally coming. Shilin Wenyuan and Fan Saisua arrived at Yunshui Pavilion in the evening. The two gentlemen wanted to drink and enjoy a show with singing and dancing, so they gave Bo and Jinyoung plenty of time to prepare. The night at Yunshui Pavilion was lively. Sister Tong took Green Lotus to see the world, which meant hiding in a secret room to watch the young women and guests flirt. Girls who are over 14 and not yet trained, as well as young boys, have this lesson. Xiao Yu also went along, and she was knocked down by Bo inside the room. They pretended to be asleep. Green Lotus returned late, usually not disturbing Bo, who was already asleep. Jinyoung also solved his problem on his side. They put on blackfish skin water clothes, packed their gear, and quietly followed a small path to the Sunset Lake. They found a quiet spot, put on underwater breathing devices, and silently dove into the water, swimming toward Yunshui Tower. Bo had been swimming in recent years to experience water element affinity and practice martial arts underwater. He was quite good at swimming. Jinyoung had also received special training, so they swam smoothly. Gradually, they approached the area with carnivorous plants. Carnivorous plants are broad-leafed underwater plants. Their strong stems and leaves can trap and digest living creatures. Jinyoung had soaked their clothes in a special medicine beforehand. At this moment, the plants retracted their large leaves, not daring to attack them. Ahead, faintly visible in the water, was a jade stone base. They were almost there. The two carefully swam without making any noise to the jade stone pillar, then followed the bottom of the corridor toward the main building. When they reached the base of the building, they surfaced in a gap. The building was brightly lit, filled with singing and dancing, and the banquet was lively. Jinyoung leaned in close and whispered to Qinbo, "It might take a while longer. Is this place safe?" A warm current brushed past their ears, which made Qinbo uncomfortable. But for safety, he could only speak this way. She also leaned in and whispered, "Don't worry, this is a blind spot. I observed it earlier. Even during the day, no one can see here." They stopped talking and quietly waited for time to pass. The music and singing from upstairs drifted down with the wind, soothing and clear. After about 10 days of training, Qinbo could tell that this was the level only the main performers could reach. It was probably sung by the Cloud Water Fairy in the pavilion. Jinyoung listened too, but he was a bit dismissive. It seems to be the headliner. These old folks really know how to enjoy themselves. Qinbo found it strange. Why don't they discuss serious matters first? Jinyoung snorted. They just want to distract the other side and be dazzled by beauty and charm. That way, they can gain an advantage in negotiations later. This is a trick the Fu family often uses. They're experts at using beautiful women. But unfortunately, Shilin Wenyuan is also clever and might not fall for it. Jinyoung asked again, "What have they been teaching you these days?" Qinbo whispered, "Nothing much, just a few small dances." "But they keep forcing me to practice a lot of manners," Jinyoung said angrily. "That guy who teaches me sword dancing is useless. He only knows some fancy moves and keeps touching me. If I get the chance, I'll cut off his hand." Qinbo comforted him. "You're still young, so he probably won't dare to be too reckless. By the way, after we go back, you should teach me how to fly using insect wings." "No problem," Jinyoung agreed immediately. Finally, the time passed. The music upstairs stopped. A group of beautifully dressed men and women, led by Yun Shui Xian, walked out one after another and left on a boat. After a while, Jin Mo Jia and his guards also came out, and Shilin Wenyuan and Fu Kai Suo came to see them off. At this moment, Jin Yang's breath darkened. Silently, he emerged from the water, spreading the thin cicada wings behind him, and flew straight into the sky. Qinbo followed closely behind. The Yunshui Tower has long eaves, and their flying range was limited to the narrow width of the eaves, with the boundary just outside. Jinyoung moved skillfully, but Qinbo struggled. Only because Jinyoung was pulling him did they avoid hitting the boundary. They flew safely to the window and stopped in the air. Qinbo took out a tiny hot air balloon, specially made according to her drawings, using the lightest fox muzzle bat skin. 8 strands of sea fish tendon held a net made from the same material, with a recording crystal inside. The whole tiny hot air balloon was only the size of a palm. Qinbo began gathering wind elements. It's called wind, but really it's air. This world has no physics, so they don't know about hydrogen or oxygen. Qinbo took advantage of this and developed many useful small spells. For example, now, hydrogen in the air was slowly gathered and directed by Qinbo to flow into the tiny hot air balloon. The balloon filled up and gently floated in the air. Jinyoung opened his eyes wide. Although he had tested this several times, he still couldn't understand why it worked like this. This small spell, he also tried, but he couldn't gather the kind of light elements that Qinbo mentioned, which float lightly in the air. Time was tight. When the hot air balloon reached the right height, Qinbo used the gentle breeze to send it through the window. The hot air balloon floated to the designated spot, which was a small decorative plant. It looked lush and healthy, very pleasing. Qinbo condensed his true energy into a thread, shot it out from his fingers, and accurately cut the net. The recording crystal fell onto the tree, and Qinbo pushed it further, hiding it among the leaves. While Qinbo was cutting the net, Jinyoung used the gentle breeze to recall the hot air balloon. At that moment, Qinbo had just hidden the recording crystal. They quickly clasped hands and entered the water silently, leaving the Cloud Water Pavilion. The whole operation was clean and quick, taking just over 3 minutes. Shilin Wenyuan and Fan Kai Suo were already heading back. Back in the small courtyard, Qinbo let out a long breath. Jinyoung had already gone back halfway. The courtyard was still dark, and Green Lotus hadn't returned yet. Qinbo changed into her clothes and lay on the bed. Everything had gone smoothly. The recording crystal would be taken out by the secret cleaner. She didn't need to worry about what came next. The only thing left was how to leave this place. A few days later, a young man arrived at Yun Shui Pavilion. He claimed to be the guardian of the siblings Lan Xiaoyi and Lan Xiaohua, entrusted by their father on his deathbed. He had just completed the formalities. After hearing that the siblings had been kidnapped here, he officially requested to take them away. This young man had a relative working at the Adventurers Guild. Yun Shui Pavilion didn't want to get involved, so they reluctantly sent him away, feeling unlucky. Back in that underground room, Qinbo felt like she was in a different world. The shiny spirit crystals were on the table in front of her, but she seemed to see nothing, just lost in thought. Jin Yang understood her well. This is how your first mission feels. You'll get used to it. I have good news for you. Your abilities were recognized this time. They've opened a second-level training ground for you. Qinbo came back to herself. What is a second-level training ground? Jin Yang explained. The Jin family has special training methods and facilities. They are divided into S-level and levels 1 to 4, based on secrecy and intensity. S-level is the highest, level 1 is next. The second-level training ground is just right for you now. It's always good to have benefits, so Qinbo asked, does it cost anything? Jin Yang smiled. Your performance was rated excellent this time. Besides weapons and materials, everything else is free. Very good. Qinbo asked again. So, which level training ground do you go to? Jin Yang's face immediately fell. In terms of secrecy, I could reach level 1, but right now I can only train at level 2. I probably won't reach level 1 until after I turn 15. The Jin Yang family focuses on practical training. Since high-level magic and martial artists are rare, being able to use every bit of magic flexibly and effectively is most important. Qinbo gained many new ideas during his training. His alchemy skills are improving rapidly. Now he can easily create disguise potions. He also made insect wing potions, choosing wings from a golden-winged phoenix butterfly. This butterfly lives in western valleys and migrates long distances each year. Its wings are strong and beautiful. To stay hidden, Qinbo made the wings transparent. After some training, he finally stopped being a beginner flyer. A lot of training took up Qinbo's time. The Blue Moon Potion Research Team is an official group under the Potion Association, but not very famous. It is actually a station of the Jin Yang family. Qinbo used this to hide his whereabouts. When Rujing examined a few of her potions and then stopped asking questions, since she wasn't his daughter, Qinbo didn't dare slack off with Fang Qingling. He had to be careful during the monthly checkups. Practice proved that his efforts paid off, and Fang Qingling was very pleased with his progress. There are many older children and adults in the training area. They often spar with each other. Since no one uses their real face, everyone has a code name. Jin Yang's code name is Sunny Day. Qinbo called himself Rui, pronounced in Mandarin. There is a small pond in the training ground. Qinbo stood by the pond, reciting a spell. Dark clouds gathered in the sky. This was his new spell, Borrow Rain, inspired by the ancient Chinese myth of the Dragon King summoning clouds and rain. The clouds grew thicker and darker above Qinbo's head. One drop, then two, and finally a gentle rain began to fall from the sky. Success, Jin Yang cheered. Making it rain is a high-level spell. Only 5th-level water mages can do it. He now firmly believed Qinbo was a natural magic talent. Qinbo focused intently on controlling the spell. The light rain turned into a heavy downpour, and the water level in the pond dropped. The rain moved slowly toward Jin Yang. Ah! Jin Yang shouted and turned to run, with the rain chasing after him. You're doing this on purpose, Jin Yang yelled. Suddenly, the elemental fluctuations in the sky shifted. Qinbo was very surprised. Jin Yang quickly hid. Jin Yang suddenly jumped forward, moving 4 or 5 meters away. Suddenly, there was a loud boom as a lightning bolt struck the ground where he had just been standing, accompanied by thunder. Qinbo carefully sensed the elemental energy from the strike. Crack! Another lightning bolt appeared. After 2 strikes, Qinbo's magic power was nearly exhausted. The heavy rain gradually stopped. The ground was wet and muddy, and a large blackened pit silently told of the recent accident. Jin Yang, still trembling, came over and asked, You don't seem to be a lightning element user, right? An accident. A wonderful accident, Qinbo said excitedly. Jinyong asked cautiously. Lightning magic is a high-level, rare type of magic. Only lightning element mages can use it. How did you do it? Electromagnetic clouds, Qinbo blurted out. I accidentally created positive and negative electron clouds, and when they collided, it caused lightning. Electromagnetic clouds? What are those? Jinyong, still in middle school physics, asked curiously. Qinbo sighed. Jinyong, I can't hide it from you, but I really can't explain it clearly. Jinyong was not convinced. Then how come you can do it? Your level isn't higher than mine. Qinbo comforted him with a pat. It's okay. Once I get everything sorted out, I'll teach you the spell directly. Jinyong was satisfied. Having a spell was enough. He mainly specialized in martial arts anyway. However, Fong Qingling was not so easily fooled. Qinbo took a big sip of water. They were at Sunset Lake on the outskirts of the city, on the other side of the Cloud Water Tower, far from the city. It was a remote place surrounded by a protective barrier. Fong Qingling was listening to Qinbo's middle school physics explanation here. So, this is how electricity is formed. What you call lightning is actually just the sound made when lightning occurs. The real destructive force is the lightning itself. Metals are conductors and water is too, Qinbo explained, his throat dry. She had long returned her middle school physics textbook to her teacher and couldn't explain it systematically. Fong Qingling thought for a moment, then raised her hand and shouted. Bang! A lightning bolt struck from the sky. That really saved almost half of my magic power. Qinbo was about to cry. This big boss was really hard to please. Luckily, she kept quiet about the spherical lightning. Otherwise, with Fong Qingling's practical nature, she might not go home for a month. Fong Qingling tried a few more times and nodded in satisfaction. From now on, you should tell me about these things proactively. Next, I kindly guided Qinbo on how to use elements more effectively. Soon, Qinbo's rain-borrowing technique became flexible. She could make it large or small, fast or slow, and control when it rained or stopped. Then, under Fong Qingling's supervision, Qinbo practiced a new, improved lightning technique. Late at night, in the countryside, thunder and lightning kept flashing. Qinbo gradually understood the natural energy patterns. Finally, after she could freely release small lightning bolts and learned the 5th-level lightning technique, Fong Qingling allowed her to leave. However, Qinbo's true energy was exhausted again, so she had to rush home to recover it. A lightning bolt struck the sword in the boy's hand, breaking it. The boy clenched his teeth and said, Qin Xuanbo, this is the 3rd sword you've broken. Are you doing this on purpose? Qinbo smiled politely. Metal is a conductor of electricity.
Sorry about that.
Maybe next time, you shouldn't use metal weapons. Jinyong snorted and threw away his sword. Why is my lightning not as fast as yours? Qinbo quickly protested. I'm only able to do this after intense training. You don't know how harsh that person was. Qinbo was now completely immune to handsome men. Fong Qingling had left a deep shadow in her heart. Jinyong looked down on her. Strictness is for your own good. I was also driven to the brink by my uncle back then. Uncle? Do you mean Jincheng? Is he also harsh? Yes, it's him. He only treats boys strictly, so no girls have ever learned from him. Jinyong revealed a weakness of his uncle. After the new year, I'll turn 15 and take the family exam. If I pass, I'll undergo higher-level training. 2 years passed, and Qinbo's skills had improved greatly. Jinyong was also recognized as excellent in the family. Before age 10, Jinyong trained within the family. After 10, he was randomly sent to different cities to gain experience. Those who passed the family exam at 15 would go into wild forests for training. At 20, they would officially take on roles within the family. Jinyong looked a bit sad. It's a pity you're too young. After the new year, you'll only be 13. You can't join the adventure team yet. Now I have no partner. Qinbo also felt a little reluctant. Even if I turn 15, I can't go either. I have to go to the Starry Sky Academy. Fong Qingling had already ordered it. At 13, she couldn't stay at Galaxy Elementary School anymore. After the new year, She must register at the Starry Sky Academy. Jinyoung advised her, after I leave, you can take on tasks by yourself. Don't accept those that are too dangerous. Safety is the most important. If you're not short of money, taking a break for a while is fine. Also, don't look for a partner again. Chinbo smiled and agreed. Jinyoung added, don't go to the training grounds. The intensity there is no longer suitable for you. If you don't want to be too closely linked to the Jinyoung family, don't apply for a first-level training ground. Chinbo thanked him. I understand. You also need to take care of yourself. The wild jungle is very dangerous. Jinyoung smiled. I make good money there, and there are many valuable things. Many are rare treasures that are hard to find on the market. I will soon be richer than you. Chinbo couldn't help but laugh and sigh. In several missions, he was undercover, and Jinyoung was responsible for contact. Using his memory, Chinbo copied many three-dimensional maps and sold them to the Jinyoung family, making a good profit. Jinyoung was always annoyed that Chinbo earned more than he did. Jinyoung hesitantly asked, Xuanbua, how about spending this new year together? Sure. It's a perfect send-off for you. Chinbo readily agreed. Over the past 2 years, they had been training, completing missions, and making money. They never really had a proper break. Chinbo, being an adult, and Jinyoung, still a young boy, showed remarkable restraint. After the new year, everyone would go their separate ways, so they should relax and enjoy themselves. Jinyoung was excited. His father's words made sense. When you like a girl, you must be brave and speak up. Look, Xuanbo agreed. He happily said, then I'll come find you at your house. Don't forget about me. Chinbo teased him. How could I forget? Just come over. But you should think about what to say, considering your identity. As the new year approached, Qin Xianyu and Qin Xianji returned together. Qin Xiankong had gone to the Magic Continent with his teacher 2 years ago and had now come back. After 5 years, the Qin family finally gathered again. Qin Xianji joined a maritime trading fleet after going to Ninghai Bay, traveling between the Star-Cloud Sea Continent and the Magic Continent. Over 7 years, he accumulated a lot of wealth and finally broke through to level 5 magic, becoming a high-level mage. Qin Xianyu stayed in Lifeng City for only a year before leaving to join Qin Xianji in Ninghai Bay, trading by sea. They brought back many gifts this time. Qin Xiankong also matured. His innate true energy reached level 5. After visiting the Magic Continent, his gaze became more serious. Qin Feihu and Qin Xiaoqian were very happy. It had been a long time since the family was so lively. The children had finally grown up. The whole family sat together happily eating. Qin Xuanji excitedly revealed that a young half-demon was courting Qin Xianyu. Everyone was immediately excited. Qin Xiaoqian kept asking, what is his race?
How old is he?
What skills does he have? What does he look like? Qin Xuanji held back a laugh. Mom, half-demons usually practice martial arts and are very handsome. As for his race and age, you know how demons are. They only show their true form in front of their partners. So, sister hasn't agreed yet. Qin Bo joined in the fun. Do you not like him? Little Bo, you're so mean. You're teasing me too. Qin Xianyu's face turned noticeably red. Qin Bo pretended to be innocent. If you like him, you like him. If you don't, you don't. Why do you say I'm teasing you? Exactly. Qin Xiaoqian firmly sided with Qin Bo. Just tell us what you really think. Mom. Qin Xianyu pouted playfully. Qin Bo got goosebumps. Well, it seemed there was definitely something going on. Qin Xiaoqian and Qin Feihu exchanged a glance, deciding to ask more quietly later and give their eldest daughter some face. Actually, a noble girl from the Magic Continent also likes Ah Ji. Qin Xianyu started to get back at her. Noble. Qin Feihu frowned. We haven't had nobles here for over 700 years. Dad, don't worry. That woman is just wishful thinking. I will definitely marry a good girl from the Starry Sea Continent, Qin Xianji quickly assured. Qin Xiankong interrupted. Nobles are not good people. They still use slaves and are very savage. Exactly, Qin Xianyu agreed. I used to think noble families were already arrogant enough, but I didn't expect there to be such annoying nobles. Those girls are so pretentious. Second brother, what is the Magic Continent? Qin Bo asked eagerly. Qin Xianji gently patted her head. The Starry Sea continent is surrounded by the sea. There are many fierce demon beasts in the ocean. 100 years ago, 3 high priests and a lesser priest worked together to kill many sea demons and cleared a shipping route. The Magic Continent also sent experts to clear the waters near the ports. Since then, trade has been happening between the 2 continents. But, little Bo, Qin Xianji looked at her seriously, that place is completely different from ours. The mainland is about 6 or 7 times larger than ours, with many countries and different races. Their magic and fighting systems are also different from ours. Promise me you will never go to the Magic Continent.
Why?
Because it is unsafe. Qin Xiankong took over the conversation. Their mages are called wizards. The most powerful mage, the Grand Sorcerer, is similar to our lesser priest. Although there are not many, the society there is complicated, and the people are wild. Do you know? They like to turn beautiful girls into slaves and sell them to nobles. I saw myself a half-elf girl whose magic was sealed, and she became a noble's. Qin Xiankong was unsure how to say it and looked to Qin Yuan for help. Oh my goodness.
Qin Chiao Chien He Qin Botaitli.
Such a scary place. You must be very careful there. Qin Yuan waved her hand. We won't go into the Magic Continent itself. There are many evil black magicians and dark warriors who do bad things. Luckily, they don't have anyone as powerful as the Grand Sorcerer, so they can't block the routes. If many of them come to the Starry Sea, who knows what trouble they might cause. Qin Xianji was unhappy because her twin sisters didn't focus on the main point. Big Bo, the Grand Sorcerer, gave an order. People from the Magic Continent can only stay in the cities near the southeast Ninghai Bay. The security there is managed by the most skilled fighters, Lu Jingtong and Fei Jielua, lesser priests. You are becoming more beautiful every day. If you go there, many bad people might try to take advantage of you. Promise me, only with our company can you go to Ninghai Bay. Never go to the Magic Continent. Qin Bo thought for a moment. I promise you, brother. Unless I gain the strength of a lesser priest, I will never go to the Magic Continent. Qin Yuan giggled.
Great.
If you become a lesser priest, I will be your guide in the Magic Continent. The whole family laughed, and the shadow of the Magic Continent was swept away. By the way, Xiaobo, this is for you. Qin Xianji took out a shiny short sword. It's about 1.5 feet long, very sharp. The handle has ancient patterns carved on it. This is dwarf craftsmanship, with elven blessings engraved. The Magic Continent has many skills better than ours. Qin Bo happily accepted the gift, loving it dearly. Not bad, right? That's about all they have worth showing. Qin Xianyu was very proud. Those who haven't seen the world before, when they see us flying in the sky with wings, they think we're some kind of beast men. Later, they found out the truth. The price of flying potions was driven up to 10 magic crystal coins per bottle, and the exchange rate between magic crystal coins and spirit crystal coins is 1-to-1. Imagine how much money we can make. Qin Xianji remained calm. The prices of the things they sell to us are also very high. Plus, the High Priest of the Sea of Clouds has ordered that the official sale of flying potions each year is limited. The insect wing flying potion is strictly forbidden from being leaked out. It's safer for us to buy raw materials in bulk. It seems that the High Priest of the Sea of Clouds is quite shrewd with money. Qin Bo thought to himself. Overseas trade really requires caution. If something goes wrong, it could cause panic over resources and currency on the continent. Qin Xiankong brought up a topic everyone had forgotten. Xiaobo, after the new year, where will you go to school? Well, Qin Bo looked at his family's expectant faces and smiled slightly. Of course, I'll go to the Starry Sky Academy. Oh, yeah. Qin Xianyu cheered loudly. Xiaobo, you finally decided. Qin Xiankong patted his chest. If anyone bullies you, just come to me. Qin Xianji added. I'll prepare the magic materials and some daily supplies. Qin Feihu slammed the table. I'll pay for the tuition. Who dares to compete with me? The whole family burst into laughter. Finally, the new year arrived. Jin Yang could only come on the day of the song and dance festival. Qin Bo wasn't very interested in the new year and had been staying at home for the past few days. When the Shui family heard that Qin's siblings would all return this year, they came to visit on the first day of the new year. Shui Ying is 11 years old this year. She has been studying at the Glowing Star Branch School with her sister and doesn't know the Qin family very well. However, that didn't stop her from listening to Qin Xianyu share stories about the magic continent.
Shui Jingjin quietly pulled Qinbo aside.
I heard you're also going to the Glowing Star this year. Yes, Qinbo smiled. You should have come earlier. Shui Jingjing patted her. I really don't understand what you're thinking. I just broke through and advanced to level 3. Now I am a mid-level mage. Congratulations, congratulations. Qinbo sincerely congratulated his friend. Shui Jingjing looked a bit shy. It's nothing. Sanmu is a level 4 mage. By the way, Sanmu invited me to his house to play tomorrow. Let's go together. Qinbo felt a bit embarrassed. I made plans with someone to celebrate the New Year starting from the singing and dancing festival. I want to rest at home tomorrow. Oh, who is it? Are they handsome? Crystal Jing, age 14, didn't even consider the possibility that her date might be a girl. Qinbo honestly replied, I met him in the Blue Moon Potion Research Group. He's 15, and after the new year, he'll go back to his hometown. It's kind of a farewell. Is he handsome? Crystal Jing was curious about that. He's okay, Qinbo said, thinking of Fong Qingling as a reference. Just so, Crystal Jing said, feeling a bit uninterested. At her age, she only cares about boys who are good-looking or strong. Then you should see him off. Blue Moon hasn't produced any powerful mages. On the day of the tour, Qinbo stayed home as usual. Qin Xianyu encouraged her to go out and have fun. Xiaobo, you didn't apply to the Starry Tower this year, so that's fine. But you can't stay at home all the time. How about we visit the Starry Sky Academy? You can get a feel for the place early. Today, young priest Fong Qingling is personally overseeing the academy. Yes, Qin Xianji also agreed. Today, young priest Sing Luo is in charge of the administration center, and young priest Bai Miao Jing is at the Adventurers Guild. We can go see them. Maybe he still remembers you. No. Qinbo's face turned pale in fear. Fong Qingling had mentioned that Bai Miaojing was always looking for trouble with him. If Bai Miaojing noticed her, Fong Qingling might harm her. The Qin siblings looked at each other. Since their younger sister refused to go out, they could only stay at home with her. Qinbo had to preemptively say, Big sister, actually a boy is coming to see me tomorrow. I promised to spend the new year with him. You don't need to stay at home with me. Oh, the three of them looked at her curiously. Xiaobo, tell us the truth. Qinbo repeated what she had told Crystal Jing. Qin Xianji stroked her chin. I see. Have you prepared new clothes? Isn't what I'm wearing enough? Qinbo replied casually. Hee. Qin Xianyu giggled mischievously. Xiaobo, your clothes are already outdated. You're about to become a young lady, so, Qin Xianji joined in, you should dress up nicely. The three of them helped Qinbo get ready and went out. On the third day of the new year, after waking up from meditation, Qinbo began to dress up and prepare herself. Yesterday, my older sister and brother bought her many things. Today also felt like the first date of her life, so Qinbo decided to take it seriously. She wore white pants, a light purple gauze skirt, and dark purple short boots. Her long hair was tied with a silk ribbon and flowed down her back. She wore a coin necklace and carried a small sword. Recently, Qinbo's finances improved, and she bought a special assassin's belt with a hidden space storage pouch inside. It's very convenient because she can add more items anytime. Xiaobo, someone is looking for you, Qin Xianyu said with a clear smile. So quick. Qinbo walked out of the room, pretending not to see Qin Xianyu's teasing face. She went straight to the living room. The living room was full of Qin family members. A 15-year-old boy named Jin Yang was talking confidently. I am sent here by the family to train. After the new year, I will go back for an assessment. I practice both magic and martial arts. My magic level is at the peak of level 4 and my martial skills are at the 3rd level. My uncle and aunt call me a Yang. I can only reveal my surname after passing the family's official test. I'm really sorry. Qinbo felt a headache coming on. Qin Xiaoqian was clearly looking at Jin Yang like she was choosing a son-in-law. Qin Feihu looked like he didn't care about him at all. Qin Xiankong was eager to fight, as if he wanted to start a fight, but he didn't realize he was 5 years older than Jin Yang. But Qin Xianji was the one who kept his cool. He frowned and asked, "Are you from a noble family?" Jin Yang looked confident. "I can't say that now, but Xianbo knows. I can guarantee I'm not from the Feng, Wei, or Shilin families." This was already semi-public knowledge. Was he stupid? Qinbo looked at Jin Yang like he was a fool. Everyone in the Qin family was pleased. This boy was sincere. The Feng, Wei, and Shilin families. Girls from those families are not valued and have low status, so they're not a good match for Qinbo. Excluding Xianming and Xiang Shui, it's either Qianyuan or Jin Yang. Both are doing well. The boy in front of her was so outstanding, and coming from a noble family wasn't a problem. "You're crazy. You've told everything clearly. How will your family react?" Qinbo immediately questioned Jin Yang as soon as she left the room. "It's okay. I asked my uncle, and he said I could reveal some details." Jin Yang looked at the beautiful girl in front of him. Her clear skin looked transparent in the sunlight, and her long black hair reached her waist. Compared to her usual neat style, she looked a bit more charming and girlish. "I really don't understand what you all are thinking." Since elders had spoken, Qinbo decided not to interfere. Jin Yang thought for a moment and decided not to tell her yet. It was only after he expressed his desire to his uncle to pursue her that the uncle would agree. Qinbo didn't understand Jin Yang's feelings. Today was a day for singing and dancing. The streets were full of people dressed in fine clothes, playing instruments, singing, and dancing everywhere. Jin Yang wore a black and silver warrior outfit. His tall, slender figure looked serious but lively, showing his strong body from years of martial arts training. His face, noble and youthful, had a touch of innocence. The striking contrast made him very popular today, and many young girls looked at him with admiration. Sure enough, 2 beautiful girls in fancy clothes were walking toward him. They kept staring at Jin Yang without blinking. They didn't notice the young man beside them, who was frowning. Qinbo and Jin Yang both wanted to avoid trouble. The 3 people dressed like that clearly weren't ordinary. Plus, behind them, a few martial artists followed quietly, clearly there to protect them. Assassins have sharp eyes. Jin Yang didn't like spoiled young ladies, especially today with a lady beside him. He didn't want to ruin the mood. So he pulled Qinbo and turned into another street to avoid the 3 people ahead. The 2 girls were very beautiful, more beautiful than Qinbo had ever seen. So when he saw the 3 people follow them into the street, he understood. Beautiful women couldn't ignore being noticed, right? Once, there was a beautiful woman named Kong Min who got so angry when someone looked at her the wrong way that she was determined to punish that man. Of course, beautiful women are also very reserved, especially those of high status. These 3 had been following them silently all along, not saying a word. Jin Yang didn't want to say anything either. The street was open for anyone to walk on. He had to try to ignore the stares behind him and Qinbo's serious enjoyment of the scene.
What kind of nonsense is this? Qinbo sighed.
Ayang, let's watch the street performance for a while. Jin Yang hated the people behind him, so he muttered, "All right." It was a small street performance. 4 or 5 young men and women played instruments and sang. There weren't many people watching, just a few gathered around. The 3 behind them also stopped to watch. After the song ended, the youngest girl couldn't hold back anymore. She stepped forward to the band and said, "You sing very well." A young man smiled casually and said, "Little sister, do you want to sing a song?" The girl was about 13 or 14 and didn't refuse. She chose a song with accompaniment and confidently stepped onto the stage to sing. Her voice was clear and bright, like a yellow oriole singing. It was obvious at first glance that he had put in a lot of effort. Art has no limits, and soon many people gathered around. Jin Yang also stopped looking down on her, realizing this girl had practiced hard. When the song finished, everyone clapped. The girl looked proud and walked up to Jin Yang. "Did I sing well?" Jin Yang honestly replied, "Yes." Everyone around burst into laughter. The young man playing the flute smiled and said, "Little brother, she sang just for you. Since you said it was good, you should show some appreciation." "How?" Jin Yang looked at Qinbo, who also shook his head. She didn't know. The girl stood still, staring directly at Jin Young.
Oh.
This little brother must be from a strict family and doesn't know the customs, people explained. Since you said it was good, you should give her a gift or invite her and her friends to a meal. Is this a tradition? The two young men, who were either training or earning money, looked confused. The young man with the flute saw Chinbo's handsome face, just as good as the girl's, and said, "Little brother, if you're not interested, you should have said, 'You sing well, but I prefer someone else.'" Now, you need to give the girl an explanation. The singing girl was about to cry from feeling wronged. The older girl beside her was furious, but the young man's face darkened.
Kinbokiket Jin Yang.
Jin Young snapped out of his thoughts and quickly bowed to the girl. "Honorable young lady, I wonder if I have the honor to invite you and your friends to join us." His polite manners eased the girl's expression. She proudly lifted her head. "I like the snacks at Green Bamboo Pavilion." Green Bamboo Pavilion was a famous restaurant in Xingyao City, quite expensive. Jin Young had planned to bring Chinbo here for lunch, but now with 3 unexpected guests, he felt quite annoyed. Still, his good upbringing as a noble made him act politely as a host. They went into a private room on the 2nd floor. Crystal curtains, fine porcelain, jade decorations, all showed Jin Young was prepared to spend a lot today. Chinbo secretly smiled. Boys are boys. They don't know how to refuse beautiful women. Just a few words, and they get caught, suffering a big loss. One of the young men was surprised by Jin Yang's actions. He had thought Jin Yang was just an ordinary boy from a good family, and that his sister was only teasing by mentioning Green Bamboo Pavilion. If he showed a worried expression, the 3 of us could take the opportunity to mock him and leave. "Our family is not ordinary. My younger sister cannot associate with such lowly people." But unexpectedly, this young man didn't blink, and his manners and speech were all very proper, showing confidence when ordering food, not like someone visiting here for the first time. After the dishes and drinks were served, the young man raised his glass politely. "I am Fan Luochen, and this is my younger sister Fan Luoyen," then pointed to the singing girl, "and that is my cousin Fan Luoying." Jin Young exclaimed in frustration. The 7 great families had an agreement. In formal settings, if one side reveals their identity first, the other must not hide theirs. So he also raised his glass to reply. "I am Jin Young from the Jin family." Fan Luochen's eyes brightened. He looked at Fan Luoying and drank his wine in one gulp. Fan Luoying was also surprised. She thought he was just an ordinary handsome boy. She already regretted her impulsiveness, not expecting he was from the Jin family. Now she wondered. Chinbo watched Fan Luoying shyly and felt puzzled. The girls here are too mature. This girl doesn't seem to be even 15 yet. Suddenly, the flames of war seemed to reach her. Is this younger sister also from the Jin family? Fan Luoyen rarely saw a girl who could match her own sister's looks, so she naturally thought Chinbo was from a noble family. Chinbo was unhappy but still polite. "Miss Fan, my surname is Chin." Fan Luoyen immediately felt a bit awkward. Fan Luochen quickly stepped in to smooth things over. "Miss Chin looks quite young. I wonder if she's already 15? Jin Young was even more annoyed. He didn't like others asking Chinbo such personal questions. But his upbringing and etiquette made him unable to ignore it, so he patiently answered. "Chinbo is 13 this year." Fan Luoying happily said, "Oh, she's the same age as me." Then they exchanged ages. Fan Luochen was 16, Fan Luoyen 14. During this meal, Chinbo and Jin Young felt miserable, while the Fan siblings ate happily. After finishing their drinks, Jin Young couldn't wait to leave. Fan Luochen was perceptive. He clearly saw Jin Young's interest in Chinbo, but he was confident in his own sister. Since everyone was still young and there was plenty of time, they politely took their leave. Fan Luoying was quite displeased. After Jin Young and the others left, she questioned her brother. "Why didn't you arrange another meeting with the young Master Jin?" Bo Wan didn't want to explain much, knowing she wouldn't understand. Jin family's 15-year-old elite assessment is after the new year. Jin Young hasn't taken it yet. Who knows if he can pass? Bo Wanning was very confident. Brother Jin Young will definitely pass. Jin Young didn't realize that Bo family's little beauty had already placed great hope on him. He disliked the way both siblings looked at him like prey. He was the hunter. How could he tolerate others trying to hunt him? Today's date was ruined by those annoying people. He was determined to get revenge someday. Qinbo watched Jin Yang's dark face and secretly chuckled. Although Jin Yang was a young elite, he was still inexperienced in love. Both family saw this and dared to make bold moves on him. Thinking about revenge, Jin Yang hurriedly said goodbye after sending Qinbo home. But Qin family's eldest sister was no fool. She asked Qinbo, "Why does Ah Yang seem distracted today?" Qinbo casually blamed it on others. "Today, we met two beauties from the Bo family. One is young, and her singing is as sweet as a yellow oriole. She seems to like Ah Yang." This caused serious trouble. The Qin family members united and decided to exclude Jin Yang.
It was food day.
Jin Yang repeated his bad luck from the day before. Qinbo refused to let him pay. His reason was reasonable. "I'm treating you. Plus, you probably spent a lot yesterday. Today, let me pay." Even though Jin Yang was inexperienced in love, he knew that couples usually didn't let the girl pay. He wanted to clarify, but the mood was awkward. Just as he was feeling down, Qinbo's sharp eyes caught sight of Shui Jingjing, Shui Yingying, and Lu Sama shopping ahead. Lu Sama saw them and happily greeted Xianbo. Shui Jingjing saw Qinbo, and of course, she also saw Jin Yang. She whispered flirtatiously, "Aren't you supposed to be handsome? You're so good at keeping secrets, afraid I'll steal him." Qinbo glanced at Jin Yang, who was talking with Lu Sanmu. Shui Jingjing, thinking she was clever, whispered as if she were an assassin listening carefully. She had no choice but to reply, "You're overthinking. We're just friends." But Shui Jingjing didn't believe her. Qinbo refused to admit anything, insisting they were just friends. Shui Jingjing pouted, "What a pity, such a handsome guy." Qinbo was speechless about Shui Jingjing's logic. "Jingjing, is it enough that someone is handsome? Yesterday, I met the handsome young man and beautiful girl from the Fan family. Those people, just mentioning them makes me feel sick."
"Oh.
You met someone from the Fan family? Are they pretty?" Crystal Jing's attention was definitely diverted. Qinbo took the opportunity to talk about his experience yesterday. Of course, he didn't mention that Jin Yang was from the Jin family, only that he was from a big family. Besides the 7 great clans, there are many talented new families on the Xingyan High Continent. Lu Sama's Lu family is one of them. The children from these families are usually very low-key when they are young. Jin Yang saw Qinbo talking about yesterday and joined the conversation. Lu Samu was also very interested in the Fan family, and the group chatted happily. Qinbo quietly stepped back from the conversation to take care of Shui Yingying's food and drink. Jin Yang and Lu Samu, both well-educated young men, had impressive insights into things. Since they were the same age, they quickly became friends. Crystal Jing was also a very beautiful girl, not delicate or spoiled. She spoke with substance, and the three of them had a lively chat. Qinbo held Shui Yingying's hand as they walked behind, with a gentle smile on his face. Jin Yang seemed to notice his feelings a little, but he also knew he was not really only 13 years old. So what? Qinbo used his handkerchief to wipe the food stains from Shui Yingying's mouth. They had fallen behind because she was small and eating slowly. Jin Yang was arguing passionately with Lu Samu up ahead, while Crystal Jing occasionally chimed in. Young love is very sincere, but can also be very painful. Young boys are like spring breezes, warm and gentle, stopping in forests, streams, and flower fields, freely showing their passion. They haven't yet seen all the beauty of the world, haven't experienced the test of time, and haven't truly understood what is most important to themselves. Jin Yang today is just such a boy, dressed in fine clothes, riding a spirited horse, swept up in the bustling world. Jin Yang felt that today was truly wonderful. Xuanbua's friends were not ordinary people, enthusiastic, ambitious, and insightful. No wonder they grew up together. He had already met her family yesterday, and today he met her friends again. Most importantly, Xuanbua had been smiling the whole day. She must be very happy to be spending time happily with her friends. Oh, and she kept taking care of the little girl from the Shui family, so gentle and caring. Although she always said they were just ordinary friends, Chinbo had just found out that the only boy she was close to now was him. He had a lot of hope. During the upcoming holiday, they would all spend time together. Jin Yong thought this was good because it was lively with many people. Also, Lu Sanmu and Xue Jingjing secretly said they would help him speak well of him in front of Qinbo. The day of parting arrived quickly, and only Qinbo came to see him off. This was arranged intentionally by some people. Jin Yong was confident and proud. His uncle, Jin Chung, brought good news. Among the candidates for the family trial, his performance was the best. The elders of the family had high hopes for him. Qinbo's strength was similar to his, and he was confident that the family would accept her as his wife. The farewell was held outside the city because they missed the last group before the new year. Jin Chung personally saw him off. When Qinbo saw Jin Chung again, she noticed he still looked the same, a master at the foundation building stage. Jin Chung also remembered this girl, who had been working with his nephew for years. He smiled and asked Qinbo, "So, can you fly now?" Qinbo smiled and replied, "Of course. Jin Yong is a very good teacher." Jin Chung chuckled, thinking she was a little forgetful. Jin Yong watched the two of them talk and laugh, feeling uncomfortable. Shouldn't they be saying goodbye to him? Why were they so happy with his uncle? He pulled Qinbo aside, looked into her eyes, and said seriously, "Xianbo, wait for me. I will come back to find you very soon." Qinbo smiled faintly and said, "Jin Yong, why should I wait for you? What am I waiting for?" Jin Yong was stunned. Did she not understand his feelings? Or did she want him to confess now? But Qinbo didn't give him a chance. She continued slowly and firmly, "Jin Yong, I will never wait for a man because no woman can stand waiting. Likewise, the worst thing a man can do is make a woman wait."
Jin Yang got ansious.
What did Xianbo mean? Was it my fault for leaving? But if I don't pass the family test, I can't gain my status. I can't decide my marriage either. He opened his mouth to explain. A long, slender hand pressed on his shoulder. Jin Chung looked at Qinbo and ordered his nephew firmly, "It's time for us to go." Qinbo looked at Jin Chung softly and shook her head slowly. She couldn't give Jin Yong false hope. Jin Yong looked confused at both of them. He had learned from Jin Chung since he was young, and his uncle's words were commands. He had no choice but to swallow his worries and, feeling unhappy, got on the carriage. The carriage went far away, and the figures outside the window disappeared. Jin Yong finally couldn't hold back. "Uncle, why did you stop me?" "Women can't wait forever," Jin Chung repeated softly. "Xiaoyang, go back and find your father," he sighed deeply. Emotionally, "I am just a failure." Qinbo was dreaming. She hadn't dreamed in a long time, but today, the dream stubbornly returned. She was back on Earth, summer just ended, and cicadas still chirped loudly in the trees. At 16, Qinbo held her college acceptance letter and stepped through the high school gate. There, she first saw a handsome senior on the basketball court. The boy was sweaty in the sunlight, with light brown skin shining, and his lively youth made a group of new students stare. Then came her long-standing crush. She learned his schedule, deliberately entered school at the same time just to say, "Good morning." During morning exercises, she took a detour to be in his line just to see him a little longer. She also often sat on the bleachers with an English book, not really reading, only watching him on the court. She kept her crush for 2 years without telling him. When he got into college, she locked herself in her room and cried. After that day, she suddenly became motivated. She wanted to get into the same university as him, but she had wasted too much time in the past 2 years. Her grades, which were good before, had made her teachers lose hope. She worked hard for a year and barely got into a second-tier university in the same city. She took the train to a new city. Thinking that the senior had already lived there for a year, she felt excited. On the bus, she saw the gate of the famous university and remembered the address clearly. From then on, she thought about him day and night, imagining walking on that beautiful campus. Opportunity came unexpectedly. Her roommate was a beautiful girl who had a boyfriend studying at that same university. So, the roommates went on a group trip. Luck finally favored her. Her roommate's boyfriend knew the senior. They met on campus, and Chinbo naturally recognized him. She found out he was her high school junior. The senior was very friendly. Over 3 years, Chinbo had become tall and graceful, with a charming figure. The senior noticed her shy affection, and their flirtatious relationship began. It was an unforgettable time, filled with happiness every day. Even when her senior asked her to live together, Chinbo agreed and moved out of the dormitory. Her beautiful roommate warned her not to take it too seriously, saying she heard a professor's daughter was pursuing that man. Chinbo didn't listen and was completely lost in her delayed love affair. Eventually, the dream ended. Her senior calmly told her they should break up. The shocking news stunned Chinbo. She kept asking, why? Her senior coldly replied, I don't love you anymore, so we have to break up. Chinbo couldn't believe it.
Why?
Why don't you love me anymore? If you say you don't love me, is that it? Her senior sneered. Does love have reasons? I once said I loved you without a reason. And now, without a reason, I don't love you anymore. Confused, Chinbo packed her bags. Her lease had already expired, and her senior had asked her to leave. When she returned to her dorm, her beautiful roommate told her that her senior was staying on after graduation, planning to get engaged to the professor's daughter, and might go abroad for further studies in a year or 2. Chinbo's heart had become numb. Her roommate sighed, I've never seen you so foolish, secretly following him. No matter what I say, you don't listen. Later, Chinbo graduated and found a job to make a living, struggling daily with rent and food. By chance, she met a wealthy young man. A girl living alone in the city, fresh out of school, with a pure yet slightly melancholic look, caught his eye immediately. He introduced her into his social circle. Over the years, she experienced a life of luxury and excess. But Chinbo, no longer young, soon realized that the young man had new targets. She was just a plaything to him. In the end, Chinbo returned to her hometown. She attended a banquet after her seniors returned to the country. The grand hall was filled with well-dressed men and women, former classmates and teachers. Chinbo quietly left the hotel and went home. There, she began to accept her family's arranged marriage. Nearly 30 years old, and with nothing to show for it, Chinbo's circumstances made it unlikely she would meet a good match. She wasn't particularly beautiful, and when she was young, she was fresh and charming. Now, aging and hardened by society, her heart was no longer pure. In others' eyes, she was an old woman who had been left behind. She had no house, no car, no money. Her younger brother had just started working and was waiting to get married. These conditions scared away many potential suitors. Her parents already thought she was too picky and advised her to settle down and marry sooner. Chinbo smiled bitterly as she left home. Soon after, she met 3 enchanting messengers. After 1,000 years of dreaming, Chinbo finally woke up from her dream, sweating coldly. She didn't hesitate and quickly used her true energy, feeling a cool airflow spread through her body. Luckily, she was still alive. Her foundation for survival was still there. Chinbo covered her face with her hands and cried out loud, overwhelmed with fear, sadness, and frustration, tears pouring out uncontrollably. A gentle sigh echoed, and a soft female voice came from deep within her body. Don't cry anymore. Everything is in the past. You are no longer the girl who was bullied and helpless. Chinbo wiped her tears and spoke firmly. No one can escape the fate of being bullied by stronger people, but I am no longer afraid. Now I fully understand how to use my own hands to get what I want. Love has never been a necessary part of life. Jin Young knocked on his father's study door. Since childhood, he had learned magic from his uncle Jin Chung, but he was not as close to his sister Jin Yu or his parents. His uncle's magical achievements were the highest in the family, and he had always been Jin Yang's idol. His father was neither outstanding nor mediocre, living a muddled life, but his parents' relationship was very good. Jin Yang remembered when he was 2 years old, during a magic test that showed wind and fire attributes, his father said, "This child is special. Don't delay him with me. A Chung, teach him." That one sentence led him to study with his uncle for 8 years. During that time, he only stayed with his parents for a few days during the new year, not much better than a guest. He actually envied his sister Jin Yu. Jin Xiao looked at his son, now a young man. He was reluctant to have entrusted him to Jin Cheng, but he believed it was for everyone's good. Now that his son was grown up and had become a young elite of the family, showing signs of leading the next generation, Jin Xiao felt proud. But his son had never been very close to him, and today he wondered what was going on. Jin Yong felt a bit awkward. He wasn't used to being alone with his father, let alone discussing such private matters. But his all-knowing uncle told him, "You must ask your father for help with this matter. There's no other way." Jin Xiao looked at his son, who hesitated to speak, and decided to help him out. "Is the trial difficult?" "Not too bad." Jin Yong sighed in relief and then talked about his life in the city of Xingyao. Jin Xiao responded with a few appropriate comments and asked some questions, making their conversation quite harmonious. "So, this girl named Qin Xuanbua is quite outstanding, huh?" Jin Xiao smiled to himself. His son was beginning to understand love. Thankfully, he hadn't turned out as foolish as Jin Cheng. "Yes, she's wonderful," Jin Yong said eagerly. Talking nonstop about his time with Qin Bo, Jin Xiao listened quietly, watching the light in his son's eyes. "Father, I have some questions I want to ask you," Jin Yong said, encouraged by the warm atmosphere. "What questions?" Jin Xiao was delighted. His son was coming to him for advice about feelings. This realization filled him with joy. Jin Yong carefully described everything that had happened during the new year. Jin Xiao listened closely, not missing a single detail. He asked about every small gesture and expression from Qin Bo. Jin Yong had an excellent memory, and since he cared deeply for her, he remembered everything clearly. Still, his father's questions were so detailed that he realized he hadn't noticed many of Qin Bo's expressions or moods at the time. Jin Xiao sighed deeply. He had thought his son had finally figured things out, but it seemed he was still clueless. No wonder the girl was upset. Why waste time talking about the Fan family and even inviting them to dinner? And what was the point of chatting happily with her friends? Didn't he notice that his favorite person was being left out? Smiling so much only made things worse. If she had been angry, there might have been a chance to fix things. But that smile, it was clearly a mask hiding her true feelings. Jin Yong moved on to describe the farewell scene, which was the part that confused him most. To make it clearer, he even acted out the situation, playing all the roles himself. Jin Xiao frowned deeply. That Jin Cheng, always passing difficult problems to him. He looked at his son's hopeful face and said carefully, "This Miss Qin is very smart and quite mature for her age." "Yes, very mature. Do you know about her family background?" Jin Yong handed over the family's investigation report on Qin Bo. Jin Xiao took it and frowned even more. She was found by the roadside at age 3 and adopted. Her past before that is unknown. Someone skilled has been secretly teaching her, but even our family couldn't find out who, and we were warned not to dig further. "Son, do you understand what kind of girl you've fallen for?" Jin Yong answered firmly, "She is Qin Xuanbua, the girl I like." Jin Xiao rubbed his temples. "Then you must first grow into a true man. Her mind is mature, and she sees herself as a woman. So, you must become a man who can take responsibility. Otherwise, she won't consider you." Jin Yong was uneasy. What if she likes someone else first? There are many talented boys at Starry Sky Academy. Jin Xiao desperately wanted to wake him up. "I'm talking about men. What is a man? Enduring, resilient, responsible, brave but not impulsive. Do you think a little colt kept in a cage can compare to a wild horse in the forest?" Jin Yong finally understood. "So, she thinks I'm not strong enough. I get it. I will work hard to become the strongest, so she will like me." Watching his son happily leave, Jin Xiao felt helpless. Poor kid. Why are you so slow to understand? Fong Qingling also looked at Qin Bo with a headache. "Why do you think you need to break through? At level 5, you should go to Tsuilan. Weren't you supposed to stay low-key? Why aren't you suppressing your cultivation?" A series of questions came down, and Qin Bo, feeling guilty, answered, "I accidentally had a dream and gained some insights." Then I realized I was about to break through. I told you immediately. Tell me where to find a place for you. That's what happened last time, Fan Qingling said impatiently. You can't break through now. Bai Miaojing has been watching me closely. With your current strength, you shouldn't reveal yourself. I will suppress your cultivation first, then find me after you enter the glow star. Qinbo obediently nodded, and Fan Qingling suppressed the restless, true energy inside her. Fan Qingling took a deep breath and asked curiously, Do you still dream now? What kind of dream did you have to get to this point? Qinbo looked gloomy. Just some things from my past lives. What happened? Fan Qingling asked eagerly. Qinbo muttered, I was dumped by many men. Many? Fan Qingling's interest grew. You had many boyfriends? Qinbo was furious. You had many boyfriends. I just wanted to find a man to marry, but they all looked down on me. I don't like men, and I haven't had many. Fan Qingling first defended herself, then continued to gossip. Why do they look down on you? Qinbo had no choice but to keep answering. They think I'm too old, not pretty enough, and I have no money, no house, no car. Fan Qingling understood a bit. It's true, not many people are willing to marry someone poor. But didn't you use magic to earn money? Weren't you pretty before? Are you satisfied with your current appearance? By the way, how did you get so old? What did you do when you were young? Qinbo had already revealed quite a bit about himself. Since Fan Qingling was also an acquaintance, he decided not to hide anything and simply spoke openly. I didn't have magic powers back then. When I was young, the men I met only wanted to have fun for a few years and never took me seriously. Fan Qingling was surprised. Was I rude? Have you ever met a good man? Qinbo smiled lightly. How do you define a good man? He didn't force me. After a few years, he married another woman from a good family. He became a husband, father, and man praised by everyone. Fan Qingling couldn't say anything for a moment, then comforted him. You're different now. Many people will be eager to pursue you. You can definitely find a good man to marry. Qinbo grinned. Only if I go crazy would I look for a man. Bai Miaojing looked coldly at the figure flying in the distance. He had hidden himself very well and was once again lost today. Fan Qingling also saw Bai Miaojing. As before, he pretended not to see him and walked straight ahead. Suddenly, he paused, turned back, and asked, Miaojing, have you ever lied to a girl about your feelings? Bai Miaojing couldn't believe his ears. What kind of questions was Fan Qingling asking? But he quickly seized the moment. Our demon race would never do such unkind things. So, did you lie to someone? Fan Qingling ignored his question and asked directly. Do you think if a man deceives a girl for many years, making her too old to marry, and then marries a woman from a good family and treats her well, would you call him a good man? Bai Miaojing answered without hesitation. Beast. I spit. How can you compare him to a beast? Hypocrite. Yes, a true hypocrite. Worse than a beast. I spit. Still a beast. Fan Qingling nodded. I think the same. Bai Miaojing asked carefully. Could that person be you? Fan Qingling looked at him as if he were an idiot. How could it be? I would go crazy to marry a woman. After the new year, the busiest place in Starry City was the Starry Sky Academy. Young people from all over the continent flocked to Starry City to sign up for the annual student registration. The entrance to the brilliant branch was more exclusive. Only those under 20, with level 5 magic or level 4 innate true energy, could register. The Star Branch School is different. Here, a group of children around 10 years old are waiting to enter the oldest academy in the Star Cloud Sea continent. Qin Xuanji deliberately delayed his plans. Early in the morning, he brought Qinbo to line up and managed to get the registration form for today. They found the exam site for the magic department, a small building surrounded by examinees. Qinbo handed over the completed registration form to the security guard and received a number, 146. The siblings squeezed out of the crowd. Qin Xuanji looked up at the number board hanging on the roof, estimating it would be their turn only in the afternoon, so they couldn't go far. Fortunately, this was expected. Qin Xuanji knew the area well and found a quiet grassy spot, laid out a blanket, and sat down. Qinbo was noticeably older than most children around her age. Most kids were about 10, with only a few exceptions. Qin Xuanji comforted her. Don't worry, Akong is in the shining group. No one will laugh at you. Qin Bo lowered her head silently. Qin Xuanji wanted to say more but saw Lu Sanmu walking over. Lu Sanmu greeted Qin Xuanji. Jingjing is worried, so she asked me to come see you. Qin Xuanji was pleased.
Perfect.
Xiao Bo isn't used to this yet. Can you help comfort her? I want to see my former teacher. After seeing Qin Xuanji off, Lu Sanmu grinned and said, Stop pretending. Ayoung already told us. You've been practicing both magic and martial arts these past 2 years, and you're doing quite well. Qin Bo thought of a concern. If my abilities are exposed, won't I stand out too much? Lu Sanmu chuckled. You're being too cautious. This is the Starry Sky Academy, full of talented people. If you want to stay low-key, don't mention your martial skills. Just focus on the magic classes. Qin Bo agreed. That's what I was thinking too. My family doesn't know about my martial skills. I signed up only for the magic department this time. Good, Lu Sanmu said, not seeing it as a big deal. What's your number? When Qin Bo mentioned her number, she looked tired. 146. Probably won't be until the afternoon. Such bad luck, Lu Sanmu sighed. Actually, it's not so bad. The latest ones are scheduled for midnight. That's when people line up for the next day's registration. Once she received her number, she couldn't leave the academy. Qin Xuanji brought lunch, and Lu Sanmu went home first. The number board kept rolling slowly, with no break at noon. Finally, candidate 145 appeared brightly on the registration board. Qin Xuanji quickly packed his things, took Qin Bo's hand, and hurried to the small exam building. After handing in his number tag, Qin Bo was led into the building alone. Inside was a small reception room with a circle of comfortable soft sofas. In the corner, there was a cabinet holding some water cups. Qin Bo took a cup, used a cleaning spell, then a pure water spell, and the cup filled immediately with clear water. Qin Bo drank it all with a gulp and then poured himself a second cup. Suddenly, the door of the small room was pushed open with a bang. A girl stormed out angrily. Qin Bo looked at her with half a cup of water in his hand, feeling puzzled. She paused, uncertain, and asked, Number 146. Qin Bo put down his cup. That's me, the girl muttered, so old, and pouted. It's your turn now. Not very polite. Qin Bo didn't argue with the child. He straightened his clothes and gently pushed open the door. Behind it was a large space, like a big indoor sports arena. It was empty, with no decorations, and the floor was paved with blue stones. In the middle of the field, there was a table with a crystal ball on it. Behind the table sat 5 senior mages, 3 men and 2 women. Qin Bo stepped forward and saluted politely. Hello, teachers. I am candidate 146, Qin Xuanbo. The 5 teachers nodded in return. The youngest female mage spoke first. I am senior mage Luo Feishua. Please place your hand on the crystal ball. Qin Bo skillfully activated the Taiji diagram, and the crystal ball emitted blue and white light. Wind and water dual attributes. Level 4 magic, Luo Feishua announced, surprised by the test results. The oldest teacher, Mage Mascara, stroked his long beard. Very strong magic power. Qin Xuanbo, can you demonstrate some of the spells you've learned? Qin Bo performed a wind and rain spell, a level 4 combined magic. A small area around him started to rain lightly. A gentle breeze blew, and faint water vapor drifted toward the table, creating a layer of mist over the crystal ball.
Clap.
A middle-aged male mage clapped his hands. Perfect control skills. The water mist is so even. It seems your main task is to focus on breakthroughs. We're glad to have another excellent student. I am senior mage Shangyang Wingqiu. Luo Feishua quickly recorded the assessment process. You can go back and wait for the notification, Student Qin. When you leave, please also call candidate 147. Qin Bo bowed again and said, Goodbye, teachers. She quickly left without making much noise. Shangyang asked Xiaoding, watching Qin Bo's steps, Did Qin Xuanbo only use pure magic?
Yes.
Is there a problem? Luo Feishua took out form number 147. Such an interesting kid. When Qin Bo got home, she immediately faced everyone's questions. She repeated what she had told Qin Xuanji about the situation. The whole family was excited. Qin Xianyu shouted, "Little Bo, you will definitely get into Tsuelon in the future." "That's amazing," Qin Xuanji proudly said. "Tsuelon is nothing. Little Bo will become a top-level mage." "Yes," Qin Xiankong also agreed. "Little Bo, if someone bullies you, just tell me. I'll beat him up." "Stop it. Don't cause trouble for Little Bo," Qin Xuanji said seriously. "People from Tsuelon aren't allowed into the Glow Star, and fighting or causing trouble can get you expelled. You only have 2 years until graduation, so behave yourself." Qin Feihu roared bravely. "Everyone be quiet. Let's first tell Aunt Wen and make her happy too." Qin Xiaoqian laughed. "You're showing off, right?" Qin Feihu chuckled. "Do you want to go?" The whole family said in unison, "Yes." A few days later, Qin Bo received her acceptance letter. Everyone started preparing her belongings. Qin Xuanji took care of all the magic materials, Qin Xianyu prepared the latest fashionable clothes, and Qin Feihu and Qin Xiaoqian packed 2 boxes of daily supplies. Surprisingly, Qin Xiankong took out a small pouch made of beast hide. Storage bag. Qin Xuanji was the first to recognize it. "This is a product from the magic continent, like our space storage device." Qin Xiankong smiled and said, "This is my trophy, Little Bo, I give it to you. It's too valuable." Qin Bo politely declined. Qin Xiankong, who often traveled and trained, needed it more. "Hey, I have one too. It's a local product," Qin Xiankong explained. "I found this from a mercenary group that was wiped out. We all collected some trophies. These things can't be used on the magic continent. They might cause trouble. You should keep this one." Qin Bo finally accepted the gift. With a visible storage bag, Qin Bo's luggage shrank into a small box, which she could carry easily to report to the Glow Star. The Yingxing Branch School follows the traditional architectural style of the mainland, with lush trees, small buildings scattered around, and various arenas. The campus has a large lake called the Crescent Moon Lake, which is embraced by the school's surroundings. Across the lake is the brilliant Branch School. The entire Starry Sky Academy is built in the countryside, near mountains and water, gathering spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, with excellent feng shui. Qin Bo found his dormitory at the address on his notice. Room 203, Star Little Building Number 7. All student dormitories at Yingxing are 3-story buildings called Star Little Buildings, each with a number. The first floor has a lobby, potion room, and alchemy room. The basement is an indoor martial arts training area. The second floor is for girls and the third for boys, accessed via separate staircases. Rooms are shared by 2 students and include a bathroom. All campus expenses are paid with a special crystal card, including water, meals, and use of the alchemy and potion rooms after class. The indoor martial arts training area is free but requires registration, and damages must be compensated. Items can be purchased with the card or directly with gold coins. The tuition and living expenses for a student at Yingxing Branch School cost about 500 gold coins per year, not including alchemy, potion making, or weapon maintenance. Qin Bo is glad he arrived 3 years late. Qin Bo put his belongings down and went downstairs to meet Crystal Jing. The dorms have fixed visiting hours from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m., during which friends can be invited to the first floor lobby. The upper floors are off-limits. 10 a.m. is the curfew time, lasting until 5 a.m. the next day. Crystal Jing took Qin Bo to see his dorm, room 202, Star Little Building Number 4. Then they visited the cafeteria, classrooms, arena, library, materials shop, and daily necessities store, familiarizing themselves with the campus. After exploring most of the school, they went to the cafeteria to rest. Lu Samu was waiting for them there. The 3 of them gathered to discuss Qin Bo's future life at the school. Qin Bo's schedule is simple, with only 2 courses, Level 4 Spell Guidance and Potion Making, taught by instructor Shang Yang Wenqiu. Crystal Jing envied him and said, "I didn't expect Qin Bo to be so powerful now. By the way, why didn't you choose to take martial arts classes?" Qin Bo thought for a moment and decided to be honest with his good friends. "I don't want to reveal my strength right now. It could cause trouble, and in serious cases, it might slow down my progress." Crystal Jing nodded understandingly. Lu Sama asked, do you want to join some clubs? You're 13 now, so you can join campus clubs. Jingjing joined a potion research club, and I joined a club that studies the customs and traditions of the mainland. Qinbo had never heard of clubs at Yingxing Academy. Lu Sanmu had already prepared a large stack of flyers. Most new students are not 13 years old, so no one has told you about these. Qinbo glanced through them. Most were academic clubs, with a few art clubs. There were also some related to magic, martial arts, and general interests. Notably, there was a dual-focus club called the Red Dragonfly Flying Group that combined magic and martial arts, and another called Eagle Flight Martial Arts Club. There were also some potion-making and alchemy clubs. Jingjing, which club are you in? Herb Garden Potion Club, Water Crystal Jing replied, pulling out a flyer. Qinbo looked closely. It said, our club has a friendly atmosphere, with members eager to help. If you're confused, you can find friends here to discuss problems. It also included some pictures of activities. Water Crystal Jing explained, our club focuses on research and is very friendly to newcomers. Unlike some greedy clubs that only care about money. She pulled out another flyer and glared fiercely. It's these people who tarnish potions, even secretly making banned ones. Qinbo read, black magic potions. We can provide any potion you need, as long as you can pay. If you're skilled at making potions, you can also earn money here. But remember, we are not a charity. There were no pictures on this flyer. The flyer was very bold. Water Crystal Jing said angrily, this Black Magic Potions Club sells potions and materials secretly, even trading in banned items. I just don't understand how such a club hasn't been shut down, Qinbo thought to himself with a smile. Foolish girl, there must be buyers for there to be sellers. Looks like Yingxing isn't as peaceful as it seems. Lu Samu asked, Xuanhua, have you made a decision? Qinbo smiled. I want to observe for a while. Not joining a club is fine, right? Of course, Water Crystal Jing said. But if you don't join, you won't make many friends. When Qinbo returned to his room that evening, he found his roommate had already moved in. Her belongings were neatly arranged, but she was not there. He took a shower in the bathroom, and when he came out, he saw a girl in black sitting by the window. She smiled kindly and said, Are you Qin Xuanhua? I'm Xian Yaojia, 15 years old, majoring in martial arts. Qin Yaojia asked curiously, Are you a new student? Qinbo didn't want to talk much. Yes. Qin Yaojia was perceptive and changed the subject to discuss the schedule for using shared facilities and some dormitory rules. After talking for a while, she went to take a shower, clearly sweaty from practicing martial arts. While she was gone, Qinbo took out a six-pointed star symbol. He had been feeling warm for a while. A message from Fang Qingling came through clearly. Come to the lake at 10 p.m. Qinbo started to feel worried. After 10 p.m., there was a curfew. Breaking the rules on the first day of school was a bad sign. Qin Yaojia came out, drying her wet hair. She looked at Qinbo, who was sitting quietly lost in thought, and smiled as she handed him a drink. Try this. I brought some apple juice from home. Qinbo took the cup, tempted by the bright green liquid. She habitually sniffed the drink, noticing a subtle scent hidden within the apple aroma. Qinbo smiled. Sister Xian, can we swap? I'll drink yours if you don't mind. Qin Yaojia put away her smile. You're a clever little sister, but unfortunately, you should drink yours. I don't like to hurt my roommates. Qinbo laughed. I want to sleep well, but I don't want to fall asleep under the influence of the sleeping herb. Qin Yaojia put down her cup. Such trouble. As she finished speaking, she suddenly moved forward quickly, aiming a swift strike at Qinbo's throat. Qinbo remained still, but as her hand was about to reach him, he sidestepped and avoided the attack, then struck her neck with one hand. You're skilled, Qin Yaojia said, no longer underestimating him, and launched a full attack. In just a few seconds, they exchanged several moves. Qinbo suddenly stopped and stepped aside. Are you Amber? Qin Yaojia was surprised.
Who are you?
Qinbo smiled and made some hand gestures he learned at the Jin family training ground to recognize a friend. Qin Yaojia shouted, Rui.
It's you.
Is Sunny here too? Qinbo shook his head with a smile. He's not in the Starry City right now. Amber, are you trying to distract me by going out tonight? Qin Yaojia also smiled. Of course. but I don't need to anymore. Now I'll be more convenient. It used to be troublesome to knock out roommates. I wonder which kind person arranged us to be together. Chinbo was very interested. I'm going out tonight too. Isn't there a restriction in this building? Zinyoojia gave a strange smile. As long as you break it, it's fine. The school doesn't forbid capable students from communicating privately. The luminous star isn't a sheep pen, nor do they raise a flock. The restriction is to protect the well-behaved students. I see. Chinbo felt relieved. No wonder Feng Qingling was so bold in making demands. Having like-minded friends makes things much easier. Zinyoojia asked casually, Rui, how come you and Qing Tian suddenly disappeared? We guessed you were on a big mission or transferred somewhere. I didn't expect you to come here to study. Chinbo spread his hands. I need to have some identity first. That's true, but you didn't have to leave so suddenly. Many missions can be done on the luminous star. Didn't you ask your superior for permission? Chinbo shook his head. I don't know much about that. Qing Tian brought me in, and he handled everything himself. When he left, he didn't tell me to continue taking on missions. I see. Zinyoojia thought for a moment. If you're short of money, or just bored, tell me. I can help connect you with some missions. Chinbo said, I want to rest first. We can talk about this later. As the curfew approached, Zinyoojia started preparing. She changed into a black samurai outfit and put on a mask to cover her face. Chinbo also changed into the same black samurai outfit. At 13, his body was not fully mature, and with the mask on, he looked somewhat androgynous. Zinyoojia warned her, I'll go out first. You wait a little while before leaving, so no one guesses our identities. After you go out, I won't know you, and it's best not to talk to others. Zinyoojia pressed her ear to the door and listened for a moment. No one outside. I'm leaving now. She quickly opened the door and slipped out like the wind. Chinbo waited about 5 minutes, then used his spiritual sense to check outside. A few shadows had just gone downstairs. The timing was perfect. Chinbo opened the door and quickly slipped out. The first-floor hall had about 20 people scattered around, 7 or 8 wearing black mage robes with hoods covering their faces. The rest were all black-clad warriors, many carrying weapons. Chinbo found a quiet corner to sit down. At the entrance, a black-robed mage was chanting a spell. After finishing, there was no visible movement, and the mage simply stepped out of the door. Then, a martial artist in black walked forward and struck the door forcefully. The door was empty, but his fist seemed to hit something solid, stopping midair before he retracted it and stepped out through the door. Soon, many people entered the hall one after another. They used different methods, mostly similar. Mages cast spells, warriors attacked. Xi and Yaojia also left easily. In the end, only 8 people remained in the hall. 5 of them sat together on a sofa, 3 warriors and 2 mages. One of the warriors had wings of a night owl, and he was strong with broad shoulders, looking just like an owl. Among the 5, a thin mage with a sharp voice said, We're not in a hurry. You newcomers go first. His voice was altered by magic. A lone mage stepped forward to the door and recited a spell. After finishing, he touched the front and silently turned to go upstairs. Another lone warrior stood up and then turned back to go upstairs as well. At this, the 5 on the sofa all looked at Chinbo. Chinbo chuckled awkwardly, but since she was wearing a mask, others thought she looked cool as she stood up, walked to the door, and reached out to touch it. Inside, Chinbo's heart was racing. The door was empty. For some reason, the barrier was fully open to her. She could just walk out now. She decided to take the opportunity to get away first. There was no obstacle ahead, and attacking with a punch would be unwise. She casually waved her hand mysteriously, then darted out like a rabbit, heading straight for Crescent Moon Lake. The hall was silent for a long time. The owl warrior tentatively said, That person doesn't have innate true energy, nor any magic, added the thin mage. A clear voice of a mage said, Keep a close watch on her. Find out who she is. She came down from the 3rd floor. A female warrior responded, Got it. I'll pay attention. Following the faint warmth of the 6-pointed star on her chest, Chinbo ran wildly. Her light steps and wind-shooting technique caused a whirlwind wherever she passed. Several black-clad people cursed along the way. Arrogant kid, rushing to die. She hurried forward, and after crossing the barrier, she finally saw Fong Qingling waiting with a face. Why so slow? With my 6-pointed star, no barrier at the Starry Sky Academy can stop you. Your roommate arranged this too. Is there trouble? Qin Bo, panting, apologized. Sorry, I had to wait in line because I am new. I could only stand at the back. Fong Qingling looked a little annoyed. Once you break through, these problems will go away. If someone blocks your way again, just knock them down. This is my territory, so you don't need to be too careful. After speaking, he extended a hand. It was a very beautiful hand, with long fingers and even knuckles. This person would make a good partner just based on that hand. Qin Bo, who has a slight hand obsession, made a professional comment. Hold my hand. Fong Qingling's face started to turn cold. The girl stared at his hand for a long time, looking silly. Ah. Qin Bo blushed and grabbed his hand. She could even feel it. Use the wind flight technique, comma. Fong Qingling's voice came from the wind. Qin Bo was pulled along as they flew over Crescent Lake. There is a barrier on the lake, but it won't stop someone with a 6-pointed star like you. Remember the way, and next time come by yourself. This path leads directly to me. Only Sang Luo and Bai Miaojing usually come here, Fong Qingling said as they flew. Qin Bo memorized the route. The two of them entered a hidden forbidden area shrouded in mist. This was Fong Qingling's private training ground, built along the mountain. They reached a forest on the back mountain, where there was a hot spring emitting gentle spiritual energy. This spiritual spring is pretty good. You can train here. I already talked to Shangyang Qiu. He won't interfere much with you, and you can ask him for help if needed. Is here person? Fong Qingling smiled slightly. All the teachers at the Starry Sky Academy are my people. Don't you know that? Seeing Qin Bo shake her head, he explained further. Sang Luo stays at the political center. I manage the Starry Sky Academy and Bai Miaojing is in charge of the Adventurers Guild. So that's how it is. The 3 young priests each have their own duties. Qin Bo said, I'll come back tomorrow and discuss the reason with teacher Shangyang. Even though this is your territory, causing too much trouble isn't good. Fong Qingling smiled at her. How much trouble can you cause? Well, if you have good intentions, that's fine. I sometimes go out, so you can come here by yourself. Besides the Grand Priest, no one else can enter. If you really get into big trouble, just come here to hide. Taking a hot spring bath is very enjoyable, especially since you can also practice while relaxing. Qin Bo happily packed her clothes in her dormitory, including a toothbrush, towel, bathrobe, comb, and mirror, all stuffed into a storage bag. Xi and Yaojia looked at her in surprise and asked, Are you moving? Oh, just staying somewhere for a few days, Qin Bo replied without turning around. She pulled out a tent, blanket, slippers, medicine, and a short sword from under the bed, checked them off, and then packed everything into the bag. Can you camp inside the glow star? Xi and Yaojia's eyes were wide with amazement. Just bringing a little extra. Qin Bo finished packing, feeling she had everything she needed. She didn't prepare much food because, after the fusion period, most body functions can be supported by spiritual energy, and 10 days without eating isn't a problem. This also helps reduce waste issues. She hadn't seen a toilet at Fong Qingling's place. Qin Bo was proud. She was almost like an immortal who doesn't eat or drink, living in the wild. Qin Bo still picked some easy-to-carry food and drinks in the dining hall just in case. Then she hurried to the mentor's building. Shangyang asked Qi had already been waiting for her in the teaching room, and his gaze swept over her storage bag. Is this a product from the Magic Continent? Sent by my third brother. He said it's a trophy. Shangyang asked Qi, clearly recognized Qin Xiankong. That was indeed a perfect fight. Your third brother is quite impressive. Qin Bo didn't want to waste time. How long can I have off? Shangyang asked. Qi smiled. Any amount of time is fine. I heard you're confident about breaking through. Just let me know immediately when you return, so I can prepare. The same applies when you go. Now, I'll take you to the lake. Keep in mind, there are many student clubs at the Glow Star. Qin Bo followed Shangyang to the Crescent Moon Lake. Along the way, Many people greeted her and asked about her situation indirectly. Shang Yangqi skillfully avoided all questions. "You seem more like a politician." Qin Bo admired his tact. "That's why I have no hope of promotion." Shang Yangqi spread his hands. "Feng Xiao often told me not to waste energy on unimportant people. But I still can't focus completely, so I came to the Starry Sky Academy." They arrived at Crescent Moon Lake. Shang Yangqi looked at the water with some concern. "The barrier on the lake isn't a problem for you, but how do you plan to cross?" "Honestly, even though it's lunchtime, some people are still outside their rooms." Qin Bo spread her transparent butterfly wings. "I'll try to go quickly. Once I enter the barrier, it will be safe." Yesterday, the all-powerful young priestess said that the Starry Sky Academy was her territory, and a few small troubles were no problem. Having powerful backing makes one arrogant. Shangyang asked Chimu as he watched Qin Bo leave. Soon, a dazzling piece of land appeared in sight. But unfortunately, a few figures also appeared at the same time. Bad luck. Qin Bo took out a silk scarf to cover her face, a common tool for assassins. "Who are you?" The person on the shore noticed Qin Bo. Insect wings are not known for height. Qin Bo tensed up. As soon as she left the boundary of the protective spell, she suddenly sped up and flew more than 20 meters away. "Stop!" The people behind chased after her. Faster than a person was a jet of flame, along with a sudden gust of wind. Annoying! Qin Bo felt the airflow coming from behind. She took off into the air, dodging the flames. But the strong wind forced her to increase her wing power to control her flight. "If the tiger doesn't show its power, you think I'm Hello Kitty." Qin Bo was angry. They were just 2 level 5 mages. There was plenty of water in Crescent Moon Lake. When the two arrived, Qin Bo had just finished her spell. The sky darkened, and black clouds gathered at the horizon. "Is it going to rain?" The fire mage was a bit worried. Rain would not be good for him. "No problem. When it rains, she won't be able to fly. We must catch her and find out the secret of crossing over the lake," said the wind mage mercilessly, increasing the wind. Suddenly, a thick lightning bolt struck him hard. The wind mage screamed and collapsed to the ground. The wind stopped at the same time. "Lightning attribute," the fire mage shouted in surprise. "Lightning is a rare, mutated element." Before he finished speaking, another thick lightning bolt struck him half a second later. The mage's movements were slower than his eyes. In panic, he raised a small mirror. Crack! The mirror shattered. The fire mage was knocked to the ground by the powerful force, crying out, "My Tianlun mirror! What level of lightning is this?" Qin Bo didn't want to fight. After one strike, she flew away without looking back. The whole battle lasted only 5 seconds. The lightning stopped in the sky, and only a few drops of rain fell, soon stopping altogether, with clouds dispersing. The two mages looked at each other. The fire mage was the first to recover. "My Tianlun mirror. I spent 2,000 gold coins to buy it, and it could block 30% of damage. It was destroyed just like that," the wind mage weakly said. "What are you crying about?" "It was only 20 spirit crystals. I was interrupted while casting my spell, and the backlash from the magic injury isn't something that can be healed with just a few spirit crystals." "Darn it! She is actually the most powerful lightning-type mage." Qin Bo, who was being scolded, was happily setting up a tent. "It seemed Fang Qingling was not here. I should talk to him about today's events when I have time. After fight, I felt pretty good." Qin Bo happily looked at the small tent by the hot spring, neatly placing towels, toothbrushes, blankets, and food from his storage bag inside. Then he changed into a silk slip dress that reached his knees, entered the hot spring, found a shallow spot, sat cross-legged, guarded his spiritual platform, and began to break through. When Fang Qingling returned, it was already 3 days later. He looked at the small tent by the hot spring with a mixture of amusement and surprise. There was a bathrobe, towel, and a transparent slip dress soaked in the spiritual spring on the stones. The breakthrough went smoothly this time. The spiritual spring provided abundant spiritual energy, making it easy for Qin Bo to reach the fusion stage. She began to manipulate chaotic energy to reshape her body, fire in her heart, water in her kidneys, wood in her liver, metal in her lungs and earth in her spleen, gradually nourishing herself with energy. When she opened her eyes again, everything around her was foggy and unclear. In the mist, a figure gradually became clearer. It's the long-lost dimensional administrator, the handsome classical man. Qin Bo's heart suddenly started pounding wildly. A woman's voice called mournfully, "Yuguang, Yuguang, Yuguang?"
Who is Yuguang?
Qin Bo asked the handsome man.
His face changed.
She's reacting? Qin Bo sensed it. She occasionally expressed some meaning before. Now it's more obvious. She keeps calling Yuguang, Yuguang. The handsome man's calm face cracked. He took out a crystal the size of a goose egg, an essence of chaos. Listen carefully again. What else did she say? Qin Bo listened for a while. Nothing else. Her soul is incomplete, missing an important part, one soul and one spirit. It's slow to recover. You'd better find that missing part of her soul. Only then will she stay conscious longer. The handsome man gritted his teeth. I only know that the missing soul and spirit are imprisoned somewhere. That person should be on the magic continent. We have an agreement. I can't go there myself, nor can my direct subordinates. Earlier, I arranged a route, hoping traders might find something, but no news so far. Once you reach the golden core stage, go look for her there. But before refining your core, do not leave the Star Cloud Sea continent, or I won't be able to protect you. Qin Bo, I understand now. Was it you who asked the great sacrifice of Xingyao to watch over me? Yes, I can't interfere in worldly affairs. With your strength at the nascent soul stage, I can protect you on this continent. All right, I must go now. You need to work hard on your cultivation. The mist cleared, and once again, a familiar hot spring appeared, along with a cute little tent and the calm face of Fong Qingling. Qin Bo chuckled awkwardly. Hey, I'm now at level 5. Fong Qingling also smiled. Who was that just now? Qin Bo, that person, I don't know his name. But I asked, and it's true. He asked the great sacrifice of Xingyao to watch over me. Oh, Fong Qingling's smile softened further. So, you know a god? He didn't say he was a god. Maybe you're just calling him that. Qin Bo frowned. He remembered that the official title for the handsome man was Dimensional Administrator. Fong Qingling thought for a moment. Indeed, I've never heard him say he's a god. She then laughed at herself. I've never even seen his face, only heard his voice. Qin Bo kindly comforted her. He looks good, but you're also very beautiful. After your strength increases, you'll probably be even more attractive than him. Fong Qingling raised an eyebrow. Can your appearance change when your strength increases? Qin Bo was surprised. Huh? You don't know? During the fusion stage, the body reorganizes. Your appearance reflects your true self. So, the stronger your power, the more attractive your looks become. Fong Qingling pressed on. What is the fusion stage? Huh? You don't know about the fusion stage? Qin Bo wondered. Could Fong Qingling also be a beginner? How did she refine her golden core? Fong Qingling thought for a moment. I reached the 8th level of magic power through the gate of the mind. Then I was taken to the top of the Starshine Tower, where I met 3 high priests, she slowly recalled. I signed my name with magic on the contract of the lesser sacrifice. Then I was teleported to an unknown place. In front of me was a cultivation technique, a pill, and a top-quality spiritual spring. A voice told me, eat the pill first, then practice the technique. The pill was a kind of medicine, different from a potion. I took one and almost fainted. Powerful spiritual energy surged through my body, my skin started to crack, and my internal organs felt like they were being torn apart, bit by bit. I had to grit my teeth and follow the technique, hoping to survive. Fong Qingling looked at Qin Bo and said, you know, many people can pass through the gate of the heart, but only those who survive coming out of the Star Glory Tower are considered minor priests. Qin Bo was surprised. So, you made it through? Fong Qingling smiled slightly. What do you think? Qin Bo forced a laugh. So, you've condensed a golden core. Fong Qingling nodded. Yes, according to the cultivation method, once you form an inner core in your body, you are considered to have completed the process. From then on, you have the strength of a minor priest. Qin Bo was full of admiration. That's incredible. You managed to reach the mid-stage of foundation building. Under external pressure, You survived the danger and condensed a golden core. If it were me, I would have failed. That pill bottle means this pain isn't a one-time thing. The profession of minor priest is really terrifying. Fong Qingling smiled calmly. What exactly is foundation building? And what does it mean to condense a golden core? Qinbo thought for a moment and sighed. Nothing in this world is free. When you received the cultivation method and pills, didn't they ask for something in return? Fong Qingling recalled. It was just a contract with a minor priest. It said he could help me break through and improve my strength. After becoming a minor priest, I must focus entirely on the entire continent, without bias toward any faction. I can't participate in the continent's conflicts, marry, or have children. There are some other conditions, too.
Qinbo sighed.
He gave you power, and you help him maintain the golden age in the mortal world. That was a fair trade. But the biggest problem is, forcibly raising your cultivation by 2 levels can make your mind very unstable. I've read some reports that many minor priests lose control and become murderous. Some get involved in conflicts or seek greater power, even harming high priests. This is because their minds can't handle the power and evil thoughts grow. Most minor priests end up being executed. Your generation of minor priests has it better. At least 60 years have passed without major incidents. Fong Qingling seemed to understand. So, it's about having a peaceful mind. No wonder our past. Qinbo had some doubts. Your talent should be very high, enough to break through to the mid-stage of foundation building on your own. Have you ever thought about trying other cultivation methods? Why accept such a terrifying upgrade? Fong Qingling looked at her and smiled. It seems you've always lived in a very safe world. The biggest problem for you is that no one wants to marry you. I was being chased by 2 powerful families. They sent a 7th-level mage, a chaotic warrior, and a group of high-level mages and innate warriors. An 8th-level mage's strength couldn't match theirs. The chaotic warrior, using martial arts to reach the way, building a foundation with strength. Plus, a mage in the early stage of foundation building can indeed fight against a mid-stage foundation builder like Fong Qingling. Not to mention, there are also a group of small helpers causing trouble. Comparing myself to Fong Qingling, I feel like I am living in heaven. Qinbo was silent for a moment. Then, with respect for strong people, he said, after breaking through to level 7, you should feel a big change in your body. That's foundation building. After foundation building comes the golden core stage, which you already have. Then, there's breaking the core to form a baby, turning the golden core into a nascent soul. The great sacrifice is the nascent soul stage. The nascent soul is your initial spiritual form, which will grow slowly and can take shape. That's the out-of-body stage. Next, you need to transform your body again, making it reborn and fully merging with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. As long as your soul remains intact, your body can be reborn endlessly. That's the fusion stage. This is also the time when your true form is born. This is real appearance transformation, not an illusion created by magic. Your appearance at this stage is determined by your long-term inner nature. Someone with a fiery temper looks rough, a calm person looks gentle, an outgoing person looks flamboyant. A person with a righteous heart is handsome, a wicked person looks fierce. As your strength increases, your appearance also improves. The strongest and kindest people have the most beautiful looks. Fong Qingling sighed. I've never heard of these things before. It seems your cultivation method is the most authentic. Qinbo felt proud but quickly became discouraged. The place I used to stay had a bad environment, so I couldn't cultivate at all. Even now, if the environment improves, reaching the fusion stage is still a distant goal, probably taking hundreds or thousands of years. Maybe I won't even reach the nascent soul stage. In a small building at the brilliant branch of the Starry Sky Academy, Qianyuan Boyi asked the boy opposite. Boyang, do you think what those 2 people said is true? Qianyuan Boyi stood by the window. They don't have the guts to make that up. If something went wrong, they couldn't have made it up. The heavenly bond mirror was indeed shattered. Qianyuan Boyi frowned. If it's true, why can that woman ignore the barrier of Crescent Moon Lake? In midair, she used lightning to strike down 2 5th-level mages. What kind of strength does she have? It is just the beginning of the new semester. At Sky Star Academy, Fifth-level mages are not allowed to enter the luminous star area during assessments, as it would disturb the balance. Breaking through on the first day of school, Chi Yuanhua exclaimed in surprise. That's incredible. Unfortunately, we only have some peripheral staff around the luminous star, so it's hard to get detailed information. Is there still no news from the people watching by the lake? No, Chi Yuanhua, he also found it strange. Where could she have gone? She can stay away for so long. There aren't many extra people in the shining area. Could she have originally been one of us? Suddenly, he thought of something and his face changed. Check it out, see if she might have come from our side. Here's a theory. The higher-ups might have loosened the barriers around her, and she could be on a teacher's territory. Qin Bo was sent back by Fang Qingling. She told him about the fight between two mages she saw on her way back. Sure enough, some people were patrolling near the lake. Fang Qingling reassured her, saying he would ask Xiangyang to look into it. He also didn't understand why Qin Bo took all her belongings, including her tent. It's fine to take your daily items, but why dismantle the tent? Aren't you bothered by the trouble? Qin Bo sighed. You see those people by the lake? I can't expect to have free time anytime soon. I need to sort out these matters first. Back in her dorm, Xi and Yaojia told her that during the 10 days when Xiangyang asked her to help, many people had been asking about her whereabouts. There's a girl named Xue Jingjing who came to see you several times. She said she's your friend. I see. Who else has been asking? Qin Bo asked.
Xin ra dia chúc cờ Mitzchivo.
You're now quite popular. Official groups include Thorny Path Society, Black Magic Potion Group, Rose Magic Research Club, Red Dragonfly Flight Team, and so on. Underground organizations include Phantom and Dark Magic. There are also some miscellaneous groups. What exactly did you do to cause such a stir? Oh, it's hard to say. I just fought back a couple of mages who were bullying me, Qin Bo said vaguely. What happened that night in the hall? Xi and Yaojia asked further. The next day, 5 members of the Dark Magic Organization in our building announced they were searching everywhere for a mysterious girl who left last night. They specified she was a newcomer on her first night out.
Was that you?
What did you do to upset them? Don't mention it. My teacher gave me some items that could break the barrier, and I simply walked out that night, Qin Bo replied vaguely. Of course, Fang Qingling could be considered her teacher. Qin Yaojia naturally thought it was Xiangyang Wenqiu who asked, Is there such a good thing? Why haven't I come across it? I suggest you talk to him. The organizations looking for you have quite a presence in Yingxing. If they team up, you won't have a peaceful life. Qin Bo nodded. I plan to go talk to him. Xiangyang Wenqiu looked at Qin Bo leisurely and said, You finished packing so quickly? Didn't you say you wanted to rest well today? Qin Bo smiled politely. Teacher, are there many people in the hall looking for me lately? Xiangyang Wenqiu opened the office window, revealing the view of Crescent Moon Lake outside. Yingxing has been lively recently. I heard the wind is coming from that side of the lake. A cool breeze with a slight touch of moisture made the indoor air feel fresh. Qin Bo went to the window and saw many pedestrians by Crescent Moon Lake. There are 2 meddlesome troublemakers. I zapped them with lightning. They might be hurt. Xiangyang Wenqiu raised an eyebrow. 2 level 5 fire and wind mages, and they broke a Tianluan mirror. If I remember correctly, your test showed dual wind and water attributes. Where did the lightning come from? Qin Bo grinned confidently. Nature is very mysterious. As long as you sincerely get close to it and study it. I can tell you the spells and principles now, but I don't know what kind of skills you'll develop. Do you have a plan to deal with them? Xiangyang Wenqiu asked. They think you have a magical device that can produce such powerful lightning. Qin Bo scoffed. Relying on a magic device is a low-level way. I'm tired of dealing with them one by one. I might as well handle it all at once. Since the brilliant ones can't cross Crescent Moon Lake, what am I afraid of? Good. Xiangyang Wenqiu took a memory crystal from his desk. A flash of light appeared, and a detailed 3D model of Yingxing branch appeared in the open space. This is a map of all the forces in Yingxing. Take a good look and get a sense of the situation. It was a complete branch model. Teaching buildings, offices, dormitories, restaurants, shops, and an arena. Nothing was missing. Each building could be enlarged, up to 1/10 of its original size. The model was precisely scaled, with no errors. Different light spots inside the buildings indicated the daily activity locations: yellow for teachers, green for students, and blue for staff. Each light point has a detailed explanation, indicating the person's identity, age, occupation, affiliated faction, or organization. Great, it's like a supercomputer. Chinbo pressed the icon of the red dragonfly flight group, and several buildings lit up with the same icon. Xiangyang asked Chiu to add, "These are their dorm locations. This map only shows basic info and doesn't offer tracking services. Magical location spells can cause a lot of trouble. Of course, magical location is a useless spell. You need to mark it with a magic seal first. It's obvious you're telling others you're being watched, isn't it?" Chinbo looked down on such tricks. With stronger skills and a powerful mind, finding someone across the starry sea is easy. Look at the high-level priests in the nascent soul stage. They rarely go out, but what can you hide from them? Xiangyang handed her a memory crystal and said, "This is from young sacrifice Fong. Don't lose it." Chinbo happily took the crystal and said, "No way, I'm a very stingy person." The first person to find Chinbo was Mi Chinfeng. It was a perfect moment. On a sunny afternoon, a 13-year-old girl was researching in the library, and a handsome 14-year-old boy happened to be borrowing books there too. He was holding a book called Continent Martial Arts Schools, showing he was talented in both arts and combat. The boy and girl had attended the same elementary school for a few years and now unexpectedly met again at a higher academy. Chinbo listened with a grim face as Mi Chinfeng stammered his praise. "Who wrote that line for you?" "It's disgusting," Mi Chinfeng honestly replied. "Our leader, He Huan. He said girls like to hear compliments about their beauty. Your black hair moves my heartstrings, and your face is like spring flowers in bloom. Please allow me to sincerely accompany you as you blossom," Chinbo repeated in a poetic tone, mocking Mi Chinfeng's praise. "Your leader is a big playboy. How do you know?" Mi Chinfeng asked in surprise. Chinbo was calm. "A handsome face like that. Why would he send you?" "Yi Wanga is much more handsome." Mi Chinfeng sighed sadly. Wanga can't memorize all those flattering lines, and the leader dismissed him. Chinbo looked at Mi Chinfeng's white mage robe and said, "I remember you all wear dark clothes because of practicing martial arts. This outfit was probably also prepared by your leader." Mi Chinfeng was surprised again. "You know about this too?" Chinbo rolled his eyes. "What task did your team leader give you?" "Invite you to eat, get close, and hopefully bring you into our club," Mi Chinfeng explained. Chinbo gave him instructions. "From now on, follow your team leader's orders. I will cooperate, but I want you to keep those cheesy lines to yourself. If someone else tries to talk to you later, stay calm and just complete your task. I'll let Sama discuss the details with your team leader later." Mi Chinfeng was very happy. "No problem. I've been practicing those lines for a long time, but I don't really like saying them." On the way to the drink shop, many people approached them. All of them were handsome teenagers aged 14 to 16, along with some friendly older girls. For a moment, they all seemed like Mi Chinfeng's classmates and friends. When they arrived at the shop, the staff brought 3 tables together before they could sit down. Poor Mi Chinfeng was pulled by Chinbo and didn't get pushed into the corner. They exchanged greetings. The drinks were served. Everyone sat quietly, drinking without speaking first. Mi Chinfeng looked around and bravely said, "Xuanbua, why do you only drink plain water? The orange juice here is really good." A confident-looking boy gave a flirtatious glance. "In the starry world, we mostly sell these. During the end-of-month break, Chin, why don't we go shopping in the city? That's more fun." Chinbo felt a bit disgusted. These groups sent such average people to flirt. That was too much. Honestly, these boys looked pretty good. But Chinbo's eyes had become a bit spoiled over time. A skinny boy looked at the boy who just flirted and said directly, "I'm Yuan Yuding from the Black Magic Potion Club. I heard Chin's potion-making skills are excellent. Would you be interested in visiting our club?" It seems some clubs were still reasonable. Chinbo remembered Yuan Yuding's profile. 15 years old, level 4 magic, vice president of the Black Magic Potion Club, with a mutated dark attribute. She politely replied, "Thank you for the invitation. I'd love to visit the Black Magic Potion Club. Can I come tomorrow morning?" Several angry looks were directed at Yuan Yuding, but he paid no attention. He sat steadily in his seat, having completed his task. There were still a few potions to be prepared for the group's upcoming orders. A fiery woman glared at the people around her and quickly took the second speaking turn. Junior Sister Qin, I am Feng Qianli from the Thorns Path Club. Would you be interested in visiting our club? Feng Qianli, the third-ranked officer of the Thorns Path, is a 16-year-old level 4 mage with a powerful lightning element. Qin Bo agreed happily. Sure, tomorrow afternoon sounds good, Senior Sister Feng. Mi Chen Feng, after being kicked by Qin Bo, hurriedly said, Xuanhua, our Red Dragonfly flying group also invites you to visit. Qin Bo smiled and said, Great. You mentioned earlier that you would be training in the third arena tomorrow afternoon. I'll come to watch and maybe have a friendly spar with you. Tomorrow afternoon? Mi Chen Feng looked a bit confused, but after another kick under the table, he quickly regained his composure. Yes, it settled then. Qin Bo stood up and used his gaze to stop others from speaking. That's all for now. I'll be leaving first. If any friends are interested, you're welcome to come along. In this story, I hope fans of Nebula Sea will vote for me. Lu Sanmu and Crystal Jing came to see Qin Bo during dinner. Crystal Jing was very anxious and shouted before even sitting down, Are you crazy? Why didn't you discuss such a big matter with us? Black magic potions are one thing, and the people involved are not usually aggressive. Do you know what Thorn's Path is? Do you know their background? Also, do you realize that the whole starry sky has already spread the news? They say all major groups are teaming up to teach a lesson to a new girl at Arena 3 tomorrow afternoon. Do you know how many students have had to drop out each year due to injuries? If you want to die, just say so. Lu Samu carried some food over and handed Crystal Jing a glass of juice. She drank it in one gulp and stared fiercely at Qin Bo. Qin Bo spread his hands and said, All right, I understand. However, Jingjing, you should speak more quietly. Look, there are many long ears around, waiting for the latest news. Crystal looked around and lowered her voice. All right, don't try to hide it. Just tell me. Qin Bo formed a circle with the food to block some sightlines. His hand slowly gathered magic power, and a small blue energy ball floated in his palm. Lu Samu covered Crystal's mouth to stop her from screaming and calmly said, Level 5 water magic, doesn't have much attack power. Qin Bo smiled slightly. A white small ball appeared in his hand. Before Lu Samu could speak again, the white ball disappeared, then a red one appeared, followed by green, yellow, purple, and black balls. Lu Samu's eyes widened. His knowledge couldn't explain what he was seeing: water, wind, fire, earth, lightning, darkness, all at level 5 magic. How is that possible? Sure. Qin Bo pressed his finger to Crystal's lips. Life needs some surprises. Crystal, can you keep this secret for a while? Lu Sanmu also looked seriously at Crystal. Crystal, this is very serious. Crystal pushed Qin Bo's hand away. So, what do you plan to do? How long do you want to keep it a secret? Qin Bo smiled and gathered a little purple energy again. It's already exposed. As for the others, she made a 7 gesture with her hand. By the time I reach this level, there won't be any problem. Crystal stared at the 7 for a long time before finally understanding. You mean you can? She swallowed her words. There were too many people in the restaurant. Does Qin Bo really mean she can reach level 7? Lu Samu started packing up the table. Let's find a different place to talk. Qin Bo agreed. That's best. I happen to have a plan and need your help. That night, in the dormitory, Qin Bo took out a long list and handed it to Xi and Yaojia. Help me get these items.
Be quick.
I need them by noon tomorrow. Xi and Yaojia looked at the list and pouted. These things aren't cheap, and you need them so urgently. You're going to lose a lot. Qin Bo grinned fiercely. Someone will pay the bill the day after tomorrow. As a formal magic society, they could have their own activity room. They rented a small building from the school long-term. The location was remote, and the guard post was turned into a small window for contacting the pharmacy. Yuan Yuding directly used his vice president badge to open the door. This door can only be opened with the badge of the black potion. 1 badge per person. Senior members can apply to bring friends for a visit. He made a welcoming gesture. Qin Bo entered the hall, which was full of people. A plain-looking woman stood up first. Welcome, Qin Xuanhua. Everyone else also stood up as Yuan Yuding introduced. This is our president, Yang Yumo. Qin Bo bowed politely. Hello, senior sister Yang. Please call me Xuanbua. Yang Yumo is the president of the Black Potion Society. She is at the peak of level 4 magic, 16 years old, with wind powers. She grew up poor, graduated from Guanghua Elementary School, joined Yingxing at 13, and also joined the Black Potion Society. Due to her talent, she became president after 2 years. Likely, she will transfer to the Tsuelon branch next year. Note, because of her difficult family background, Yang Yumo has been recruited by peripheral members of the Jin family since she was 5, with the code name Wind Whisper. Yang Yumo smiled generously. Then I won't be polite. Xuanbua, you don't need to be formal. If you're comfortable, just call me sister. Qin Bo immediately said, Sister Yang. Yang Yumo smiled warmly. Let me introduce our members. Qin Bo met all the members of the Black Potion Society. There weren't many, but each had a strong personality. Some still held beakers in their hands. After greeting them, they hurriedly went upstairs. After the introductions, most of the people in the hall had left. Qin Bo appreciated this straightforward attitude and said to the somewhat shy Yang Yumo, Sister Yang, everyone can go about their own business. No need to be so formal with me. As he finished speaking, the hall was emptied, leaving only Yuan Yuding, who looked a bit awkward. Yang Yumo shook her head. Those guys. Xuanbua, don't mind them. Qin Bo said seriously, I won't mind. I like being around honest people. I dislike those who beat around the bush. Yang Yumo put away her smile. Then I'll be direct. Xuanbua, do you know your current situation? Qin Bo looked around as usual. Yuan Yuding said, Don't worry, it's very safe here. Qin Bo smiled. Sorry, I'm used to being cautious. Yes, I know many forces are after me. I don't like it, but I'm not afraid of trouble. Yang Yumo hesitated for a moment. Rumor has it that a woman from Yingxing, 11 days ago, flew over Wenyu Lake with transparent butterfly wings. He used a level 5 lightning spell to attack 2 level 5 mages who specialized in fire and wind magic. Yuan Yuding was very surprised. This was the first time he heard this rumor. He originally thought that the guild leader, seeing him free lately, was just teasing him and gave him this task. Didn't those powerful groups all have young, handsome faces? Who knew that Qin Xuanbua had done something so incredible? Did those young men know the truth yesterday? They were reckless in provoking level 5 mages. Qin Bo sneered. They attacked me first. After losing the fight, they falsely accused me. That's shameless. One of the fire mage's mirrors broke, and he was crying like his mother had died. Yang Yumo smiled. The heavenly mirror costs about 2,000 gold coins and can block 30% of damage from all magic types. Rumor has it that only a level 6 lightning spell can shatter it in one hit. Qin Bo scoffed. Then his mirror must be fake. If I could cast a level 6 lightning spell, why would I stay here? Yang Yumo blinked. A level 5 lightning mage can deal with 2 other level 5 mages of different types at once. I've never heard of that before. Qin Bo snorted. Having level 5 magic power but not knowing how to use it is useless. He's just stupid and refuses to admit it. Yang Yumo nodded. There are many like that, people who don't understand precise calculations and waste their potential. By the way, is it true that you flew over Crescent Moon Lake? That's what everyone cares about most. How did you break the barrier? Qin Bo shook his head. I can't say exactly, but I can tell you I didn't break the barrier with my own power. Someone gave me some things. As for who, what they gave. Yang Jie, you're smart. You wouldn't ask if I'd tell, right? Yang Yumo seemed to realize something, so that's how it is. I shouldn't have asked. It's good enough that you told me so much. It looks like you can handle these problems yourself. Would you like to see our potions? I can give you a 20% discount. Qin Bo clapped his hands. 20% off?
Deal.
But I'm a bit short on money now. I'll earn some tomorrow afternoon, then come back to see your potions. Yang Yumo patted Yuan Yuding's shoulder. Yuding, go open the storage. Don't worry, Xuanbua. You can buy on credit first. Qin Bo's eyes lit up. Really? Really? Yang Yumo blinked again. If you don't mind, I want to go earn some money tomorrow afternoon too. Qin Bo smiled happily. If there's money to be made, Everyone will try. Anyway, there are plenty of easy targets. Sister Yang, you can talk to Lu Sanmu and Shui Jinging from the magic group. They are my good friends. The black magic potion indeed has many good items. Qin Bo carefully selected a few. Yang Yuma casually pointed to a corner. Those are all flying potions. The longest-lasting one works for about 10 hours. Most of the people who use dark magic, phantom, red dragonfly, and flying eagle travel are our regular customers. Only Jingji Road seems to have a different supply source. I heard they are close to some wealthy families in Suilon. Qinbo picked up a bottle of potion and looked at it. It's really good. But some things are better made by yourself. Relying on others' power. She put the bottle back. I only use my own flying potion, Yang Yuma said meaningfully. I heard that transparent butterfly wings can make things go smoothly. Qinbo responded with a similarly meaningful smile. I also heard that the best wind mages can understand the language of the wind. They looked at each other and smiled, while Yuan Yuding watched confused. The Jingji Road Club rented a house with a garden, much larger than the one at Black Magic Potion. Feng Qianli first took Qinbo to the garden to admire the beautiful plants they grew. Qinbo pretended to enjoy the flowers, clearly noticing several windows on the second floor watching them intently. Such petty tricks and sneaky behavior. Their leader will never reach level 7 in this way. Qinbo couldn't stand this kind of conduct. Her cultivation level was at the heaven and earth vast chi stage, which gradually influenced her personality. She started to look down on those who acted sneakily. Feng Qianli looked around and then invited Qinbo into the hall. But Qinbo politely declined. This garden is really beautiful. I want to take a good walk around. Feng Qianli was annoyed. To show off her figure, she usually dressed seductively. After seeing Qinbo's appearance yesterday, she had been angry inside. Today, she dressed carefully again, even wearing high heels to show her femininity. She only planned to walk a few steps with Qinbo to tour the garden, let the leader evaluate from upstairs, and then sit in the hall to chat slowly. Today was mainly about checking the situation, not fighting. It was okay if she dressed less practically. But Qinbo seemed to be deliberately teasing herself. Her feet hurt so badly, she thought they would break. Qinbo wandered around the garden for about 10 laps. Of course, she noticed Feng Qianli's pain, but it didn't concern her. She couldn't just walk in. Her dignity and pride wouldn't allow it, especially since she now had the strength. Her level of chaotic and vast energy made her refuse to bow here. Behind a window on the second floor, a stern-faced mage asked the warrior behind him, "Do you think she is the person from the rumors?" Deputy Director Qiao Benguan respectfully replied, "President, Qianli is tired, but she shows no signs of fatigue. She is at least physically stronger." Feng Jingluan snorted. Feng Qianli, this brainless girl, only cares about looks. If she weren't a rare lightning attribute, she wouldn't be able to be a deputy. Go call her up for me. It's embarrassing. Qiao Benguan asked, "Is it polite to call her now?" Feng Jingluan looked at Feng Qianli, who was catching her breath behind him, and Qinbo, who was walking out the door. She has pride, but I don't know if she has the strength. Let her try tomorrow. If she wins, fine. If she loses, we'll try to bring her into the group. Maybe we can find a smarter deputy. President Qin Xuanhua is too arrogant. He doesn't take our thorny path seriously. We should teach him a lesson. Feng Qianli shouted angrily. Since the president said no fighting today, she dared not act. Otherwise, she would crush that girl's face. Her fiery temper, fueled by her lightning attribute, had become even more irritable. Feng Jingluan showed a grim smile. Then, Deputy Feng, tomorrow afternoon, you'll go to the third arena and show her some real power. No problem. Feng Qianli grinned maliciously. She was determined to ruin that face.
Qiao Benguan shivered.
Today's second update, Xian Yaojia's speed was very fast, and everything was ready by noon. Qinbo told her, "The black magic potion has agreed to supply us at an 80% discount. If you don't have a cheaper source, you can come to me." Wow, Xian Yaojia exclaimed enviously, "You are really resourceful. By the way, it's better not to go out tonight. Mysterious shadow and dark magic people are waiting for you." Qinbo replied, "Got it. I'm busy right now, so I'll hold off for a while." After returning from Thistle Road in the afternoon, Bo went to the alchemy room, which was empty at the moment. She swiped her card to rent the entire room and started working on some items. Some auxiliary objects were already prepared, but her main task was to create 12 lightning rods and grounding devices. She and Jin Yong had researched this together, mainly as a test. If successful, they planned to install one on their house for safety. Jin Yong was very interested in this project and, with his effort, wasted quite a bit of material before finally making the finished products. The finished items were sent to Jin's family for inspection. If approved, they would receive all the research funding. The third arena has 12 high-altitude viewing platforms, which are the tallest structures there. Bo planned to install lightning rods on all of them, just in case. Feng Qianli is a true lightning mage, and since the third arena is far from Crescent Lake, she didn't want to risk competing with others. As night fell and the curfew began, the first-floor hall was still filled with people in black clothes lining up to leave. Once everyone had gone, 5 members of the dark magic team sat quietly on the sofa, waiting for something. As it got darker, there was no movement on the third floor. The owl warrior with night owl wings was the first to speak up. "It's been 2 days. That girl should be too scared to come out." A thin mage with a sharp voice made a crying sound. "I want to take leave tomorrow night. I just want to sleep." A clear-voiced black mage said, "All right, those on duty stay behind. The others can go back first. Tomorrow, try to find a roommate and ask for information." The next noon, many people finished lunch and sat chatting in the first-floor hall. A handsome young boy kept yawning. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the door to the alchemy room was pushed open forcefully from inside. A girl rushed out like the wind, heading straight for the third floor, muttering, "Too late. How could the clock be broken?" The handsome boy's mouth was wide open, unable to close it for a long time. Last night, the lights in the alchemy room had been on the whole time, and they all realized they had been fooled. The third arena is a large, versatile competition venue with ordinary stands and 12 high-altitude viewing platforms. It hosts all kinds of contests, including martial arts, magic, and flying competitions. That afternoon, the third arena was bustling. Mi Chunfeng and Yi Wanga, along with some team members, were collecting tickets at the east and west entrances. Regular seats cost 1 gold coin, VIP seats cost 5, and high-altitude stands cost 10. All ticket revenue was split, with 40% going to Bo. The leader of the Red Dragonfly, He Huanxiao, couldn't see anymore. Today's exclusive event had already earned back the cost, and sending Mi Chunfeng to make connections proved to be the right choice. Yang Yuma sat in the high viewing stand, watching Jingjing selling drinks at the regular seats. He sighed. "It would be great if Xuanbo decided to join us. Then, after I leave, I wouldn't have to worry about no one running the business." Yuan Yuding blushed and looked down. His family is very wealthy, but he focuses only on studying magic and potions. The president always says he's out of touch with the world. Jingjing wiped sweat from her forehead. Her disposable telescope was out of stock. Why hasn't Yingying, who was supposed to bring more, arrived yet? Lu Sanmu was setting up a simple protective shield. Xuanbo said today's sales would be very good. Shangyang asked Chiu, who paid 10 gold coins and sat in the high stand. He asked Luo Feishua beside him, "Did you buy a ticket too?" Luo Feishua gritted her teeth. "Of course I did. I handled the leasing contract." The Red Dragonfly paid 300 gold coins to rent the third arena for an afternoon and evening. The contract has magic restrictions. If they don't allow it, who can get in? "Oh, why didn't you say earlier that they also rented for the evening?" Mescal stepped up the stairs. "There should be dinner sold too." Shangyang shivered at Chiu's words. "Qin Xuanbo, do you come from a poor family?" He Huanxiao smiled as he walked to the center of the field and activated his amplification spell. "Today is our Red Dragonfly Flying Group training day. Welcome everyone to watch. I know most of your goals, but since Qin is alone, I ask those interested in sparring to discuss rules and take turns. Now, let's enjoy our Red Dragonfly flying performance." 6 handsome young men took the stage, all in matching red warrior outfits with dragonfly wings. They flew in the air, performing various acrobatics. The girls in the stands clapped enthusiastically. Most of them came just to watch the show. For students at the Starry Sky Academy, paying a gold coin was no problem. Feng Jingluan's face looked even gloomier than usual. Leaders of several clubs sat together. Sun Wuma, president of the Flying Eagle Club, said coldly, "Who will go first? Don't be upset. After all, we're bullying a young girl, and she should get some benefits." Shirluo Lin, president of the Rose Magic Research Society, looked at Qin Bo on the distant platform and smiled. "We don't know who's bullying whom. She's the one who used lightning to take down 2 level 5 mages." Feng Qianli volunteered. "Everyone, I'm willing to go first." Feng Jingluan slowly said, "Let Qianli go ahead and explore the situation first." "What do you all think?" No one objected. Although Feng Qianli was more confident than smart, she was a rare level for a lightning mage. It was perfect for her to scout ahead. The flying show in the arena had ended. Girls in the stands clapped and cheered, while many people took out snacks to eat. Qin Bo saw Feng Qianli give a challenging look and smiled as he said to He Huan nearby, "They've made their decision. Let's start." He Huan squinted and gave some instructions to the team members beside him. Then he leapt into the arena and used a loud voice spell to say, "The competition officially begins. Please welcome Qin Xuanbo." Qin Bo jumped lightly from the 10-meter-high stand into the arena, and applause sounded around him. Feng Qianli's face changed. "What level is her martial skill?" He Huan asked again. "Does anyone want to start the competition?" Feng Qianli clenched her teeth, cast a light body spell, and floated into the arena. She wore a fitted, lake blue mage robe that showed her graceful figure. The light body spell made her look like she was floating like a fairy. A group of teenage boys in the stands cheered loudly. Xiangyang asked Qiuying, who was sharp-eyed, to look at a group of people carrying trays moving between the stands. Many spectators threw coins into the trays and then took small signs from the tray carriers. He waved his hand, and a member of the Red Dragonfly team stepped forward. "Teacher Xiangyang, what are your instructions?" "What are they doing?" Xiangyang asked Qiuying, nodding toward that side. "That." The team member smiled happily. "They're betting on who will win." "Teacher Xiangyang, are you interested too?" Xiangyang's expression changed as Qiuying asked. Luo Feishue, curious, asked, "So your group is the bookmaker? Your leader is really clever." The team member looked up with admiration. "No, it's Miss Qin's idea. She said she wants to make those who want to bully her taste defeat." Meska stroked his beard. "Young people are full of energy." In the arena, Qin Bo blinked and asked, "Senior Feng, what are you doing on the field?" Feng Qianli sneered. "Stop pretending." "Of course, I'm here to compete." "Who will be the judge?" Qin Bo looked at He Huan, who immediately cast a loud voice spell, making his voice heard throughout the arena. "Senior Feng, I don't really like fighting. It's too tiring." Wind Qianli ignored the loudspeaker, thinking it was nothing embarrassing, and decided it was good for everyone to hear clearly. "If you're tired, just go home." "Why are you here at Starry Sky Academy?" Feng Jingluan frowned, sensing something bad was about to happen. Sure enough, Qin Bo took out a handful of spirit crystals. "I have 20 spirit crystals. If my senior sister wins, she can buy tea with it to reward herself." Wind Qianli was stunned and instinctively looked back at Feng Jingluan. His face darkened completely. He waved his hand, and Xiao Bingguan quietly stepped into the arena, handing Wind Qianli 20 spirit crystals. Qin Bo cheered happily. "Great. If I win, this money is mine. Fighting really tires me out." Xiangyang covered his eyes and asked Qiu, "I don't know this person." Luo Feishue watched eagerly. "I heard Qin Xuanbo comes from a good family." "Did she come from a poor background in her past life, which made her so obsessed?" Miska called over the Red Dragonfly members. "Are there any snacks suitable for my old self to eat?" "In the sky on the clouds." Bai Miao Jing giggled. "This is so funny." "Qingling, no wonder you want to hide. If it were me, I wouldn't want anyone to see either." Feng Qingling's face turned slightly red. He was worried Qin Bo might not handle it well, so he came to watch. Unexpectedly, Bai Miao Jing noticed him. He was calm, knowing this was a task given by the high priest. But seeing the little girl happily handing 20 spirit crystals to a boy, then eagerly watching her opponent's 20 crystals, he started to think, Does she really need money that badly? Wind Qianli handed 20 spirit crystals to He Huan. These 40 crystals belong to the winner of this contest. If one side falls or admits defeat, the game is over. We are honored to have Professor Miska as our referee. Let's welcome him. Ah, it's my turn now. Miska quickly swallowed his snacks. Luo Feishua asked him, "When did you agree to be their referee?" "Right when I entered." Miska straightened his robes. "They waived 10 gold coins from my seat fee and promised to provide free drinks. With Miska's arrival, the contest officially began." Feng Qianli rose into the air using her wind-soaring technique and began chanting a spell. The sky gradually darkened. "Oh my! That's an advanced spell called Thunder Curtain, Luo Feishue couldn't believe her eyes. She's only at level 4, but she must have taken a potential potion, which allowed her to cast a level 5 large spell. This girl is too fierce, harsh on her opponents, and even harsher on herself. What kind of deep grudge is this? Xiangyang asked Qiuying, noticing the seriousness of the situation. The backlash from the potential potion could leave her paralyzed in bed for a year. Not only is this potion hard to make, but it's also banned on Yingxing. Where did she get it? Yang Yuma looked at Feng Qianli chanting, "Yuding, your potion worked." Look, Feng Qianli is about to unleash her powerful attack. Sun Wuma looked serious. President Feng, perhaps Elder Feng doesn't know exactly what she just drank. Feng Jingluan looked indifferent. I've been wanting to replace the right steward for a while. Qin Bo, observing Feng Qianli's spell, had already identified it as the advanced spell, Thunder Curtain. She also knew what potions Yang Yuma had sold, and the lightning rods buried in the 12 stands should be enough to block it. She suddenly spread 2 pairs of transparent butterfly wings and flew high into the sky. Wow! The crowd erupted in applause again, and many started buying simple protective shields. Qin Bo flapped her wings and, holding a short sword, quickly flew toward Feng Qianli. Feng Qianli was a bit nervous. Spells couldn't be interrupted, and backlash was no joke. But her reinforced shield wasn't just for looks. Qin Bo stabbed her sword into the shield. Sure enough, the shield blocked the attack and remained unmoved. Qin Bo's lips curled into a slight smile, and a sharp surge of true energy shot through her sword, directly hitting Feng Qianli's dantian. Feng Qianli's body jolted, nearly falling from the sky. This small amount of true energy shouldn't have caused serious injury, but why was her magic all over the place, chaotic and wild? She clenched her teeth and forced herself to finish the spell, then smiled triumphantly. That girl was definitely going to be turned to ash. Xiangyang asked Qiuying to stand up, ready to rescue her at any moment. Feng Qianli was going crazy, fully channeling the Thunder Curtain. This could be a life-threatening situation. Qin Bo landed in the middle of the arena, lowered her head, and silently counted. 1, 2, 3, start. Crack. A thick bolt of lightning struck toward Qin Bo's position. Many people in the stands couldn't help but shout in surprise. This girl didn't even activate her protective shield. Suddenly, a lightning bolt turned in the sky and struck the nearest high platform. The audience under the shield instinctively covered their heads and crouched down. The lightning was poorly aimed. The following events made everyone on the high stands both nervous and excited. Under the gloomy sky, thunder roared overhead, yet no one was hurt. It was very thrilling. Qin Bo quietly counted the thunder sounds, 27, 28. He Huan watched her as if she were seeing a divine being. She realized those buried objects were for this purpose. How much could they sell for? After 40 thunderclaps, everything went quiet. The entire crowd erupted in thunderous applause. The wind that had been holding on finally spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted on the ground. He Huan, with Maxka, went forward to watch for a while and announced, "This match is won by Qin Xuanbo. He earns 40 spirit crystals." Everyone cheered. Many started buying tickets and changing seats, and more people joined the high stands. Qin Bo let out a long shout, and 12 members of the Red Dragonfly immediately flew onto the platform, removing 12 lightning rods. However, one member missed his target. He only saw a flash in front of him. The lightning rods and grounding equipment on the platform disappeared. Bai Miaojing kept looking at what he held in his hands. Interesting, doing this can actually absorb lightning. Why didn't I think of that? Fong Qingling reminded him. That's someone else's stuff. Bai Miaojing shot him a glance. I'm just curious. I wouldn't take her things for free. In the third arena, the Thorn Path team carried away Feng Qianli. He Huan arranged for 4 girls to perform next. The business of Shui Jingjing and Lu Sanmu was very popular. Sun Wuma looked at the scene and said to the martial artist behind him, "It's your turn now. What are your plans?" The martial artist stood proudly. Feng Qianli poured all her magic power into one attack, so she was bound to fail. I don't think Qin Xuanbo's fighting skills are anything special. Qin Bo felt the gaze coming his way. Wei Mingxiao from the Eagle Flight, a level 3 innate true energy user, 17 years old. He had been at the Glimmer Star branch for 7 years and was considered a veteran. Experienced in combat, he specialized in swift attacks. After the 4 girls finished their performance, He Huan's voice amplified again. Now, it's the second match.
Oh.
I see it, Senior Wei Mingxiao. Welcome, Senior Wei. Wei Mingxiao was very direct. He jumped into the arena, spread his eagle wings behind him, and nodded to Qin Bo. I am Wei Mingxiao. Qin Bo didn't waste words. Hello, Senior Wei. I am offering 40 spirit crystals this time. Puff, Luo Feishua spat out her water, surprised. It's increasing so fast. Wei Mingxiao took out a small silver leaf-veined grass. I bet with you using this. Silver leaf grass, He Huan exclaimed. It's a spiritual herb that can instantly restore magic power and true energy, and it's also a main ingredient in potential potions. Its market price is 50 spirit crystals. Oh, I see. Qin Bo reluctantly took out 10 spirit crystals. I won't take advantage of you. Yang Yumo almost fainted. Silver leaf grass grows at the entrance of the Blackback Firebowl's home. It's hard to gather. It's basically priceless, you know, this silly girl. Yuan Yuding, however, was straightforward. Maybe she has something better to offer. Bai Miaojing asked Feng Qingling. She doesn't like that grass. Did you give her the spirit crystal from the sea monster? Feng Qingling looked at him. She probably has some things, but I didn't give them to her. Wei Mingxiao was unaffected by Qin Bo's actions. He looked serious, holding his stance. Qin Bo praised. Senior Wei, please. Wei Mingxiao didn't hold back. He raised his sword. I'll start. As soon as he finished speaking, he moved forward, and his sword transformed into countless light shadows, slashing straight ahead. Good. Qin Bo observed the situation and leapt lightly, dodging the first attack. Wei Mingxiao didn't give her a chance to breathe. He changed his sword's direction and struck again. Qin Bo twisted her waist and narrowly avoided the attack. They exchanged blows over 20 times. The spectators on the stands cheered. That's exciting. Wei Mingxiao gradually became impatient. Qin Xuanbo's moves were clearly stiff, obviously practiced repeatedly, without much real combat experience. Yet, she always managed to dodge deadly attacks at the most dangerous moments. Too incredible. He increased his strength, but his technique became less smooth. Bai Miaojing was the first to notice the problem. He asked someone nearby, "Do you often fight her? Have you ever used harsh moves?" Feng Qingling couldn't tell his expression. It's true that fighting someone like this improves your skills quickly. Sun Wumo saw something was wrong. Mingxiao is getting anxious. Things aren't looking good. Sure, Lu Olin didn't understand. Why doesn't she use magic? Isn't she afraid that after exhausting her stamina, she won't be able to dodge the killing moves? Feng Jingluan cheered with a mischievous smile. She's practicing with Wei Mingxiao. Just watch. When she feels she's had enough, she'll make her move. Qin Bo's pores stood on end. Wei Mingxiao's attacks from different directions created various gusts of air. Qin Bo let his body get used to these sensations, forming an instinctive reflex. At the same time, he responded with quick counterattacks with his hands. Turns out, martial arts requires such flexible use. Indeed, you can't teach it, you have to learn by doing. Wei Mingxiao finally lost his temper. He shouted loudly, gathering all his energy, throwing aside all moves, and releasing a powerful pressure, striking with pure force like thunder. Qin Bo charged forward, abandoning his sword and using his left palm to block. Just as he was about to be cut by the blade, Qin Bo's palm emitted a tiny spark of energy. Wei Mingxiao's sword had a metal handle, and a current ran along the tip into his body. He trembled all over. In that brief moment of silence, countless sparks kept flowing into the sword's tip. Wei Mingxiao's body went numb instantly.
Stop.
"We surrender," shouted Sun Wuma as he jumped into the arena to stop the fight. Qin Bo withdrew his hand. "We can't touch him now. We have to wait until the current disperses." Shiluo Lin floated into the arena, softly chanting. Wei Mingxiao's body finally stopped trembling. Qin Bo handed him a silver leaf herb. "Use this. The faster he recovers, the less damage he'll have." Sun Wuma didn't hesitate. He took the silver leaf herb and put it into Wei Mingxiao's mouth, then pulled out a large pile of spirit crystals from his pocket. "This is on me." Qin Bo counted out 50 crystals and returned the rest to him. Sun Wuma bowed slightly and took Wei Mingxiao back to the viewing stand. Yuan Yuding looked very distressed. He just ate it like that, without using its full power. Such a shame. Shiluo Lin performed a mage's bow. "I am Shiluo Lin, a fire mage." "Junior sister Qin, let's have a simple match." "No need to hurt the friendship." Qin Bo agreed happily. "Sure, I now have 100 spirit crystals." Shiluo Lin hesitated. "I can't compete with those male presidents. I can only come down third." "Junior sister Qin, let's settle on 50 crystals." Qin Bo thought for a moment. "No, I need to raise the price. Let's do 60, 55, how about that?" Senior sister still has a big group to support. All right then, a beautiful senior sister should be taken care of. They finally agreed on the bet. Bai Miao Jing sighed in amazement. Girls these days are really impressive. How come a few boys are so foolish? Huan carefully stored 110 spirit crystals and announced, "The third match begins now." Both sides bowed to each other. Then, Shiluo Lin raised her hand and shot a series of fireballs. Qin Bo responded with simple water balls, extinguishing the fireballs. Shiluo Lin cast a second-level spell, Wall of Fire, which created a fierce wall of flames. Qin Bo countered with a second-level spell, Wall of Water, blocking the attack. Jing Jing yawned and said, "Water magic against fire magic is so boring. No wonder they want a bargain." This time, Qin Bo released a water curtain. Shiluo Lin seemed to be giving a magic demonstration, casting various standard fire spells from 1st to 4th level. But she didn't dare to be careless. Just now, Shiluo Lin had used healing magic on Wei Mingxiao. Any fire mage who can use healing magic is not to be underestimated. Suddenly, a different kind of elemental wave began. The fire elements in the air arranged themselves in an extraordinary pattern. Qin Bo focused deeply, sensing the high-temperature burning elements. He thought for a moment and used a self-created, improved spell. The surrounding air elements also started to fluctuate and arranged in a new way. All combustible gases like oxygen and hydrogen formed an outer circle, while non-flammable gases formed an inner circle. A small vacuum appeared around Qin Bo's body. He had tested this spell before, but it couldn't last long because his oxygen needs were high. Now, with his current level of fusion, he could stay in a sealed state longer, allowing the spell to work. A faint blue flame swept over the scene. The people on the viewing platform felt the scorching heat. Level 5 blue flame. Luo Feishue was destined to be surprised today. Shiluo Lin has broken through. When did that happen? Xiangyang asked Qi, glancing lightly at Feng Jingluan and Sun Wuma. You should check carefully. I think some people might be hiding their breakthroughs. The blue flames surged toward Qin Bo. Shiluo Lin's lips curled into a faint smile, but it quickly froze. The blue flames burned fiercely within half a meter of Qin Bo, more intense than when she first released them, but suddenly, they stopped completely. Half a second later, the flames moved forward again. Strangely, the flames began to weaken and could not match the fierce force they had when leaving Shiluolin's side. Shiluolin secretly thought this was bad. The flames struggled more and more, gradually losing strength. Qin Bo's lips started to curl into a smile. The air was gone, and what was burning now was pure magic power. How long could this kind of fuel last? The flames finally reached the opponent's front, but anyone could see they no longer posed any danger. Qin Bo created a water wall, and the 5-level blue flames finally went out. The crowd erupted into applause once more. Such an amazing spell. This is the first time I've seen something so wonderful, Miska sincerely praised. Shililin smiled and stepped forward. Qin, junior sister, I think we're even now. Let's stop here. Qin Bo smiled slightly. All right, senior sister Shililin, she still had some hidden tricks, just like him. There was no need to reveal everything in front of others. Shililin returned to the viewing stand with a gentle smile. Feng Jingluan said sarcastically, President Shililin really is full of surprises, not losing any of her skills. Shililin still smiled warmly. Feng President, you're too kind. You should have also broken through. Steward Feng is really unlucky. Even if he recovers in a year, it will be harder to advance. Sun Wuma sighed. Forget it. We were indeed careless. This person is not someone easily subdued. Yang Yuma secretly chuckled. A bunch of fools, being used by others to gather information for Cuelon. They got what they deserved. He Huan asked several times, but no one dared to challenge again. So he announced, this Red Dragonfly flying group training ends here. He let Yuanga and a few others perform a sword dance to send everyone off. Fang Qingling turned back and started walking. Bai Miao Jing hesitated. Can I go find her and play? Fang Qingling didn't look back. Her safety is personally overseen by the Star Glory High Priest. You decide what to do. In a small black magic potion lounge, a group of people was dividing money. He Huan said happily, we have enough funds for a year. This is a really good deal. Yang Yuma kept thinking about the lightning rod. Xuanbua, can we really not share the formula for that thing? We can buy it. Qin Bo was counting money. Sister Yang, this was a joint effort with someone else. It seems his family has already paid to buy it, He Huan thought openly. That thing is a danger in our hands. It's better this way. Lu Sinmu suddenly said, I heard that the dark magic and phantom people seem to be planning something lately. Qin Bo thought for a moment and said, then I won't go out tonight. These people are really troublesome, always trying to find out secrets they shouldn't, He Huan replied. It's human nature. People like me, who live freely, are actually a minority. Everyone felt disgusted by this. In the following days, several open clubs showed kindness to Qin Bo, realizing that forcing things wouldn't work. During the competition that day, many spells appeared that they had never seen or heard of before. This made them more interested in Qin Bo. The Bright Star Branch School appeared friendly on the surface, but secretly, some people were planning something. Soon, the first month of the new semester was about to end. At Starry Sky Academy, it is a tradition that at the end of each month, students are allowed to leave school for a day, either to go to the city or go home. They must return by 9 p.m., or they will be punished according to school rules. Qin Bo knew her family would be worried about her, who had just enrolled. Early that morning, she packed her storage bag and left the school gate with Water Crystal Sisters and Lu Sanmu. There were many carriages outside the school selling their services. Since Water Yingying was young, the four of them rented a carriage to go home. As they approached the city gate, they were stopped by someone. A gentle-looking young boy stood in the middle of the road and asked loudly, I am Qianyuan Boy. Miss Qin, may I have the honor of a chat? Lu Sanmu was the first to jump out of the carriage, with Qin Bo following behind. Qianyuan Boy smiled kindly and said, Miss Qin, I apologize for the sudden visit. Please forgive me. Qin Bo was momentarily stunned. This person looked very much like Fang Qingling, not in appearance but in temperament. He resembled a young priest, both shining like jade. However, one was a youth, untempered by time, showing some traces. The other was an adult, weathered by years, naturally refined. Qianyuan Boy seemed used to such looks and didn't mind Qin Bo's surprise. He said, Miss Qin, you promised to accept my invitation. Qianyuan Boy stepped forward confidently and said, you should say something. Are you just staring? I've seen many women infatuated with my older brother, but Qin Xuanbua is just SOSO. Qin Bo's heart was angry. You copycat. What are you pretending to be? Her tone also grew sharp. Green Bamboo Pavilion, just the three of us. Moo Moo, taking Ying home first. Qianyuan Boy took the lead and smiled, inviting Qin Bo onto the carriage and told a coachman, Green Bamboo Pavilion, thank you. The Green Bamboo Pavilion has 3 floors. Last time, Qinbo sat in the greeny room on the second floor. This time, Qian Yuanbo took them to the bamboo shadow room on the third floor, which is clearly more elegant than the second, with a subtle touch of luxury everywhere. A cup of clear green tea was gently placed in front of Qinbo. This is the azure cloud mist from the Lianyun mountain range, found only on steep cliffs, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Drinking it regularly can help prolong life, Qian Yuanbo said smoothly, explaining the origin of the tea. Qinbo lowered her eyes, watching the faintly spiritual water. The light mist curled around her face. Fang Qingling's voice was always emotionless. He must be doing it on purpose. Qian Yuanbo and Crystal Jing exchanged glances. His older brother was trying to charm someone, so he had to keep an eye on unrelated people. Liu Sanmu returned water Ying and told Wenru Jing that their friends planned to stroll around the city and would come back later. Then he went to the Qin family to say the same. When he learned that Qin Xuankong had gone to Lianyun Mountain with his mentor, he didn't hesitate and hurried home, planning to find his older brother, Liu Shuanglin. As he reached a quiet alley, 3 rough-looking men blocked his way. Azure cloud mist pairs best with 100 flowers pastry. Qian Yuanbo picked up a piece of light pink pastry and placed it on a porcelain plate in front of Qinbo. The 100 flowers pastry at the Green Bamboo Pavilion uses 103 kinds of flower petals, finely crushed and boiled into syrup, then made into pastries with a secret recipe. The taste is quite authentic. Qinbo's hands remained still. Crystal Jing picked up a piece and swallowed it in one bite. It was quite tasty. Qian Yuanbo watched as Crystal Jing quickly finished a plate of 100 flowers pastry, then reached for other snacks. His long eyelashes shimmered with tiny droplets of water. "May I ask, Miss Qin, who is your teacher?" Qinbo still said nothing. Has Fang Qingling ever treated a girl so gently? What was his youth like? How does he feel about the person he likes? Is it soft-spoken and gentle, or intense and fiery? Qian Yuanbo leaned slightly forward. "Miss Qin, are you feeling unwell?" Liu Sanmu's lips turned blue from the effort. His clothes were covered in mud. He gasped for breath, leaning against the wall. On the ground lay 3 men disguised as thugs, all level 4 martial artists. At the alley entrance, 5 grown men slowly approached. Liu Sanmu clenched his teeth and gathered his magic power again. "Who dares bully my little brother? Does the Liu family have no one left?" A young boy stood on the wall. Behind him the city's security captain, Mialua. 5 strong men turned and ran away. Liu Shuanglin's eyes turned cold. A sharp ice blade with a piercing whistle struck one of the men. Liu Sanmu weakly stopped him and said, "Don't bother with them. I know whose people they are. Quickly, let's go to the Green Bamboo Pavilion." Qinbo took a deep breath and offered an apologetic smile. "Sorry, I was distracted just now." "Young Master Qianyuan, I can't reveal my master's teachings." Qian Yuanbo looked at Qinbo's clear eyes and thought it was a pity. The best moment had passed. "I see. Well, as I know, Miss Qin was tested with wind and water powers. When did she suddenly develop a lightning attribute?" Qinbo still looked sorry. "I'm not sure myself. It seems I can suddenly use lightning." Suddenly able to use lightning, Qian Yuanbo repeated his words several times. "Why don't you come with me to the Qianyuan family estate? We have many wise elders who can find out the reason." Qian Yuanbo stood up bravely, releasing the pressure of a level 4 innate martial artist. Outside the door, for level 4 innate martial artists also exerted their pressure at the same time. His voice flowed like water. "Miss Qin, what do you think?" Qinbo stood firm. "Follow you?" "Never." Liu Sanmu pushed open the servant and rushed upstairs, forcefully opening the door between the bamboo shadows. The door wasn't closed tightly, and he staggered, nearly falling. Liu Shuanglin quickly caught him, and Mia Luo hurried after. Seeing Qinbo sitting calmly in a chair, Liu Sanmu let out a breath of relief. Then he glared fiercely at Qian Yuanbo and said, "Don't think your Qianyuan family is so great. This is the city of Starshine, and you can't do whatever you want here." "Well said." "Indeed, in Starshine City, some people can't do as they please," a clear yet gentle female voice responded. Lu Sanmu instinctively looked over and was stunned. Sang Xiao's priest, Sang Luo, the priestess, sat by the window. She suddenly smiled and said, "Don't be nervous. I'm just curious. Someone told me there's an interesting girl. I happen to be free today, so I came to see. It's quite interesting, familiar faces. We've met before, do you remember?" Crystal immediately said, "I remember. Sang Xiao's priestess invited us to a costume ball." Mia Luo also remembered.
Oh,
"You're the one who bit someone." Qin Bo glared at him, saying, "Let's not talk about that disgusting thing, okay?" People from the Qianyuan family didn't understand their conversation, but that didn't stop Sang Luo from taking the person away. Absolute strength brought absolute authority. When Sang Luo left, he casually said, "Qianyuan game, this is the city of stars." Lu Shuanglin also said, "This matter isn't over yet." Crystal Jing interrupted, "Qianyuan game, Xian Bo won't like you. You should give up." At this, everyone stopped. Mia Luo looked at him and said, "Xian Bo is only 13 years old." The face of Qianyuan game turned unusually pale. Lu Shuanglin saw that Sang Luo planned to take Qin Bo away. He quickly said goodbye to the young priest. "I need to take my little brother home to bandage his wound. Miss Shui, you should come too." Sang Luo was polite to him. "It's fine. I'll take this girl first. Someone is waiting for her." Qin Bo, feeling tired, followed Sang Luo to the back garden of the ruling center. It was also surrounded by a foggy barrier. Fang Qingling and Bai Miaojing were standing at the entrance. She lowered her head nervously. Sang Luo patted her shoulder. "Let's go inside first." Sang Luo's garden was very comfortable, with a pavilion, stone table, and tea set all in place. Fang Qingling asked coldly, "Why didn't you use the six-pointed star to ask for help?" "I'm sorry," Qin Bo admitted, feeling guilty. "Did you fall for that person's charm?" Bai Miaojing, eager to cause trouble, said, "He doesn't look better than me or Qingling." Sang Luo kicked him. "What nonsense are you talking? I clearly heard Xian Bo refuse him, saying he would never go with him." Qin Bo sweat profusely. "Two elders, do you really need to explain for me?" "Go with him," Fang Qingling repeated calmly. "Didn't you say you didn't want to find a man? Is that true?" Bai Miaojing's ears perked up. Qin Bo quickly explained, "I didn't like him." "Really, I swear, I didn't like him. Then why didn't you ask for help?" Fang Qingling's tone softened a bit. Qin Bo hesitated. "I'm afraid you'll scold me." "Why would I scold you? At first, I was distracted by him and didn't notice someone powerful outside the door." Qin Bo told the truth. "Later, I came to my senses and was afraid. I wanted to fight." Bai Miaojing deliberately shifted the topic to what he was interested in. "I just feel like it looks familiar." Fang Qingling misunderstood, thinking Qin Bo was talking about the man from his past life. "Don't think too much about the past. What's important now is the present. You should let go of that relationship." "Yes," Qin Bo said sincerely. "I shouldn't be troubled by a sudden crush. I will remember the lessons from before and not lose myself over a man." "Good," Fang Qingling said, feeling a bit strange, but glad that Qin Bo realized his mistake. Bai Miaojing touched his chin. "I feel something's off." At noon, Qin Bo finally returned home. She briefly told her parents about her life at the Starry Sky, hiding some worrying news. Qin Feihu and Qin Xiaoqian were happy. Their little girl was growing up. Qin Bo took the chance to say she wanted to focus on studying and couldn't come home often. Meanwhile, Lu Shuanglin contacted Qin Xuanji and mentioned Qin Bo's situation, hoping he could prepare early. Qin Xuanji was surprised and happy. This was a good opportunity, even if it was a bit risky. He saw the chance in the situation. He quickly contacted Qin Xianyu, and they discussed it. A few days later, a handsome half-demon named Jiang Qingfeng came to the Qin family with Qin Xianyu. They talked privately with Qin's parents for a long time. The next day, Qin's parents decided to leave the business in Starry Sky capital to Qin Xianji and go to Lai Feng City to prepare a dowry for their daughter. After they left, Qin Xianji arranged for a professional merchant to manage the family business. The spice factory outside the city was temporarily run by some old employees who had worked for the family before, reporting regularly. These old employees were the ones who had brought Qin Bo back to Starry Sky capital. While many people didn't notice, a new family, the Qin family, was quietly rising. After dinner, Qin Bo returned to the Starry Sky Academy. Lu Xuanlin acted quickly. She had already spoken with Qin Xianji and knew her brother would take care of the family, so she had no worries. As for herself, the news from this morning had spread among certain circles. No one would mess with the minor priestess. Officially, they couldn't act openly, as the Qianyuan family was a warning. Although minor priests shouldn't interfere in worldly disputes, if they caught someone exploiting a weakness and accused them of bullying a young girl, they could deal with it openly and justly. Many groups chose to wait and observe for a while, without making any moves. Xian Yaojia was folding clothes when she saw Qin Bo come in. She immediately threw away a sock and rushed over. "I heard that Sang Luo, the young priest, is your supporter." Qin Bo pushed her away. "I was just about to deal with any improper feelings towards the young priest." Xian Yaojia looked sad and said, "If you don't want to talk about it, just forget it. You don't have to be so disgusting." Having improper feelings for Sang, the young priest? That's hard to believe. Qin Bo started packing his bags. "I'm going out tonight and might be gone for a while. Keep an eye on what's happening with those people, but don't let yourself be seen." The six-pointed star had been glowing for a long time, with only 4 words. "Come tonight. Don't worry, who do you think I am?" Xian Yaojia took some candy from Qin Bo's bag and ate it. "Actually, quite a few people have approached me. I told them I wouldn't dare provoke that ancestor. I always leave early at night. But they want me to report your activities in the dorm." "It's okay, just tell me," Qin Bo said energetically. "Let's plan something to deal with them." At 10 p.m., the curfew began. Xian Yaojia changed her clothes and went out, sending a message that Qin Bo was packing his night clothes in the dorm. Soon, several groups active at night started moving. At the entrance of Star Little Building Number 7, many hidden figures appeared in the darkness. Qin Bo sat cross-legged, sending a message via the 6-pointed star. "Qin, there are many wild wolves outside tonight. Little White Rabbit can't go out now. Fong, clear out the wolves. If you can't handle it, ask Shangyang for help. Qin, they won't be satisfied if they can't catch the rabbit. Maybe we can play a little game to prevent them from coming back. Fong, are you bored? Qin, life needs some fun. It makes people feel good." I never expected Fong Qingling to say, "Are you bored?" Words really are a magical thing. Things you can't say aloud can be expressed through writing. Qin Bo felt like he was chatting with friends from his past life. Fong Qingling wasn't used to texting. Strangely, he didn't start a call. Bai Miaojing watched from the side, feeling itchy inside. "What are you talking about?" "Let me see." Fong Qingling suddenly put down the 6-pointed star. "Tonight, the glow star will have some excitement. Do you want to watch?" Above the small building called Starry Tower, the sky was clear. Bai Miaojing used a peek spell, seeing everything inside the first-floor hall. 5 dark magic members, still with their faces covered, sat waiting. Qin Bo slowly changed her clothes, then decided to wear a mask. She went to the first floor. Fighting was not allowed inside the tower, unless in the basement. She looked at the 5 people in the hall, found a sofa near the window, sat down, stretched lazily, tilted her head, and dozed off. 20 minutes passed, and Qin Bo remained still, as if asleep. A female warrior gently asked, "Hey, are you asleep?" Qin Bo rubbed her eyes, looked outside the window, and said, "So many people again. I really dislike this. I think I should go back." Her action of leaning out the window made a group of people jealous. Her last words made a thin mage with a high-pitched voice jump up. "No, you can't go back. We've been waiting for several nights." The leading black-robed mage glared at him. "Shut up." Then he asked Qin Bo, "If there are fewer people outside, will you go out?" Qin Bo smiled. "I can hide from the first day, but not from the 15th. I can't stay inside forever. But I can choose a day when there are fewer people." The people didn't understand the Earth proverb, but they understood the meaning. The leading mage nodded, and the owl warrior rushed out the door first. Outside the tower, a fierce battle began. All the dark magic members arrived, taking advantageous positions. The message from the Shadow Phantom arrived a bit late, but they also secured good spots. Smaller groups and scattered individuals were cleared out first. The remaining two big groups were evenly matched and faced each other. The Shadow Phantom sent one member forward. I am Qingmei, a friend of the dark magic. Let's talk. The leading mage also stepped forward. I am Nightshade. What do you want to say? Qingmei asked. Why are you clearing the area? Do you want to dominate the underground forces of the Glow Star? Nightshade spread his hands. No choice. The young girl doesn't want to go out because it's crowded. We don't want to wait another month. Qingmei looked back at her team and said, all right, how about this? Each side sends 3 people. Nightshade turned and shouted, what do you think, young girl? Everyone suddenly looked over, their eyes nearly popping out. Qinbo was leaning on the windowsill, her head outside, watching eagerly. Qingmei's mouth twitched slightly, and she calmly asked, Miss Qin, what do you think? Qinbo replied quickly, okay, but only 6 people. My time is valuable. A large crowd dispersed like a tide. Qinbo squinted, watching the dark magic members leave in small groups, walking away in a scattered manner. The members of the Phantom were leaving in neat rows, the back row first, the front row last. One row hadn't finished leaving when the other was already gone. Both sides finished their departure almost at the same time. Qinbo approached the remaining 6 people. Just say what you want. I won't reveal any secrets I shouldn't. If you want to fight, come one by one. If you want to attack as a group, that's fine too, but I can't promise the outcome. One member of Phantom chuckled twice. Miss Qin, you're overthinking. I am the leader of Phantom Shadows. This is Qingmei and Heimei. We want you to join Phantom. We still need a deputy leader. Deputy leader? Qinbo shook her head. I won't join any organization, whether on the ground or underground. Yenya said, then let's just be friends. It's always good to have more friends. Qinbo smiled slightly. Friends who ambush me in the middle of the night? Yenya awkwardly said, misunderstanding, misunderstanding. We mean no harm. Qinbo was indifferent. I have something to do tonight, so let's end the conversation here. As for friendship, let's see what kind of ways you use to make friends. The leader of Phantom asked, we don't know what Miss Qin has to do tonight. Maybe we can help. Qinbo smiled slightly. Please make way. After speaking, she spread her butterfly wings and flew toward Crescent Moon Lake. The 6 followed closely, some with wings also taking to the sky. Qinbo didn't bother with them and flew wildly ahead. Soon, everyone watched as Qinbo flew over Crescent Moon Lake. Qingmei asked, Leader, should we wait here? The Phantom leader looked at the distant dark magic members. Let's go back. We'll find another chance later. At the same time, Yenya said, let's go back too. The magic leader isn't here. We'll discuss it when he returns. As Qinbo reached the other side, she saw Bai Miaojing. Bai Xiao, the priest, eagerly said, no one is here.
Ifawe checked everywhere. Qinbo frowned.
You've just been watching the show? Bai Miaojing chuckled. Very lively, but it ended too quickly. These kids are now more cautious. He secretly asked, when did you get close to Qingling? You've been hiding it well. How far have you gone? Qinbo wiped a drop of cold sweat and said, what do you mean by how far we've progressed? Bai Xiao and Feng Xiao have been training me in magic and martial skills. Bai Miaojing snorted. I know. You've even developed some new spells together. Qingling has a nice figure, doesn't she? Qinbo nearly stumbled. Does Bai Miaojing not understand human language? Bai Xiao, I have a purely teacher-student relationship with Feng Xiao. Bai Miaojing looked disappointed. So it's not that far yet? You should take the initiative. Qingling is quite passionate. Qinbo decided to block her ears. Bai Miaojing kept talking, saying she knew he was pretending to be serious, and that his eyesight was much better than 60 years ago. Bai Miaojing kept muttering until they reached the barrier's entrance. Look, we can't get in, but you can. So you should seize the chance. Qingling is very enthusiastic. Qinbo walked straight into the barrier. She doubted Bai Miaojing was talking about Feng Qingling she knew. That immortal crane must be confused. Bai Miaojing angrily watched the barrier close again, trapping him outside. He dared to say there was no secret affair. Qinbo entered the woods at the back of the mountain, where soft moonlight shone. Feng Qingling was standing by the hot spring. Seeing her elegant figure, Qinbo couldn't connect her with words like shy or passionate. Stop. Don't let that flamboyant crane's words distract her. She had finally dismissed some unrealistic thoughts. Fong Qingling pointed to one side of the hot spring. Look, do you like it? Wow. Qinbo was a bit surprised. It was a small house built from bamboo, simple but delicate. Inside, there was a bamboo bed, table, chairs, and shelves. All the bamboo was polished smooth, and the scent of bamboo leaves filled the small house. It's for you. See if anything's missing, Fong Qingling said, noticing Qinbo's amazement, feeling unexpectedly happy. Qinbo hesitated a moment and decided to be bold. It would be great if there was a dressing table. Yes. I forgot about that, Fong Qingling said thoughtfully, looking at Qinbo. You've grown into a young lady now, so you need a dressing table. The house was already built and looked beautiful. Qinbo decided to follow her heart and stay. She took everything out of her storage bag and started decorating the room according to her wishes. Fong Qingling looked at Qinbo, who was busy working, and felt in a good mood. You can stay here first and improve your skills. Those people are nothing. I have a swordsmanship set here, and now is a good time for you to practice. He took out a short sword. This is a sword technique suitable for women, which requires 2 swords. Give me your sword. Qinbo handed over her sword. Fong Qingling moved with both swords, light but sharp. Qinbo memorized the sword moves. After practicing a set, she roughly remembered most of it. Fong Qingling handed her the 2 swords. Try it. Qinbo practiced according to her memory, with Fong Qingling guiding her nearby. By dawn, she had mostly mastered the sword technique. Fong Qingling was somewhat satisfied. Keep practicing. When you have a chance, I'll get you 2 good swords. This set of swordsmanship has more moves, including flying on air with the sword. If you master it well, with a sword, no one below level 7 can beat you. Next, Qinbo spent every day soaking in hot springs and practicing swordsmanship, staying in a small bamboo house for 15 days. After 15 days, she packed some essentials to go back. Fong Qingling looked unhappy. Have you finished practicing your sword? I was just looking for a sword. Come back when you can fly on the sword and fight. Qinbo whispered. I'll go back to practice first. When I have a sword, you can let me know. Fong Qingling showed a terrifying smile. What's stopping you here? Why are you in such a hurry to go back? Are you waiting to see someone? No, it's not that, Qinbo said shyly. I haven't reached the foundation building stage, so I can't avoid eating. Without pills, I can only go 15 days without food. Eat. Fong Qingling was surprised, his face softening. Didn't you bring any food? It's okay, I'll have someone send some over. Qinbo almost fainted. That's not it. Eating is a small matter. The key is after eating I will excrete. The last 2 words sounded like a mosquito humming, very quiet. Fong Qingling's face suddenly turned red. He awkwardly turned away. Then you'd better go back quickly. His voice was muffled. Qinbo covered her burning face and ran off quickly. In front of Qianyuan Boyi, there was a cup of clear Yunwu tea, already cold, but he hadn't touched it. Qianyuan Boyi couldn't hold back anymore. Big brother, just say something. Lu Shuanglin and his group keep causing trouble for us every day. Qianyuan Boyi's eyebrows didn't move. Let him go. If he doesn't get this out of his system, he won't be willing. Tell your people not to cause big trouble. As long as they stand their ground and have a reason, it's good practice for everyone. Then what have you been thinking about sitting here all this time? Qianyuan Boyang was most annoyed by scheming. He was good at fighting. Qianyuan Boyi looked up confusedly. That day, she clearly was interested. I could feel it. She even admitted it herself. So, why did she suddenly become clear-minded? I didn't say anything wrong, did I? Qianyuan Boyang spoke sincerely. Big brother, failing at a handsome plan once isn't a big deal. That Qin Xuanbua is very pretty and will probably have many boys chasing her. Actually, you're not considered a handsome man. Boya is. Qianyuan Boyi shot him a look. If she really liked handsome guys, I'd have Boya come over right away. The problem isn't that. That day, she was clearly thinking about someone else through me. Who could it be? Someone who looks like me? Qianyuan Boyang honestly said, Ding Jiangbo is a lot like you. Qianyuan Boyi choked and took a moment to breathe. It's a mistake to discuss things with you. Boyong, the person you mentioned is my father. Do you think Qin Xuanbua might have met my father? Do you think a 13-year-old girl would like an older man? Qianyuan Boyong argued. When a person's magic power and true energy reach a certain level, they appear younger. Ding Jiangbo looks like your older brother. Maybe Qin Xuanbua likes older men. I'm not going to argue with you. Anyway, we need to find out who she's interested in, and we'll start from there. Qianyuan Boyong felt that scheming a young girl's feelings was very wrong. Big brother, why don't we send a skilled person to fight her? We agree beforehand. Whoever wins will listen to the other. Qianyuan Boyi was disappointed. Fighting won't solve the problem. Sang Luo is clearly protecting her. If she doesn't fight you, she's not talking. What can you do? I can't do anything either. Huir hasn't passed the family test yet, otherwise, we could let them become friends. That's also a good option. Qianyuan Boyong also thought this was a good idea. Huir is about the same age as her. They should be able to talk. Maybe we should wait. Just 3 years. Those people might not find out the secret by then. Scheming about feelings is very bad. Don't forget what the Wei family did to Feng Qingling back then. Feng Qingling didn't destroy the Wei family because he carried their blood. Otherwise, there would only be the 6 great families. Lu Sanmu runs hard in the arena. He has been doing this for 5 days. Mi Chenfeng times him and then helps him learn basic martial skills after running. At 15, practicing martial arts is a bit late, so Lu Sanmu will face many hardships. Running is just warm-up. Soon he will stretch his legs and muscles. His muscles and tendons have grown stiff, and stretching them again is the most painful part. His thigh has been bruised for days, but he can't stop practicing. A month ago, a fight in an alley made him realize how fragile his body is. The mage profession has been set as a long-range attack since the wars 700 years ago. Mages are the most protected in the army, standing behind warriors, chanting spells, and using large magic to take down enemies far stronger than themselves. Mages are the deadliest fighters in the army. After the war, many adventure teams were formed, including many mages. They still stand behind their teammates, creating strong shields and preparing spells carefully. Their teammates protect them fiercely because once a spell succeeds, victory is near. Mages are never suited for fighting alone. Qianyuan Boyi sent only 3 level 4 warriors, all without innate true energy. They disguised as thugs and ambushed him in an alley when he was careless. These 3 are skilled fighters, attacking suddenly without giving him time to set up a shield. They attacked from 3 sides, each move perfectly timed. His Ice Blade spell was inaccurate and easily dodged. He had no time to prepare a medium-level spell. Luckily, the 3 warriors underestimated him, thinking the untrained mage was unconscious. The joy of defeating a level 4 mage made them forget the danger. Pretending to be unconscious, he resisted their punches and kicks, recited a spell, and finally cast his long-prepared medium spell, Ironwood Thorns. Countless sharp, iron-hard wooden spikes sprouted from the ground, knocking down the 3 warriors. This was his first fight ever, and he won alone, though it was very difficult. But what if his brother hadn't arrived in time? How would the 5 innate warriors behind him deal with him? He would definitely go missing, either killed or imprisoned. His brother's furious revenge was probably because he thought of this. But who can be blamed? If they were attacking ordinary people, the security team and minor priests could justify punishing them. There are 5 innate first-level martial artists and 1 fourth-level mage fighting. They can be considered as engaging in a fair challenge. Gaining special abilities means losing the right to live a peaceful life. Crystal Jing silently joined the running group. It has been 5 days. Lu Sama has been practicing like crazy for 5 days. Last month, at Lu's house, Lu Shuanglin's words still linger in their minds. Sanmu, Jingjing, you have an extraordinary friend. She is very talented and carries many secrets. Many powerful groups are after her. As childhood friends, you are bound to get caught in this whirlpool. Of course, you can avoid it. I will arrange that. But I can't guarantee complete safety. Sanmu, you're the younger brother. Your family has never set high expectations for you, and they've let you follow your own path. Do you understand? Outside people think that practicing martial arts and magic is a waste of time, but we know that children from the 7 great families must learn martial skills from a young age if they are worth cultivating. Under harsh training, they grow until 15 and then take the family's elite exam. Each family has its own way of testing, which outsiders can't know. The size of a family can be seen by visiting their territory. It's like a city. But why are there only a few children from these families traveling on the continent each generation? Because, without passing the family exam, they can't hold official positions outside. The Qianyuan family is especially strict. Their children are born with only a nickname, and only after passing the family exam at 15 can they officially be ranked and have a proper name on the family tree. For example, Qianyuan Boy was just Qianyuan E before 15. Once they have a rank, they gain status within the family. Children without a rank are forced to train insanely hard. You can't imagine how tough it is. For example, Qianyuan Ingjiang's father was a weak and useless man. She often didn't have enough to eat and was bullied by other children. Do you know what she did during her exam? Rumor has it she killed 3 children named Qianyuan who had bullied her and her mother since they were young. Hearing this, Crystal Jing trembled. Lu Shuanglin continued. Children born to women with ranks can take the surname Qianyuan. This is a special rule of the Qianyuan family set by their ancestor Qianyuan and his descendants 700 years ago. Qianyuan Hui, Ingjiang's daughter, is said to be very smart and has a good chance of passing the family exam. There is also a girl named Qianyuan Ling. Her parents died when she was young, and she has relied on her sister Qianyuan Chung to get by. She was very smart and took the initiative to work as a servant at the head of the household. No matter how difficult it was, she was not from the Qianyuan family. The family took care of orphans like her. She became a servant to help her sister train with the family's son. Her sister was very talented, but the young master of the family, Qianyuan Ding, was not as hardworking as her. After she turned 15, she became Qianyuan Chengjiang. Later, Qianyuan Ling married into the Fan family. Her children are Fan Luotzen and Fan Luoyan, as mentioned by Xuanbo. Qianyuan Ding later became Qianyuan Dingjiang, but he had no big ambitions. The current head of the Qianyuan family is focused on training his grandson to be the heir. His grandson is Qianyuan Boyi. Lu Shuanglin sighed. The Qianyuan family is the top in the continent. It's not without reason. Sanmu, Jingjing, I just want to tell you, if you choose to face them, your opponents will be very strong. You need to prepare yourselves. Sanmu immediately declared, I am from the Lu family. The Lu family doesn't run away from strong enemies. And so, they started fighting hard. Jingjing endured the pain in her body, knowing Sanmu was right. These hardships had been faced by Xuanbo, Qianyuan Boyi, Mi Chenfeng, Lu Shuanglin, and even that annoying Qianyuan Boyang. She could also persevere. Their peaceful life had been broken, and she couldn't afford to hold everyone back. Qinbo noticed that recently everyone seemed to have changed. Lu Sanmu had actually left his own guild and joined the Red Dragonfly. Jingjing was even more frightening. She had left Bai Chao Garden and gone to the Black Magic Potion. What had happened? These two still trained in the arena every day. They had always said that practicing martial arts and magic was a waste of time. He wanted to check on them, but was rejected, told they were busy and didn't have time to bother with him. Was this a joke? While muttering to himself, he was packing some things. Practicing martial arts and magic was very expensive. He decided to send some supplies to them first. Jingjing's family wouldn't give her much money, and making potions required investing in materials. 30 spiritual crystals should last her a while. Lu Sama didn't need money. He had some good basic martial arts books that Fong Qingling had brought for her to study. Many versions weren't available on the market. Fong Laoda couldn't give her the original, but copying spells wasn't too complicated. He could make copies for them to experiment with. He packed his storage bag and headed straight to the Black Magic Potion. He heard Jingjing hadn't returned to her dorm for a few days. It was strange for such a good girl like her to disappear. In the potion room, Qinbo found Ao Hong with teary eyes and quickly turned off the stove. She dragged Ao Hong to the lounge. Are you crazy? Look at your eyes. You haven't slept for days. Didn't you already know how to make this potion last year? Ao Hong rubbed her eyes. I want to practice a bit first. What if I waste the high-level materials? Chinbo opened his storage bag and took out some items. These are some materials. I don't have much time to make potions now, so you help me brew this. Take these spirit crystals. If you run out of materials, go buy more. Don't talk much. The potion on this list is what I need. The remaining money is for you, and I'll buy the rest if needed. I'm not taking care of you. At most, you're a big client. Ao Hong took the list. Chinbo then said, I'm not in a rush. Just make it well. Also, here's a schedule. It shows training, magic practice, potion making, and sleep times. You must follow it strictly. Don't take it lightly. Only with good time management can you balance work and rest and get the best results. Chinbo took out another list. This is your current martial arts training plan. I suggest you ask Yongyu and Mo to help you arrange it. Women's martial arts are different from men's. Don't just do whatever you want. Ao Hong lowered her head. Xianbo, I don't want to hold you back. Chinbo sighed. I'm the one who caused trouble for you. Sanmu is okay, but his situation is different. You should be living peacefully like Antwon. Ao Hong smiled. I'm not suffering. I'm much luckier than many others. Mom's way is good, but I've missed out on many beautiful sights. Chinbo once again diligently found Lu Sanmu. This time, he didn't say much. He simply threw down some items. Here, when you get rich, remember to owe me a favor. Lu Sanmu didn't say much. He took the items directly. Be careful lately. We won't contact you much. When your strength improves, we'll find you. He Huan came over. Xianbo, I heard many people are interested in dating you. Have you thought about Chinfeng? Or Wanga? Chinbo turned and walked away. He Huan called out stubbornly. Then tell me, what kind of person do you like? This info is worth 100 gold coins. On the way back to the dorm, a handsome young boy ran over. Sister Qin, do you have time now? Chinbo asked back. Do I know you? Why are you calling me so affectionately? The little boy blushed and said, We met that night. Don't you remember? I was right next to you in the dark. Chinbo thought for a moment and said, You're that quiet, thin mage. Come on, you all wear masks and matching black robes. How would I recognize you? The outfit looked really bad. I remembered a Western magic movie called Harry Potter, where the villains all dress like that. The little boy pouted and said, We're in the same building.
You didn't even look at me.
You probably don't know my name. Chinbo gave up trying to talk to him and asked, What do you want from me? Our magic leader wants to talk to you. Look, I'm showing you my real face as a sign of sincerity. The little boy didn't forget the main point. Magic leader? That sounds unpleasant, better than captain. Anyway, I need to deal with this. Lead the way. The little boy led her to a quiet forest. As they walked, Chinbo felt more uneasy. Stop. The little boy turned back and asked, What's wrong, Sister Qin? I'm not lost.
Oh.
You don't know, our underground group doesn't have a public building. The place ahead is where we often meet. It's very safe. It does seem safe. Chinbo thought with a frown. She already saw more than 5 pairs of lovers hiding in the bushes, whispering. Some were more passionate, with their clothes half off. The little boy kept walking straight without looking around. On the way, some lovers whispered, So young to be here. Can they handle it? They passed through the small forest of couples, and in front of them was a wide lake, Moon Crescent Lake. On the grass by the lake, 5 people stood, 3 men and 2 women. A girl with a pure look said, Welcome, Student Qin. I am Mu Silon, the magic leader of the dark magic. Mu Silon, 15 years old, is a rare mental attack mage.
Chinbo was surprised.
Mu Silon's record was spotless. If she weren't a mental mage, Chinbo wouldn't have noticed her. Mental mages are very dangerous because their main attack target in battle is the enemy's mage. If their magic backlash is severe, it can even disable a mage. Mu Silon is an enemy to all mages. Her public identity is a martial artist, which is also a skill she must master to protect herself. Her mentor is Shang Yongwen Qiu. Mu Silon continued, I'm 15, a bit older than you. If you're comfortable, you can call me Sister Sheng. Recently, I have been busy trying to improve my innate true energy. If these people upset you, I will stand up for you. Actually, we're just some students who like to have fun. Since we get along well, we hang out together. Chinbo's smile became more sincere. Sister Mu, if you can meet me with your true face, that shows everything. I'm glad to have friends like you. Mu Silon also smiled. Let me introduce you. And Yi, and Guang, and Xiao, and in Sunday, and Yi is a somewhat scholarly-looking boy and also lives in Building 7 of the Star Pavilion. And Xiao is the owl martial artist, broad-shouldered and strong. And Guang looks very calm and quiet. And Sun is a man with little expression on his face. A handsome young boy raised his hand. Sister Silon, you forgot about me.
Mu Silon smiled.
Oh, right. Almost forgot. This is Hong, our cute little messenger. And Yi smiled friendly at Chinbo. We all live in the same building. My name is Shi Lin Ziyi. This is Wei Tong Xiao. He pointed to the owl martial artist.
Vilin Ziye?
Are you from the Shi Lin family? Chinbo wondered while looking at the information. Don't children from noble families have to pass a test at age 15 to travel on the continent?
Anya Sikhet.
Sigh. I have to explain this every time. My surname is Shilin, but our family has been separate from the Shilin noble family since my great-grandfather. I am just an ordinary student, but I happen to share the same surname. And Wei Tong Xiao, you should be very familiar with his cousin Wei Ming Xiao. Shilin Ziyi is 15 years old, a level 4 dark magic user, quiet and reserved, not fond of socializing. Wei Tong Xiao is 16, a level 2 innate martial artist, honest and straightforward. And Guang also introduced himself. Haiyun Yao Guang, 15 years old. I come from the Haiyun family on the island. Haiyun Yao Guang is from the Haiyun family in the eastern islands of Phoenix Sea. She has water and wind attributes. She is very skilled with water, but tends to be aloof and prefers to be alone. Finally, and Sun said, Lian Haiwu, 16 years old, also from the island. Lian Haiwu is a level 3 innate martial artist. The Lian family is a medical family from the eastern islands, best at treating injuries. And Hong angrily said, You forgot about me too. My name is Bei Tang Hong. I am 13. Chinbo felt sorry. She hadn't looked much at the information of anyone under 14. But she could guess that the Dark Magic Group is a secret underground force made up of people who are two-faced and share similar interests. Out of politeness, she introduced herself. Qin Xuanbo, 13 years old. A new student this year. Muselin said, Most of us are not good at getting along with others, but we are very sincere with friends we trust. Xuanbo, everyone is curious about you and has many questions. Can you help us answer them? If not, that's okay. We're just a bunch of curious kids with no bad intentions. Muselin didn't use mental magic. She simply showed her greatest sincerity. Chinbo sensed her genuine feelings, as her skills focus on understanding. Especially in the next stage, heartfelt connection. She uses her mind to understand the emotions and patterns of the world. She followed her own heart and said, Ask away. If I can answer, I will. Hai Yunyagwang asked first, What was that lightning the other day? Why did it all strike the platform? The weather on our island is often changeable, and we get thunderstorms. Many people's homes were damaged. Chinbo quickly replied, That was a lightning protection device. Once installed, it can direct lightning underground. I worked on it with others, but I can't give it to you directly. However, I can help connect you with the people who made it. Well, if you consider yourselves my representatives, I can share my technical investment with you. You can send someone to discuss cooperation. How does that sound? Is that really true? You can tell us. Lian Haiwu couldn't believe his ears. Chinbo smiled. Of course it's true. This device is meant to protect people's homes. Your island needs it the most, doesn't it? Hai Yunyagwang was suddenly excited. She only asked out of curiosity, not expecting much. Many groups had failed before, but she looked at Lian Haiwu. The two clasped hands and made a gesture. From now on, you are our island's best friend. Chinbo felt a bit shy, as she had also borrowed knowledge from Earth. I'm happy to make friends with you. When I have time, I'll visit your island. The tense atmosphere eased. Muselin happily said, I knew Xuanbo was just like us. My intuition has never been wrong. Wei Tongxiao hesitated and said, Can Can I fight you? I don't mean anything bad. You and Mingxiao fought and won. I'm not seeking revenge. He looked at Shiline's eye with a pleading expression. Please help me say it. Shiline chuckled softly at night, saying, Tong Xiao is a martial arts enthusiast. He just wants to spar with you. Here, anyone skilled in martial arts likes to practice. That's his hobby. Qin Bo understood clearly that some people are deeply immersed in their hobbies. As long as he stays on the right path, he will find it easy to improve in the future. He also smiled and said, No problem. I just learned a new sword technique, and my teacher told me to practice with others. Let's not use magic, just fight with martial skills. We should find a good time for a proper match. Tong Xiaowei was very happy, chuckling happily. Well, there's plenty of time ahead. Today, let's just make friends. If anything comes up, Xiao Hong can help us stay in touch, Mu Silon said, looking at the sky, ending this friendly meeting. Qin Bo returned to his dorm and asked Xi and Yaojia, Do you know how to contact the leaders of the Star Glory capital? I need to discuss some matters with the Jin family's high-ups. Xi and Yaojia thought for a moment. It's a bit complicated. My rank is low, so it will take a long time to pass messages up the chain. Is it urgent? Qin Bo thought about it too, and if she went alone, it might be easy to overlook her. Then never mind. I'll think of another way. Qin Bo went into the bathroom, set up a soundproof barrier, and took out a 6-pointed star. If I have questions, I need to ask my teacher, he called out. Fang Xiao, are you there? A quick reply came from the other side. What's the matter? Qin Bo said, I encountered some issues and don't know how to handle them perfectly. Do you have time? I want to ask for your advice. Fan Qingling responded quickly. Come over directly. I'm here. This time, the conversation took place in a small bamboo house on a clearing in the forest behind the mountain. The white curtains were printed with large sunflowers, and the table was covered with a gray-green checkered cloth with delicate cotton lace around the edges. The bed had white sheets with feather patterns and a few sunflower-shaped cushions. Fan Qingling sat at the table, holding a water cup decorated with lotus leaf patterns, listening carefully as Qin Bo explained the situation. The matter is like this. People on the island really need lightning rods. Many buildings in dangerous areas also need them. The cost of protective shields is too high for ordinary people. This should be a public service facility. I want it to be for everyone, not just some people's secret weapon. Fan Qingling pondered for a moment. We really need to plan this carefully. You can't handle it alone. Does the Jin family have the recipe? Jinong has it, but I'm not sure about their situation over there. I never thought about these things before. I was just playing around. Qin Bo realized how complicated things were becoming. Fan Qingling put down her cup. Stay here for now. I'll make arrangements. When there's news, you can come out. Qin Bo stayed honestly in the hot spring for a few days. She awkwardly found a small bottle of medicine on the bamboo rack in her room. Fasting pill. A few days later, Fan Qingling told her to pack her things because she was going on a long trip. The wind howled loudly as a strange boat flew through the clouds heading southeast. At the front of the boat, Fan Qingling and Bai Miaojing controlled the direction. In the middle, Qin Bo, Haiyun Yaoguang, and Lian Haiwu sat. Qin Bo was resting with her eyes closed, while the others curiously looked down from the edge of the boat. Soon, they arrived above a large island. Haiyun Yaoguang excitedly shouted, That's our island. We're home. The boat descended through the clouds, and a group of people was waiting on the ground. Leading them was a young man with slightly curly hair, deep eyes, and defined features, different from anyone Qin Bo had seen before, more like a mixed-race person from Earth. Haiyun Yaoguang and Lian Haiwu immediately bowed and greeted. Hello, young priest Fegaro. Is Fegaro a mixed-race person? Qin Bo was momentarily stunned. Fan Qingling, unhappy, gently tapped her. What are you staring at? Fegaro is a mixed race from the magic continent. Naturally, he looks a bit different from us. Show respect. Qin Bo quickly bowed. Hello, young priest Fegaro. I am Qin Xuanhua. Fegaro stared blankly at Fan Qingling, while everyone else looked at Qin Bo in surprise. Bai Miaojing secretly smiled. You're so close, yet you say there's nothing going on. Look, everyone has noticed your secret affair. Fegaro was the first to recover. No need to be formal. Qingling, thank you for making this trip. Fang Qingling also realized she had been a bit casual. But since Qin Bo and he would reveal their relationship sooner or later, she didn't mind. You just like to be polite. Hurry up and lead the way. We have serious matters to discuss. At this moment, the others also bowed to the two young priests coming down from the boat. Then, everyone headed toward a large building. Along the way, Haiyun Yaoguang introduced Qin Bo. Those are the leaders and warriors of some of our island's clans. I heard those two are from the Jin family. Qin Bo saw Jin Cheng walking among the crowd, winking at him. Next to him was a handsome man who kept glancing at Qin Bo with his eyes. When they reached the room, everyone sat down to negotiate. Qin Bo learned that the handsome man was Jin Yang's father, Jin Shao. He and Jin Cheng represented the Jin family. Like Qin Bo, Jin Yang had entrusted his technical investments to his father. A group of serious adults discussed future cooperation and development. The presence of three young priests kept the atmosphere smooth. Haiyun Yaoguang and Lian Haiwu watched nervously, while Qin Bo yawned boredly. Why could Jin Yang not come, and why did he have to listen to this chatter? It was so dull. Fang Qingling glared at her, so Qin Bo straightened up and pretended to listen carefully, though her mind was far away. Jin Shao silently withdrew his gaze. The clan elders nearby were talking about many rules. No wonder this matter alarmed the young priests. Now she understood. Thinking of her son, who was undergoing strict training, and what he had said before leaving. Father, I don't care about those. If Xianbo wants it, just give it to her. I made it just to make her happy. Jin Shao sighed inwardly. Son, do you know who your opponent is? The initial cooperation was finally agreed upon, and both sides signed a magic contract. Haiyun Yaoguang and Lian Haiwu cheered loudly. Several clan elders warmly invited the guests to stay for the evening celebration. Jin Shao and Jin Cheng agreed, and Figaro definitely stayed, as he was responsible for this area. Bai Miao Jing, who liked watching lively scenes, also stayed. Haiyun Yaoguang and Lian Haiwu, as heroes of the clan, couldn't be missing. Qin Bo couldn't escape either. Haiyun Yaoguang had already firmly grabbed her arm. Fang Qingling, seeing Bai Miao Jing's knowing look, also agreed to stay. A large bonfire blazed brightly in the open space, attracting many residents from the island and nearby islands. Dozens of bonfires surrounded the main one, which was reserved for tonight's distinguished guests. Qin Bo had lost count of how much she had drunk. The people here seemed to forget she was underage, as they kept coming to toast her. Haiyun Yaoguang had already poured herself a drink and was leaning on Lian Haiwu's lap. Qin Bo looked sadly at the three young priests in the distance. Why, after everyone toasted them during the feast, did no one pay attention to them anymore? The old monsters who couldn't get drunk weren't toasted, but she, a minor girl, was being force-fed drinks. Wow, it's really true that Jin Yang didn't come. Qin Bo quietly moved to the outskirts while everyone was busy drinking, dancing, and singing. The place was lively. It was a good chance. Once she reached the fire circle outside, no one would recognize her. She smoothly arrived at the edge. Phew, she exhaled. The people here are too enthusiastic. Better to stay away. Jin Shao watched her graceful figure approaching, a look of fear on his delicate face. She is really beautiful. He threw away his wine glass.
Clang.
Qin Bo was startled. Who's there?
It was supposed to be empty.
Miss Qin, are you looking for me? Jin Shao looked at her restless face and spoke. Qin Bo was a bit surprised. He moved so quietly. How strong is Jin Shao? Jin Yang once said his father wasn't very impressive. She stepped forward. Uncle Jin Shao, why are you hiding here alone? Jin Shao gave a sarcastic smile. Our performance is over. Now, these people are celebrating themselves. You just sit there foolishly drinking. Haven't you noticed that Jin Cheng is gone too? Qin Bo thought about it. That seems right. It's all Yao Guang. Holding onto her tightly. She looked at Jin Shao. Uncle Jin Shao, you're quite skilled. I didn't notice you just now. Jin Shao smiled. People who aren't in the spotlight are easiest to hide. You've been watching the young priest, haven't you? Qin Bo blushed. I just think it's unfair. Why isn't anyone pouring drinks for them? Jin Shao spun the wine jug in his hand. The young priest is like a god. They treat you kindly, but that doesn't mean you can treat them like ordinary friends. Qin Bo sat on the ground.
Yes.
Look, they sit far away, looking down on everyone. Bai Miaojing likes watching the lively scene, but he is just watching. From high above, Jin Shao was a bit surprised. You understand things well. Then, why are you still tangled up with Fang Qingling? You know the young priest can't marry or have children, right? Qin Bo was annoyed. Why do you all think I have something with him? Actually, he's my teacher. He taught me for many years. That's why I know him well. Jin Shao nodded. When the young priest came looking for you, we guessed it. Your teacher is among them, but we didn't know which one. I didn't expect it to be Fang Qingling. He's the most indifferent among them. Qin Bo kicked a small stone under his foot and said, yes, someone like him probably doesn't like anyone easily. It's all Bai Miaojing talking nonsense. Jin Shao watched Qin Bo's movements. As an intelligence analyst, Jin family has some special teachings. Often, actions reveal a person's inner feelings. The girl's current feelings are a bit confused. She says that Fang Qingling wouldn't like anyone, but it's actually a hint to herself, a way to give up hope. When she mentions Bai Miaojing, it's a faint hope, wishing that Bai Miaojing's words are true, not just nonsense. She has already started to feel something. Jin Zhao's eyes flicked to the distance. Having spent years with Fang Qingling and being taught if she starts to like someone, it's really hard to look at other men. Unless she doesn't get a response from Fang Qingling. Now, the most important thing is what that young priestess thinks. His gaze darkened slightly, and he gently leaned close to Qin Bo's ear, saying, you know, Fang Qingling used to like someone. Who is it? Qin Bo turned her head. Jin Zhao's lips brushed her cheek. She didn't care about many things and asked eagerly, really? Who is that person? Jin Shao chuckled softly. Shh, be quiet. The young priestess has sharp ears. I'm talking about her secret. If she finds out, she'll be upset. Yes, Qin Bo agreed. Secrets should be told quietly. Just like when she was on a mission with Jin Yang, she leaned close to Jin Zhao's ear and whispered, I'll speak softly. Hurry up and tell me. Fang Qingling looked strangely at the two figures leaning on each other in the distance. Bai Miaojing shook her head and sighed. Sigh. Jin Shao, this playboy. His son is already so old, but he's still flirting around. But it's no wonder. Xiao Xianbo is too beautiful. Old men like young girls. Figaro wasn't very clear about the situation. Jin Shao isn't that old, right? A high-level mage at 40 is like someone in their 20s. Jin Shao also looks quite young, about the same as you and me. Someone joined the conversation and Bai Miaojing perked up. Yes, he looks quite compatible. I heard Jin Shao is good at charming girls. His wife was originally Jin Cheng's fiancée, but he took her away by force. Really? Figaro was anxious. He has a wife and still flirts with others. You all should go quickly. Xiao Xianbo is just a young girl. She doesn't understand how dangerous people can be. Fang Qingling's cold voice came through. Let her go. She said things she can't remember now. She deserves it. What did she say? Figaro asked. Bai Miao was full of energy. She said, Xuanbo said she will never look for a man in her life. Look at her. She said such harsh words. Who knows who forced her? Fang Qingling coldly turned around. She said that only when she's crazy would she look for a man. I think she's almost crazy. From now on, Fang Qingling became very cold. Jin Shao finished. Qin Bo sighed. He's so unlucky. Didn't he realize that woman was being manipulated by the Wei family? The Wei family is really bad. Jin Shao smiled mysteriously. No one can say for sure about the Wei family's affairs. Fang Qingling just became a minor priestess then, and she hadn't fallen in love before, so she naturally didn't know how to tell if a woman was sincere. After leaning for a long time, Qin Bo felt tired. He hadn't felt it while gossiping earlier, but once he relaxed, his body wobbled. Coincidentally, Jin Shao also seemed unsteady, and he wobbled too. They bumped into each other. Because they were close, Jin Shao, being an adult with a heavy build, fell over. Qin Bo fell to the ground and supported himself with his hands, trying to get up. You bumped into me. Jin Shao also turned his head and supported himself with his hands. From afar, it looked like a woman lying on the ground with a man leaning over her. Jin Xiao said, "Sorry, I lost my balance for a moment." Then he gently lowered his head. "What is in your hair?" "Nothing." Qin Bo hadn't recovered yet, and a gust of wind blew past. His shoulder hurt, and he was suddenly pulled up. Fang Qingling looked at him coldly. "Can't even sit steadily? So impatient." "Huh?" Qin Bo was confused. Jin Xiao stood up, dusted off his clothes, and said, "Miss Qin, goodbye." Fang Qingling looked at Jin Xiao's distant figure with anger, grinding his teeth. "Last time was a game of chance. This time it's Jin Xiao. How many men are you provoking? I tell you, Jin Xiao is already married." Qin Bo was confused. "I know. He's Jin Yang's father." Fang Qingling couldn't believe it. "You know? And you still mess around with him. Is that what you call messing around?" Qin Bo was puzzled. "When Jin Yang and I do missions, we talk like that. It's a habit of assassins." Fang Qingling probably didn't hear us talking about his love life. "Habit? You and Jin Yang are both like that." Fang Qingling suddenly calmed down. "Yes, I remember you flirted with Jin Chung when you were 4. Very well, I overlooked that before. You need to be re-educated." Jin Xiao found Jin Chung and said, "A Chung after you go back, increase Yan's training, especially in fighting skills. Also, find someone to whisper to him about unfulfilled love or heartbreak stories caused by women." Jin Chung looked puzzled and asked, "Why?" Jin Xiao sighed deeply and said, "A Chung, both of them like each other, but they haven't yet faced their feelings." Jin Chung still didn't understand and asked, "Who are these two people, Qin Xuanhua and Fang Qingling?" "That can't be," Jin Chung exclaimed in surprise. Jin Xiao softly recited, "Where the heart goes, the body follows." The next morning, the group bid farewell to the friendly residents of the island and returned to the mainland. Qin Bo always felt Jin Chung was looking at her strangely, but Jin Xiao no longer glanced at her. They said their goodbyes seriously and left by boat. The 3 students still took a small, gentle boat back to school. Fang Qingling said directly, "Xuanhua, come with me. Don't go back to the dorm." Qin Bo followed Fang Qingling with a gentle, affectionate look in her eyes. Bai Miao Jing wanted to follow, but after seeing someone's expression, she turned away. Qin Bo was taken to a small bamboo house, where Fang Qingling left a sentence, "Wait here," and then disappeared. Feeling a bit itchy, probably from the sea breeze last night, her hair was full of sand. Qin Bo took off her clothes and jumped into the hot spring. It was so relaxing to bathe, and since Fang Qingling wasn't around, she decided to go completely without clothes. At the library, Shangyang looked at Qiujing with a frightened expression as she saw Fang Lauda, who was rarely seen. He was actually choosing books about manners and etiquette. The pile of books on the table kept growing. How to Become a Lady, Complete Guide to Social Etiquette, How to Avoid Harassment, 100 Things Girls Should Not Do, 100 Phrases Men Love to Say. Are you ready for youth? Shangyang looked at the titles, feeling overwhelmed. Fang Qingling hurried into the barrier with a big stack of books, realizing he had been careless. All along, they had been practicing magic and martial arts, forgetting that girls need guidance as they grow up. Once Xuanbo finishes reading these books, she will become a sensible girl, and those men won't have any chance to deceive her. She wondered how her parents had raised her in her past life, which explained why she was often tricked. He hurriedly entered the woods, but Fang Qingling also felt overwhelmed. A 13-year-old girl was lying naked in the water, with dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves and shining on her gentle back. Her black hair floated softly on the water's surface. Fang Qingling took a deep breath, threw down a pile of books, and turned to leave. "Qin Xuanhua, you must finish reading all these books, especially the one on top." The top book fell to the ground, and its open pages read, "The first thing a girl should never do, never expose her body casually. Exposing oneself is a very bad behavior. It means losing mystery and concealment. Most men appreciate shy and modest girls. Often, they prefer to be the ones to remove the clothes that hide their beauty." Qin Bo closed the book titled 100 Things Girls Should Never Do. She wondered if Fang Qingling really knew what was written in these books. She looked at another book, Are You Ready for Youth?, which said, Essential oils can relax nerves, and their scents can excite men. When having your first intimate experience, it's best to use aromatic essential oils. This book highly recommends OO essential oil, which not only energizes the mind but also provides good lubrication, suitable for all areas. It can help you enjoy your first experience perfectly. Another book, How to Avoid Harassment from the Opposite Sex, explained. Men's sensitive areas are XX, and attack methods include AA, BB, CC, DD. Women's sensitive areas are XX, with attack methods also including AA, BB, CC, DD. The most frightening was How to Be a Lady, which said, due to physiological reasons, most men prefer higher-pitched voices. You should pronounce your words like this. Sometimes a lower pitch can also be lovely, and you should pronounce it like this. It also said, never directly say what you want. You should subtly make the other person take the initiative to give you what you need, and your heart should be full of joy that you can accept his gift. Bo threw the book away and lay on her bed. Maybe she really was too hopeless. Her past self was just too naive. She didn't know how to be clever or indirect. According to that book's advice, she definitely wasn't a lady. Fong Qingling cleared her throat softly, signaling her arrival. Bo lazily turned around to show she was listening. Have you finished reading everything? Fong Qingling looked at the scattered books on the bed. I finished reading, but I didn't memorize. I feel so useless. I've never been a lady. No wonder I ended up with such a bad ending. Bo said listlessly. Fong Qingling had a feeling like, my own child has grown up and now needs some encouragement from elders. Don't be discouraged. Take your time. Learning takes time. Bo asked, what if I never learn? Will I always be ignored by men? Never catch their interest? Of course not, you're overthinking. These books are just to teach you how to protect yourself, Fong Qingling said as she started tidying up the books on the ground. Being a parent is really not easy. One book fell to the ground. Fong Qingling picked it up and closed it, glancing at the cover. Stop. She opened it and looked carefully, then flipped through a few more pages. Her face darkened as she read. She closed the book with a snap. The cover read, Are you ready for youth? She picked up another book, this time titled How to Avoid Harassment from Others, quickly flipped through it, then closed it. She grabbed another. Soon, all the books on the ground had been looked through. Fong Qingling looked at Bo, who was lying on the bed looking unhappy, and started to feel a headache. Have you read all these books? Yes, I have, Bo replied listlessly. Fong Qingling organized her words for a moment. Many things in these books are not correct. No, actually, a lot of what's written is wrong. You can forget about those parts. No, I think they are correct. Men are like that, Bo argued. Aren't these your books? By the way, you're a man too. Be honest. Do you find women who hide a little more attractive than those who are completely naked? Fong Qingling's face suddenly changed. She stared at Bo for a moment. Then she turned around abruptly and disappeared in an instant. Bo was left speechless. Oh no, he had been too rude. Jin Xiao was right. Just because they treat you kindly doesn't mean you can treat them like ordinary friends. He had been too reckless and forgotten his own position. Quietly, he packed up his things and decided to go ask Shang Yang and Qiu for training. Fong Qingling was never someone he could get close to. Bai Miaojing found Fong Qingling on a steep cliff in the northern part of the Lianyun Mountains. Why did you run so far? Here, this is what you wanted. The complete guide to forging swords. I finally managed to find it. Why do you want this? Who are you going to forge a sword for? Fong Qingling stood on the edge of the cliff, her voice carried away by the wind. Miao Jing, do you still remember Yin Qingke? Bai Miaojing was startled. Yin Qingke? That woman died a long time ago. Are you still thinking about her? She was sent by the Wei family to scheme against you. No, I didn't think about her. It's just, Fong Qingling organized his words. Back then, I always felt pity for her. Her experiences and her efforts made me see my past self. I felt sorry for her, distressed, and it was a complicated feeling. Is that love? Bai Miaojing frowned. It's been over 60 years. You haven't figured it out yourself, so how could I know? Fong Qingling was silent for a long time before saying, at that time, she said she could give everything to me. She took off her clothes in front of me. I felt sad and helped her put her clothes back on. She kept crying, saying I didn't love her. I told her I couldn't hurt her. You're right, sacrificing little and not marrying. If you did something, how would she get married later? Bai Miao Jing didn't understand what he was trying to say. No, my mood was very calm then. Fang Qingling turned his head, the sea breeze messing up his long hair. I wasn't impulsive. I just felt sorry for her and wanted to protect her. I didn't feel any rush. That's normal. Bai Miao Jing, who had lived for decades longer than him, understood more. Refining the golden core and becoming a lesser priest means you're not affected by physical feelings like ordinary men. It's normal that you weren't impulsive. Many women have undressed in front of me, and I wasn't interested in touching them. What if I say I have now? Fang Qingling smiled lightly. Bai Miao Jing froze in place. You really have? You're not mistaken? Not some other feelings. I ran away at that time and didn't think it through. Fang Qingling's eyes were deep. Now I realize it's that kind of feeling. Then she is your tribulation, your emotional test, Bai Miao Jing said firmly. Is it Qin Xuanbua? Yes, Qin Xuanbua. Xiangyang asked Qi Xiao with a smile. I heard you did something great. Qin Bo was embarrassed. It's not as big as you say. I just gave some things to those who needed them. And those things weren't even mine. Actually, the most important part was the tedious work. The people on the island are very warm and straightforward. I believe they will let the lightning rod do its job properly. Yes, I heard you made friends with Mu Silon, Xiangyang asked with a smile. Qin Bo also smiled. Why? Are you worried about me or about her? The leader of the dark magic group, Sister Silon, is quite powerful. By the way, she was practicing here, right? Yes, what's wrong? I'm also your student. Can you give me a place to practice? Qin Bo asked straightforwardly. You still need a place? Xiangyang asked Qi Mu in disbelief. Weren't you already going to the lake? Forget about that. Qin Bo looked a bit discouraged. If the high priest gets angry, I can't stay there and cause trouble. High priest Fang Qingling is angry? Xiangyang asked Qi Mu, unable to believe his ears. Fang Qingling is usually the most indifferent among the priests. Did you do something? That's impressive. Humph. Those books, did you introduce them to him?
Oh.
Are those books for you to read? Could it be that the books have issues? Qin Bo rolled his eyes at him. You know what's written on them, right? Xiangyang asked Qi Mu with a smile. I've read a little. Qin Bo snorted at him. The young high priest doesn't know what he's thinking. Suddenly, he decided to train me to be a proper lady. So he handed me a bunch of books to memorize. Xiangyang asked Qi Mu, trembling slightly. Did he read those books? All of them.
Got it.
I'll find a place for you.
Xiangyang asked Ki Mu seriously.
I think we all need to hide for a while. Love tribulations can have the best or worst outcomes. The best is that the two become very close and progress quickly. The worst is that one or both souls are shattered. Bai Miao Jing said seriously. Most situations are neither good nor bad, just ordinary. People see through love troubles and then focus on cultivation without distraction. Fang Qingling faced the sea. I don't even know when it started, when I began to feel differently about her.
When?
It was when you secretly went out every month. Bai Miao Jing said sharply. I knew my intuition wouldn't be wrong. Our demon race is very sensitive to this. Did it start then? It really is a love tribulation. Fang Qingling smiled bitterly. Don't overthink. Bai Miao Jing shouted at him. You should ask your heart.
What is your heart saying?
What does your heart want to do? My heart. Fang Qingling gradually calmed down. Yes. How did I forget my heart? A thought quietly appeared. Do you have a conclusion? What do you plan to do? Fang Qingling smiled slightly and said, I remember a good saying from Jin Xiao, who once competed for my younger brother's fiancé. Where the heart goes, the body follows. Since I can't avoid this emotional challenge, I might as well let it develop toward the best outcome. White Miaojing coldly interrupted. What if Qin Xuanbua doesn't like you? Fang Qingling replied calmly. That won't happen. She can only and will only fall in love with me. Xiangyang asked Qiushan quietly as he casually put a half-finished leave report into a drawer, smiling as he greeted him. Young Master Fang, why are you here? Fang Qingling didn't waste words and asked directly, where is Qin Xuanbua? Where did she go? Shangyang Qiushan smiled happily. Xuanbo said she wanted to find a place to train. I told her to go to the basement. Fang Qingling nodded and turned to leave. Shangyang Qiushan wiped a cold sweat, hoping that the girl could handle it. Fang Qingling stood outside the basement door, pacing back and forth. He couldn't go in directly, or it would be too passive. He needed to take his time and think carefully. After pacing 4.5 times, he pushed open the basement door. Qinbo was practicing her cultivation unevenly. Her mood was somehow always restless. She got up irritably, perhaps thinking she should practice her martial skills first. Just as she drew her short sword, she noticed Fang Qingling standing in front of her with an inscrutable expression. Her heart skipped a beat, and her face inexplicably turned red. Why was Fang Qingling looking at her so directly? Fang Qingling observed the blush on Qinbo's face silently and asked lightly, "Where did you put those books?" Qinbo responded softly, "I put them on the bamboo rack." The surroundings were quiet and she didn't hear the expected reply. She looked up in confusion but saw Fang Qingling staring at her intently. She was frightened and lowered her head again. A deep male voice sounded in her ear. "The guide to social etiquette didn't tell you that you should look at the other person when talking?" Qinbo pressed her pounding heart, gritted her teeth, and looked up, her face heating uncontrollably. Fang Qingling reached out gently, touching her flushed cheek. But he paused midair, feeling the warmth of her skin through his fingertips. After a moment, he turned and brushed aside a stray lock of her hair, saying affectionately, "What are you busy with? Why did you come here? Isn't there more spiritual energy at the hot spring?" His tone was intimate. Qinbo's nearly stopped heart started pounding wildly again after Fang Qingling's hand left her. She could no longer speak and could only let Fang Qingling take her away from the basement, flying over Crescent Moon Lake and into a small forest. The worst part was that when Fang Qingling grabbed her hand while crossing the lake, it seemed like he forgot to let go. Only when they reached the bamboo house did he release her. Qinbo shook off Fang Qingling's hand, ignoring everything else, and pressed his hand to his chest, gasping for breath. He realized he was in trouble. Just holding hands with a man made his heart race so fast. It was terrible. Fang Qingling looked a bit worried and asked, "Are you feeling unwell?" "Let me check." "Stop," Qinbo shouted, stepping back 3 feet. "I just need a rest." Just holding hands caused such a strong reaction. If he checked me, it would be even worse. Fang Qingling was a little angry. "What are you making a fuss about? If something's wrong, we need to find out quickly. What if your energy is the problem?" No, my energy is fine," Qinbo hurriedly said. "I was just in a hurry. A rest will fix it." Fang Qingling thought for a moment and realized he couldn't remember how they got here. It seemed that after grabbing her hand, they went straight here. Maybe they really moved too fast. He pressed his chest, which was still pounding. "You should rest now. I'll go first." "No. Why is my heart beating so fast?" Qinbo sat quietly in the hot spring, thinking Fang Qingling probably wasn't angry anymore. Bringing her here might mean he no longer cared about her rudeness that day.
Sigh.
It's really hard to understand the mind of a big shot. I should be more careful and not get too proud. Fang Qingling stood at the window, looking out at the hot spring. Putting her here probably meant she wouldn't see those people again. When she falls in love with him, he can let her go. Then all the conflicts with Jinyang and Qianyuan would be no problem. Qianyuan Bo put down his report and closed his eyes. So it was him, no wonder. They look alike, not just in appearance but in spirit. They all went the wrong way. Qianyuan Bo sighed and said, "I didn't expect she would send this to the island, and that it's connected to the Jinyang family. Truly surprising. We found out that during the New Year, she appeared at Green Bamboo Pavilion with Jinyang and the Feng family. Aunt Ling said Jinyang was very close to her at the time," Qianyuan Bo said with a bitter smile. "The latest island report is here. Stop all actions against her. I don't want to anger a young priest." Qianyuan Bo took the report and widened his eyes. "How is that possible? Fang Qingling and she are very close. This is Fang Qingling. Oh my goodness. That explains everything," Qianyuan Bo said calmly. "Why she can fly over Crescent Moon Lake, why she has many new spells, and why she has attributes she didn't have before. Qianyuan boy shook his head. How strong is Feng Qingling? He is so reckless. Qianyuan boy sneered. The young priestess can't marry or have children. She will be abandoned someday. There has never been a young priestess who gave up her status for a woman or a man. Qinbo was about to go crazy. Feng Qingling wouldn't let her go out. Can you believe it? He actually closed the entrance of the barrier, claiming it was to let her focus on her training. She couldn't contact anyone outside. This is imprisonment. Feng Qingling has gone crazy. After shouting a few times to vent, Qinbo weakly lowered his head. Feng Qingling said she was busy preparing for next year's Continent Academy competition and had no time to return. No matter how loudly she called, no one responded. The young priestess wanted to imprison someone who could save her. Qinbo had to calm. The others were easier to deal with, but Qin Xiankong was her legitimate brother, asking about his sister's whereabouts. It's only natural. He sincerely swore again. She is not with me. I swear by my magic power. I can promise. Qin Xiankong slammed the table hard. Where is Xiaobo? For months have passed, and he's been missing for 4 months. If I don't come back, do you still want to ignore them? Xiangyang asked Qiuku with a sigh. I can't say, but I can help you ask. You're Xianbo's brother. He will definitely give you an answer. Qin Xiankong wanted to say more, but Muzelin held him back. As long as you can promise to give us news, that's enough. We've heard some rumors outside. Sorry to be blunt, but even a young priestess can't force others. Xiangyang asked Qiuku quickly. I promise, I will definitely give you news. You must know, Xianbo willingly followed at that time. My sister is only 13 years old. Qin Xiankong shouted loudly. What does she know? She's always been a good student who loves studying, and she doesn't understand those things between men and women.
You.
He couldn't say more. Not understanding men and women's things? Xiangyang asked Autumn about a pile of books, feeling a bit embarrassed. You should go back first. I'm also in a difficult position. Don't worry, since my brother is looking for my sister, there will definitely be an explanation. The group left the campus. Lu Shuanglin was waiting outside. He and Qinbo had no family ties and couldn't enter the star projection hall. How did it go? Muzelin said. Teacher Xiangyang is also in a tough spot. He didn't have much to say, but he promised to give an explanation because brother Xiankong is the biological brother of Xianbo. Yang Yuma interrupted. Senior Lu, can you ask Seng Xiao to help? We're all worried about Xianbo. We haven't heard anything. Lu Shuanglin sighed. All the minor priests are busy preparing for the Continent Academy competition next year. I can't find any of them. Muzelin comforted everyone. In other words, Xianbo is now safe. Xiao Si is also busy with his work, right? Safe? I remember classmate Qin lost contact 4 months ago. The Continent Academy competition only started preparing a month ago, a cold voice said as a figure approached. It was Qianyuan Boi and Qianyuan Boyang. What do you want? Lu Shuanglin warned, blocking a group of juniors behind him. Qin Xiankong stepped forward confidently. It's about what you tried to do last time. Kidnap my little sister. Qianyuan Boi smiled and said, I won't deny I had some thoughts. That's because Ling Mei showed some unusual signs. I wanted to understand and research. Now everything is clear, and all the answers are with Xiao Si. I don't need to cause trouble with my sister anymore. Then why are you here? Qin Xiankong asked sharply. Qianyuan Boi was unfazed. I'm here to tell you that tonight, Xiao Sang will escort a batch of jade back to Star Glory Capital. Those jades are for recording devices. I guess she will register all the jade before leaving. Honestly, I also dislike imprisoning a 13-year-old girl. Lu Shuanglin's face changed. He didn't know this news yet. The Qianyuan family really has a way. Qin Xiankong said loudly. All right, I understand. I don't agree with this. Shuanglin, you'll find out about this later. Qianyuan Boi smiled and turned to leave. Sang Luo watched as workers and mages registered the jades into storage, thinking to herself, Qing Ling and Miao Jing have been acting strange lately, as if they are hiding something from her. Especially Qing Ling, he seems to have gained some unspoken feelings. What exactly are they hiding? Lu Wenyan came to visit and told Sang Luo, Young Master Sang, Shuanglin has some things to report to you. It's about the Starry Sky Academy. When they are not around, did something happen at the Starry Sky Academy? Sang Luo looked at Lu Shuanglin, who was following behind. Lu Shuanglin said, "Young Master Sang, do you remember Qin Xuanbua? It's about her." He looked around at the workers. Sang Luo began to understand. He reached out to open a barrier. What happened to Xuanbua? Has someone been after her? Lu Shuanglin felt a bit dry in his throat and hesitated before saying, "Qin Xuanbua has been missing for 4 months. No one can contact her. Her family is very worried." Today, her third brother, Qin Xiankong, went to ask her mentor, Shang Yangqiu. The mentor said he couldn't tell us where she is. Sang Luo couldn't believe what he heard. "You mean?" Lu Shuanglin made a tough decision. "Yes, someone saw her that day at the office building. It was young Master Fong who took her away, and we haven't heard from her since." "For months." Sang Luo looked thoughtful. "No wonder I felt something was off." "Young Master Sang, the Qin family is very worried," Lu Shuanglin reminded her. "Qin Xuanbua is only 13 years old." Sang Luo's face darkened. "You don't need to worry. I trust Qingling's character. I'll ask around for you." Lu Yen pulled his son back. Sang Luo quickly finished her work here and hurried to Lianyun mountain range. Qingling was there. She found him, casually opened the barrier, and asked directly, "Is Qin Xuanbua with you?" "Her family is frantic. 4 months without news. When they found me, they all thought something happened to her because of you." Qingling looked a bit uncomfortable and said, "I told her to focus on her cultivation for a while." "Isn't she being watched by many forces?" Sang Luo said. "Then you should let her report her safety to her family." 4 months without news, of course, her family would be worried. Qingling hesitated and said vaguely, "When she finishes her training, she'll go back." Sang Luo looked at him seriously. "Qingling, are you forcing her to stay there?" Qingling felt a bit frustrated. "I wouldn't harm her. What's wrong with my place? There are spiritual springs, pills, books, and a house. Isn't it good to cultivate peacefully?" Sen Luo was stunned for a moment before regaining his senses. "Do you know what you're doing? Forcing someone to stay against their will is imprisonment. You're confused and won't let her go back." Fan Qingling firmly refused. "No, she can't go back right now." Sen Luo asked back, "When can she go back?" Fan Qingling fell silent, his face slightly red. "It should be soon. Just wait a little longer." Sen Luo was unhappy. "What do you mean should be soon? What are you waiting for?" Her tone rose involuntarily. At that moment, Bai Miaojing forcefully broke through the barrier. "Qingling, I heard you've imprisoned Qin Xuanbua." Inside the barrier, the two turned to look back.
"What?"
"The news spreads so fast," said Sen Luo. "Nonsense." "Who's spreading rumors?" said Fang Qingling. Bai Miaojing anxiously said, "Anyway, this has gotten out. There are all kinds of rumors. You need to let Xuanbua come out and explain. It's not good to cause public anger." Fang Qingling was furious. "Someone is definitely causing trouble behind the scenes. Sabotaging my plan." "What plan?" Sen Luo suddenly asked. "Of course, to make her fall in love with me," Fang Qingling blurted out. Suddenly, everything around fell silent. After a moment, Bai Miaojing stammered, You locked her up and then tried to make her love you." Sen Luo quickly calmed down. "Why do you want her to love you?" Bai Miaojing looked at the somewhat embarrassed Fang Qingling and explained roughly. "So, this is Qingling's emotional test. You can't take it lightly. Sen Luo looked at both of them, speechless. "Quickly let her go. If you keep her like this, she'll be trapped forever and she still won't love you." She couldn't stand the stupidity of men in matters of love. Fang Qingling asked seriously, "Is this really not okay? Then how can I make her love me?" Sen Luo shouted angrily. "Fang Qingling, Qin Xuanbua is only 13 years old. She's not an adult, do you know that?" Bai Miaojing suddenly realized. "Oh right. Females who aren't adults won't mate with males. Qingling, you're too impatient. Welcome all book lovers to read. The latest, fastest, and most popular serial works are right here." As the holiday approached, Qinbo finally returned to the Yingxing branch. The first thing she did after coming back was to explain to everyone where she had been these past few months. Qinbo decided to publicly announce that Fan Qingling was her mentor. She also stated that over the past few months, she had been secluded to practice magic and martial arts under Feng Xiao's guidance. There were no terrible things as everyone imagined. Regardless of the true situation, this explanation calmed all the rumors on the surface. The plan for the Qianyuan game was once again put on hold, and Feng Qingling's reputation remained intact. Qin Bo was pretty, but only 13 years old. People still trusted the character of the young priest. Unlike previous generations, the current young priests were not so proud. They were kind to others, disciplined, and well-respected by the people. Plus, Qin Bo had been guided by Feng Qingling since she was young, and Lu Shuanglin deliberately revealed this. Now, Feng Xiao's image was that of a dedicated and caring teacher. The outside world looked bright, but those who knew the truth felt uneasy. Everyone wondered about Feng Qingling's real intentions. Why did she keep Qin Bo hidden away for so long? Was it really just to let her focus on training? During the holiday, everyone gathered at the Qin family home, where no elders were present. Qin Xiankong saw that his sister was doing well and had improved her martial skills. He felt ashamed for doubting Feng Qingling before. I was too impulsive. I hope Feng Xiao doesn't blame me for being reckless. Lu Shuanglin thought more deeply. He had seen Sang Luo's expression himself, and things might not be so simple. But he wondered what Feng Qingling's true plans were for Qin Bo, a child she had trained. Considering his own position, he didn't say much. Instead, he said no matter what, Xian Bo is now associated with Feng Xiao. Someone is clearly stirring trouble behind the scenes, which isn't good for Xian Bo's reputation. Yes, Yang Yuma agreed. I think it's the Qianyuan family. Didn't Qianyuan Boyi say a lot of strange things that day? Recalling Qianyuan Boyi's words, everyone realized he was trying to lead their thoughts in a bad direction. Shilin Zai was not there that day. He had heard about the events from others. His great-grandfather and grandfather grew up in noble families, so he was familiar with their ways. The Qianyuan family probably wants to ruin Feng Xiao's reputation, but what do they gain from that? Noble families wouldn't do something without benefit. Muzelin was more concerned about Qin Bo's safety. Xian Bo is now famous in Xingyao capital. That's not a good thing. I think it's best to go somewhere to avoid the spotlight first. Once the mainland college competition starts, no one will pay attention to her anymore. Yes, Shilin Zai agreed. That's a good idea. It's better to stay out of sight for now. We should go somewhere with weaker family influence. Everyone agreed with this plan, and the location was already decided. Qin's family and their eldest daughter weren't in Shifeng City in the west, which is controlled by half-demons. That place is much safer than the capital of stars. Poor Qin Bo was set on a trip by her brother and friends without saying a word. It was her second long journey. The first was when she took a spaceship to an island, which doesn't count. She also traveled across the continent with Qin Feihu and his wife when she was 3. Now, 10 years later, Qin Bo was about to start another long trip. The journey wasn't rushed. They had plenty of time. As long as they reached Shifeng City before the new year, it would be fine. Muzelin's family lived in Shifeng City, so they traveled together. Qin Xiankong drove a carriage across the open plains. Early winter in the nebulous sea was not too cold, and the vast golden grasslands still carried the scent of late autumn. The western part of the continent has fewer people and fewer cities. The cities are separated by large fields, and often they could only stay in small villages. Here, Qin Bo saw the legendary adventure teams for the first time: mages, warriors, assassins, alchemists, healers, and engineers. Some teams had only 4 or 5 members, while others had over 10. Most were medium-sized, with about 7 or 8 people. Many unusual professions appeared, including an alchemist who specialized in poisons. He said he was naturally talented with toxins, and even if all the ingredients were for healing, he would turn them into poisons. People in the West are straightforward. Qin Bo was pretty, Muzelin was pure, and Qin Xiankong was honest. The 3 often got teased in inns. Most inns here had a tavern downstairs and rooms upstairs. The guests came and went, often causing disputes, but everyone was direct and honest, with few schemes. Qin Xiankong suited their taste, and Muzelin was confident and graceful. But Chinbo was teased for looking like a girl raised in the central region, delicate and spoiled. That afternoon, the three arrived at a small town. The town's name was very special, Sanchako, which means Three Forks. Its location was excellent. To the east was a main road leading to the capital of stars. To the west was the route toward Shifeng City, and northwest led to the Moonlight Forest. In the Moonlight Forest, there are many rare herbs and wild animals. These are favorites of the adventure teams, making the town of Sanchaku a lively supply stop. There are many small towns like this along the way, usually near forests, mines, deserts, or swamps, all bustling because of the adventurers. The only inn in town is called Black Rose. Usually the ground floor is a tavern and the upper floor offers rooms. This town isn't as refined or fancy as Yalan City, but it has a rougher, warmer feel, like a wild rose compared to a delicate orchid. Typically, Qin Xian Kong stops the carriage, Mu Silon books a room, and they both carry the luggage. They have a storage device, but to avoid attracting attention, they only bring a few small boxes. Qinbo is left in a corner of the tavern's hall, with a glass of milk on the table in front of her. People in the West often give children milk, just like people in the central regions give kids juice. Mu Silon grew up drinking milk. At 15, she is tall and confident, with a bright personality. People often think she is already an adult. Qinbo is much shorter, about average height in the central region, but here she looks small and childlike. Suddenly, a confident man sits at their table, trying to smile kindly. "Little sister, are those your older brother and sister?" Qinbo sighs for the nth time. On the road, most conversations start like this. No wonder, since the three of them don't look alike, people are naturally curious. The young-looking Qinbo becomes the best target for questions. She skillfully responds with a sweet smile. "Big brother says you shouldn't talk about family matters with strangers. That tall guy is your brother? He looks strong. And the pretty girl over there, is she your sister?" The man ignores the last part and asks what he cares about most. Great, another person interested in Mu Silon. They meet this kind of person everywhere. People from the West are very direct. If they find a girl attractive, they usually don't hide their intentions. Qinbo doesn't lie. "That's not my sister. She's my senior. We're just traveling together." "I see." The man's eyes flicker. "Does your senior have a boyfriend?" As soon as he asks, everyone in the tavern pricks up their ears. The man chuckled happily and walked back to his seat. There were 5 people sitting there, making 6 men in total. When he returned, the 6 of them started whispering to each other. Qinbo also perked up her ears. Her body had been transformed after a fusion process, so low whispers at this distance were easy for her to hear. Got the information. The man and the young girl are siblings. The pretty girl is traveling with them and currently has no boyfriend. We can roll dice to see who will pursue her, the man who just got the news eagerly announced. However, some people disagreed. No. What if the girl prefers a quiet guy? If the one who wins is someone who likes to fight, wouldn't that be a problem? Wouldn't we all be wasting our time? This angered a few others. What do you mean? With your awkward, sour face, do you think she would like you? Only someone who can fight feels safe. This comment made more people angry. So, what if he can fight? Let's see who has the strongest punch. After arguing for a while, the 6 of them finally agreed on a plan. Everyone would rely on their own skills, and whoever succeeded would be the one to pursue her. Qinbo also overheard some other plans from nearby tables, like, "Brother, I think that older sister is pretty good. You should go pursue her and make her your wife." Or, "Old Tua, what do you think of that new girl? Would she be a good match for your son?" Of course, some single men didn't speak, but it seemed that all the young men's eyes sparkled with interest. This is the Western region. Qinbo took a sip of milk. Adventure life isn't very suitable for women. Most of them stay in the city, with stable jobs. Men who go out on adventures often feel lonely. Even if they are married, they rarely see their families for long. The imbalance of men and women is a special feature of the West, especially in small towns. In adventure teams, the men are either mages or warriors. Their education makes them hope to find someone who shares their interests. Clearly, Musilon, who is a warrior, is pursued by many men wherever she goes. Are you crazy? The ceremony has already been moved up. Hurry and get ready. We'll go out for a walk later, Musilon said gently as she approached. After this journey, she genuinely treated Chinbo like a younger sister. Got it. Chinbo finished her milk. Sister Mu, will you wait here for me? As soon as Musilon finished speaking, Chinbo clearly saw many faces show disappointment. The hotel room was clean and well-equipped. It wasn't luxurious or fancy, but it was very practical. Chinbo took out some daily supplies. Since they were only staying for one night, simple things would do. During this trip, Chinbo and Musilon shared one room, while Qin Xiankong had another. This wasn't to save money, but for safety. After Musilon finished her shower, Chinbo also washed up. In Western hotels, showers usually cost extra because there are no large rivers nearby, making water supply difficult. But Chinbo is a water mage, so as long as there's a river or a lake nearby, water is endless. Plus, with low-level fire magic, he could heat water by tossing in some red-hot stones, just a matter of time. So, all their bathing needs on this trip were handled by him. Qin Xiankong found it very convenient, and Musilon, though not saying it aloud, clearly looked happy. After the three of them finished bathing, they all felt refreshed. Chinbo used her magic not only to heat the water, but also to wash clothes. She combined her knowledge from her previous life with washing machines, wrapping clothes in a large water sphere, adding some cleaning herbs, and then spinning the sphere continuously. She used centrifugal force to help remove dirt, making the clothes naturally clean and eco-friendly. Finally, she separated the elements, sending pure water back to its source and returning dirt to the earth. This method was convenient for everyone and helped her improve her control over elemental magic. Chinbo often said, "Magic is really a great tool, especially for survival outdoors." Musilon was amazed by this journey. She realized traveling could be so easy if you had a capable mage. She saw that she could take baths every day. When camping outdoors, Chinbo would dig a big hole with earth magic, line it with prepared cowhide, fill it with water, and heat it with glowing stones. Around the hole, she would grow tall wooden spikes using wood magic, one person bathing, one keeping watch, one cooking. She could change into clean clothes every day. When she first saw Chinbo wash clothes, she was so surprised her mouth stayed open for a long time. On sunny days, Chinbo gathered light elements to dry clothes quickly. On cloudy days, she used fire magic to dry them. She also used big fire, small fire, cooking, boiling water, and washing dishes. She even wondered how she would manage to walk this path alone next year. Why is she a spirit mage? Why isn't she an element mage? Throughout her life, she was first jealous of element mages, who could make life much easier. Qin Xiankong also sighed along the way, thinking how capable his younger sister was. During this trip, he felt like a noble being served all the time. The only physical work he did was driving the carriage, carrying luggage, and setting up tents in the wild. He bathed daily, forced by his sister, washed his hair every day, helped by his sister to dry it, changed clothes daily, again his sister's doing, and washed with hot water every morning. Now, he looked so fresh and shiny all the time that he hardly recognized himself. 3 clean and fresh young people walking in the town street drew a lot of attention. There was a small market in the town of Sancha, with some shops selling supplies and many stalls set up by adventurers. The stalls were full of animal skins, teeth, bones, herbs, old weapons, and other miscellaneous items. The dry air carried a faint dust and the smell of old fur and dust. The 3 of them wandered casually, looking at anything interesting. Interestingly, some guests from the inn also visited the market, walking around them intentionally or unintentionally. Chinbo didn't like being stared at by many people. He looked at Musilon, who was carefully examining some bones at a small stall, then at a group of energetic men approaching. Lifting Qin Xiankong's sleeve, he said, "Third brother, I want to look at the book stall over there." Qin Xiankong looked at the men with a headache. He had been hated by many men countless times on this trip. But he couldn't leave Musilon alone. A 15-year-old girl was still a child in his eyes. Luckily, Xianbo was safe. The men here valued looks more than size. After hesitating for a moment, he agreed. The men here were just a little flirtatious. They wouldn't do anything like kidnapping. Besides, Xianbo could protect herself. Qinbo casually picked a book from the stall, trying to hide from trouble. The stall owner eagerly tried to sell her something. "Young lady, you have good taste. I have some rare good books here. The one you're holding, Falling Leaf Whirlwind Kick, is a rare edition." Qinbo looked at the tattered booklet in her hand, grimacing. "That's called a rare edition?" She quickly put it down and picked up another. The stall owner cheerfully said, "Good luck. This book, The Lost 50 Spells, is the only one in the entire continent." Qinbo hurriedly put down the messy little book. Next, every time she picked up a book, the stall owner enthusiastically promoted it, claiming it was either out of print or a rare edition. Qinbo couldn't stand it anymore and decided to change stalls. The owner called out to her, "Young girl, don't go." "Fine. I see you're someone who knows quality. I have a true rare edition here, and I'll sell it to you today." He took out an old but clean-looking book. "This is a good item. I usually don't dare to show it." Qinbo took the book and looked at it. It was titled History of the Continent. She grimaced slightly. "This is also out of print? Bookstores are full of these." The owner chuckled. "Young girl, I can tell you're a smart kid." He leaned toward her, whispering, "Your older brother keeps a close watch on you, right? You usually read books from the store, I bet. Are there books that aren't sold in stores?" Qinbo became interested and leaned closer. The owner also whispered, "Forbidden books, have you heard of them? The one you're holding is a forbidden book, only available on the black market. Think about it. How are the recipes and methods for those forbidden medicines passed around?" Qinbo thought for a moment and found it reasonable. "So, this is a forbidden book. I don't see anything wrong with it." The owner picked up the History of the Continent, looked around to make sure no one was watching, and softly recited a spell, "I love eating bugs." Then he opened the book. Surprisingly, the title page changed to Secrets of the Young Priests. Flipping a few pages, the content was very detailed, covering from the first generation of young priests to the youngest one now, named Sang Luo. Qinbo stared hard at a line in the table of contents, Fong Qingling's tragic past, and calmly asked, "How much is this book?" The owner closed the book, muttered something, and it turned back into the authentic History of the Continent. He said mysteriously, "This is a version from 40 years ago. Very hard to find now. If you really want it, it costs 3 gold coins." Qinbo sneered. "The most expensive spell compendium is only 2 gold coins. This is just private information, not for eating or drinking. I've looked at it. It could be useful for studying, right? Too expensive, 1 gold coin." The owner lowered his voice. "I'm taking a risk here. Making forbidden books costs a lot. 2 gold coins, no less." Qinbo took out some money from her waist. "Not many people would buy this book. If you're caught, you'll be in serious trouble. 1 gold coin equals 20 silver coins. If not, forget it." The shop owner quickly took the money, handed her a book, and said, "This is yours now. It contains secret codes and instructions. Remember them well. You can change them later if needed." He muttered a few spells, which Qinbo memorized carefully. Satisfied, she hugged the book and returned to Qin Xian Kong and the others. "I'm a bit tired. I want to go back first." Qin Xian Kong looked at Mu Silon, who was surrounded by people, and nodded helplessly. "Be careful. Dinner is in the hall." Qinbo hurried back to the Black Rose Inn, rushed into her room, and locked the door. She took out the book, History of the Continent, and started working on it. She entered the secret code, changed the user, and input a new password. She angrily muttered, "Fong Qingling is so stupid." The new password was successfully set. Now, the book was completely hers. She quickly flipped to a page and eagerly started reading. Fong Qingling was born into an ordinary family in the central region. His birth caused a family storm because his mother, Fong Qingru, refused to reveal who the father was. The old head of the Fong family, in anger, kicked out his unwed daughter. Suddenly, there was an untimely knock on the door. "Xianbo, dinner is ready. Come downstairs." Mu Silon was puzzled. Why was Xianbo locking the door? Qin Bo hurriedly restored the book to its original state, opened the door, and said, "Sister Mu, you're back." Mu Silon smiled. "What are you up to? Still locking the door? Come downstairs to eat. Qin Xuezhong has some interesting friends. We made plans to eat together tonight. We're waiting for you." Qin Bo shyly explained, "Since you all weren't here, I was worried about safety, so I locked the door." They went to the hall and saw Qin Xiankong sitting at a large table with a group of 6 people nearby who had been asking Qin Bo questions earlier. Mu Silon said to Qin Bo, "These people are quite interesting. Your third brother gets along well with them." Qin Bo snorted coldly, feeling annoyed about her privacy being broken by these people. She sat heavily in her chair and loudly said, "Third brother, I'm hungry." Qin Xiankong looked a bit excited. "Xiao Bo, do you know? These friends are also heading west with us." "Good, they still have some sense and haven't revealed the final destination." Qin Bo looked serious. "So what? Do you want to travel with us?" Mu Silon covered her mouth to laugh. Qin Xiankong probably rarely comes to the western region, so he was easily fooled by such an obvious trap. These people don't have any bad intentions, but the third brother of the Qin family can't behave like this. It's not him protecting his sister. Instead, his sister is taking care of him. The 6 people pretended not to see Qin Bo's stern face and said casually, "It's good to travel together. More people mean more help." Qin Bo stared angrily at Qin Xiankong and firmly refused. "No. I need to shower and change clothes every day. With more people, it's not convenient." The 6 people showed disdain, thinking she was a spoiled young lady. Just traveling, and she's so particular. If they were in the wild, she'd probably refuse to go. The leader among them looked directly at Qin Xiankong and asked, "What do you think, Brother Qin? Women shouldn't interfere in these men's decisions." Qin Xiankong looked at his angry little sister with surprise. What did he do wrong? Why was she so mad? He said carefully, "Third brother, I remember you asked to escort me for this part of the journey. If you've made new friends, we can split up." The 6 people secretly laughed inside. They thought, such kids, threatening their brother with childish tricks. They didn't think about her, who still needs to shower and change clothes every day. It's already good enough if she can get out of Sancha Ko town. Qin Xiankong was unexpectedly panicked. "Xiao Bo, don't be angry. It's my fault. We'll go on our own, just go on our own." His promise made everyone unhappy. Before the 6 people could speak, a big man shouted, "Brother, that's not right. A grown man shouldn't let a woman lead him around. That little girl is spoiled." "Brother, why are you interrupting?" Mu Silon covered her face with a big wine cup, secretly trembling. "Western men are like this. They won't let women take charge. Only a few powerful female mages or female warriors can speak up." Qin Xiankong's actions angered the local men. Qin Xiankong immediately shouted back at the big man, "What's wrong with my sister? My sister can do a lot. I listened to her, so what? She's right. Why can't we listen?" The 6 people were the first to react, pulling Qin Xiankong aside to smooth things over. "Brother Qin, how can you talk like that? That big brother means well. Women shouldn't be spoiled like this." Qin Bo sneered. "These men deserve to never find a wife in their lives." She suddenly stood up fiercely. "I've had enough. Third brother, enjoy your dinner." Her last words sounded very fierce. Qin Xiankong dared not stay any longer. He quickly said he was full and hurried upstairs with his sister. The tavern downstairs was already lively. Locals loved to come here for a few drinks in the evening. Tonight's small dispute had given them plenty to talk about. It was indeed lively where travelers gathered. Qin Bo secretly slipped into the kitchen. The Black Rose Tavern was run by the male owner, while the female owner managed the kitchen and inn. Qin Bo asked Aunt Malin, who was busy working, if she could let her use the stove. She wanted to cook some noodles for her brother. Aunt Malin had heard about the earlier argument and was used to all kinds of guests at the inn. Many guests especially liked girls, and as a woman, she genuinely liked these kinds of people. Seeing Qin Bo ask to borrow the kitchen to cook for her brother, she thought the siblings were very close. The rough men, who drank too much, were just making noise. But such a delicate girl, she didn't seem to fit in the kitchen. Did she know how to cook? Bo decided to make a bowl of beef noodles. People in the West mostly grow wheat, and the flour quality was excellent. The beef in the Black Rose Tavern sauce was especially delicious. She rolled up her sleeves and started kneading the dough. With her martial artist strength, kneading the dough was no problem. She didn't manually add flour or water. Instead, the flour and water automatically floated into the bowl as if guided by invisible hands. Everyone in the kitchen stopped working and watched. They had never seen a mage cook like this before. Today, they truly saw something new. The dough was quickly ready. Bo tested its elasticity, still good, just like a martial artist's skill. In her past life on Earth, she had struggled with dough, her arms sore from kneading. Now, she felt full of strength everywhere. She stretched and cut the noodles, using wind magic. She wasn't a noodle master, but she could control the wind element evenly to make the noodles. The noodles turned out well. Next was boiling water, which was simple. Once boiling, she added evenly cut vegetables into the pot. Her knife skills were excellent, honed through practicing with weapons, chopping, carving, and chopping firewood. After the vegetables were cooked, she put them into bowls, added seasonings and broth. Then she moved on to the next step, cooking the noodles. Using high or low heat was just a matter of a flick of her hand. She was very familiar with controlling the flames and temperature. The noodles shouldn't be overcooked. She lifted them with her magic, added some cold water, and then set them down. All the steps were done with magic, without her hands touching anything. Bo was very pleased with her precise control. Her skills had improved, and the noodle soup didn't spill at all. Adding a thick pile of beef with sauce, Bo carefully carried the tray upstairs. The kitchen was quiet for a while before there was any movement. An older Annie helper said, "No wonder that young man said her sister is very capable. She really is. Exactly, look at how quick and neat she is. It's probably not her first time doing this. I heard that all 3 of their clothes are washed by that girl." Amalin also came back to her senses. Such a girl is no wonder she's loved. She's much better than those wizards who only fight and cause trouble. From then on, among the women of the Black Rose, there was a saying, "What kind of wizard are you if you can't even cook a meal or wash clothes?" Then they would go on about it. Bo knocked lightly on the door, then pushed it open. His third brother was watching her eagerly. "Xiaobo, are you angry with third brother?" She put down the tray and handed him chopsticks. "Eat quickly, it's not your fault. Those people are too sneaky. They want to pursue Sister Mu, but they don't dare to say it openly. Instead, they just try to follow us. That's too much." Qin Xiankong was eating noodles greedily. His little sister's cooking was getting better and better. She worked hard to take care of everyone's clothes and food on the way here. He should protect her well. Those people are too cunning, they're using him, but his little sister is clever. After eating, the man didn't need much more. Qin Xiankong lay on the bed that smelled of sunshine, ready to sleep. His little sister had brought plenty of sheets, blankets, and towels in her storage bag. She often washed and sun-dried them, saying it kept everything clean. He was living very comfortably, and he believed his little sister's words. Muselin changed into her pajamas. The divine spirits were above, and when she saw Bo take out pajamas, towels, sheets, blankets, and mats from a special storage space for the first time, she almost fainted. She finally understood why Bo was willing to bet so much money. He could fill 10 storage spaces with his belongings. The sheets, blankets, and towels were her own, and she felt very comfortable using them. Bo was someone who understood life well. Muselin, brushing her long hair, asked her, "If those people come after us with shameless faces tomorrow, what do you plan to do?"
Bo sighed.
"We're all walking the same road. If they really follow us, I won't be able to do anything. Then we won't be able to take baths every day," Muselin said nervously. "We need to think of a way to shake them off." Bo thought for a moment. "Sister Mu, what do these people do for a living?" "Of course, they go on adventures to gather materials and sell them to merchants to make a living." Muselin knows a lot about the situation in the West. Then Bo suggests, "Let's release some smoke to confuse them." She and Muselin whisper for a while, improving some details. Bo puts on her night clothes and flies into the night sky. The moonlit forest at night looks even more eerie than during the day, with faint glowing spots flickering in the jungle. Chinbo keeps ascending, searching carefully until she finally spots a wide lake in the forest. She lands on an open space by the water and begins to cast clouds and rain. The residents of Sancha town didn't sleep well tonight. In the middle of the night, thunder and lightning came from the direction of the moonlight forest. Those with good eyesight saw heavy rain falling there. Usually, early winter doesn't have thunderstorms, especially in the west. During the heavy rain, strange animal howls were heard, and sharp-eyed people saw colorful lights flickering between the lightning. These are said to be the legendary phoenix creatures. People discussed whether some magical artifacts were washed out by the rain, or if a powerful mythical beast was nearby, or if a top-level mage was performing a spell. Whatever the case, the moonlight forest was very tempting. The next morning, the Black Rose Inn was unusually busy. All travelers decided to go explore the moonlight forest today. Aunt Marlin's food supplies were running low, and many older locals sat in the tavern discussing eagerly. This place was their usual spot for leisure, and today it was also the best place to hear the latest news. Chinbo and her companions were having breakfast, and the carriage was already prepared. Muselin, worried, poured her some milk. Last night's thunderstorm was very strong, and people believed it wasn't natural, but caused by a top mage performing a spell. She knew it was actually this little girl behind it. Last night, Chinbo returned exhausted and collapsed on the floor. She stayed there until dawn, lost in thought. The secrets on this girl are no less than hers. Chinbo was weakly biting her bread, having not used her magic for a long time. Although the rain last night was caused by water magic, it drained all her true essence, almost preventing her from flying back. But reaching her limit had its benefits. The chaotic energy she recovered was even more concentrated. The six of them came downstairs, politely greeting Qin Xian. "Brother Qin, you know what happened in the moonlight forest last night, right? We plan to go check it out. Would you like to join us? The girl can stay here first." Qin Xiankong was warned early in the morning that his younger sister was feeling unwell and needed to leave quickly. He politely declined, saying, "My sister isn't feeling well. We should leave as soon as possible." "You all go ahead. I won't join the fun," one of the six people in the group said, annoyed. "Brother Qin, why are you so slow? Your sister is sick, so let her rest here. This might be a rare chance. Maybe there's a treasure inside. Don't you want to see?" Moose Ceylon turned her face away in disdain. These people only wanted to see Qin Xiankong's skills and hoped to strengthen their own team. Qin Xiankong answered firmly, "Nothing is more important than my sister. We're leaving now." His firm answer warmed Chinbo's heart and earned praise from all the women at the Black Rose Tavern. Aunt Malin took out a big bag of jerky and handed it over, saying, "Here, this is what you asked for this morning. Hurry and get going. Such a good young man. Hurry up and leave." She had seen enough. Many young adventurers who rushed into the forest might never come out alive. The carriage set off alone. Along the way, many small adventure teams from the west came by, asking about the moonlight forest. Qin Xiankong said he didn't know. They were students returning home, and his sister was unwell, so they had to hurry. Chinbo continued to recover his spiritual energy in the bumpy carriage. The environment was bad, and it would probably take 2 more days to fully heal. Moose Ceylon looked at Chinbo with complicated feelings. Those young people who hurried away didn't realize it was a trap, and many might never leave the moonlight forest alive. Chinbo opened his eyes. Moose Ceylon's resentment was obvious. She calmly said, "No one told them there was a treasure there. Their greed pushed them forward. Benefits always come with risks, and they should be prepared." Moose Ceylon sighed softly. "It's a pity many women will lose their brothers, fathers, or husbands. They only go on adventures to survive. Such scams are too cruel to them." Chinbo looked far away. If they worked together, they could soon realize it's a trap. There wouldn't be many casualties. But would they? A mocking smile appeared on her face. "My skills are the best. The treasure should belong to me. I'm the cleverest. I could take all the treasure for myself." Many people probably think that too. Then, alliances, betrayals, treachery, silencing. Helping, sacrificing, and trusting the future. All the good and evil of human nature are played out in that forest. But they all forgot that they had the best choice, not to go at all, not to seek unexpected wealth, but to live peacefully. Qinbo looked at Qin Xiankong driving and smiled warmly. My third brother is not greedy. He has a strong belief that family is the most important. The next journey was very peaceful. The incident in the Moonlight Forest had spread, and many adventure teams headed there. Along the way, the three heard many rumors about conspiracies, about teams destroying each other. Friends and family of the victims hurried to the Moonlight Forest to seek revenge and also to steal treasures. Friends of teams that had already won some battles were also rushing there to protect their gains. The conflict in the western region quickly spread across the continent. Yun Wenxin stood by the lake in the Moonlight Forest, where the incident originally happened. It had been over 10 days, and he couldn't do it alone with time rewind. Bai Miaojing flew over and asked, "How is it? Did you find out anything?" Yun Wenxin shook his head. No signs of fighting or injuries. I asked all the top mages, but no one came here. It's been over 10 days, and the area is large. I can't do time rewind alone, Bai Miaojing said bitterly. Who could be causing trouble here? Recently, we've been busy with the Continent Academy competition. Is someone secretly planning something? The competition route doesn't pass through the Moonlight Forest and the route map isn't leaked, Yun Wenxin said, truly puzzled. Who would do such a thing? What's their motive? Gather people here to fight? What's in it for them? So annoying. I'll call Qingling. The three of us should be able to go back about 10 days. Bai Miaojing began calling Fang Qingling. Fang Qingling arrived quickly, having heard about the Moonlight Forest incident. Yun Wenxin briefly explained the situation, and he understood immediately. This is the only way. First, find out who did it, then deal with the next problem. The three worked together, casting shadows over the entire lake. Time slowly rewound, and finally, a tiny figure flew down to the lake's edge. Bai Miao almost called out, "Isn't that Qin Xuanbo?" He secretly looked at Fang Qingling, who remained calm and unreadable. The wind howled loudly, and thunder roared. A small figure in the shadows took out a strange whistle and blew loud beast-like howls. Bai Miao secretly made a note to check it out next time. Then, the small figure took out a large triangular crystal, which glowed in his palm. The crystal reflected light in 7 colors that shot into the sky. He withdrew his magic, and Yun Wenxin sighed in relief. It seems this little girl is just being mischievous. We just need to find her and ask her clearly. First, let's calm the people in the forest. Fighting like this isn't good. He called his companions to act but saw 2 of them frozen in place. What's wrong with you? Bai Miao tentatively said. When she flew back, she was wobbling. She probably used up her magic. Yun Wenxin looked puzzled. Why do you care so much? That little girl is young, and being able to control water and clouds to change the weather is impressive. Just being able to fly back alive is good enough. If her magic backfires or she loses control, she could be drained completely. This kid is too mischievous, coming here to play such dangerous games. I wonder how her elders teach her. Bai Miao shook his head at Yun Wenxin. Let's talk, okay? Can't you see someone's face already looks terrible? Yun Wenxin finally realized something was wrong. Qingling, what's wrong? Do you know this girl? Fang Qingling turned around calmly. It's nothing. I know this girl. Leave her to me. You guys handle things here. I'm leaving now. With that, he floated into the air and disappeared. Bai Miao chuckled and waved at Yun Wenxin. Come on, let's chat first. Let them fight if they want. It won't take half a day. Finally, I can gossip happily, he thought, feeling very pleased. Guided by the 6-pointed star, Fang Qingling quickly found Qin Bo's carriage. But what happened next made him hesitate. The 3 of them were inseparable. How could he talk to Qin Bo alone? He instinctively didn't want to appear as an official in front of the other 2. From daytime to night, the 3 had to camp outdoors. Qin Xian set up a tent. Muselin prepared food and cooked. Qin Bo dug a hole for a bath. Soon, Muselin was the first to wash. Fang Qingling had no choice but to descend from the sky, hide his presence quietly, and avoid looking directly at her. After Qin Xian finished eating, she went to wash again. Qin Bo used magic to wash the dishes. Finally, Qin Bo entered the wooden fence to take a bath, and Fang Qingling followed inside. Only at this time was she alone, so she probably wouldn't take off her clothes so quickly. Qin Bo wrapped herself in a big towel and used a water ball to wash clothes. It was a tough start but a sweet ending. She was used to sleeping right after a bath. After washing the clothes, she handed them to Ma Shilong outside to hang. Then she refilled the water in the pit and boiled more water. Fang Qingling watched Qin Bo busy and felt very warm inside. When she stayed at the hot spring, she was the same, liking to take good care of herself. She seemed to love baths very much. Luckily, she had a spiritual spring nearby, so she probably liked baths a lot too. The small bamboo house was decorated with a lot of thought. As she watched, she accidentally saw Qin Bo take off her towel and slip into the water. Oh no! Fang Qingling quickly separated the barrier, coughed lightly to get her attention. Qin Bo sat up in shock and looked around. Who's coughing? She patted her chest and said, You scared me to death. She thought Fang Qingling was still haunting her and following her. Fang Qingling looked at Qin Bo, who was patting her chest as she started to develop, and felt a bit dry in her throat. She closed her eyes and coughed heavily. Qin Bo finally heard her clearly and quickly grabbed her towel. Who are you? Fang Xiaoji appeared and said, It's me. I came to ask you something. You. Qin Bo was very flustered. Why did Fang Qingling always appear when she was taking a bath? She wrapped herself tightly with the towel, barely asking, What do you want? It's about the Moonlight Forest, Fang Qingling said seriously. Do I need to remind you what you did there? Why did you do it? Qin Bo immediately felt guilty. I just made it rain a little. Those people are so annoying. You don't even know. She got excited. They're shameless, always bothering us. They even tried to flatter my third brother and be friends with him. My third brother is very honest and trusted them. They shamelessly said they wanted to travel with us. You see, I take baths and change clothes every day. How can those 6 big men follow us? Qin Bo got angrier as she spoke. Besides practicing magic and martial arts, she hadn't suffered much in life. She really couldn't stand walking with those unhygienic men. Traveling with you all. Fang Qingling looked at the girl soaking in the water. Her fair skin glowed softly under the moonlight, and her long black hair was messy on her shoulders. Her face was flushed with anger, and her mouth seemed drier than before. He leaned in slightly and lowered his body. It's really too much. How can you let them see you like this? Exactly. Qin Bo found someone who understood her. My wooden fence is meant to keep out gentlemen, not villains. Who knows what kind of people they are? If I don't take a bath, I'll be very dirty. The western dust is heavy, and after a day of travel, I'm covered in dirt. Shouldn't I wash up properly? And they say I'm delicate, but they're the ones who don't keep clean. Someone couldn't help but act a little spoiled. The gentle steam carrying the scent of her skin drifted into Fang Qingling's nose. He moved closer again, speaking softly. You really should bathe every day. You look good like this. Qin Bo felt proud. She knew Fang Qingling would protect her. She wanted to say more, but suddenly realized they were too close. She could see every eyelash on Fang Qingling's eyes.
You, Qin Bo stammeret.
A soft, gentle kiss landed on her lips, moist and warm. Qin Bo instinctively closed her eyes. The lips pressed softly, gently sucking, one after another. Her mouth slightly parted, and their lips and tongues intertwined, softly exploring. Qin Bo's body gradually grew weak. A strong arm wrapped around her waist, and a warm body leaned in closer. She instinctively pressed against him, clutching that warmth tightly, and an uncontrollable moan escaped her lips. Both of them shivered. Qin Bo felt embarrassed and ashamed. How could she make such a lustful sound? Fang Qingling, however, became intensely passionate. Qin Bo's tongue was even sore from the suction, and saliva couldn't help but spill from the corner of her mouth. She desperately pushed him away, turned around, and buried her face in a pile of towels, too ashamed to face anyone. Fang Qingling suppressed his heavy breathing and gently stroked the girl's black hair. She probably liked him, or was she angry? Qinbo's heart was a mess. What did Fang Qingling mean? Why did he kiss her? Do you like me? Fang Qingling decided to ask the question that had been bothering him for a long time. His body tensed, and in a rush, he grabbed her shoulders, his voice cold. You like me, don't you? Otherwise, why would you react like that? Qinbo only heard his cold tone. You like me, don't you? Otherwise, why would you react like that? Her heart felt icy. What did Fang Qingling mean? Is she testing whether he longs for her as a minor priestess? She angrily turned back. Who likes you? Every girl has feelings. A kiss that causes a reaction is normal. Fang Qingling's face suddenly darkened. He tightly grabbed Qinbo's lips, angrily biting and tearing. Qinbo felt like she was burning. Fang Qingling's body temperature kept rising, and something in his body was changing. She turned her face away, avoiding his lips, and angrily kissed downward. Qinbo shouted, I like you very much. Her lips paused. Fang Qingling looked up with cold eyes. Really? Really, really? Qinbo begged. I like you very much. Are you lying to me? Fang Qingling's gaze remained cold. Qinbo felt dizzy. Is this what should happen after a normal kiss? She could only say, I am a cultivator and cannot lie. I liked you before, but I thought it was wrong, so I gave up that idea. Fang Qingling's expression softened. That idea is good. Don't give it up. Keep trying and love me deeply. Qinbo took a long bath, her face flushed from the steam. Mu Silon worriedly asked, Aren't you still not fully recovered? Don't push yourself. Qinbo mumbled. I'm a bit unwell. I need to recover tonight. You sleep alone first. Without waiting for Mu Silon to reply, she set up a small tent and created a protective barrier. Qin Xian Kong said, Silon, you sleep. I'll watch over her. Don't worry. Mu Silon thought she couldn't do much, packed her things, and went into the tent to sleep. Qin Xian Kong leaned by the fire, dozing off. Her younger sister should be fine. Qinbo took out History of the Continents, angrily shouting, Fang Qingling is an idiot. The book slowly transformed into Secrets of the Minor Priestess. She turned to the section, Fang Qingling's tragic past, and continued reading from where she left off. She must find out why he is so strange. After moving to the northern region, Fang Qingling lived alone. As a young boy, he was discriminated against and often fought. Although he had high talent in magic, he preferred to solve problems with violence, probably because of this experience. Exactly. He uses violence, imprisoning her, forcibly kissing her, and demanding she fall deeply in love with him. Humph, a pervert. Outstanding magical talent suddenly burst forth, and the peak of level 6 magic seemed to be reached overnight. Fang Qingling became the most promising mage on the continent and was courted by many powers. His good friend Wei Aning strongly invited him to join the Wei family. Wei Aning was Fang Qingling's best friend. They were close in age and hit it off immediately. After spending several years together, they were like brothers. Looking back now, it all seemed to be fate's arrangement. Wei Aning couldn't believe his father was so irresponsible. Fang Qingling couldn't believe Wei Anhing's father was actually his own father. Wei Xiaohua couldn't believe he had a grown son who was lost far away. But the fairness of bloodline magic silenced everyone. It was truly shocking. Fang Qingling's father was actually the son of the head of the Wei family. Qinbo took a deep breath. No wonder Jin Xiao had said something strange earlier, like, who can really say what's going on with the Wei family? That old fox.
Qinbo cursed bitterly.
But Wei Xiaohua was too useless. He spent all his time indulging in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and didn't even know if he had children with his beloved woman. He was quite muddle-headed. He kept reading. Fang Qingru confidently said, I never planned to let you know. What difference does it make if you do? Can you marry me? No, right? Marriages among noble families are already arranged, and you, as a family head who doesn't practice magic or martial arts, have no say. They've probably already picked a suitable wife for you, someone capable, right? Shilin Guangxiu said, I don't care about these things. If your son wants to acknowledge his roots, I'll accept him. If not, I won't pursue it. As for you, Xiaohua, you are my husband. I will never agree to you coming into my house. Qinbo felt a faint pain in his heart. While these two women argued, did they ever think about their son listening nearby? That innocent young man was supposed to be the best of friends, like brothers. Now he was in such an awkward situation. Did the mothers who gave them life ever consider whether their children would accept such a fate? Of course, the most useless was Wei Xiaohua. He didn't say a word. Shilin Guangqing loved his sister very much. He had no regrets about killing Fang Qingru. His only regret was that Fang Qingling escaped.
He was determined to kill that boy.
Only then could his sister's family find happiness again. This Shilin Guangqing was sick, mentally ill. No wonder people say that most martial artists who reach the chaos realm are very straightforward. Now, Wei Xiaohua will never forgive Shilin Guangshou. Bloodied, Fang Qingling questioned Wei Xiaohua. If you want me dead, just say it. I will give you my life. Why beat around the bush? Wei Xiaohua tightly held his son. It's not me. Truly, it's not me.
How could I hurt you?
You are the child I owe for 23 years. Shilin Guangqing's sword pierced into Wei Xiaohua's chest, and Wei Xiaohua used his life to protect his son, whom he had not known for 23 years. On his 23rd birthday, Fang Qingling finally realized how much his father loved him. Qin Bo closed the book. Dawn had broken. Half of Fang Qingling's turbulent life story had been told. No wonder he was so eager to find reassurance. When he learned of his mother's love, she stopped Shilin Guangqing's sword and left him. When he found out his father loved him deeply, his father was also killed by Shilin Guangqing. All his most important family members chose to risk their lives to show their love at the most dangerous moments. Truly a family. Qin Bo twitched his mouth, hoping Shilin Guangqing would, at least, leave a complete body. Qin Xiankong was preparing the horse-drawn carriage. He happily noticed that his sister's face, after a night's rest, had regained its glow. The three of them packed up and continued their journey. Lianyun Mountain Range, Yunji City. The high priest of Yunji listened to Yun Wen's new report, a faint trace of disappointment flashing in his eyes. It was reflected by a tri-crystal prism with rainbow light. Are you sure? Absolutely. Time reversal has never failed before, Yunwen replied respectfully. Moreover, this time, it was the three of us working together. The high priest of Yunji lowered his eyes sadly. It's okay now, you can go back. Yunwen thought for a moment, but still couldn't let go of Fang Qingling. The concept of a love calamity was new to him. Perhaps the high priest knew more. The high priest of Yunji smiled gently. When Xian, is there something you want to ask? Yunwen asked. High priest, have you heard of a love calamity? Love calamity. The high priest of Yunji was shocked. Only cultivators who hope to ascend through tribulation would experience the 7 great calamities: passion, slaughter, power, despair, betrayal, loneliness, and pride. These quick ascension priests have long been disconnected from ascending. It's been over 700 years since anyone has heard of such a tribulation. He asked quietly, Where did you hear that from? Yun Wenxin honestly told him everything he had heard. The great sacrifice. Yin Ji pondered for a moment and said, I understand now. This is indeed an important matter. I will talk to the great sacrifice Xingyao about it. Fang Qingling is still one of his people after all. Yun Wenxin bowed and stepped back. The great sacrifice. Yun Ji sighed softly. The city of Xingyao. It seems the last time was when Sang Luo became the young sacrifice. Unknowingly, 60 years have passed. The city of Xingyao, the Xingyao Tower. The great sacrifice. Xingyao looked at Yun Ji, who he hadn't seen in 60 years, and said, This time, the rainbow glow was created by a little girl using a triangular crystal. Don't take it too seriously. Yun Ji shook his head. This was just my foolish wish. How could there be 2 phoenixes at the same time in this world?
I didn't come for that.
Does that little girl know Fang Qingling? The great sacrifice. Xingyao was surprised. What does that have to do with Qingling? Yun Ji stomped his foot. I've never cared about the chaos involving your young master, but that doesn't mean I don't know. Do you know where Qin Xuanbu came from? Her arrival has changed some people's original fate. Your dear Fang Qingling is experiencing a love trial. Do you know that? What? A love trial? Xingyao looked confused. Him? Why him? Yunji looked a bit pained. Why not him? You should understand. Since 700 years ago, you've had no hope of advancing further. Xianmingdingbua, Xingyao trembled slightly. Yes, I shouldn't be jealous of him. The path was my choice. Moreover, I personally sent him to her. Turns out she is a fate changer. The young master sent her to me, and I just handed her over to Feng Qingling so easily. It seems this is my destiny. Ultimately, I am destined to be unable to ascend. Is she very important? Yunji was curious. Why would that person go to such lengths to bring a soul from another world, disrupting the original fate? For us high-level cultivators, isn't that a lot more work? Xingyao didn't hide it either. That Qin Xuanbua's body contains remnants of Miss Qingkong's soul. She agreed to help repair and complete it. Yunji finally understood. So that's it. No wonder they went through so much trouble. Your young master's ordeal is quite tragic. We all thought there was no hope, but unexpectedly, a glimmer of light appeared. It's important to protect Qin Xuanbua well, nurturing his soul and repairing his spirit. This is a great virtue. I heard that the lightning rod on the island was also created by her and given freely to them. That's a significant act of kindness. Also, it shows that this girl isn't very greedy, so she should easily pass the test of power and desire. Protect her well, and perhaps she can be reborn peacefully in the future, avoiding the pain of being burned by true fire and the suffering of losing her soul. Can it really be like that? Starshine High Priest was very surprised. He had never heard of this before. Yunji, the High Priest, explained, "Your young master took on a role, so he couldn't tell you everything openly. He entrusted this girl to you for a reason. I ask you, has she ever killed anyone?" Starshine High Priest shook his head. No, the incident in the Moonlight Forest was just a test of human nature. Those lives weren't on her conscience. That's good, Yunji said. You must protect her well. Her original world was very peaceful. She hasn't committed any killing or suicide for many lifetimes. She hasn't harmed others much, so her life has been somewhat difficult. Do you understand what I mean? Starshine High Priest's voice trembled. How many lifetimes has she gone without killing? I don't know. It's complicated to calculate on our side. But it's probably been 7 or 8 lifetimes, Yunji said excitedly. That's rare good fortune, as long as she doesn't kill anyone. Though that seems unlikely. He paused and then said, anyway, as long as she's willing to help you bear some of the heavenly thunder and true fire, that's enough. You've probably learned some protective skills over the years, right? Starshine High Priest also felt encouraged. I understand. As long as she stays inside the Star Cloud Sea, I can ensure her safety. Yunji reminded him again. Let go of Feng Qingling's matters. Getting too involved in others' fates can bring trouble to your own, especially since these two are now unexpected situations within the laws. We shouldn't interfere too much. Thank you, Mingxi, Starshine High Priest said emotionally. I was already hopeless. People really shouldn't be too greedy. The young master was saved by Miss Qingkong. I'm just one person. I never thought I'd have such an opportunity. Actually, that's also thanks to Xiangxue Qingkong, Yunji said with some emotion. Most people in Lifeng City are half-demons. Although called half-demons, they are really not much different from humans. The first generation of half-demons had one parent as a demon and the other as a human. They could change between their demon form and human form. But unless they're mixed with more demons, they can keep both forms. If they mate with humans or other half-demons, their children will only have a human form. However, they still keep some demon traits like being very strong, fighting naturally, and learning some magic quickly. Other than that, they are just like humans. Oh, and they have a small difference. Their eyes and hair are not black, but come in many bright colors. The more mixed their blood, the more beautiful the colors. When Qin Bo first went to the street, he stared at a beautiful woman so long that he lost track of his brother and senior. The woman had one eye that was purple with a hint of blue, and the other eye was purple with a hint of green. Her hair was dark purple at the top, deep blue in the middle, and pure black at the ends, with some streaks of green. If hairstylists on Earth saw this, they would be amazed. Qin Bo followed the woman, but accidentally lost his brother and senior in the crowd. There were many people in Lifeng City. Qin Bo stood blankly on the street. What should he do? He didn't know where Qin Xianyu's home was. The street was full of strangers. Should he wait here or ask someone for help? Little sister, why aren't you following me anymore? A voice said from above. Qin Bo looked up sadly. She realized the old saying was true. You don't know you're short until you go west. You don't know you're poor until you go south. You don't know you're ugly until you go east. You don't know you're weak until you go north. You don't know you're silly until you go to the middle. She understood this saying deeply now. When she looked up, she saw that the beautiful woman she had been staring at was speaking. Haven't you been staring at me all along? Why aren't you looking now? Qin Bo honestly said, I got lost with my brother because I was looking at you. I don't know what to do now, so I don't feel like looking at you anymore. The woman giggled and said, What a cute little girl. Come home with me first. Tell me your brother's name. I'll help you find him. Qin Bo rolled her eyes and asked, Why can't you help me find him now? Why do we have to go home first? The woman laughed even more happily and said, You're still a little rascal. I have many people at home, so we can find your brother better. So, what do you say? Do you want to come home with me? Qin Bo thought, Could my sister tell me your address? I will wait here for my brother. If they don't come for me before dark, I will go to my sister's house. If they find me, I will also send a message to my sister from there. How does that sound? The beautiful woman happily clapped her hands. You're such a clever child. Today, I will stay here with you to wait. How about that? She pointed to a small tea stand by the street. Let's sit there. On the busy street, there was nothing to worry about. Qin Bo agreed to the idea. So far, this lady had been kind and helpful. The tea stand had a unique style, with logs as tables and green buds growing on the round wooden stools. Wooden bowls, plates, bamboo cups, and dried meat gave a simple, natural feel. The residents of Crack-Wind City seemed to live happily, with many tea and wine stands that were open or semi-open. Some people started singing and having fun while drinking. There were also large tea houses and wine halls, with four-story open structures that looked like big bird cages, where people inside didn't seem afraid of falling. That's our special feature, the beautiful woman explained suddenly. We have protective barriers around us, so no one can fall out, she pointed out. You see, many people also draw curtains to talk. Qin Bo looked carefully and saw several places covered with thin curtains. Our people like to do everything in the sunlight. Sunlight and trees are gifts from the gods, said the woman, who was part demon, sharing her unique belief. Qin Bo thought for a moment and said, I also like to be in the sunlight, breathing in the fresh smell of trees. But most of the time, I feel safest in a private space like my house. The woman giggled. Haha, you're such a funny little sister.
Come home with me.
I'm not a bad person. Your brother probably won't come. Qin Bo turned away and ignored her. A group of uniformed people approached and greeted the woman. Miss Lan, having tea here? She smiled. Yes, we're on patrol today. One person who looked like the leader looked at Qin Bo and said to the woman, Miss Lan, a relative of Jiang Qingfeng, came to Crack-Wind City today. They said a little girl with black hair and black eyes is lost. They asked us to help find her. Qin Bo shouted loudly. That's me. I'm the lost girl. I know Jiang Qingfeng. He's going to be my future brother-in-law. Where are they? The beautiful woman laughed happily, saying, So you all know each other. That's great. Little sister, you're staying at my place now. Haha, she burst into another proud laugh. Jiang Qingfeng's house is a small estate built on the outskirts of the city, with a countryside feel. It is said that many old half-demon families have such homes. Qin Xian Kong had already arrived, while Muselin went back to her own home first. Qin Feihu and Qin Xiaochen eagerly waited there. When they saw Qin Bo, they quickly grabbed her and kept looking her over. Only after confirming how long her hair had grown did they complain. You're already an adult, and you got lost on the road? How can we be sure you'll stay home alone? Qin Bo knew she was in the wrong and stayed silent while they scolded her. Jiang Qingfeng stepped in to smooth things over, saying, It's okay, she's safe. Little Bo is visiting Leafin City for the first time, so it's normal to be curious and forget. Little Bo, why are you calling me so affectionately? Do we know each other well? Qin Bo felt awkward and ignored him. Qin Xianyu suddenly grabbed her ear and said, How rude. Don't you know you should call people properly? Qin Bo hurriedly covered her ears and shouted, "Brother-in-law, hello. When are you going to marry my sister?" Qin Xianyu was so angry she reached out to hit her, but Qin Bo quickly dodged behind Jiang Qingfeng. "Brother-in-law, help. Sister's going to hit me." Jiang Qingfeng smiled happily and pulled Qin Xianyu aside. "Why are you arguing with your sister? We have guests here." Qin Xianyu blushed and shyly said, "I'll make tea for everyone," then hurried away. Making tea. Qin Bo and Qin Xiankong looked at each other. When did Qin Xianyu learn to make tea? By pouring cold water into a big cup. Qin Xiaoqian covered her mouth and laughed, saying, "Just let your older sister go. She's been teased a lot here. Her excuse to run away every time is to make tea." Qin Feihu confidently patted the table and said, "Ever since she was born, I've never seen her shy. Having a son-in-law really helps." Everyone laughed. The beautiful woman who had been following them suddenly asked, "Qingfeng, your little sister is really adorable. Can I take her home to stay for a few days?" Jiang Qingfeng finally came back to himself.
Oh.
"I forgot to introduce her. This is Lu Jinglan. You should know the Lu Jing family. Lu Jingtong is her great-aunt priestess." Everyone was surprised, not expecting the beautiful woman to have such a big background. They all bowed politely. Lu Jinglan cheerfully said, "We people in Lifan City are not so particular. I'm not her great-aunt priestess. Honestly, I just like your young daughter. I want to take her to my house for a few days. Since we are friends, it would be easier. What do you think, little sister Qin Xuanbua? Now you know I'm not a bad person. Let's go now." Qin Bo couldn't help but laugh and cry. She wondered what Li Jinglan saw in her, and kept staring. The Qin family felt a bit uneasy, but Jiang Qingfeng smiled and said, "What are you thinking about? Be honest. Our little sister is delicate and can't handle too much." Li Jinglan chuckled and said, "You know my little Hui, right? He's 10 years old this year. Do you think he would be a good match for your little sister?" Jiang Qingfeng was surprised but quickly held back his laughter. "That's something to ask Madame Qin about." "I can't decide." Qin Xiaoqian asked confused. "What's going on?" Jiang Qingfeng explained with a smile. Li Jinglan's family follows some traditions from their ancestors. They are a family where women are in charge, and they marry men. Miss Li Jinglan's brother, Li Jinghui, is 10 years old and very cute. Li Jinglan straightened her clothes and said seriously, "Although this is just my personal idea, I hope Miss Qin can stay at my house for a while so we can get to know each other better. If everything is fine, we can set the marriage after the new year. Don't worry. Once engaged, Li Hui will go to the city of Starshine with his fiancée." All the Qin family members were stunned. What was going on? Qin Bo finally found her voice and asked, "Are you saying you want to introduce your brother to me? You want me to marry him?" "Yes."
Li Jinglan smiled happily.
"From what I've observed today, you stay calm in difficult situations, are alert to others, but also willing to help. You're thoughtful and have good relationships with your family. Your walking style shows you've trained in martial arts for a long time, so you can protect your husband in the future. Such a good match. I want to take care of my little brother first. What do you think?" "My little brother is very handsome. Don't you like handsome people?" Qin Bo was speechless. Protect her husband? Marry a 10-year-old boy? And in the future, marry him? Is this a matriarchal society? Jiang Qingfeng pulled Qin Bo, who looked completely stunned. Xiao Bo just arrived today. Let her rest for the night. I'll take her to visit the house tomorrow. What do you think?" Li Jinglan looked a bit disappointed and said, "All right then. Xuanbua, do you really not want to meet my little brother first?" Qin Bo sincerely said, "Today I am covered in dust and look bad. Let's visit tomorrow instead." Lu Jinglan giggled and said, "No worries, I understand. First meetings should leave a good impression. I'll go now, and we can talk tomorrow." After seeing Lu Jinglan off, Qin Feihu laughed loudly. "Great. Little Bo, if her family's kid is good, we can set a marriage. That way, you can stay at home forever." Then he looked at Jiang Qingfeng with a hint of resentment. "Unlike you, who insists on having Xingyue marry into Lifeng City. Raising a daughter is not easy." Jiang Qingfeng wisely stayed silent. Qin Xiankong changed the subject. "Where will we stay tonight?" Qin Xiaoqian said, We have a small shop in the city, with a backyard connected to a house where Xingyue lives. You can decide for yourselves. Qin Bo immediately said, I want to stay with my mother. Zhang Qingfeng quickly replied, Isn't that shop managed by someone else? Let's stay here. It will be more lively. Qin Feihu also said, Exactly, no need to be so polite. That yard hasn't been used for a long time and needs cleaning. Lao Jiang even invited me hunting tomorrow, so no need to fuss. Qin Xiaoqian shot him a glance. I'm just worried that if Xingyue and Lu Jinglan's kid hit it off, people might think we don't even have a place to stay. Qin Feihu waved his hand. No worries. We will return to Xingyao capital someday. When that happens, we can get a bigger house and it'll be comfortable. Qin Xiaoqian thought for a moment and said, You're right. Let's discuss whether to buy a house in the city or build a new one in the fragrant estate outside town. The Qin couple happily discussed. Qin Xiankong rubbed his head, wondering if his little sister was really going to get married. Zhang Qingfeng looked at Qin Bo with questions, but Qin Bo just shrugged helplessly. An engagement? Thank the spirits that Feng Qingling won't come rushing over to settle accounts with her. Lu Jinglan's family home was built in a traditional courtyard style, with elegant pavilions, painted beams, and connecting corridors, all showing restraint and grace. Lu Jinglan led them on a tour, explaining along the way. The house was built by Lu Jingyan, her older brother, who had gone to Lianyun mountain range to find their mother. The current head of the family was her daughter, Lu Jingxia, who was also the mother of Lu Jinglan and Lu Jinghui. Lu Jinglan sighed with some pity. Grandma Gu was appointed as a minor priestess and couldn't inherit the family estate. My grandfather could only marry by taking in a wife to maintain the family business. It was really not easy. So, after my grandmother passed away, my grandfather went to Lianyun Mountain to find my great-grandmother. You know, my great-grandmother was from a demon clan. She saw Qin Bo nodding and continued. My grandfather, as the first-generation half-demon, has a much longer life than ordinary half-demons and humans. When my sister left and my wife died, these blows were very hard on him. So, when my mother was able to handle things on her own, he went to find his mother. I haven't met him often, but I really admire my grandfather's strength. Qin Bo kept telling herself to stay calm. This is a matriarchal society. This is a matriarchal society. Last night, she quickly read about Lu Jingtong's past and learned about her family's special background. Lu Jingtong's mother is from the Qingluan clan. The Luan bird does not sing all its life, only singing when it finds a mate. The male is called Luan, and the female is called Yin. They have blue feathers and colorful tail feathers. The higher their cultivation, the brighter their wings. Young birds stay with their parents until they grow up. Luan birds fly freely and do not take part in raising their young. So, Lu Jingtong's family respects the mother. The men in Lu Jingtong's family keep their ancestors' traits and spend their whole lives searching for a mate, singing love songs only for her. While talking, they arrived at the main hall. Sitting at the top was a beautiful woman, the current head of the family, Lu Jingxia. Sitting below her was a cute little boy with deep purple eyes and black hair. He was probably the main character today, Lu Jinghui. Zhang Qingfeng was the first to bow to Lu Jingxia. Lu Jinglan introduced everyone. This is Qin Xianbo, Zhang Qingfeng's future sister-in-law. This is my mother, and this is my younger brother. Qin Bo bowed to Lu Jingxia. Hello, Lady Lu Jing. I am Qin Xianbo. Lu Jingxia was very kind. No need to be polite, Miss Qin. Just call me Aunt Xia, like Qingfeng does. Our families are old friends. Lama's too impulsive yesterday. I hope she didn't scare you. Qin Bo quickly said it was fine. Then she offered a bottle of fine wine. This is a specialty from the central region. Please try it. Please accept it. Half-demons from Cracked Wind City all love to drink. Qin Bo's gift was simple but thoughtful. Lu Jingxia was very pleased with her and started thinking about what her daughter said yesterday. Her son lost his father at a young age and became shy. It would be perfect to have a clever and capable wife to take care of him. Qin Xianbo was indeed good at handling things, but she wondered about her character. Lu Jinghui had kept his head down since the guests arrived. He knew what his mother and sister were thinking. This woman is probably the person they are interested in. Are they in such a hurry? To give her to someone else? Qinbo looked at the people in the hall deep in thought, feeling a headache coming on. How could she say something that wouldn't hurt anyone?
Darn.
Yesterday, she asked Jiang Qingfeng about it. She learned that the half-demon tribe is split evenly between matriarchal and patriarchal lines. Lan Jinglan's suggestion makes sense here. She thought for a moment and said, Aunt Xia, Xuanbo really likes your garden. Could you show me around?
Huh.
Hadn't she just shown her the garden? Lan Jinglan was about to speak when Jiang Qingfeng grabbed her arm. Actually, I haven't sparred with you in a long time. Xiao Hui, let your sister show her skills. Lan Jinglan nodded to her daughter to take her downstairs. She knew Qinbo had something to say. Qinbo looked around to make sure no one was listening, then apologized. Aunt Xia, I just arrived in Laifeng City yesterday and met Sister Lan. I like her very much. Her suggestion surprised me. You know, I was raised in the central region.
Lan Jinglan note that.
I know. Pure humans do find it hard to accept some of our ways. But these things can be worked out slowly. The key is that both men and women need to care for each other. Qinbo felt embarrassed. Honestly, Aunt Xia, don't you think it's a bit early for a 10-year-old to talk about this?
Lan Jinglan smiled.
When you meet someone good, you should seize the moment. To be honest, I also find this child a bit difficult. His father died when he was young, and he's quite reserved. Sometimes he doesn't speak all day, keeps himself in his room, and doesn't go out. If he could still read and write, I'd think he's going to become mentally slow.
Oh.
Is this autism or some form of social withdrawal? Qinbo immediately judged that Lan Jinglan at least has some psychological issues. She needs professional guidance and treatment, not just a wife to take care of him. She honestly said, Aunt Xia, I don't have marriage in my life plan. And I don't have any special feelings for your son. I think your main concern should be making him happy and joyful, not rushing to find him a wife. Do you think a 10-year-old needs love? He probably needs family affection. Lan Jinglan shot her a glance. In a couple of years, he'll start to develop feelings. What do you think? Qinbo felt a headache. How could her thoughts be so different? She could only say, I already have someone I like. I won't have feelings for other men. Lu Jingxia pouted. You say I'm too impatient. Look, you're still so young, and you already have someone you like. How can I not be anxious? There's a moment of silence in the hall. After a while, Lu Jingxia softly said, We don't really understand what he's thinking. He never interacts with kids his age. I'm really worried about his future. Finding a wife to take care of him is the only thing I can do. Qinbo thought for a moment and asked, Are the children you mentioned boys or girls? Are they like your family or like Brother Zhang's family? Lu Jingxia considered and replied, In our family, girls don't play with boys because they have a lot to learn. In Jiang Qingfeng's family, children usually don't play together because their ideas are different and they often argue. Qinbo understood. So, girls in a matriarchal society don't play with boys because they will be the head of the family later. Boys in a patriarchal society don't play with girls because they don't share the same language. From what he saw, Lu Jinghui lacks a normal growing environment. He clearly doesn't want to interact with boys from a matriarchal society. Have you thought about changing the environment? Maybe he's not suited to life here, Qinbo suggested. Of course we have. That's why we came to find you. You're not from the city of Star Glory, right? There, boys and girls don't have these problems. Lu Jingxia felt like they were back to the beginning. Qinbo was about to faint. How do these half-demons think? Changing the environment has nothing to do with the engagement. Can't you change the environment without the engagement? Who will take care of my little Hui? What if someone bullies him? I need to look after the family and Lana needs training. Little Hui looks like he's from a half-demon clan and he's a boy. He might get bullied. Qinbo automatically filtered out the last part. Why don't you go find Lu Jingxiao GC? Look, Shinkong Academy is a boarding school. The Yingshi branch has good protections. As long as he follows the school rules and Lu Jingxiao GC greets him and looks out for him, no one will bully him. You can try that first, and if it doesn't work, you can bring him back. Is that okay? Xiao GC isn't supposed to interfere in worldly affairs, Lu Jingxia asked back. Qinbo was completely disappointed with Half-Demon's way of thinking. No wonder they always gathered in Broken Wind City. If they spread across the continent with their strong strength and simple minds, they would definitely be ticking time bombs. She continued smoothly, this isn't really breaking any rules. Protecting the safety of the people is part of Xiao Ji's duty. Your little Hui is so well-behaved. He definitely wouldn't bully others, right? So, isn't protecting him from being bullied what Xiao Ji should do? That's right. Lu Jingxia finally understood. I'll go handle this now. Thank you. Qin Bo wiped her sweat. You're welcome. It's what I should do. As they left the hall, they unexpectedly saw the eavesdropping trio. Jiang Qingfeng smiled shyly. Lu Jinglan grabbed her. My little Hui is not worth you? Tell me. Qin Bo sincerely looked at Lu Jinghui, who was silent with her head down. Your brother is very good. But people aren't judged by whether they match or not. I may not be handsome, capable, or skilled in martial arts. Does that mean no one will like me?
No.
There will always be someone who likes you just because you are you. Everyone is unique in this world. We don't like the most perfect person, but the one who is most special in our hearts. I already have someone very special in my heart, so no matter how good others are, I don't notice them. That's all. This should be fine to say, right? The shy kid is very sensitive. Lu Jingwei turned and ran away. Lu Jinglan looked at her. With such sweet words, I wonder how many boys you'll fool in the future. You really don't match my little brother. All right, I won't see you off. After saying that, she turned to chase her brother, who had already run far away. Qin Bo looked at Jiang Qingfeng pitifully. Brother-in-law, I was wrong. Jiang Qingfeng chuckled. Xiao Bo, who is that special person in your heart? Does your sister know? Qin Bo shouted, raising both hands. I give up. Brother-in-law, girls need some little secrets. Jiang Qingfeng's face gradually turned serious. Xiao Bo, it's normal for girls your age to have someone in their heart. The key is, do you know that person? Qin Bo sighed. Falling in love early isn't right. I don't plan to do anything now, just take it step by step. Actually, I'm quite confused too. Jiang Qingfeng smiled. Most importantly, don't worry your family. They care about you very much. Wei Yaning looked at Feng Qingling, who still looked handsome, and sighed to himself. Time does not spare anyone. He was once a charming young man, riding horses and wearing fine clothes. Now he has become an old man, even with great-grandchildren. His older brother and friends have aged gracefully, still shining like jade. He bitterly said, Didn't I tell you to stop showing off in front of me? Why are you doing it again? Feng Qingling looked at his lifelong brother and friend, shook his head helplessly, and said, I gave you medicine to keep your looks, but you won't take it. Who can I blame? He had given him the medicine to preserve his appearance 40 years ago, but he refused to use it all this time. Wei Yaning smiled bitterly. What's the use of taking it?
I'll still die someday.
Everyone in the family ages and gets sick. Am I supposed to stay a monster forever? The least long-lived sacrifices can live at least 500 or 600 years. Your medicine can only make me live over 100 years at most, but I can't stay with you for your whole life. Feng Qingling looked expressionless. How do you know if you don't try? Maybe I've developed a new medicine. Wei Yaning sighed. Qingling, you should let go. I am not the person who can stay with you for a lifetime. You shouldn't hold on to such obsession. After a moment of silence, Wei Yaning said again, All right, enough of these depressing talks. You came here today for something important, right? Others think Feng Qingling and the Wei family have fallen out and never step into their house. They know it's because Feng Qingling is afraid to see him, watching his loved ones grow old little by little, yet feeling powerless. Thinking about lonely days ahead, it's better not to see each other. Feng Qingling, rarely shy, asked, Aneng, do you know how to make a girl fall in love with me? Wei Yaning sat up straight with a start, eyes shining. What did you say? Feng Qingling was annoyed. You heard me clearly. Hee hee. Wei Yaning chuckled. That news is shocking. Who do you like? Answer my question first. Feng Qingling was angry and embarrassed, unable to get angry at his brother. Wei Yaning secretly smiled inside but looked serious on the outside. That's a very complicated question. It can be simple or difficult, depends on the situation. His older brother is actually quite innocent. Over 60 years ago, he was tricked once. Since then, He has been a high-ranking sacrifice, living a long life but not fully experiencing the variety of life. In some ways, he's no different from a young man just opening his heart. Fang Qingling blushed slightly as he recounted his experiences with Qinbo, glossing over some parts like bathing and kissing. Who is Wei Aneng? He is the current head of the Wei family, someone who has been through over 50 years of marriage storms and has arranged marriages for his son, daughter, grandchildren, and more. He watched quietly as Fang Qingling's face turned red from recalling certain moments, then cleared his throat and said, "It seems your progress is pretty good so far. But there are still some problems you haven't noticed." "What problems?" Fang Qingling asked nervously. "Qin Xuanbua is only 13 years old, right?" Wei Aneng said seriously. "What is a 13-year-old girl like? What does she need?" "Do you know?" Fang Qingling didn't want to lie to his younger brother, so he only said vaguely, "She's quite mature for her age. You can think of her as being about my age. Your age, an old monster of 80 or 90. Wei Aneng thought silently. He looked for a decent excuse, but couldn't find one. He kept a calm face and said, "Even if she's an adult woman, girls' preferences are usually similar." "Do you understand these?" "I don't know much," Fang Qingling honestly replied. "Then listen carefully." Wei Aneng began counting on his fingers. "First, girls like flowers, pretty clothes, and nice jewelry. Second, they enjoy shopping and playing with their loved ones. Also, girls like it when their loved ones cook for them sometimes. Most importantly, girls have a hero complex. They hope their partner is a hero who can protect them. Is that enough? Will she fall in love with me just like that?" Fang Qingling asked uncertainly. Wei Aneng shook his head. "That can make her like you. Liking is the beginning of love." Fang Qingling was dissatisfied. "Is there a faster way?" "There's a risky trick," Wei Aneng said darkly. "Make her completely yours. You understand what I mean?" He glanced suggestively at certain parts of Fang Qingling's body. "That's the idea. But it can lead to two extremes. Either she falls deeply in love with you, or she hates you so much she wants to kill you." "No, I can't let her hate me. That would be terrible." Fang Qingling rejected the plan. "Then you'll just have to wait patiently," Wei Aneng shrugged. "Love takes time. That's the safest way." Fang Qingling left the Wei family, holding a long plan sheet. Wei's family is in the northern part of the mainland. Slightly west of here is the city of Lifeng, where Qinbo is now. Fang Qingling looked at the first item on the list, delivering flowers. After thinking for a moment, she suddenly headed west. Then, Shilin Guangqing committed suicide. His children were all expelled from the Shilin family, which was probably the origin of the Shilin Zai family. Wei Aneng became the head of Wei's family that year, with no opposition. Fang Qingling did nothing. Just by having the status and strength of a minor sacrifice, he let everyone else arrange everything. Shilin Guangxiu stayed in a hut in front of Wei Zhaohua's tomb until he died. Only Wei Aneng was still alive from that time. Now, it's time to talk about the woman who deceived him emotionally. Do you want to see? Qinbo felt uneasy. Fang Qingling's past made her emotions fluctuate greatly. Even Qin Xiankong said she looked unwell recently. A light cough sounded, and Qinbo exclaimed, "Ah, who is it?" "Who?" Fang Qingling slowly appeared, not caring much about a book. Qinbo reflexively threw the book aside. "Why are you here?" "I came to see you," Fang Qingling said, pulling out a plant. It had green stems and leaves, topped with a small, delicate pink flower, half closed with a bud. "This is Chao Shi Hongyan. It blooms in the morning and withers at night." Qinbo asked, "Are you giving this to me?" Fang Qingling nodded and said, "You should find a pot and plant it. Won't it wither tonight?" "Why bother planting it?" Qinbo felt confused by Fang Qingling's words. If he wanted, he could have just sent it in the morning. Now it's evening, and he's bringing a flower that's about to die. What's the point? Fang Qingling looked a bit anxious. Didn't Wei Aneng say that girls like to receive flowers? Why is her reaction like this? He leaned closer and asked, "You don't like it?" "It will bloom again, as long as you take good care of it. You should have told me earlier," Qinbo complained. "I thought you wanted me to see a flower that's about to die." "I'll go get a pot." In Qinbo's bedroom, there were already a few potted plants. She pulled out a lush little tree and planted the drooping flower, the evening red beauty, into the pot. Any tips for taking care of it? Fan Qingling's face turned slightly red. It's not complicated. Just water it. It prefers shady places. You should put it by your bed and keep it nearby all the time. Also, when you care for it, try to think of it as a gift from me. This seemed too troublesome, and Qinbo wasn't sure she wanted to take care of it. Seeing her expression, Fan Qingling's face changed. You must keep it close, see it every day, and talk to it. Do you hear me? She changed her mind again. Qinbo had no choice but to say, all right. I promise. Don't be careless. You must make it bloom. Got it? I'll take good care of it every day. Qinbo pouted in dissatisfaction. Fan Qingling felt annoyed. She didn't like the way Qinbo pouted, so uncooperative. She stepped forward and firmly held her body temperature rising quickly. Stop! Qinbo turned her face away and shouted. Fan Qingling's lips brushed her earlobe, and Qinbo suddenly softened and weakly leaned into his embrace. Much later, Fan Qingling gently brushed her cheek and whispered in her ear, take good care of that flower. When you care for it, think of me. Fan Qingling was satisfied. As expected, Wei Anan was right. After intimacy, talking became much easier. I'll go now. Qinbo was too exhausted to move. She really needed to find a way. Someone was getting addicted to kissing. The door and windows were just decorations. If this kept up, she might not reach adulthood before being overwhelmed. Fan Qingling walked back confidently. He took out a pen, marked a check in the sending flowers column on his plan sheet, and put a star next to the kissing column. The plan went smoothly. Qinbo diligently moved the potted small tree, which had been taken from its original place, to the garden. It was a matter of life. Looking at the withered flower nearby, he thought that someday it would be his master. Fan Qingling said it must bloom. Tomorrow, he would ask Jiang Qingfeng where to buy the flower growing guide. Flower growing guide? Jiang Qingfeng thought for a moment and said, we have some gardening books at home. I'll help you find them. Qinbo thanked him, and Qin Xianyue raised her eyebrows and asked, why do you want to grow flowers? Who do you want to give them to? Qinbo looked tired and said, someone gave me a flower pot. I've never taken care of flowers before. Who would give such a strange gift? Why not give something to eat? Qin Xianyue wasn't interested in art or decorative items. Jiang Qingfeng quickly found the book, and Qinbo started flipping through it. After finishing the pages, he still couldn't find any information about the withered flower. He had to ask again, are there any big bookstores in the city? Not the one you want. Jiang Qingfeng immediately understood. It seems to be a rare type. There's a big bookstore in the east of the city. You can try there. Qinbo politely declined the company and went to the street alone. With the new year approaching, the street was lively. Soon, Qinbo saw a familiar face. Mu Jiejia. Mu Xilan was walking quickly on the street. She was surprised to see Qinbo and asked, Xuanbua, are you alone? She looked around. Qinbo shyly said, don't look for me. Last time, I was new here and didn't know anyone. Now I wouldn't get lost. Mu Xilan smiled and asked, where are you going? To the bookstore in the east. I'm going there too, Mu Xilan said, feeling it was a coincidence. Let's go together. The two entered the bookstore and looked for their own books. Qinbo searched through all the gardening books, but still couldn't find any information about the withered flower. Mu Xilan looked at a pile of open books and asked curiously, Xuanbua, are you studying gardening? Don't mention it, Qinbo complained. Someone gave me a flower pot. I have to take good care of it, but I can't find any information about it, so how am I supposed to grow it? What kind of flower is it? The New Year celebration in Riftwind City was unique. Both half-demons and humans brought their families to camp outside the city on the vast grassland, where important festivities were held during the first 5 days of the new year. This is the annual Warrior Festival. The festival includes 4 main types of competitions: running, fighting, shooting, and skills. Each type is divided into many smaller groups. For example, fighting is split into unarmed combat and weapon combat. All categories are further divided into youth and adult groups. Youth groups are for those under 16, and adult groups are for those 16 and older. Within these, there are male, female, and mixed groups. During registration, Qinbo was explained in detail by Jiang Qingfeng. Women with paternal half-demon heritage register in the female group, men with maternal half-demon heritage register in the male group, and those with mixed heritage from either side compete in the mixed group. For example, Lu Jinglan signed up for shooting and unarmed combat in the adult mixed group. Jiang Qingfeng registered for running and weapon combat in the same category. Qin Xian Kong signed up for weapon combat in the adult group, Qin Xianyu for weapon combat in the female adult group. Muzelin, who was not yet 16, entered the youth mixed group for weapon combat, and Qinbo chose the youth mixed group for unarmed combat. Before the new year, the city's construction team in Lifeng City started building a temporary arena on the plains. The seats are interesting. They are circular floating seats arranged around the arena. These seats are prepared by the city's department and reused every year. Besides the arena, there are many temporary stalls, also prepared and rented out by the city department, and they are reused annually. The competitions start at 9 a.m., break for lunch at noon, resume at 2 p.m., and break again at 5 p.m. During the rest of the time, people visit the stalls, and at night, they sleep in their own tents. On the afternoon before the new year, Qin Xian Kong carried his tent to his designated area in the West District, Plot 3. It's a good spot near a hillside and a small river. Qin Feihu and Qin Xiaoqian's small shop has been in Lifeng City for nearly a year now, and they are considered permanent residents. The city's department assigned them a better location than temporary outsiders. Their tent is a 4-person family model, using space magic. It's not very big outside, but inside, it has 3 rooms and a living area. Qin Feihu and Qin Xiaoqian share one room. Qin Bo and Qin Xian Kong each have their own. Qin Xianyu was excluded by everyone, but according to half-demon customs, she now belongs to the Jiang family. To respect human traditions, they plan to hold a wedding after the new year. Official records in Lifeng City show she is already part of the Jiang family. Qin Xianyu, rushing over to help, cursed Jiang Qingfeng for his cunning for the 1,000th time. If she had known that half-demons had such strange customs, she would never have been involved with Jiang. She clearly remembered the morning she first heard the bad news and was unable to move all day. She always thought Jiang Qingfeng was pure and chaste, guarding himself carefully, and she even secretly felt happy about it, thinking she had gained an advantage. But she didn't know that half-demons inherit the strange traits of their demon race. They only have one partner in life and will mark each other after intimacy. Why had no one ever told her this? If she had known, she would never have looked at Jiang Qingfeng's good figure.
Sigh.
Past memories are hard to face. She was young and naive, and she had sold her life for this. So she must warn her younger brother and sister. Half-demons should not be touched casually. Qin Bo was scooping water by the river, listening to Qin Xianyu's nagging for the 800th time. She didn't understand whether Qin Xianyu was trying to warn her, or just wanted to talk. It was just losing her innocence and then finding a husband. What was the point of her constant nagging? Besides, if she was really worried, she should go talk to Qin Xian Kong. She was still a minor, after all. The tent was quickly set up, and Qin Xiaoqian was inside cleaning. Although it was new, it still needed tidying. Qin Xian Kong and Qin Feihu went to the distant forest to chop firewood. Winter nights outdoors are cold, and there was a stove inside the tent for warmth. Many people went into the forest to gather firewood. Qinbo squatted at the tent entrance, washing dishes. There were many people here, and using magic would be too conspicuous. Jiang Qingfeng came over, smiling, and asked Xiaobo, "Is Xiaoyu here?"
Qinbo shivered.
"Xiaoyu? That's too sweet. It's just intimacy, isn't it?" No need to smile so happily. She looked sympathetically into the tent. Big sister is helping mom organize things. Jiang Qingfeng swaggered inside. Qinbo stared at his steps, thinking he might even be skipping. Soon, Qin Xianyu, looking very reluctant, was dragged out. She saw Qinbo washing dishes and brightened her eyes. "Xiaobo, come play at Jiang Gija's tent with me. The scenery there is so beautiful." Qinbo held back her laughter and avoided looking at Jiang Qingfeng's face. "Big sister first, that's already your home. This is your maternal family's place." Second, that person isn't Jeonggij anymore. He's my brother-in-law. And third, today is the day your brother-in-law introduces you to other families in Laifeng City. Based on all that, I can't go with you. Jiang Qingfeng smiled so broadly his eyes almost closed. See, Xiao Bo understands better than you. Qin Xianyu wanted to say more, but Jiang Qingfeng narrowed his eyes and looked at her lips, dangerously leaning in. What do you want to say? Qin Xianyu instinctively covered her mouth, then blushed and glanced at Qin Bo. What are you doing? Xiao Bo is still here. Jiang Qingfeng looked innocent. Did I say I was going to do something? Or... He gently touched Qin Xianyu's lips. What do you really want to do now? Qin Bo sighed, picked up his utensils, and turned to enter the tent. The half-demon tribe is very open-minded. They don't shy away from small displays of affection, even in front of children. She was glad she hadn't attracted any unwanted attention so far. That night, Mu Silon came to visit. She told Qin Bo that she needed to go to the competition organization office to pick up her number plate. She was worried Qin Bo might not recognize her, so she came specifically to invite her. Actually, this isn't really my business, Mu Silon said with a smile, but I overheard many family members talking about the eldest son of the Jiang family, who just got married. The couple is being entertained by friends and has already downed several jars of wine. They're also going to join the fun. I guess they won't have time for you. Qin Bo was speechless and told a group of equally speechless people inside the tent, I'll go get the number plate for third brother. They probably don't recognize me. Qin Xianyu sighed in relief. Xiao Bo, I'll leave it to you. Be careful. When Dad and I first arrived, we were also offered drinks. As soon as Qin Bo stepped out of the tent, he grabbed Mu Silon and ran quickly. Hurry up, it'll be bad if they come back and see us. Mu Silon was dragged along at a fast pace. She wanted to ask why they were in such a rush, but then she saw Jiang Qingfeng's father walking over with a group of people in the distance. Qin Bo quickly crouched down, overhearing Mr. Jiang introduce his friends. My son-in-law's tent is just ahead. He's a straightforward guy. He can drink a jar without any problem. Mu Silon. On the first morning of the new year, everyone who had been drinking woke up. After taking a stimulant, Qin Feihu became energetic again. He was excited and said he wanted to see how his son and son-in-law performed today. Qin Xiaoqian was busy planning the schedule. The first day's competition was the preliminary round, in the morning for the youth group. The youth group had fewer participants, so it would end around 10 a.m., then the adult group would follow. The preliminaries were simple. For example, in shooting, everyone shot arrows at the same target, and those hitting the bullseye passed. For sprinting, just running the full distance within the time limit was enough. In fighting, groups fought in melee, and the last 5 standing would advance. The most interesting was the skill preliminary, which involved a large field of sharp blades with 5 red balls on top. In the group, the person who grabs the red ball wins. Today's schedule is to watch Qin Bo's preliminary match in unarmed combat first. If there's time, I'll also watch Muselin's martial arts fight. Then, for the adult group, Qin Xiankong's martial arts match. If time permits, I'll also check out Qin Xianyu's women's preliminary match. Jiang Qingfeng was placed last, but he's sure to pass, so I'll just take a quick look if I have time. In the unarmed combat arena, 5 teams of boys and girls are competing. 3 teams have 10 people each, and 2 teams have 11 people. In total, 25 people will be chosen. Qin Bo was unlucky to be in the 5th team with 11 people. There's only one arena for unarmed combat, used by both the youth and adult groups. So, many spectators are around, sitting in high floating seats. The fights are very fast. Most kids from Lingfeng City know each other, and as soon as the match starts, they form alliances. The top 20 winners emerge quickly. In Qin Bo's 5th team, unfortunately, there are 5 15-year-old boys and girls. They look proud, as if victory is already theirs. No wonder. Within the adult group, ages 20 to 35, strength differences aren't huge. But in the youth group, just 1 year makes a big difference in strength. When the 5th team appears, spectators sigh at the bad luck of others, expecting the match to end quickly.
Ding!
The bell rings. Sure enough, the 5 boys and girls form an alliance and sweep through the others. In an instant, the youngest members of the fifth team are like harvested wheat, falling in large numbers. Besides those 5, only Chinbo and a boy about 14 are left. The 5 are split into 2 teams, 3 against the boy and 2 against Chinbo. Chinbo thinks she must take down one of them quickly, and she needs to act fast, or their group attack will be troublesome. With that in mind, she speeds up suddenly, like lightning, rushing in front of a girl and slapping her chest. The girl didn't expect Chinbo to be so fast and barely dodged sideways. Her right arm was right in front of Chinbo, who then struck her acupoint above her elbow with force. The girl felt her right arm go stiff and hard to move. In a flash, Chinbo's other hand shot out, slamming her chest. The girl collapsed with a look of disbelief. Chinbo used her momentum to leap onto her and cut at her neck. The girl fainted. At that moment, another boy arrived. Chinbo grabbed the girl and threw her at him, but he dodged sideways. In a short moment, Chinbo had already taken his stance, confidently facing the boy. After a few exchanges, he found an opening and knocked the boy down, usually knocking him out. The other 3 were attacking a lone young boy. The boy was very brave, managing to hold off all 3 at once. But he couldn't last long. Just as the 3 were about to team up to knock him out, the referee's whistle sounded. Turning around, they saw that 2 of his companions had already fallen unconscious, while Chinbo was standing nearby with a bright smile. Claps and cheers rang out. "What a clever tactic," said some members of the half-demon tribe, who were good at fighting and quickly started commenting. If they had attacked that little girl from the start, with one person distracting the boy, the strategy would have been better. After the girl fell, she wouldn't have been afraid that the boy wouldn't fall too. That was a mistake in tactics. Someone else added, that girl quickly took out a weaker opponent at the beginning, making him lose his fighting spirit. Then she focused on the other one. Very smart. The 3 young boys and girls glared at them fiercely and left angrily. The little boy looked serious and said to Chinbo, "Thank you." Chinbo smiled brightly. "I should be thanking you. If you hadn't distracted those 3, I wouldn't have had such an easy time." She had already figured out that this little boy was the legendary Blood Bull's shield. Everyone missed Mu Silon's match, but heard it was straightforward, and she passed easily. Qin Xiankong's match was scheduled for the afternoon. The group then went to watch Qin Xianyu's match. All matches started with the women's group, then the men's, and finally the mixed group. When they arrived, Qin Xianyu was already on stage, wielding a shining sword, and she easily won. They had lunch in the Jiang family's tent. Jiang Qingfeng's match was also in the afternoon, but no one paid much attention to him. If he didn't pass, it would be strange. After lunch, Mu Silon suggested they visit the temporary market, and everyone agreed. However, Qin Xiankong and Jiang Qingfeng stayed behind because they weren't allowed to relax before their matches. The Jiang family and Qin family, along with the 3 girls, hurried toward the temporary market. It was lively there. Lifan City's main industry was weapon forging, and many stalls sold weapons. The stalls were very detailed, selling swords, knives, whips, bows, and arrows, among others. The most common was the long whip. Mu Silon explained, "The weapon used by the crystal-eyed priestess is a flowing fire whip, so long whips became the favorite weapon of women in Lifan City. Indeed, women of all sizes walking towards him each carried a long whip." It seemed that idol worship was also popular here. Besides the stalls selling weapons, there were many selling materials. In the northwest of Cloud's sea continent, tall mountain ranges stretched endlessly into the sky. The coastal side was mostly cliffs, with only a few gentle slopes leading into the sea, where small towns had been built, famous spots for hunting sea creatures. The Cloud Mountain Range was the territory of the demon clans, making it difficult for most humans to enter, but half-demons could. Therefore, half-demons often found many rare materials, which was another main way they earned money. Some talented half-demons also made small, special self-defense weapons and delicate jewelry that ordinary humans couldn't craft. Many stalls sold these items, and during the new year, many visitors from other places came here to buy things. There were also vendors selling various plants, fine wines, spices, and household items like pots, pans, stools, and tables. Chinbo also saw a stall selling beautiful fabrics with intricate patterns that looked like natural inlays. It was said that a skilled half-demon weaver made these fabrics herself. Chinbo was immediately captivated, wanting to buy all of them because they were so beautiful. The flowers on the fabric looked like they were growing on it, making him want to pick them. Qin Xianyu was not interested in flowers and plants, so she went to look at other things with Mu Silan. Chinbo wandered alone, selecting items, thinking that some could be used as curtains, others as bed sheets, some for making clothes, and a few to be turned into dresses. He was happily lost in his thoughts. Suddenly, a teasing voice sounded. "Why do you like these old-fashioned things?" He looked up and saw Lu Jinglan with Lu Jinghui. Chinbo asked back, "Don't you make clothes or need bed sheets? Aren't these essential for life?" Lu Jinglan rolled her eyes at him. "I heard you fought well this morning. You're a good fighter, so why care about these things?"
Come on.
"I'll take you to see the blades from the Lai family." "You don't have a weapon yet, do you?" Chinbo shook her hand off. "I don't like looking at weapons. I just want to see pretty fabrics." Lu Jinglan sighed in frustration. "You're hopeless. Do you want men to protect you in the future?" Chinbo felt it was hard to communicate with people from a matriarchal world. "Does liking pretty fabrics have anything to do with needing a man to protect me?" "Sister Lan, I think this piece of fabric would look great as a dress for you." Li Jing stomped her foot and walked away. Li Jinghui put down the piece of cloth she was touching and followed. Chinbo picked up the cloth, which had a deep blue background with silver threads woven into flowing patterns like a spring. She stacked this cloth with a few others she liked and asked the stall owner, "How much for all of them?" Carrying a bunch of good finds, Chinbo happily returned to the tent. "It's good to have money." Speaking of money, it seems like she doesn't have much left. Should she take on some tasks when she go back? The afternoon competition wasn't very exciting, it was mostly fights. After confirming Qin Xian was out, everyone decided to watch something more interesting. Mu Silan suggested watching a skill contest. The group headed to the skill arena. It was very interesting. There were many sharp knives stuck into the ground, blades facing up, shining coldly. In the middle of the knife sea, there were 5 red balls. A group of people was walking on the knife tips, fighting to grab the red balls. Once someone got a red ball, they had to walk to a small platform on the side of the knife sea. The person who carefully placed the red ball into a groove on the platform would advance. The scene was bloody and intense, with everyone fighting fiercely. The audience around was very excited, shouting loudly. It was the liveliest place. Chinbo, Mu Silan, and Qin Xiankong sat on chairs they brought, high above to watch. Qin Xianyu was not there. She dared not miss Jiang Qingfeng's match. Chinbo was surprised to see Li Jinghui sitting alone, not next to her. The competition was very lively. Chinbo took out some snacks to eat. Qin Xiankong was angry with her. "What do you think this place is? How can you be so disrespectful to the contestants?" Chinbo stuffed a snack into her mouth. "Isn't this just a place to watch the fun?" Looking around, it seemed no one else was eating. Everyone was focused on the event. Chinbo couldn't understand. Doesn't it hurt walking on the knife tips? Why not use magic to protect yourself? Or wear foot armor? Isn't it painful to be so bloody? Mu Silan explained, "This is a legend from the demon tribe. A demon warrior climbed over a mountain of knives, crossed a sea of fire, defeated the demon king, and rescued their beloved. This is a traditional event here. The semi-finals are on a knife mountain 1 meter high. The finals are on a 6-meter-high mountain. The winner will give a crystal crown from the top of the mountain to their loved one. It's a tradition of the male demon tribe, showing bravery and strength. Didn't you see most of the contestants are men? The male tribe? All the contestants are men." Chinbo looked thoughtfully at Lu Jinghui, who was quietly watching the competition. This child definitely has some psychological issues. The second and third days of the new year are the knockout rounds, with a round-robin elimination system. The morning of the 4th day is the semi-finals, and the afternoon is the finals. On the 5th day, there is a celebration, and winners often give their prizes to someone they like to show affection. Chinbo's first match in the knockout round was against a girl about 12 years old, and she won easily. After a short break, she switched to a boy to continue fighting. Overall, that morning, Qinbo felt dizzy from all the matches but finally advanced. I heard that fighting and skill competitions are better because multiple groups can compete at the same time in one area. Sprinting can also be done in groups, but shooting is tough since each person must go one by one. Qinbo felt bored and turned to watch Jiang Qingfeng sprint. A contestant can participate in up to 2 events. After finishing the weapon fighting, Jiang Qingfeng quickly moved to the sprint. Sprinting is an interesting event, with teams showing their skills. Some use true energy to speed up, some use magic, some wear jet-powered shoes, and some ride mounts. All count as long as their feet touch the ground. Jiang Qingfeng's ancestors probably don't know what he is. He runs so fast it's like the wind, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Old Mr. Jiang sighed, "Our generations are mixed, and our speed is getting slower. We can only rely on true energy now." After Jiang Qingfeng qualified, Qinbo took a moment to watch Lu Jinglan's shooting. She wore a blue-purple outfit and held a green longbow, shooting spiritual energy arrows with great style. Lu Jinglan doesn't need a whip. Besides shooting, she fights with her hands, excelling at both long-range and close combat, very fierce. On the 3rd day of the knockout rounds, Qinbo lost several matches and didn't qualify for the semi-finals. She wasn't upset because she was just here for fun. Pure hand-to-hand combat isn't her strong suit. Mu Xilon knew her abilities and just smiled when she heard Qinbo signed up for hand-to-hand fighting. The little Blood Bowl boy was also eliminated. Qinbo noted his name in Konglong. Qin Xiankong and Jiang Qingfeng both advanced smoothly to the semifinals. Mu Xilon was also eliminated, but Qin Xianyu surprisingly made it to the semifinals, looking proud. Qinbo said, "All the strong older sisters participate in the mixed group," which deflated her confidence a bit. Lu Jinglan also easily advanced to the semifinals. Everyone was eager and ready to win the championship the next day. At night, Qinbo started talking to the flower on her bedside every day. "Today, I lost my match. There are too many powerful half-demon fighters. Big sister no longer needs to think for herself. She always leaves her problems to Jiang Qingfeng to solve. I really don't understand. Does she trust that man so much? I just can't do that." Today, I saw Lu Jingwei again. He always watches men's competitions. Do you think he might have a same-sex preference? Actually, I like women like Lu Jinglan because I can never become like that. No matter how high my cultivation or how strong my martial skills are, I can't hide my fear inside. Yes, I am very afraid. Afraid of being alone. Afraid I can't handle hardships. I'm actually a very timid person, right?
Qinbo sighed.
Our daily chats have turned into emotional confessions. I didn't realize how many problems I have until I started talking. In the shining city of stars, Fang Qingling sat quietly with her eyes closed. Tonight, her mood was a bit low, not as happy as the past 2 days. What happened? The brave warriors gathering in Lifeng City should be on its 3rd day. Is she unhappy?
Sigh.
Now I can only vaguely sense her feelings, but I can't hear her exact words. When will the bright star blossom?